Chapter 241. As soon as the two of them reached the door, Chu Xi realized her confidence was somewhat overblown. The newly built wall was fine, and the bamboo hut on the second floor was fine too. But the two large solar panels on top had been smashed by the hail. Smashed? Chu Xi knew those things weren't cheap, 2 huge panels. Her heart ached. She had never imagined they were consumables. Although Ji Xian had suspected it, he still harbored a bit of hope. After all, when he built the roof, he had deliberately increased the slope, but it still didn't work. Ji Xian immediately found old Li's contact information on his watch and asked him to reserve 2 solar panels. Chu Xi felt a little distressed. If there's another hailstorm in 2 days, won't they be ruined? Alas, they couldn't not buy them. There was no other way. They were too important. Almost all of their energy came from these 2 solar panels. Ji Xian frowned. Hail was rare, but wasn't it happening today? He considered adding a layer of wire mesh to the solar panels. However, that would certainly reduce their energy storage efficiency, potentially hindering the ability to power some of the household appliances. Chu Xi suggested, how about we buy 2 large solar panels and a smaller one? Then, splitting the cost among the 3, we should have enough energy. Ji Xian calculated his points and decided to postpone the freezer purchase. It was cold now, and the royal jelly wouldn't be a problem for a while. He just needed to buy it before the weather warmed up. During the winter, he could take on some parts polishing work at home and earn some points. So, the matter was settled. Ji Xian placed another order for solar panels. Yes, a pre-order. Judging by the current situation, 8 out of 10 solar panels in the entire safe zone were damaged. For the next period of time, the solar panel market was sure to be extremely hot. Chu Xi, feeling a little depressed, kicked a hailstone away. Ji Xian sighed softly, opened the door, pulled out a sack, and put all the hailstones in the house into it. He said to Chu Xi with a somewhat helpless tone, "Let's go and trade these culprits for points." Chu Xi was stunned. Trade hail for points? Ji Xian nodded. Of course, this stuff must be cleared out of the safe zone. Hail contains not only highly radioactive materials, but also potentially viruses and bacteria. To prevent epidemics, it must be removed from living areas. Chu Xi looked around. Everywhere he looked, hail covered the road. Hail equals points, he thought. How many kilograms of hail equal 1 point? Ji Xian thought for a moment. The base's previous policy was 50 kilograms of hail for 1 point. What a pitfall. Before Chu Xi could even grumble, he saw a surge of people carrying sacks on the street. Many of them were working in pairs, with one person holding the bag open while another shoveled in the bags. Chu Xi immediately ran home and returned moments later with 2 shovels and a pile of sacks. She tossed one shovel to Ji Xian. Hurry, hurry, we got this trail covered. Ji Xian had originally wanted to take Chu Xi out to relax and get rid of the hailstones. After all, they had to hunt the mutant squirrel tomorrow, and there was still a lot to prepare tonight. But, never mind. If Chu Xi was happy, then let's do it. The two of them were quite efficient. On the street near the West District factory, they shoveled 7 sacks of hailstones, which they took turns carrying to the disposal point. They earned a total of 36 points. Chu Xi was delighted. Although it looked a bit daunting, she hadn't expected to earn so many points in one go. No wonder so many people were out. She immediately picked up her shovel and was about to move on to the next street when Ji Xian urgently stopped her. We have to go home. We haven't eaten yet, and we have things to do tonight. We can't just be out picking up hailstones all the time. Chu Xi looked up and saw that the hailstones on the road had decreased considerably, but there were still quite a few people wandering around. It was clear that even if they worked harder, their efficiency wouldn't be as high as the first time. They simply followed Ji Xian's advice and strolled home. Although the solar panels were broken, the electricity they had stored up was still usable. Ji Xian turned on the lights, and the two of them worked together to move all the plant beds upstairs, freeing up space in the master bedroom for the bed. The two of them had a quick dinner. Ji Xian found a piece of radiation-proof fabric from the bag that Chu Xi had left over from making a cloak and gave her a direct assignment. Use this to make us gloves and socks. It just snowed outside, and there's hail all over the ground. The radiation levels are too high, so we need to take precautions. Chu Xi nodded. This was serious business. She had made them with snake skin before, so now she could just bring the mold and cut them. Ji Xian, on his side, was preparing some bait specifically for the mutant squirrels. He found a bottle of anesthetic and retrieved some winter food stored for the mutant fire ants. He took some snake meat and a few mutant potatoes and carefully applied the anesthetic all over them. Since squirrels tend to hoard food, using food as bait was undoubtedly the easiest method. Whether or not they ate it right away, the mutant squirrels would always hold the food in their mouths, and the anesthetic would definitely take effect. Chapter 242. Ji Xian prepared the mutant squirrel bait, sealed it in a plastic bag, and placed it in his backpack. He then began processing the detector he had obtained from the mutant bamboo rat today. Judging from its appearance, this detector should be the same model as Chu Si's mechanical spider. He didn't rush to charge it, but instead pried open the outer shell. Next to him, Chu Si had just finished putting on their gloves and foot covers. Seeing him fiddling with the newly acquired black egg, he immediately came over with interest. Seeing Ji Xian disassembling the device, he remembered what Ji Xian had said before and asked cautiously, "Is it okay to just disassemble it? When we got those watches, didn't you mention the risk of being tracked? This is a detection device, and it also has a tracking function. Can we operate it ourselves at home?" Ji Xian examined the circuit board of the black egg and nodded casually. "It's different. The wristwatch is different. Because the watch is tied to a person's points, its security level is relatively high. We certainly can't fix it ourselves, but this thing is different." He pointed to an area with a constant temperature soldering iron and gestured to Chu Si. "This is used for positioning. We just need to block this function first." Chu Si seemed to understand, but then he saw Ji Xian tap it twice with a stylus pen. Then he took out a data cable and connected the black egg to his watch. The black egg entered charging mode, and a small light came on. A moment later, the screen on Ji Xian's watch changed. Chu Si watched him tinker with it for a while, finally entering the formatting page, clicking OK, and entering loading mode. The number quickly loaded from 1% to 100%. Ji Xian removed the black egg, turned the positioning module function back on, and replaced the cover. The job was done. Chu Si watched from the side with stars in her eyes. She was completely mesmerized. A dedicated and capable man was the most handsome. Of course, this had a premise, which was that the man had to be inherently handsome. In other words, handsomeness could be added to become the most handsome, but it couldn't be created out of nothing. Looking at that resolute profile, that nose, those eyes, and those thinly pursed lips, Chu Si felt a pang of itch. Everything seemed perfect. She was just about to lift her sleeves to wipe away her non-existent drool, when a sudden thought occurred to her. No, this isn't right. They confirmed their relationship today, so why should she continue like this? We're the sovereigns, right? For a moment, Chu Si's mind raced with thoughts, but she didn't know where to begin. Ji Xian raised his head, his eyes complex. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke, "You know, your expression just now was a little vulgar?" Chu Si, am I shameless? How can you say that to a little girl like that? Where does that leave her fragile heart? She opened her mouth, feeling like she was going to get angry. Ji Xian, don't you dislike her? Then all her happiness before would have been in vain. Chu Si felt a little disheartened. She assumed that calling her sister-in-law meant they were officially in a relationship. She thought it was a bit of a benefit, but it turned out to be a lie. She narrowed her eyes. Her sister was furious, and the consequences could be serious. After Ji Xian finished charging the black egg, he stood up and began processing the mutant bamboo rats they brought back today. Chu Si assisted, her mind racing. No, she couldn't let this go unnoticed. Chu Si decided to reason with him. Brother Xian, do you know what you're doing now? Ji Xian tore off the skin of the bamboo rat and placed it in a basin nearby. He frowned. What he was doing was called peeling the skin of a mutant bamboo rat. He paused. What's wrong? Chu Si's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She instantly embraced Ji Xian's bloodied hand, speaking with a sorrowful tone. Brother Xian, do you know? You're just sitting there doing nothing. You're carrying the name of a boyfriend, but you're not fulfilling your obligations. How embarrassing for me. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh. So what? I save half the bed for you tonight? Chu Si's expression froze. His tiny, shabby bed would collapse if he slept alone, and the space was so small that he'd fall off if he turned over. And two people were sleeping together. Would she be crazy to do that? Wouldn't her own bouncy mattress be nice? Chu Si coughed softly. That's not necessary. We just confirmed our relationship, so things are bound to move too fast. How about you give me a goodnight kiss every night before bed? Ji Xian nodded, subconsciously avoiding Chu Si's gaze. For a moment, he felt a little afraid to meet his gaze. Satisfied with the answer, Chu Si happily went to work on the mutant asparagus. While it was still fresh, she wanted to pickle some of it. Ji Xian's face flushed slightly. He glanced at Chu Si's departing figure, took a deep breath, and continued to work. chopping the mutant bamboo rat into pieces and setting up the drying oven. By the time they were both done, it was already 10 o'clock. Ji-Xian washed up and sat on the bed, still thinking about what Chu Si-I had just said. Outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, he was panicking. Chu Si-I washed up and quickly ran to his bed. Ji-Xian watched her pick up her blanket and thrash around the bed, trying to find the most comfortable position. A wave of emotions washed over him. After watching for a moment, he too quietly laid down, covered himself with the blanket, and prepared to sleep. Chu Si-I thrashed for a long time, before finally remembering she hadn't claimed her bonus for the day. She immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to Ji-Xian's side. She thrust her head right into his face and begged, "Brother Xian, good night kiss." Ji-Xian swallowed unconsciously and sat up. Chu Si-I had let her hair down, letting it fall loosely over her shoulders. Her longer bangs certainly looked better. He stared into Chu Si's eyes for a moment, his gaze flickering across her lips. Finally, he pulled her head back and kissed her softly on the forehead. Chu Si-I, She scratched her forehead. She was being stingy. Forget it, Chu Si-I slipped back into her own bed. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship, and Ji-Xian kissing her forehead was already a huge step forward. Satisfied, Chu Si-I quickly fell asleep, hugging her large quilt. Ji-Xian lay down, feeling his heartbeat race, his mind blank. After a moment, he finally realized something. Aren't goodnight kisses mutual? Who was this person who was just sitting there doing nothing? Ji-Xian wiped his face. What was he thinking? He pulled the quilt over him and buried his head in it. Chapter 243. The next day, Chu Si-I and Ji-Xian woke up promptly at 3:30, but they weren't planning on training. Firstly, the training equipment at home hadn't been set up yet. Second, their mission today was very demanding, so they had to leave early to avoid making it in time. After all, their accommodations were further from the base entrance. They ate a quick breakfast and hurried out. Ji-Xian grabbed Chu Si's hand and led them forward. Chu Si-I, I almost forgotten that she was already taken. So happy. Chu Si's big, buck-toothed smile made Ji-Xian's lips curl slightly, and he relaxed a bit. When they reached the shantytown, it was around 4 o'clock. Chu Si-I smacked her lips as she looked at the sparse scavengers on the street. While they weren't many, they were definitely more numerous than she expected. She and Ji-Xian had taken full precautions today, but those people were clearly in far worse conditions. Some of them had only a few thin coats on, and shivered in the chilly wind. Chu Si-I sighed. It was obvious that their winter food supplies were severely insufficient. Her spirits darkened. For those people, and for her and Ji-Xian, Chu Si-I had originally been somewhat confident, believing they would have no problem surviving the winter. But after such a devastating natural disaster, she was completely lost. In this shabby place, she had no way of predicting what would happen next. No matter how much she had stored, she felt uncertain. There's a saying that goes, people die for money, birds perish for food. Chu Si-I chuckled self-deprecatingly. The people here aren't having it any better than the mutant birds. Not long after leaving the base, their watches began to beep. Chu Si-I frowned, a bad feeling welling up in her stomach. She checked them and saw, as expected, moderate snow yellow alert. Chu Si-I looked up at Ji-Xian, whose expression was also grim. Something was wrong. Chu Si-I thought for a moment, there's an alert for today's snow, but why wasn't there one yesterday? So many people went out without any preparation. Ji-Xian glanced at his watch and rubbed his brow. Yesterday's light snow wasn't enough to trigger the alert. This meant that today's conditions were definitely much worse than yesterday's. While snow wasn't as directly lethal as hail, its presence was equally unwelcome. Chu Si-I noticed that many people had begun to turn back after receiving the alert, clearly having given up on scavenging. Chu Si-I glanced at Ji-Xian, her words hesitant. Brother Xian, are we still going today? Ji-Xian thought for a moment, then decided to proceed with the original plan. This snow is likely to continue for a few days. Today's only moderate snow, and we're both wearing radiation protective suits, so we can still give it a try. After a few more days, it won't be convenient for us to go out. Originally, I had planned to clear the mutant squirrel nests over 2 days, since they're not all that close together. But given the current situation, we might not be able to go out tomorrow, so we need to clear as many nests as possible today. Chu Si-I nodded. If Ji-Xian said to do it, then do it. He was their team's risk assessor, and if he saw a way forward, then he would do it. Ji-Xian took out his watch and looked at it, frowning slightly. He said to Chu Si-I today, let's go kill that mutant squirrel. It's been staying in this den for the past few days. Maybe. It's already going into winter. Chu Si nodded. Indeed, it's snowing, and if winter hasn't ended yet, when will it? Ji Xian looked at the locations on the map, considered it, and said to Chu Si, we don't have enough time today. It seems we have to abandon one den. Let's go hunt the mutant squirrel first. On the way back, we can check the other two locations. Chu Si leaned over, and saw that the location Ji Xian had specifically marked was the second farthest from the base. The farthest one had obviously been abandoned by Ji Xian. She checked the kilometer number on it and thought, we really need to hurry. As the two hurried on, a fine snowflake began to fall from the sky. Then the snow grew heavier, covering them headfirst in clumps, and everywhere was a blanket of white. Chu Si, is this snow? Are they bullying her for being inexperienced? Ji Xian pulled Chu Si over and covered her mouth and nose. Don't eat it. Chu Si nodded. No wonder, everyone was so reluctant to come out when they heard about snow. She could still control her mouth and nose, but some snow always got in her eyes. Chu Si grabbed Ji Xian and said, close your eyes. I lead you. Even if her radiation level increased, it could be reduced with ordinary energy stones, but Ji Xian didn't have any special energy stones to waste. Royal jelly was too precious. If any of it was wasted, they would be heartbroken. So, Chu Si leading the way was undoubtedly the best option. Ji Xian thought for a moment. His eyes weren't much use in this kind of weather. He could still detect danger with his ears, so he closed his eyes and let Chu Si lead the way. As they neared their destination, Chu Si hesitated. Had she really taken the wrong path? But that couldn't be possible. The paths she'd taken were all green, indicating she was on the right track. But why wasn't there a single tree here? Where had the squirrel built its nest? The place Chu Si and the others had found was a rare stone forest, with only a few shrubs and weeds. She nudged Ji Xian. What's going on? We agreed. I didn't take the wrong path. As she spoke, she even handed over her watch for Ji Xian to see. Ji Xian still trusted Chu Si's ability to follow the navigation. He pulled out their robotic spiders. Last night, while resetting Black Egg 2's equipment, he discovered a multi-person control feature. Now, Chu Si and Ji Xian could directly control the two little spiders using their watches. Ji Xian scattered them into the stone forest. The screen on his watch split in two, and he projected it onto the snowy ground before him. But before the two little spiders could send back any useful information, they knew the situation was dire. Chu Si was startled. She whispered to Ji Xian in disbelief. Is that the sound of a wolf? Ji Xian immediately activated the two mechanical spiders on his watch to follow them. He then immediately pulled Chu Si up and retreated in the direction they had come from. Ji Xian's face darkened. Oh no! We must have been targeted. Hearing the wolf's howl approaching, Ji Xian no longer cared about hiding his whereabouts. He pulled Chu Si along and fled at top speed. Chapter 244. Ji Xian pulled Chu Si backwards, checking the situation behind them through the little mechanical spider. He frowned. 3 mutant gray wolves. Chu Si had no idea what mutant gray wolves looked like, but she did have some experience with wolves. She didn't think they could handle even 3 of them, let alone the mutants. Wolves? Unlike those little Karami creatures she encountered before, these were true hunters, and they worked in teams, making them quite formidable. Now Ji Xian didn't need to pull them back. Her legs moved at lightning speed, pulling Ji Xian along at a rapid pace. Snow fell steadily from the sky, and the strong wind carried tiny icicles like sandpaper, constantly biting at their faces. Chu Si was relatively well off, wearing the hood Ji Xian had given her. Ji Xian, however, was in a much worse state, his face soon showing signs of frostbite. Unfortunately, Chu Si didn't enjoy this protection for long. The cold wind blew the hood of her cloak off, and Chu Si had no time to adjust it. The sound of falling snow brushing against her ears was deafening through the hood, so she ripped it off. She had no choice. For safety reasons, she had originally designed the ear holes to be very small, and now, this was seriously affecting her focus on escaping. 3 gray wolves quickly caught up. Chu Si didn't even need to turn her head to know that danger was approaching. As the 3 behemoths approached, the ground felt like it was shaking. Chu Si took a moment to glance back. Oh my god! Buffalo! Large predators the size of buffalo. Chu Si wanted to die. This shock was no less than seeing a tiger or lion in the wild, and here were 3 of them. Ji Xian was naturally aware of the noise behind him, but that wasn't the worst of it. Just now, he detected through his watch that 2 more mutant gray wolves were following them. This was a pack of 5 mutant adults. The noise behind him was getting closer. Jixian pulled a piece of snake meat from his bag, originally meant for the mutant squirrels, and threw it over. Unfortunately, the bait was for the mutant squirrels, so he hadn't prepared many pieces of snake meat. Most of it was potatoes and other edibles. A gray wolf, attracted by the food, sniffed it and gobbled it up. Huh? Jixian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed these mutant gray wolves weren't too vigilant. He immediately repeated the same trick by throwing snake meat pieces to the other two gray wolves, but this method clearly didn't work for everyone. The other two, overjoyed at the sight of prey, disdained any small gains and pursued them without a moment's pause. Chuxi's eyes darkened. She was determined not to let them get any closer. She immediately drew her crossbow, turned around, and fired a second arrow at the wolf's head. It landed directly on the front leg of the mutant gray wolf on the left. Chuxi hadn't held out hope for the wolf's head shot. Every animal has the instinct to protect its head, but the second arrow had definitely hit the mark. The gray wolf cried out in pain as Chuxi's crossbow bolt pierced its calf, halfway lodged in its calf. Blood flowed immediately. The three gray wolves stopped abruptly, indicating a heightened assessment of their danger level. The 2 men and 3 wolves stopped in the open snow, facing each other. Jixian quietly told Chuxi what he had just discovered. 3 mutant gray wolves became 5? Chuxi swallowed. What chance of survival? They couldn't run, and they couldn't fight. Wasn't that a sure thing? Expecting her to just accept her fate was obviously impossible. Chuxi glanced around. There was a patch of bushes about 50 meters to the east. She quietly asked Jixian, if we run over there, can we use the same method we used to kill the mutant pheasants to kill these gray wolves? Before the 2 mutant gray wolves behind us come up, let's lure them over there. Jixian exhaled deeply and shook his head. Chuxi's method wouldn't work against the mutant gray wolves. They were natural hunters. If they showed any signs of fear, they wouldn't even make it 50 meters before the wolves would be killed. Besides, the forest wouldn't hinder their hunting. So, Chuxi's plan to separate them in the woods was completely unfeasible. Watching the 3 gray wolves approach, their front legs lowered, fangs bared, in attacking stances, Chuxi felt a surge of anxiety. What should he do? Would he just have to fight them head-on? Damn it! She couldn't even stand up to a mutant pheasant, so how could she possibly survive a gray wolf? Jixian was much calmer. As a mercenary for years, he faced countless near-death situations. In this situation, overthinking was pointless. The gray wolf, already devouring the snake meat, shook its head sharply and stomped its 4 legs a few times. Jixian could tell the anesthetic was taking effect. He raised his crossbow and instantly fired 3 bolts, all aimed at the wolf's head. The gray wolf tried to dodge, knowing the weapon's lethality, but the effects of the drug weakened its control, and 1 bolt pierced directly into its eye socket. This injury was countless times greater than the one to the forelimb, and the intense pain actually stimulated its brain to clear its head. With a woof, the gray wolf charged forward, biting directly at Jixian's head. Jixian dodged with a roll. Chuxi also wanted to roll aside, but when she saw the gray wolf biting Jixian, her mind went crazy, and she raised her arms to meet it. Chuxi punched the wolf's jaw, closing its gaping mouth. The huge recoil sent her flying backwards. Fortunately, the snow had already fallen, and she rolled twice on the ground, so she wasn't really hurt. Though the gray wolf wasn't injured, Chuxi didn't gain anything. At least, she had managed to secure aggro points. Chuxi screamed inwardly, beauty is so deceptive. Why are her hands so quicker than her brain? Chuxi twisted from the ground and tried to get up and run, but it was too late. No wolf would easily let go of its prey lying prone on the ground, its neck exposed. These guys were so shameless. The 2 sides weren't even on the same fighting level, and yet they resorted to a sneak attack. This was truly applying the theory of the lion stalking the rabbit to practical use. A mutant gray wolf, upon seeing Chuxi fall to the ground, swiftly pounced over. Jixian, startled, immediately tried to rescue her, but it was too late. They hadn't fallen close together. At that moment, Chuxi's mind went blank. She couldn't think of any way to deal with the situation. She instinctively threw her arms in front of her to protect her vulnerable neck. Crack! Chuxi cried out in excruciating pain. His arm was broken, his arm was broken. Seeing that Chuxi had only been bitten on the arm, Jixian breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately raised his crossbow and, while the wolf was biting Chuxi, shot an arrow directly into its eye. Then, another arrow also struck the bull's eye. The wolf howled in pain, and Chuxi was able to free himself from it. Jixian, run! Chuxi, upon hearing the sound, immediately ran forward, clutching his arm, and Ji followed. Chapter 245. The pain in her forearm irritated Chu Si, whose face turned pale, and whose steps began to unsteady. She fished an energy stone from her lapel, and tried to stuff it directly into her glove. Ji held it for her. Wait a moment. The 3 mutant gray wolves behind you have been anesthetized. Just bear with it for a while. Once we're out of danger, I check on you. I'm afraid that after you use the energy stone, your bones will heal immediately, and you have to break them and reattach them. Chu Si shuddered and quickly stuffed the energy stone back in. To avoid suffering a second time, she felt she could endure it a little longer. And now that the mutant gray wolves behind her had been stricken, she finally saw hope of survival. These giants must have energy stones in their bellies. Chu Si couldn't help but feel tempted, so he suggested to Ji, once we reach the forest ahead, let's find a chance to take out these 3 giants, right? Ji decisively shook his head. No, there are 2 mutant gray wolves behind us. We're no match for them. From the previous battle, Ji was almost certain that these 3 mutant gray wolves were just pups, barely reaching adulthood. He and Chu Si were merely prey for them to practice their hunting skills. They could still manage to fool the 3 inexperienced young wolves, but as for the 2 experienced older wolves behind them, they had virtually no chance of defeating them. So, escaping now was the only option. They absolutely couldn't let the 2 mutant gray wolves catch up. Thankfully, the 3 mutant gray wolves behind them were gradually losing strength, their limbs losing control, and Chu Si and Ji were finally able to shake off their pursuers. The 2 of them sprinted, not daring to hesitate for a moment. As they ran, Ji dialed Fu Bowen's number. When the call came through, he said without hesitation, "Bowen, give me an audio clip of a wild wolf immediately." Fu Bowen immediately knew the situation was urgent, and without further questioning, he immediately downloaded an audio clip of a mutant wild wolf's howl from the mercenary team's database. In this situation, as mercenaries, they knew that audio was generally only useful as bait or to intimidate the enemy. Who would use a wolf's howl as bait? So Brother Xian and the others must have encountered a very difficult situation. And this recording could help them delay for a while. As soon as the audio came through, Ji immediately turned on the speaker, turned the volume up to full blast, and hung the watch on a nearby tree. The wolf howls echoed one after another, interspersed with threatening growls. Chu Si wondered, will this work? To be honest, she didn't think such a simple trick could fool those gray wolves. Ji pursed his lips, put his watch away, and immediately pulled Chu Si away. He wasn't entirely sure if it would work, but he hadn't heard of any mutant wolf packs in this area before, so the wolves here were likely recent migrants or simply strays. A pack of only 5 wild wolves was considered a small group within the gray wolf population, so Ji concluded they wouldn't easily clash with other packs. Furthermore, the audio just now had the howls of at least a dozen wolves, so they should be even less likely to give in. After hearing Ji explanation, Chu Si finally felt a sense of relief. She had been genuinely frightened, and now she finally understood Ji good intentions. It turned out that her koi attribute wasn't enough to save her from this danger. It had a limit. It could only be used within a certain range. Any mistakes would be tolerated, and she would be killed. It was like today. Even if they managed to kill a few mutant gray wolves, they wouldn't have the courage to go back and collect their bodies. The koi's luck could only save her life. If she dared to ask for more, she would only die. Chu Si couldn't help but ask Ji did you encounter this kind of situation often when you were a mercenary? Ji nodded, almost every time. Their mission levels would adjust based on individual or team strength, so every time they went out, they were risking their lives. The dangers of the Wasteland were omnipresent, for it was no longer human territory. Every step they took was a struggle for survival amidst the powerful mutant beasts. Chu Si chuckled to herself. After killing a few rats and bugs on her own, she thought she understood the Wasteland. Now, it seemed ridiculous. The wind and snow grew heavier, quickly covering their fleeing footprints. Ji took the watch from Chu Si's wrist and reconnected it to the 2 mechanical spiders. He saw that the wolves, intimidated by the audio, had finally retreated. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives seemed finally saved. I hadn't expected that killing a mutant squirrel would lead to a standoff with the wolves. Thinking about it now, the mutant squirrel had always been there, most likely because it had become a hunting target for the gray wolves, but unfortunately, it was left there forever. Chu Si watched through the screen as a wild wolf finally fainted from the effects of the drug. She was immediately delighted. Brother Xian, will the wolf pack abandon their fallen comrades? Can we wait and pick up the bodies later? Ji Xian had previously disagreed because he didn't want to engage in a direct confrontation with the Grey Wolves. If they left, they could sneak over, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But Ji Xian dismissed her idea. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to go back. If the wolf pack is certain their comrades are dead, they eat them themselves. So, whether they wait for the unconscious Grey Wolf to wake up or eat it directly, it's none of our business." Eat? Chu Xi had never imagined that wild wolves could be so brutal to their own teammates. No, if they ate it, wouldn't the anesthetic spread? No, Chu Xi rejected that idea herself. The dosage wasn't enough. It wouldn't be enough to poison all the mutant Grey Wolves. It seemed they were doomed to suffer a heavy loss today at Grey Wolves. Not only did they gain nothing, she also lost an arm, and wasted a lot of weapons. Oh, and she also lost a watch to Ji Xian. However, it wasn't a complete loss. At least Chu Xi now had a much clearer understanding of her own position. It was just a drop in the ocean, nothing significant. Chapter 246. Ji Xian controlled a small mutant spider, and brought it to the tree where he had originally placed the watch. The spider climbed up the trunk, and Chu Xi watched as the spider inserted one of its legs into the hole in the watch strap. It then twisted around in the crevice, freeing the watch, which had been loosely stuck in the branch. Ji Xian adjusted the camera's angle, confirming the watch was grasped by the creature. He then let it slowly crawl towards them, dragging it along. Chu Xi was surprised. So, this thing could be used like this? She silently gave Ji Xian a thumbs up. Great. Now the damage could be mitigated. Ji Xian patted Chu Xi's head and said with a smile, "Why are you so surprised? You didn't think I was going to throw the watch away, did you?" Chu Xi gave an awkward laugh. She had really believed that. It seemed her mind was still too rigid. Ji Xian observed his watch for a moment, confirming that the two mutant Grey Wolves hadn't returned. Only then did he finally feel relieved. He pulled Chu Xi over. "Come, I treat your arm." Chu Xi was a little reluctant, but there was no other way. The wound had to be treated. Because she was wearing thick clothing today, with snakeskin armor underneath, the severity of the wound wasn't apparent from the outside. But Chu Xi knew full well that her arm was broken, its movements no longer obeying her brain and dangling crookedly. The two of them found a sheltered spot, and with Ji Xian's help, Chu Xi removed the clothing from her arm, revealing its miserable state. Chu Xi shivered with cold, and Ji Xian quickly wrapped her cotton jacket around her, finally bringing some relief. The injury on her arm wasn't as bad as she imagined. Protected by the snakeskin jacket, there weren't any obvious open wounds. Her arm was indeed broken, and now her entire forearm was swollen. The area below the wolf's fangs was particularly dark purple, swollen to a shimmering black. The skin above was so thin it looked like it could break. Ji Xian tried it directly. Although he was careful, the pressure from his fingers still made Chu Xi grimace. She grumbled, gentle. I'm rubbing it off." Ji Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only yesterday had the solar panels at home been damaged by hail. Other times, she'd never been so short of water that she could rub off dust in the middle of winter. But judging by her boastfulness, it seemed like it wasn't a big deal. It seemed the pain was far from her limit. Ji Xian reached out his hand again, confirming that only one bone was broken. With a clear mind, he went to a nearby tree trunk, cut a straight branch, and split it in half with his knife. He then prepared to treat Chu Xi's injury. He had treated injuries of this severity before, so he wasn't worried about any technical issues. He was worried Chu Xi wouldn't be able to handle it, so he deliberately distracted her with words. Then, with a sudden force, his hand ripped open the wound, and Chu Xi, who had been babbling, couldn't even utter a single "ah," only gasping for air. It took her a long while to finally catch her breath, her words stammering. "Ji Xian, you have no martial ethics." Ji Xian quickly secured her arm with a wooden stick and buttoned her coat. "Where's the energy stone?" Chu Xi pointed to the hidden pocket on the front. Ji Xian's expression froze, and her hand froze there. Chu Xi, frustrated, reached out and took it out. "Tell me, isn't it too late for you to be shy now? You were quite skillful when you took off your clothes just now." Ji Xian looked at Chu Xi, feeling his authority challenged. He took a deep breath, turned her head, and kissed her on the lips. "So, are you satisfied now?" Chu Xi stood there, stunned, a momentary daze. Just when Ji Xian expected her to be shy, her brain finally rebooted. She covered her mouth with her left hand, and looked at Ji Xian with excitement. "Brother, you finally made it." Ji Xian was so frustrated by her stare that he wondered, why wouldn't Chu Xi be shy? Why should Chu Xi be shy? It's a legitimate benefit. Why wouldn't she be afraid to claim it? Looking at her hopeful eyes, Ji Xian wiped his face and placed a hand over hers. Alright, let's see where my watch is. Chu Si pulled Ji Xian's hand away. Never mind, impatient people can't get their hands on hot tofu. Looks like there's no hope today. She unlocked the watch and handed it to Ji Xian. The two of them leaned their heads together, staring at each other in boredom. Suddenly, Ji Xian again controlled the little mechanical spider to retreat. Chu Si looked over and saw what seemed to be a faint footprint on the ground. Ji Xian frowned, and Chu Si asked worriedly, "Is there something wrong?" He thought for a moment, then said to Chu Si, "This isn't necessarily bad news for us. These are likely the footprints of a mutant bull, and judging by their direction, they should be heading towards the wolf pack that just chased us." Chu Si's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean they still have a chance to return and launch a surprise attack? Chapter 247. Ji Xian did have that idea. After all, 3 of the 5 gray wolves had already been crippled. Now that he had the chance to take them all down, he was naturally tempted. However, Chu Si was wrong about one thing. It wasn't them, it was him. He would go back alone. Ji Xian patted Chu Si's head. You only have one usable arm now, and you can't even hold a crossbow steadily. How can you go back and help? I go back and see. If there's a clash between the wolves and the mutant bison, I take advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If not, I return immediately. Chu Si nodded, but she was still a little worried. Can you handle 2 mutant gray wolves alone? Hearing this, Ji Xian thought for a moment before nodding. In fact, if the 2 sides engaged in a fight, he was confident he could ambush one of the gray wolves. But if things were truly hopeless, he would try to save his own skin and not take risks. Ji Xian controlled his watch, directing the spider carrying his watch to continue moving in their direction, while he sent the other spider to monitor the mutant wolf pack. When the little mechanical spider finally reached the mutant gray wolf, the two were thrilled by the scene there. The bison and the gray wolf had met, and the 2 mutant gray wolves were already in attacking stances. Ji Xian decided not to wait any longer. He couldn't wait until the fight had truly begun before approaching. He gathered his weapons and left their hiding place. Chu Si monitored the movements of the 2 little mechanical spiders through his watch. Before long, the little mechanical spider dragging Ji Xian's watch was snatched up by a large hand. After putting it down, he saw Ji Xian's large face. Chu Si nodded. Great, a victorious meeting. Ji Xian tapped the little spider's shell twice, a gesture of greeting. He then donned his watch, quickly took control of the 2 spiderlings, and headed towards the wolf's haunt. From a distance, Ji Xian could hear the howling of the mutant bison. He frowned, and his pace quickened. Although there were no large trees nearby to provide shelter, the weeds were still quite dense. Ji Xian ducked down and hid within. He deliberately circled around, choosing a spot downwind. Furthermore, since he was quite far away, the gray wolves were busy hunting, and didn't notice him for a while. The mutant bison was significantly larger than the 2 gray wolves. 5 times larger might be a bit exaggerated, but probably 3 times larger. This bison had a bad temper, constantly attacking with its horns, and the mutant gray wolves couldn't get close enough. But the wolf pack was a natural hunter. Even with only 2 members left, they were adept at making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. One gray wolf was constantly harassing the mutant bison from its head, while another had quietly circled behind it for a surprise attack. Ji Xian raised his crossbow and, just as the wolf climbed onto the bison's back again, released an arrow. Excellent! The gray wolf was struck by an arrow in the back. With a howl, it fell off the mutant bison's back. It turned its head toward Ji Xian, but Ji Xian had already crouched down and hidden. One of the animals had already been poisoned. Ji Xian only had to wait for the poison to take effect. He silently calculated the number of arrows he had left. He had only a few of the special crossbow arrows made for mutant pheasants, and he couldn't waste them. The injured gray wolf couldn't find its attacker, and with its companions calling out to it, it had no choice but to continue the fight. Ji Xian quietly raised his head and tried to attack the other mutant gray wolf, but unfortunately, its presence was obscured by the bison, and he was momentarily helpless. Not long after Ji Xian left, Chu Si heard an unusual rustling sound. Her heart suddenly tightened. She had already been frightened by the wolves today, so she desperately needed to prevent any more trouble. Chu Si's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Ji Xian had been right. She couldn't even use a bow and crossbow now, and with her broken arm weighing her down, she was completely useless. She looked around in panic, but fortunately, the sound soon died down again. Chu Si quietly put her things on her back. This place couldn't be stayed any longer. There was a large rock not far away, with a thicket of bushes nearby. That place should be more concealed than here. Chu Si decided to find another hiding place. When she arrived at her new hiding spot, carrying her bag, she had just rounded the boulder when her steps faltered. A large mutant goat lay crouched behind the boulder, its body already covered in a thick layer of snow. At the sound of Chu Si's footsteps, the goat looked up. Chu Si's heart died in that instant. This truly was a great spot. Apparently, not only she but the mutant goat saw it that way too. She hurriedly retreated. The goat in front seemed to be trying to get up, but with a single movement, large flakes of snow fell from its body, and Chu Si saw several bite wounds on its back. The blood was dark, clearly indicating it had been injured for quite some time. However, the wounds had healed very poorly, and the slightest movement caused new blood to flow from the gaping wounds. The goat braced itself, standing up and striking at Chu Si. Chu Si felt itchy, but she could only retreat. She had no choice. She was now a complete wretch. After just a few steps, the mutant goat collapsed. Chu Si, how about a little slugfest? For safety's sake, she retreated a few dozen meters, then drew her crossbow, crouched down, and used her knees to steady her aim. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the mutant goat's leg. Chu Si, so easy to hit. She felt a little unbelievable. After all, it was such a massive mutant. The goat roared in pain, then struggled to stand. Chu Si quickly fired another arrow. Good job. This time the mutant goat was completely unable to stand. Although the goat was extremely weak, the drug's effects took some time to kick in. Only after its head began to droop unconsciously did Chu Si dare approach with her armor-piercing hammer. Determined to strike while it was weak, Chu Si decisively struck it with the hammer. Her goal was achieved, though the process was rather brutal. Since it was her first time killing such a large creature, she was a little unsure. Chu Si took a little blood for testing. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation. Not recommended for consumption. Chu Si calmed down. With such a large mutant, she hardly expected it to be edible. She painstakingly cut open the mutant goat's stomach and pulled out 2 energy stones, 2 ordinary ones. Chu Si felt a pity. Ji Xian would have to wait until next year. She tested the energy values of the 2 stones one by one, and surprisingly, both reached sea level, a very good start. The mutton couldn't be eaten, but the hide and horns were still needed. However, the mutant goat was so large that Chu Si couldn't possibly tear off its hide entirely. She walked over to the goat's back, preparing to make another cut. As she approached, Chu Si nearly tripped over something she thought was a rock. When she looked down, she saw a smear of white on the ground. It was a lamb, a dead lamb. Its white body was so well hidden in the snow that even if the mutant goat had stood up before, she wouldn't have noticed. Chapter 248. This lamb must have died shortly after birth. Chu Si finally understood why the mutant goat was so weak. The injuries and childbirth had severely depleted its body. Unfortunately, the lamb's life was lost, and the goat itself was also at its end, giving Chu Si an opportunity to exploit. No, Chu Si quickly squatted down and cut open the lamb's body with a knife. A drop of blood dripped onto his watch. Ding! Low radiation mutation, edible. Wow! Low radiation mutant meat. Chu Si immediately picked up the lamb. This one must have weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms. Chu Si was delighted and immediately wanted to tell Ji Xian the good news, but fearing that he was at a critical moment, he had to suppress it. Ji Xian was now truly at his most critical moment. The other mutant gray wolf had been hiding on the other side of the bison. He had no choice but to attack the mutant bison as well. Crossbows didn't do much damage to the bison, as its hide was too thick. Even with Ji Xian's specially crafted leather armor arrows, they could only inflict minor flesh wounds. Its fat was so thick that the poison from the crossbow arrows couldn't diffuse quickly. So, Ji Xian's arrow was merely intended to provoke the bison, encouraging it to expand its range. However, instead of frightening the mutant bison, it provided the mutant gray wolf with more information. It roared angrily in Ji Xian's direction, and Ji Xian was on full alert, fearing the worst. At that moment, the mutant bison took advantage of the gray wolf's anger to break through the blockade and flee towards the dense forest behind. At that moment, Ji Xian's breathing stopped unconsciously. Fortunately, the gray wolves hadn't abandoned the bison in search of new prey. They turned and quickly ran towards the bison, allowing Ji Xian to seize the opportunity and successfully sneak attack the last mutant gray wolf. He quickly crouched and left this dangerous area. Leave the 2 mutant gray wolves to the little mechanical spiders for surveillance. His first priority now was to deal with the 3 gray wolves he had previously defeated. Leaving them alive would always be a hazard. Ji Xian reached the site of the recent battle, and saw 3 mutant gray wolves lying on the ground from a distance. Ji Xian immediately drew his dagger, and dispatched all 3. He checked his watch, and saw the 2 gray wolves fighting the mutant bison in the woods. Ji Xian estimated the time, and cut open the stomachs of several wolves. The first one had no energy stone. The second one, Ji Xian found 2 energy stones. He checked his watch and found 1 E level, and 1 F level. Ji Xian reached out, and touched the wolf's belly, then silently withdrew his hand. If it didn't work, he had Chu Ci come over later. He clicked on his watch, and continued to monitor the movements of the other 2 mutant gray wolves. Finally, the one struck by the arrow initially began to show signs of the drug taking effect. Its body reaction slowed, and it was directly sent flying by the mutant bison. The force of this attack was clearly considerable, sending the gray wolf tumbling several times before finally coming to rest against a tree. There were 2 wild wolves in total, one now dead. Seeing the situation change, the other, reluctantly giving up the hunt, retreated with its companions. However, the effects of the drug on that wolf grew stronger and stronger, and soon it collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The other gray wolf circled around it in panic, wondering how it could be the only one left in their entire pack after just one day. Suddenly, the gray wolf stopped, sniffed the crossbow bolt on its back, and then ran directly in the direction Ji Xian and the others had fled. Ji Xian was startled. Oh no! It was ignoring the threat from the other wolves and seeking revenge. The drug still had a while to take effect, and Ji Xian couldn't let it find Chu Ci. But just in case, he sent a message to Chu Ci, asking her to evacuate immediately and find a more secluded place to hide, preferably among scented plants to mask her own scent. As for himself, Ji Xian narrowed his eyes. He inflicted numerous wounds on the wolf carcasses before him, then pulled them into the bushes in different directions. He found a suitable sniping position at a distance and crouched down, awaiting the arrival of the mutant wolf. Since the current amount of anesthetic wasn't enough for the poison to take effect immediately, he gave it a few more injections. Once the dose was reached, it would naturally take effect. When Chu Ci received Ji Xian's message, she knew something was wrong. This was a complete disaster. She looked around and found a place that fit Ji Xian's requirements. Unfortunately, it was where she had just dissected a mutant goat, and it smelled of blood. Thinking for a moment, Chu Ci cut a large piece of flesh from the goat and threw it directly to the spot where they had initially hidden. She wanted to drag the whole goat over, but it was too large for her to carry. With no other options, she had to resort to this last resort. But this place definitely wasn't safe anymore. Chu Ci simply tied some strong-smelling branches to her body, then set up her crossbow atop a boulder. This spot was specially chosen so she could cover both sides. Oh, I almost forgot. Chu Ci immediately moved the lamb to her side to protect it from other mutants. This must be her first low-radiation meat, right? It's incredibly valuable. When Ji Xian saw Chu Ci give him an okay sign, he finally felt relieved and prepared to engage in a hearty battle with the gray wolf. A moment later, the only remaining gray wolf came running. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and it scurried toward the nearby bushes. Pulling aside the grass, it revealed a bloody corpse. The wolf was furious, roaring and growling threateningly. Ji Xian then shot 3 arrows at it. It dodged one, but it wasn't so lucky with the other 2. Attacked at such close range, Ji Xian didn't expect to remain hidden. He immediately turned and ran to the next location, where the mutant wolf's corpse was hidden. Before the wolf could pounce, he kicked the weeds aside. The sight of another pitiful wolf's corpse stung the gray wolf's eyes. It charged forward recklessly, completely disregarding its own defenses. No matter what today, it had to take this human away. Ji Xian fired 3 more arrows, each one hitting its mark. However, this time, the situation was clearly more dangerous than ever before. The mutant gray wolf was no longer bothered by external factors, and was solely focused on Ji Xian's life. At such close range, a crossbow bolt wasn't much use. Ji Xian slashed and slashed, slicing directly through the wolf's belly. Unfortunately, the dagger was empty, failing to penetrate its defenses. But there was still some good news. Ji Xian noticed that the wolf's movements had slowed down. Even when he was clearly behind it, it would still rush forward 2 or 3 steps before recovering. That made it easy. There was a rocky forest ahead. If that didn't work, they could just go around. Finally, after tremendous effort, Ji Xian finally killed it within the rocky forest. He no longer had any desire to send Chu Ci to search for the body. This area was too far from the base, and too dangerous. It would be best for them to leave as soon as possible. Ji Xian put aside his worries and tested his blood. The high level of radiation made it unfit for consumption. After ripping open the wolf's belly, he pulled out an energy stone. It was a C-grade one. With this one, their trip would be a complete success. There were still 2 gray wolves left to be gutted. Ji Xian pondered for a moment, determined to take back the wolf's skins, claws, and bones. With such a large haul, renting a tricycle was essential. Furthermore, they still had a squirrel nest to dig up, so they definitely wouldn't be able to take anything. Furthermore, Chu Xi was injured. Ji Xian called Fu Bowen directly. Upon hearing about Brother Xian's condition, he immediately agreed. It was snowing today, so their team hadn't taken any missions, and was just doing some basic physical training in the training room. It was easy to get time off. After contacting Fu Bowen, Ji Xian video called Chu Xi. I'm done here. All 5 mutant gray wolves have been killed. There's too much stuff to carry back. I just contacted Bowen, and he'd be coming over in a tricycle to pick it up. Chu Xi was delighted. That's great. I have prey here, but I can't carry it myself. Ji Xian, He was a little unsure. You have prey there too? No, Chu Xi's arm is already like that. How can she hunt? Go up in a hand-to-hand fight? Chu Xi wanted to roll her eyes. Who are you looking down on? She turned her watch and saw a snow-white lamb. See? Low radiation meat. Ji Xian, What else could he say in this situation? This was the first time he heard of someone finding a small mutant beast in the wild. He decided not to humiliate himself any further, so he told Chu Xi directly that he still had to dissect the other 2 mutant gray wolves and hung up. Chu Xi smacked her lips. She hadn't finished her words yet. She also had to deal with the big one. It was inconvenient for her to use one hand. Chapter 249. After receiving Ji Xian's call, Fu Bowen immediately made arrangements to rent a tricycle. Thinking about what Brother Xian had just said, Fu Bowen pondered the situation. He felt the load of a tricycle alone wouldn't be enough to carry the skins and bones of 5 mutant gray wolves. So, he also rented a flatbed trailer. After returning with a few large plastic bags to block the smell of blood and a set of ropes, he set off. According to the plan, he would first pick up Chu Xi, who was closer, and then the 2 of them would rush to Ji Xian's place. However, he initially thought he was just going to pick someone up, but he didn't realize Sister Chu had an adult mutant goat waiting for him to dismember. Chu Xi gave an awkward smile. Well, it's troublesome, but one of my arms is broken now, so I really can't do the skinning and bone stripping work. Fu Bowen nodded in understanding. He was just a little surprised that Brother Xian hadn't even offered to lift such a large mutant goat. Luckily, he had the good idea to rent a cart when he left. Otherwise, how could he have hauled so much stuff back? He couldn't help but complain internally. Why was Brother Xian becoming unreliable? Luckily, Fu Bowen was very skilled at this job. After all, every time they went out on a mission and hunted a large mutant beast, they basically had to do this. With so much practice, what mercenary wouldn't be a skilled butcher? After seeing Chu Xi, Fu Bowen sent a message to Ji Xian. Ji Xian wasn't idle either. He first dragged the 5 mutant gray wolves together for easier handling later. In order to prevent the smell of blood from spreading, he buried it with snow. As for further processing, he would have to wait until Bowen arrived. He could just take it away directly after it was done to avoid attracting some carnivorous mutant beasts. After everything was settled, he glanced at his watch and frowned. According to the time, Bowen and his companion's car should have arrived by now, but all he could see was a blanket of falling snow, with not a single car in sight. He wasn't worried about the 2 of them getting into trouble. After all, if they did, Fu Bowen would definitely contact him immediately. But what was going on now? Ji Xian picked up his watch and called Fu Bowen. Bowen was also bewildered when he received the call. He had been thinking, Brother Xian shouldn't make such a stupid mistake. It turned out that he didn't even know about this. This surprise was truly enormous. He diligently peeled the goat's skin while giving Chu Xi a thumbs-up sign. Chu Xi smiled shyly and waved his good hand. Little Kara, it's just a routine operation. Bowen's expression was indescribable. He couldn't imagine how Chu Xi had managed to hold the mutant goat with just one arm. In this situation, what could he say? He could only concede defeat and say, awesome. Ji Xian hadn't heard a reply on the phone, so he couldn't help but ask again. Fu Bowen coughed lightly and said to Ji Xian in a very serious tone, Boss, the situation here is complicated. Let's have a video call. I think you may have underestimated my workload. Ji Xian was confused. What did underestimated his workload mean? He had a hunch that the problem might be Chu Xi's, but before he could figure it out, Fu Bowen's video call came through. As soon as Ji Xian picked up the phone, he was greeted by a massive mutant goat head, followed by its shaved skeleton. Although the skin and flesh had been peeled off, Ji Xian could tell at a glance that this was not the goat Chu Si had shown him. The reason was simple. The head was simply too large. He asked uncertainly, "Is this a full-grown mutant wild goat?" Fu Bowen nodded. "How's it?" "Boss, I wasn't kidding. Skinning and shaving this giant beast is a lot of work that won't take more than a few minutes." This was far from the simple grab your bag and go scenario that Brother Xian had described. Chu Si came over and said to Ji Xian with a playful smile, "How's it? Surprise, right?" Ji Xian nodded stiffly. The surprise was quite a big one. Fu Bowen looked at the mutant goat. The processing was almost complete, so he hung up the video call with Ji Xian. They would be there soon anyway. After Fu Bowen finished processing the mutant goat's body, he wrapped the bones and skin in a large plastic bag and tossed it into the truck bed. He then took Chu Si and her mutant goat with him, and headed off to meet Ji Xian. When Chu Si and the others arrived, Ji Xian was skinning a mutant gray wolf. With Fu Bowen's help, the skinning progressed quickly. As he peeled, Fu Bowen couldn't help but touch the scratches, feeling a little regretful. Such fine hides. What a shame they got so many cuts. Chu Si stood aside silent. She recognized the wolves. One still had the crossbow bolt she shot stuck in its leg. They all been knocked out by the anesthetic, and their condition was likely related to Ji Xian's last message. Ji Xian didn't explain. He patted Fu Bowen's shoulder and urged, "Hurry, there are a lot of mutants here. Let's finish quickly and get out." Fu Bowen's hands and feet immediately became more agile after hearing the order. Chu Si wasn't idle either, helping Ji Xian with the work. Although she was disabled, she was still strong enough to help lift an arm or a leg. As Chu Si worked, he whispered to Ji Xian, "How was the harvest?" "I got 2 C-grade energy stones from the mutant goat, but unfortunately, they're just ordinary." Ji Xian paused for a moment, then replied, "Not bad. 1 C-grade, 1 E-grade, and 2 F-grade ones." Chu Si, She was a little reluctant, "One or all?" Ji Xian's face turned green, and he hesitated to answer. He felt like Chu Si was trying to kill him. Looking at Chu Si's aggressive expression, he felt a little frustrated. "For some reason," he said, "a kiss will clear this up?" Chu Si immediately leaned forward. It wasn't a big deal, these were unexpected windfalls for them. Ji Xian sighed, took Chu Si's head in his arms, and just as he was about to lower his head, he saw Fu Bowen glaring at him from a distance. He glanced at him, and Fu Bowen immediately raised a wolf leg to block his gaze. "TSK, TSK, 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 how shameful. Just now I told him to work faster, and now he's flirting with Sister Chu. He's the epitome of being lenient with himself and strict with others." Fu Bowen complained, but his men didn't stop. He didn't dare to openly watch. He was afraid Sister Chu was too shy and would ruin the boss's plans, leaving him in the lurch. There was a guy nearby, and the one in his arms was also acting up. Ji Xian had no choice but to give Chu Si a light kiss on the forehead. "Get back to work. This isn't a place to stay for long." Chu Si rubbed his forehead, a faint sadness welling up in his heart. "You say, after all this progress, why are you regressing?" Ji Xian, with a slightly awkward expression, raised a wolf leg and said to Chu Si, "Help me." Chu Si sighed inwardly and silently stepped forward, acting as a heartless tool. Chapter 250. With the 3 of them working together, the skinning and debonning of the gray wolf was accomplished quite quickly. Fu Bowen retrieved several empty large plastic bags from the truck bed and separated the skin and bones. He then tied them to the flatbed trailer pulled behind the tricycle. The trailer had hooks on all 4 sides, so anything tied to it was secure, without worrying about the ropes coming loose. After finally finishing the work on the gray wolf, Chu Si checked his watch. It was already 1:30 p.m. Wow! What a wonderful day! Now they could finally get back to digging out the squirrel nests. Ji Xian clicked on his watch, ready to send the locations of several squirrel nests to Fu Bowen. Chu Si looked at the second farthest one, perplexed. She asked Ji Xian, "Has this location never changed?" Hearing this, Ji Xian deliberately expanded the map. Indeed, the real-time location sensor installed on the squirrel didn't match their current coordinates. This meant that the location might actually be a squirrel's den, and they had simply been targeted by wolves when they arrived. Chu Si naturally considered this possibility and immediately excitedly asked Ji Xian, "What should we do? Should we go check it out?" Ji Xian pondered it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In fact, there was another possibility. The current location was the den of a mutant gray wolf. After all, Wild wolves also have the habit of bringing food back to their dens to eat. However, even if it was a mutant gray wolf's den, it wouldn't be a big problem. Even if there were lingering gray wolves, there would usually only be one, caring for the pups. With their 2.5 combat forces, they should be able to handle it. Even if there was danger inside, they had the mechanical spiders, allowing them to scout the situation beforehand. If the situation proved unfeasible, they could simply withdraw. Fu Bowen drove back outside the stone forest and hid the car in a secluded spot. Chu Xiai took out the 2 mechanical spiders and, using his wristwatch, directed them to crawl towards the designated location. It wasn't far from the stone forest's perimeter, and they reached the designated spot in no time. Chu Xiai was stunned. This wasn't a lair at all. To be more precise, it was a place where mutant gray wolves used to take care of their sanitation, commonly known as a toilet. She was speechless. She hadn't expected this outcome. This was undoubtedly a joke from heaven on them. Give it up. Their efforts were in vain. Chu Xiai nudged Ji Xian next. Seeing this scene, Ji Xian and Fu Bowen were actually a bit stunned, but they quickly reacted. Fu Bowen even jumped out of the car. Why are we walking? We arrived at the Black Gold Zone. Fu Bowen was excited, and Ji Xian was also smiling, looking very happy. Chu Xi's mouth opened twice, her expression quite interesting. But she wasn't stupid. After a little thought, she understood the reason. Could mutant animal feces contain energy stones? Fu Bowen chuckled and nodded in affirmation. Of course, otherwise why would it be called black gold? Sister Chu, do you think a place like this is easy to find? I'm telling you, it's hard to find, even when those mutant animals, well, go to the bathroom, they have to find secluded places. We rarely encounter them. Even if they were lucky enough to find a spot and linger there, they'd easily be targeted by mutant animals. If it were a large herd, it would be extremely dangerous. Chu Xiai understood. To summarize Fu Bowen's meaning, it essentially meant don't miss this opportunity. After getting out of the car, Fu Bowen excitedly chopped 3 branches from a nearby tree. He trimmed the branches and distributed one to each person. Chu Xiai swallowed, her heart racing. Oh no! Why did she have this feeling she was going to be forced to collect manure? It turned out her premonitions often worked. The 3 of them entered the stone forest, traversing the dense undergrowth, and finally reached their destination. Well, overall, this place was much better than Chu Xiai had imagined. After cleaning up after themselves, the gray wolves would bury the remains to prevent other mutants from tracking them by the scent. Besides, the ground was already covered in snow, leaving the areas not covered by the haystacks a blanket of white. As soon as they entered, Fu Bowen and Ji Xian immediately set to work with their small sticks. They searched very carefully. After all, opportunities to obtain energy stones without risking their lives were rare. Chu Xiai spent 2 minutes outside preparing herself mentally, wiped her face, and resolutely entered the battlefield with her small stick. She carefully navigated the minefield with her tool, poking here and there, sweeping here and there, until she hit her target. Chu Xiai was stunned for 2 seconds. Oh! Why bother? Never before had she understood more deeply than now that she had come to this wasteland to endure the trials and tribulations of life. The suffering she endured previously had only tormented her body, but now it was finally her soul's turn. Red fruit? Chu Xiai bent down, rolled a snowball into her hands, and rubbed it against the surface. Ah, it was indeed. Chu Xiai looked up. The other 2 were so diligently searching that no one even glanced at her. She rolled the energy stone left and right in the snow, finally wrapping it in a leaf and quietly hiding it in her front pocket. She didn't want to let Fu Bowen know about finding the red fruit. Although he seemed reliable so far, the allure of the special energy stone was too great, and she didn't want to take the risk. Suddenly, not far away, Fu Bowen excitedly exclaimed, "Here's one." He immediately picked it up from the ground and checked it with his watch. It was an E-grade energy stone, 302 points. He caressed it lovingly, then reluctantly handed it to Ji Xian. Alas, he wasn't a member of the team, and he hadn't discovered this treasure trove. So, he could only participate in the fun of picking up energy stones. This time, his role was simply as a porter and driver, earning the commission Brother Xian gave him. Ji Xian held the energy stone in his hand, thought for a moment, and said to Fu Bowen, "You take 1/3 of this energy stone, but we won't cover the vehicle rental fees or anything like that." Fu Bowen's face lit up, and he nodded frantically. That's fine that way, he thought. He could at least double his earnings. Chu Xiai watched the excitement over there while scratching the ground with a branch. Oh! Another red fruit. What's going on? Chu Xiai was surprised. 2 red fruits so close together. Is this the chassis of a gray wolf? Truly a European wolf. Chu Si got excited too, and the three of them dug for a while, but alas, they found nothing else. On the way back, Fu Bowen boasted. It seemed like he'd been incredibly lucky today. After all three of them had been busy, only that one had harvested an energy stone, completely defeating the other two opponents. Haha. Ji Xian noticed Chu Si's displeasure, and went over to her side to offer some comfort. However, as soon as he approached, Chu Si leaped 2 meters away. Ah! Everyone was consciously keeping their distance. It wasn't that she disliked Ji Xian, she simply disliked everyone equally, including herself. Chu Si raised her arm and sniffed. No, there was a strange fragrance on it. Chu Si suddenly remembered a terrifying piece of knowledge. It seemed that diluting black gold more than 200 times would give off the fragrance of jasmine. The world truly was magical. Chapter 251. While sitting in the car, Chu Si was filled with emotion. What had all this been? Today, she and Ji Xian had planned to simply dig out a squirrel's nest. First, they were chased by wolves, and then she had her arm bitten off. In the end, they managed to pull a victory back, and then, by chance, they ended up digging out manure. What a rich experience. Chu Si reached out to lightly support her chest, watching the falling snow and grinning. Apart from anything else, she had made a killing. She leaned against Ji Xian and quietly took out the 2-leaf bags. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Did you just pick it up?" Chu Si nodded, her tone full of confidence. "Let's see who's the Supreme King." Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh, then nodded in agreement. You're the Supreme King. Haha, a Supreme King who's afraid of shit. As she spoke, she opened a leaf bag in her hand. Ji Xian took a quick look before quickly pushing it back. He opened his mouth, then pointed at the 2-leaf bags in front of him, uncertainly asking, "Are they both?" Chu Si nodded, her smile swaggering. Was my title of Supreme King just a joke? It had to be something real. Ji Xian silently gave her a thumbs up. With the protection of these 2 special energy stones, and the nourishment of the mutant royal jelly, perhaps he could truly recover this winter. Looking at Chu Si's cunning, shining eyes, he felt both amused and helpless. How could a grown man like him feel like he was being chased every day? It was strange. Chu Si had been so timid before, sometimes afraid to even look him in the eye. What was going on now? Did confirming their relationship give her courage? Ji Xian tilted his head, thinking. Could it be that he was too shameless, allowing Chu Si to find pleasure in teasing him? Ji Xian pondered it, and it seemed so. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, Chu Si had been the one taking the initiative. He deliberately ignored Chu Si's hopeful gaze, and asked a completely unrelated question, "How old are you?" Chu Si was stunned. She was 26, and her original self was 19 and a half. After a half-second of reaction, she replied, "Almost 20. This age was recorded on her watch. It was impossible to fake it. Ji Xian held her close to him and said, "Do you know the Wasteland laws? At what age can women get married and have children?" Chu Si, Not even her original self knew the answer. 18? After all, 18 was considered an adult. Chu Si figured that with the harshness of life in the Wasteland, the legal marriage age would simply be pushed forward. The result was beyond her expectations. Ji Xian shook his head. The law stipulates that you must be 21 to officially register for marriage. Precisely because of the harsh environment here, and to ensure the survival rate of women giving birth, the law requires marriage certificates to be obtained at 21. Of course, many people boarded the bus first and paid for their tickets later, but there was no need to tell Chu Si about that. Chu Si sighed, and then, that was it. What did this have to do with her? They had no plans to have children. Ji Xian rested his head on her shoulder. Are you still flirting? Chu Si looked bewildered. Why can't I flirt? What's the connection between the two? Marriage is marriage, and love is love. Ji Xian's words today were just a reminder. When she turned 21, they should get married and become a legally recognized couple. She nibbled on Ji Xian's cheek, responding to his verbal provocation with action. Ji Xian's expression froze. This seemed like the first time Chu Si had taken the initiative to kiss him. Chu Si confidently shoved the 2-leaf bags into Ji Xian's hands, eager to speak directly and generously. Fortunately, she caught herself in time, otherwise, who knows if Ji Xian would have asked her to follow the car on a training drive in the heavy snow. Fu Bowen followed the navigation, and saw that the second squirrel hole should be approaching. He turned around to discuss a suitable parking spot with Brother Xian. As soon as he called out Brother Xian, he realized that something bad had happened and hurriedly turned his head back. Chu Si sighed. It was over. It was all over. She only just given out this gift a short while ago, and she still hadn't received any benefits. She really wanted to sing Fu Bowen a song now. You should be under the car, not inside the car. Sure enough, Ji Xian kissed her on the forehead and turned to talk business with Fu Bowen. Chu Xi nodded noncommittally. Not bad, he said. He even knew how to comfort his wife. Chu Xi glanced up and saw the fleeting figure of a large squirrel not far away. She was speechless. This place was so close to the detected squirrel nest. Could it be that the mutant squirrel wasn't dead, but simply lost its locator? She patted Ji Xian's shoulder and pointed behind the car. A mutant squirrel just ran away from there. The big squirrel might not be dead. Ji Xian frowned, a bad feeling welling up in his stomach. Chu Xi's speculation was partly to his mind, but there was another possibility. Squirrels, like animals, have a habit of stealing. If their own food supply wasn't enough to last them through the winter, they would ask a few neighbors for voluntary assistance. The three of them immediately found the second squirrel burrow Ji Xian had marked. It was also a tree hollow. Chu Xi lowered the two small mechanical spiders, and they slowly crawled into the burrow along the trunk. One glance and their hearts sank. The burrow was practically empty, with only a dozen peanuts scattered at the bottom. This was likely a simple food storage cave. There wasn't any hay or other nesting material inside. Fu Bowen volunteered to crawl in, and then ran out with a dozen peanuts in his pocket. The three of them were speechless as they looked at the handful of peanuts before them. It seemed the squirrel nest digging mission was truly ill-fated. There were only 4 locations, one fake, one already robbed, and before they even begun, half of the 4 had already been killed. Ji Xian peeled the peanuts and silently handed them to Chu Xi. Chu Xi awkwardly took the knife in his left hand and carefully cut the peanuts, then wiped the scraps of the knife onto the watch's testing table. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Ji Xian discarded the highly radioactive peanut and continued peeling it, handing it to Chu Xi. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Unfortunately, with just a dozen peanuts, Chu Xi couldn't find a single flower. In the end, none of them were spared, all were inedible, highly radioactive food. Fu Bowen lamented, what a shame. If we had come earlier, we might have trapped the mutant squirrel in its hole. Now we completely lost everything. Ji Xian sighed. There was nothing he could do. Let's go check out the other 2 locations first. The 3 of them quickly climbed into the car and immediately headed for the other sites. Thankfully, the next site didn't go too badly wrong. They packed 3 large bags of dried fruits and seeds, including a lot of nuts, which needed to be taken home for testing. The last site was the tree hole in the raspberry forest. Since they had already taken some away last time, this time, they only found 2 sacks of stuff. Following Chu Xi's instructions, Ji Xian even searched the mutant squirrel's grass nest. Unfortunately, there were no energy stones. He did find a few beautiful pebbles, but they were just ordinary pebbles, beautiful and useless. This must be the little squirrel's unique hobby, and it was a perfect end to the trip. Chapter 252. On the way back, Chu Xi leaned against a few sacks of nuts. Walnuts? She wondered how many would be edible. They were fragrant if roasted. There were also sunflower seeds in the sack. She calculated the date and decided it was perfect. She was waiting for Chinese New Year and wanted to discuss with Ji Xian about a little extravagance. Sunflower seeds were good for poverty, so at least they could bring good luck for the coming year. The car hummed into the shantytown, attracting a lot of attention. There were so many things. The front bed was filled with several sacks, and the back cart was laden with mutant animal skins and bones. But the presence of the mutant animal carcasses also frightened the scoundrels. Finally, the car drove directly into the safe zone, and their little tricks had to be put aside. That was not the place for them to run wild. They had no use for the 5 wolf pelts, so Ji Xian had Fu Bowen drive the car to Old Li's place. They also liked to see if he had any solar panels delivered. He could tell that if Chu Xi didn't shower today, she wouldn't be able to face her crib. They sorted the wolf pelts, keeping one in relatively good condition for their own use. Ji Xian wanted to sell the other 4. Chu Xi wanted to keep the sheepskin to make a large sheet. It would surely provide excellent warmth. As for the lamb, there was no doubt she wouldn't sell it. Chu Xi pointed at the bones. Sell that? Honestly, she'd been meaning to ask why they brought back bones this time. They'd lost the mutant chicken bones during their previous hunt. At this point, Ji Xian felt a little embarrassed. Old Li didn't accept bones. The only reason the base collected mutant animal bones was to make organic fertilizer, but hiring a car to bring them back wasn't cost-effective. Ji Xian wanted to bring all the bones back because even if there were only 5 wolf pelts, he and the already injured Chu Si couldn't bring them back. Since he had to rent a car, it wouldn't be a problem to bring more bones. He had previously made crossbows from mutant chicken beaks and claws, and he thought they were very effective at penetrating armor. With winter approaching, and him having nothing else important to do besides polishing parts, he wanted to give the bones a try to see how hard they were. Of course, this idea needed to be tested to see if it would work. He was just experimenting now. Hearing Ji Xian's plan, Chu Si nodded. She thought it was a good idea. Give it a try. After all, winter was the time to do odd jobs around the house, so she had plenty of time. 3 of the wolf pelts they traded to Old Li were severely damaged and couldn't fetch much. The remaining one, which was relatively intact, could fetch a slightly higher price for Old Li's car. In addition to the 3 solar panels, Ji Xian also purchased an outdoor video monitor, which he would mount on the 2nd floor. This would allow him to monitor both the greenhouse and the warehouses outside. In the end, they only received 76 credits. Old Li had just closed a big deal, and was in high spirits. Before Ji Xian left, he reminded him to pick up some more polishing work. He smacked his lips and said, "I don't think this kind of work will be easy this winter." Ji Xian paused and approached Old Li with a smile. "Master Li, do you have any inside information?" Old Li rubbed his teeth. "These guys are really two-faced. They call me Old Li when nothing happens, but Master Li when something happens." He chuckled and said, "Do you know about the hematite mine about 20 miles northwest of Xiqing district?" Ji Xian nodded. The base only had a few mineral resources, so for mercenaries like them, it wasn't a big secret. He had even been to the hematite mine Old Li described before on a mission to hunt mutant beasts. But what's going on there? What was going on that affected his ability to polish parts? Could it be that they were running low on iron, or? That was definitely bad news. It meant the base's development was about to be severely hampered. Old Li chuckled. "What are you thinking? The base has discovered a new mining area. The previous one was almost completely mined, so it's simply become an abandoned mine." Ji Xian remained silent. He had a hunch that he wouldn't want to hear what Old Li was about to say. The old man relit the half-smoked cigarette behind his ear, puffed deeply twice, and narrowed his brows in comfort. After a moment, he continued, "I heard that the abandoned mine has been subcontracted to the boss of the parts processing factory. Do you think he wants you to mine for him, or just stay home and grind off cuts?" Ji Xian sighed. If that was true, then his parts grinding job this year would certainly be tough. After thanking Old Li, the others emerged from the grocery store. To verify the authenticity of the information, Ji Xian went directly to the window where parts processing was received. Just one glance, and he knew Old Li's report was likely true. This year, the cost of processing a single part has not only dropped by nearly 1/5, but the deposit requirement has also been increased. Originally, a deposit of 10 points would have netted you a set of 20 parts, but now, the same set requires 30 points. 30 points is no small sum. Ji Xian felt a bit downhearted. He simply paid 90 points, intending to receive 3 sets of parts. However, he was told that they could only receive 2 sets at a time, a completely unprecedented rule. In the past, no one cared about this. As long as you submitted tasks regularly, and in the required quantity, no one would question how many parts you received. Now it seemed that the owner of the parts processing factory was indeed pushing people towards the mines. Chapter 253. After receiving the parts, Fu Bowen drove the 2 of them home on his tricycle and helped unload everything. Ji Xian swiped his card, opened the door, and he and Fu Bowen moved the skeletons and skins to the newly built storage room. They piled all the other items in the small living room by the door. Ji Xian transferred the points to Bowen, and his work for the day was done. Fu Bowen said goodbye to the 2 of them, and drove the tricycle back to the rental company to return the car. Ji Xian heated up the food and asked Chu Si to watch the fire. Then he carried the newly purchased solar panels and video monitor upstairs. Watching him carry such large solar panels up and down, Chu Si felt anxious. It was snowing heavily, and if they slipped, it would be bad. Unfortunately, she was disabled and couldn't help at all. Thinking of Fu Bowen, who had just left, she said to Ji Xian, "Why don't you call Bowen back? It's too much trouble to do this alone." Ji Xian shook his head firmly. "No, I can do it alone." "You're kidding." This was work outside of the assignment. He wanted Fu Bowen's help, so he had to pay him a separate fee. The thought of this made Ji Xian work even harder. It wasn't like he couldn't do it. Even if it was a little slow, it didn't cost him points, which gave him peace of mind. He and Chu Si were ordinary people. How could they hire someone for every little thing? Besides, Snowy weather seemed completely normal to Ji Xian. He spent about 2/3 of his winter working like that. After the snow stopped, they still had to clear the snow from the roof so they could get it out to a safe area. So even if they didn't climb now, there would be plenty of opportunities later. The solar panels were only a little troublesome to transport, but once they were on the roof, installing them wasn't that difficult. Since there were already 2 mounting spots, he didn't even need to reinforce them, he could just screw them in. The last area was quite small, so he went through the trouble of drilling several mounting holes. The wiring was already pre-installed. After Ji Xian installed it, he simply connected the power source to the battery. He checked the battery's charge level, and found it had less than 3 bars. It wasn't much, but it was enough to heat water for Chu Si's bath today. Ji Xian couldn't help but think of Chu Si's evasiveness today. He secretly raised his arm, and sniffed. It seemed not much, and even if there was any, it would have been blown away by the strong wind. Dinner is ready. Chu Si called from below, the meal already heated up. Ji Xian glanced at the video's surveillance system, which was only a few screws away from installation. He gave an okay sign, and tightened the screws even faster. Dinner was simple. Ji Xian simply heated up some ingwa rice porridge, and specially prepared a dry grasshopper for Chu Si to eat with. Chu Si was surprised. Was this a 2-free reward? A big grasshopper for each of them? Ji Xian pushed the bamboo plate in front of her. Your arm is broken, so you need some protein. Chu Si's face was filled with pain. Doesn't that mean you only get meat if your arm is broken? Ji Xian's hand froze in midair. What was going on? Why did it feel like something so painful had suddenly come to mind? He thought carefully about what he had just said. It didn't seem wrong. Sighing heartbrokenly, Chu Si resignedly broke the grasshopper in half, eating half himself and handing the other half to Ji Xian. Ji Xian shook his head. No, starting tomorrow, we won't have to go out scavenging for a while. This is your hospital meal, I don't need it. Seeing Chu Si still looked uninterested, he added, you be recovering these days. Add some protein-rich food every day. How about making you some chicken soup tomorrow? Chu Si's mouth watered uncontrollably. Look, look! How many hours until tomorrow? Ji Xian was at a loss for words. Hurry up and eat. Tomorrow's only a short sleep away. I boil some water for you to wash with. The battery isn't very full, so hurry up and don't wash for too long. Chu Si nodded. This was business, otherwise, she always smelled like 200 times the fragrance of jasmine. The mutant grasshoppers were roasted to a crispy perfection, their meat fragrant and tinged with a hint of sweetness. The only downside was their shells were so hard they were practically impossible to eat, like the shell of a mantis shrimp. After finishing her meal, Chu Si went to get some hot water. Even with one hand, she could easily scoop a few pots of water. Looking at the grasshopper legs lying on the table, Ji Xian sighed helplessly. He used a knife to scrape out the meat and placed it on a small bamboo plate. He then scraped the remaining shells into his bowl and slowly ate them with rice porridge. Any food with low to medium radiation levels was extremely precious, so Ji Xian wouldn't waste anything edible, even the shells. After dinner, he took out the wire and began weaving a solar panel to protect it from falling objects. After a while, Chu Si called out from outside, Ji Xian, help me get a big bamboo bucket. Ji Xian responded and rolled a bucket out from the storage room. After a moment's thought, he asked Chu Si, will you wash in the bedroom today? Chu Si used to wash in the small living room, but the windows in the new house hadn't been installed yet. Although the windows were smaller and had curtains hung over them, the cold wind still inevitably blew in from outside. Chu Si shook her head. No, I leave it here. I shower quickly, so I won't catch a cold. She really didn't like moisture getting on her bedding, especially in winter. Ji Xian frowned, watching the curtains that were occasionally blown by the wind. He didn't agree with Chu Si's choice. Unfortunately, Chu Si was determined to take a quick shower in the outer room. She believed that a cold shower didn't matter, a warm bed afterward was the most comfortable. Has anyone else enjoyed winter swimming? She's far from that. Helplessly, Ji Xian could only step back and find the 2 small windows. Wait a moment, then. I install the windows while you have time. Chu Si wanted to say it really wasn't necessary, but at Ji Xian's sharp gaze, she immediately learned her lesson and nodded obediently. Even her single arm couldn't stop her from serving tea and water. Ji Xian, no need for your help, just sit there and wait a minute, it'd be done in no time. He mixed the cement. The window size and frame were a perfect match, so Ji Xian had no trouble installing it. In a short while, the window was installed. Sure enough, after the window was installed, the house was indeed much warmer without the draft. The steam from the boiling water in the pot quickly gathered in the living room. The space was small, so it didn't take long for the temperature to rise noticeably. He nodded in satisfaction. It's done. Ji Xian helped Chu Si pour the water into the large bamboo bucket, then added some cold water. When he felt the water was about the right temperature, he asked Chu Si to come over and test it. Is it okay? Chu Si nodded. It's done. Clear the room. Chapter 254. Looking at the person who hadn't moved, Chu Si glanced at him in confusion. The area had been cleared, so what was going on? Why weren't they leaving? Water cools so quickly in winter. Don't waste time. Ji Xian naturally saw the meaning in Chu Si's eyes, and coughed awkwardly. Your arm can. Chu Si immediately beamed and said, no. Hurry up, the water's getting cold. Ji Xian, His face, still slightly flushed, suddenly turned a shade of defeat. He helped Chu Si unbutton her clothes and lowered them. Ji Xian then took her arm and examined it. The energy stone had indeed been effective. Chu Si's arm was barely swollen, though the purple-black teeth marks remained. Chu Si sat in the tub, while Ji Xian sat beside it with his back to her. Listening to the splashing of water in the bucket, Ji Xian suddenly felt that Chu Si was truly heartless. This was true for things he disliked, but also for things or people he liked. Was it the same? He himself had never been in a relationship, but he had seen others who had, and they weren't like that at all. Chu Si gave him the feeling that she was blatantly taking advantage of him, and her love was just lip service. At least Chu Si never blushed with embarrassment, nor did she ever look him in the eye with such deep affection. It was nothing like a couple in the throes of passionate love. Ji Xian felt a little frustrated. Should he be thankful for having a relatively good-looking face? He opened and closed his mouth, clenched his fists, but finally raised the question. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. If Chu Si truly didn't love him, how would they get along in the future? Would they just go back to the way things were before? But they already kissed and hugged, so it seemed like there was no going back, was there? Chu Si blinked and wiped the mist from her face. In her mind, Ji Xian had always been full of pretentiousness, but she hadn't expected to be troubled by such a question. Are you sure you weren't asking who to save first if you jumped into the river? Same cliché. Just decide to be together, and that's all that matters. Being comfortable with each other is the most important thing. Thinking for a moment, Chu Si turned around, leaned over the edge of the tub, and proposed a scenario. During the honeymoon phase of love, women tend to rely on men. Tell me, if I told you I couldn't open the supplement and asked you to do it for me, would you punish me? Ji Xian, He couldn't bear to think about that scenario. Chu Si curled her lips. See? That's it. What else do you want? Of course, she thought about it, but she couldn't say it out loud. She felt that they were a perfect match living together, so naturally she tried her best to keep Ji Xian steady. Tell me, isn't the ultimate goal of a relationship to be together forever and live a happy life? Do you think we can achieve that? Ji Xian couldn't help but nod. He didn't know whether Chu Si loved him or not, but he was very clear and unwavering in her desire to live a happy life with him. Chu Si smiled and kissed him on the lips. You're my choice. I promise to stay with you forever. Ji Xian's lips couldn't help but curl up a little, but there were some things she had to ask in advance. If someone more handsome than me comes along in the future, will you fall in love with him? Chu Si, I can't say for sure. You're kidding. I'm very territorial. How could I just jump on someone so easily? Ji Xian's eyes darkened, and he cupped her head in his arms. Be good, remember what you said today? Eating anything you don't like can give you stomach upset. Chu Si immediately collected herself. Just kidding, why does it feel like a slapstick? She assured him, ever since we confirmed our relationship, you've been my only one. As she spoke, she bared her huge white teeth, a smile of undeniable sincerity. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Ji Xian patted her head. That's even better. Do you want to transition directly to a husband and wife relationship? Chu Si's heart was pounding with alarm. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Ji Xian was about to become a wolf. She coughed lightly and cautiously replied, yes, but things are moving too fast. Do you want to wait? Ji Xian suddenly smiled. Okay, wait a little longer. I go get you a towel. He then stood up and went to the inner room. As soon as he opened the door, he couldn't help but smile. So that was true. Chu Si was truly a spring-loaded person. The typical example of someone who's weak when the enemy is strong, and strong when the enemy is weak. After a moment's thought, Ji Xian simply pushed the two beds together in the bedroom, using Chu Si's large bouncy mattress as a cushion. After everything was done, he left with a towel. When Chu Si, bundled up tightly, entered the bedroom, she was immediately startled by the large double bed. She looked up at Ji, speechless for a moment. You, why did you push the beds together? Ji nodded, answering matter-of-factly yes. What couple sleeps in separate beds? Chu Si, But we're not married yet. We don't have a marriage certificate. After a moment's thought, she tactfully said, I'm not even 20 yet. Ji nodded. Yes, I'm an adult. Chu Si, You already said all the words. Ji, aren't you going to sleep yet? Chu Si glanced at the half-finished solar protection netting he made and pointed at it. Aren't you going to finish that thing tonight? Ji shook his head. No, and there's no need to scavenge tomorrow. There's plenty of time. In bed, Ji held Chu Si in his arms. He suddenly understood Chu Si's former happiness. Chu Si now felt powerless, as if someone else had taken over his life. Truly, revenge is a cycle of revenge, and why bother to take advantage of his wife? Chu Si lay in her den, feeling a sense of despair. She could almost foresee the path of her future. Chu Si was so obedient that Ji was a little uncomfortable. He turned her over and lifted her chin with his right hand. What? It's only been a few days, and you're already immune to this phase? His eyes grew increasingly dangerous, and Chu Si immediately leaned forward and took a bite. How could it be? I love it so much. I love it the most in the whole world. Ji looked down at her, his eyes deepening. Chu Si swallowed hard. Brother, you evolved so much. I can't handle it. Thankfully, Ji didn't do anything ruthless. He tapped Chu Si on the forehead. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Chu Si nodded immediately and obediently closed her eyes. Ji, you can take a few breaths to avoid suffocating yourself. Chu Si, Ji, I'm your uncle. Chapter 255. The next morning, when Chu Si woke up, Ji was already out of bed. She nestled comfortably in the covers for a few moments before climbing up to get dressed. It must be said, a big bed is just the best. No matter how she slept, she wouldn't fall out. Of course, it was only luck that Ji didn't know this, because the number of times she kicked someone last night completely negated the bed's advantage. Chu Si carefully moved her right arm in front of her eyes to examine it. The swelling was gone, and the bite marks from the wolf had vanished. She carefully clenched her right fist. Very good. Her movements were much more agile than yesterday, and even the slightest movement didn't cause any tearing pain in her arm. Chu Si was very satisfied. Judging by this, her arm should be almost fully healed in a day or two. Where's the energy stone? She looked under the covers. How did it end up in Ji corner? Chu Si took out her watch and placed the energy stone on it. The energy level read 81. When she left this morning, it was still a silly 250, but now it successfully lost weight. Chu Si immediately set the energy stone aside. Ji was right. Now no one needed to go out scavenging, so it didn't matter if she healed slowly. The wound wasn't infected, so it wouldn't be a big problem. She might as well just let it heal slowly. She and Ji had fought tooth and nail to get these energy stones back. They had to be used sparingly. After wrapping the bandage, Chu Si hung the broken arm around her neck and strolled out of the bedroom. The moment she opened the door, she was almost drawn to the rich aroma of chicken. Wow! It smelled so good, so good. Brother Xian was so reliable. He hadn't forgotten to make chicken soup and had already arranged it for her. Ji sat on a small stool, watching the fire while making chicken soup and weaving a solar-powered wire mesh fence. Chu Si smiled coquettishly. Brother Xian, when can we eat? Ji raised his eyebrows and smiled. Brother Xian, you can eat anytime. Chu Si took 2 seconds to react, then his face flushed. Was he going crazy? Could he even talk properly? He took a deep breath. No, the chicken soup wasn't ready yet. Chu Si pulled his lips together and pointed at the pot. I'm talking about chicken soup. Oh, Ji nodded. That'd have to wait a while. I just cut some asparagus into the chicken soup. It'd have to wait at least 10 more minutes to cook. Oh my god, besides chicken, there's also asparagus. Chu Si instantly stopped fussing with his words. Today, there's a real treat. Ji stopped teasing her and got down to business. Come here, let me see how your arm is healing. Chu Si's smile faltered. In her current state, it looked like she wasn't even worthy of a hospital meal anytime soon. But she felt guilty about deceiving Ji for a couple of bites. After all, Ji was doing this for their own good. Feigning illness to get a treat was truly despicable. After enduring it for so long, Chu Si finally thrust her arm toward him, like a hero amputating his own arm. For a moment, both of them were silent. Because she had extended her arm on her own, Chu Si was a little incredulous. It's completely healed already? She flexed it a few more times, unconvinced. Oh, it really works. I didn't even notice. She truly hadn't noticed. She hadn't dared to try it this morning. Ji Xian nodded and said to Chu Si, "It's okay. The chicken soup is still yours. I make it for you tomorrow. But you can't put dried bamboo shoots in it casually from now on." Chu Si nodded frantically. "I never call you Ji Popi again, Brother Xian. I think you still love me." Ji Xian, chicken bones for soup naturally need to be cooked twice more, otherwise it's a bit of a waste. When the bones were finally boiled white, he'd take them out and make bone meal, which he could drink with water to supplement calcium. Chu Si's face turned a little green. She covered her eyes with her left hand, suddenly feeling sorry for herself. Ji Xian looked a little amused and pulled Chu Si's hand away, comforting her. "Okay, there are 2 pieces of chicken stewed for you." Chu Si was happy, but this also touched a deep place in her heart. Before, Chu Si had an ordinary life, ordinary looks, ordinary family, and an ordinary job. But such an ordinary person actually wore it. Even in the hard times, she never imagined that she would one day fight over a few pieces of chicken. Alas! Chu Si sighed deeply. Life is so unpredictable. All she could say was that this time travel was completely worthless. She toiled away every day scavenging, yet she couldn't even hope for more work, more pay. After all this hard work, she couldn't even afford a full meal. She looked up at Ji Xian. Oh! This was still a win. She raised her head and kissed Ji Xian on the mouth. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Is she okay again? Chu Si, What are you looking at? You're not letting me kiss you anymore? This is all I have, okay? Look again, and I cry. Ji Xian checked the time on his watch. Chicken soup should be ready. Want to eat now? Chu Si eat. Ji Xian smiled, moved Chu Si aside, and went to set the table. As the pot opened, the rich aroma of chicken wafted out. When the mist cleared, she saw the scene inside and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, there's meat on the chicken bones." Ji Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, there is meat on the chicken bones. I give it to you later." Chu Si scratched his face sheepishly and muttered softly, "No, I'm not a patient anymore. I don't need special care." Ji Xian shaved the shredded meat off with a knife and placed it in Chu Si's bowl. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not a patient anymore, but my wife still needs special care." Hearing this, Chu Si's big teeth flashed with joy, his smile so wide that it showed. He called me his wife. Ji Xian filled the bowl with soup and handed it to Chu Si. "Try it. It smells so good." The chicken broth was covered in golden oil, and slightly yellowed shreds of meat floated in it, with a garnish of asparagus. Chu Si sipped along the edge of the bowl. It's really delicious. Previously, mantis eggs were her #1 delicacy, but now they've been given the top spot. Chicken soup and shredded asparagus are a perfect match. The freshness of the chicken and the freshness of the asparagus, especially in the dead of winter, is so comforting that every pore feels so soothed. Ji Xian, holding a bowl of clear soup, was also enjoying the experience. Chu Si smacked her lips, swallowing the shredded chicken in her mouth. She looked at Ji Xian with a determined look. He left all the meat for her. He was handsome and kind to her. Chu Si counted on her fingers, wondering how many years she would have to work in the real world to find such a gigolo with her current circumstances. At the end, she put her hand down in frustration. She seemed to understand why she had traveled through time. Wasn't this just like buying a house first, paying off the mortgage later? Ji Xian reluctantly pointed at the table in front of Chu Si. Eating? Why are you distracted again? Chu Si took a deep breath. You don't understand. I'm just trying to figure out if this house is a good deal. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. We already found a bargain here. Chu Si nodded. Yeah, you're right. I can't go back anyway, so having a house is better than nothing. Ji Xian took Chu Si's bowl and was about to scoop the 2 pieces of chicken into it, but Chu Si hurriedly stopped him. Wait, just a bowl of soup will do. I'm saving the meat for tomorrow. She knew about sustainable development. She didn't know if there would be bone soup tomorrow, but the bone soup with meat was definitely gone. She had to make plans for the future. Chapter 256. After a hearty breakfast, the two of them went about their business. After Ji Xian finished weaving the wire mesh, he climbed onto the roof to install it. In the remaining time, He pulled out his angle grinder and began grinding parts. He first made a rough estimate, then used the mapping function on the machine console to refine any areas that weren't up to standard. Chu Xiai dragged the goat out and swiftly began to work on it. Seeing the parts in Ji Xian's hands, she suddenly realized, Brother Xian, since each person can only receive 2 sets of 40 parts, can Fu Bowen and I get some? That way, the number will go up. Ji Xian paused his work, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. No rush. Polishing parts is competitive, and it's hard work to earn, with low profits. Now the revenue has dropped by 1/5, which is a huge loss for us. Besides, the mechanical operating table we use for surveying and mapping requires energy stones to operate. Let's try a batch first, so we don't end up losing money. Ji Xian also had another concern. Since the machinery factory was intent on pushing people to the abandoned mining area, there might be some complications during the inspection. So, there was no rush to polish the parts. He should wait until the market stabilized. Chu Xiai nodded. As long as Ji Xian could succeed, he would be happy. Seeing him lower his head again and begin outlining with a black pen, Chu Xiai consciously stepped aside and silently gathered her mutant lamb. She casually scooped up its belly, and then remembered that this little creature had died in childbirth. How could there be an energy stone in its belly? Chu Xiai tried again, determined to find nothing. Looking at her empty palm, she suddenly remembered something. When she found the 2 red fruits, she hadn't even tested their energy levels, and she hadn't even known their specific levels before giving them to Ji Xian. She looked up at the man busy polishing parts. A densely woven chain peeked out from around his neck, and Chu Xiai reached out to grab it. No! The bottom of the necklace was empty. Ji Xian pulled the 2 leaf bags from his pocket and handed them to her. They were still in their original packaging. Chu Xiai asked in surprise, "Why aren't you wearing them?" Ji Xian nodded and explained, "I plan to take the royal jelly at noon, and when the effects take effect in the evening, I wear the special energy stone." He had calculated the time, so after taking the royal jelly at noon, the effects would take effect around evening, so he wouldn't have to worry about working during the day. Chu Xiai, warrior, his last tragic experience, was still fresh in his mind. I didn't expect the young man to regroup so quickly. She took out 2 special energy stones and placed them on her watch for testing. One was E grade, with an energy value of 428, and the other was F grade, with an energy value of 269. Chu Xiai felt a little regretful. The grades of both energy stones were a bit low. A C or D grade would have been much better. Ji Xian, on the other hand, was quite satisfied, as these were more than enough. Thinking of the last scene, Chu Xiai still felt uneasy. Ji Xian's condition at the time seemed like he had completely fallen into a coma. Although Ji Xian finally regained consciousness after spitting out blood, Chu Xiai still felt that this situation was extremely uncontrollable. What if Ji Xian ate too much? Who knows, he might be beyond help. Sensing she was in a bad mood, Ji Xian put down his work, pulled her over, and looking into her eyes, he assured her earnestly, "Don't worry, I won't rush into anything reckless. I won't leave you alone." Ji Xian smiled. "If you're worried, you can always keep an eye on me. I cut the amount in half this time, so the reaction won't be as intense as last time." Chu Xiai glanced at the 2 special energy stones in her hand, which seemed to offer some assurance. She nodded. Since Ji Xian had made his decision, she could only support him. She returned to the bedroom, and soon emerged with a glass bottle containing the royal jelly Ji Xian had previously packaged. She took a small bamboo spoon from the table, and handed it to Ji Xian. "Don't wait until noon. Eat now. I watch." Ji Xian looked up at Chu Xiai, seeing the determination in her eyes. He took the spoon and scooped half a spoonful. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Chu Xiai suddenly stopped him. There was something she'd forgotten. The last time Ji Xian took royal jelly, he sweated profusely while sleeping. He felt like he'd been pulled out of water, and he even vomited blood. This absolutely couldn't be put on the bed. She patted Ji Xian's shoulder. "Wait a minute, I make you a bed on the floor." Ji Xian, He froze there, spoon in hand. Chu Xi's little cotton-padded jacket was truly leaky. In a fit of rage, he immediately stuffed the royal jelly into his mouth, threw the spoon away, and went back to polishing parts. Chu Xiai was terribly anxious. "Hey, didn't you say wait a minute?" Ji Xian, "Don't worry, the drug's effects will last you 10 days. Chu Xiai paused. Even with her usual composure, she could tell Ji Xian was angry. She trotted over to Ji Xian and explained with a playful smile, "Don't be angry. Sleeping in a damp environment isn't good for your health. I boil some water for you in a minute." Once the medicine wears off, you can wash off the sweat. As she spoke, she became stuck. Yesterday. It seemed like she was the only one who showered, while Ji Xian, who hadn't, had gotten into her bed. Oh my god, Ji Xian looked up in confusion, and Chu Xi forced herself to change her expression. Look, I didn't even dislike you for not showering last night. Doesn't that mean I truly love you? Ji Xian was satisfied with that. Why don't you go boil some water? Chu Xi nodded immediately, and ran to boil some water. Never mind. Judging by the look in Ji Xian's eyes, he'd be furious if she told him the truth. She might as well try to fool him for a while. Chapter 257. After finally coaxing Ji Xian into submission, Chu Xi leaned over to heat water for him. But looking at the large bamboo tub at home, she saw only a thin layer of water inside. It was definitely not enough for Ji Xian's bath. Mainly because she had bathed last night, and combined with today's daily consumption, the water hadn't been refilled in time. Looking at Ji Xian, who was still humming his angle grinder, Chu Xi decided to go out with the bamboo tub herself. She already knew where to get the water. To care for her recently healed broken arm, she only carried one bucket this time to avoid straining her new arm. Oh right, the lid had to be on too, to prevent it from falling into the snow. After about 10 minutes, Chu Xi arrived at the water point. It was much more convenient here than in the shantytown. There was no line, and there was no need to queue at all. Although the water supply still came from the same truck, he had a row of dedicated taps. Simply connect the pipes and you're good to go. There was no need for extensive staff supervision. Just watch out for any antisocial personality wasting precious water. Chu Xi randomly chose a spot, turned on the tap, and water began to flow. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt the water seemed clearer. She caught a sip with her hand, and indeed, she wasn't mistaken. The water from the shantytown was still slightly murky, with occasional tiny floating particles in it. Drinking water needed to be settled, and sometimes, she see Ji Xian toss a piece of purifier in. A woman in her 40s nearby noticed Chu Xi's actions, and immediately jokingly said, "What? Just moved in from the shantytown." Chu Xi turned around, smiled, and nodded slightly. Seeing Chu Xi nod, the auntie grew even more excited. It's the same with us. My daughter's made it big, and she's found a husband in the safe zone. Now, she's about to give birth, and my son-in-law, understanding that we have mobility issues, rented me a house here so I can visit her easily. Chu Xi envied her. Auntie, you're so lucky. Both your daughter and your son-in-law are so filial. Chu Xi's words were sincere praise. People born and raised in the safe zone have an innate sense of superiority toward the scavengers living in the shantytowns. Intermarriage between the two does exist, but it's rare. The few who do emerge are rare in the shantytowns, and they feel like their families can boast about their lives, as it's truly a great honor. But for the family in the safe zone, it's the exact opposite. They're eager to sever ties with the other family, lest they be burdened with a bunch of poor relatives. So, it's truly remarkable that the aunt's daughter and son-in-law have achieved this. The aunt's lips curled up slightly. Speaking of her daughter and son-in-law, she shared in the pride. Her daughter alone earned her a decent living, enough to put her ahead of all the other women and old ladies on the street. It's a shame that living here is nice, but there aren't many people left who are willing to listen to her boasts. Thinking of this, the aunt couldn't help but feel a little dejected. Alas! This scene is nothing compared to her days as a big shot in the shantytown. Moreover, many people here look down on those of us who rent. But the aunt was also very content. After all, living here has real benefits. The radiation here is low. Since moving in, her husband's long-standing leg problems have improved significantly, and she also feels that her chronic headaches have improved significantly. The old lady looked at Chu Xi and asked with a smile, "Little girl, are you buying a house here, or are you renting?" Chu Xi paused. "I'm here to stay with my relatives." "You're kidding. This old lady is a complete rumormonger. She can make something out of nothing, and she make a big fuss out of anything. If they're targeted by the serious mercenaries just because of this little chatter, where will she go to cry?" Chu Xi's heart was filled with alarm. She sensed the old lady was about to make a move. Seeing that the water was almost full, she immediately turned off the tap, said a polite goodbye, and grabbed the bucket, ready to leave this place of trouble. But just as she was leaving, the woman behind her, carrying a half-full bucket of water, caught up with her. "Girl, come this way too." Chu Xi, there's only one residential area nearby. The woman, "Girl, it's not easy living in someone else's house. You have to work harder to avoid being looked down upon." Chu Xi was now very thankful that their place was a single-family home, otherwise, With so many neighbors like her, she really wouldn't have been able to adapt. Girl. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, both of their watches rang simultaneously, and Chusi's head exploded. She had only received 2 such group messages, one for a hail warning and the other for a heavy snowfall warning, both of which were incredibly devastating. The woman's reaction was even quicker. She dumped the water out of the bucket and ran off, carrying the bucket. Chusi clicked on his watch. Hematite mine recruitment. More work, more pay. 20 kilograms of iron ore for 1 point. More work, more pay. 20 kilograms of iron ore for 1 point. More work, more pay. 20 kilograms of iron ore for 1 point. Location, Xiqing District Exit, about 20 miles northwest. Opening offer, free transportation for the first 3 days. Advertisement? Chusi looked up, but the woman had already vanished, leaving behind only a wet patch of water on the ground. After freezing, it was quickly covered by falling snow. A man carrying a bucket hurriedly ran by, then with a cry of awe, he fell, drenched in water. The man cursed, ignoring the pain as he climbed to his feet. A voice came from his watch. Are you okay? It's okay. I fell. Did you see the job posting just now? We have to go early tomorrow, or we might not be able to get on the bus. After she finished speaking, she noticed Chusi standing nearby. She whispered a few words to her watch, then limped off with her bucket in hand. Chusi smacked her lips. Woohoo! It seems the job openings in this mining area are far more intense than she imagined. She lifted her own bucket and slowly began to walk home. Back home, Ji Xian was still calmly polishing parts. Chusi hurried over and asked, Brother Xian, did you see that job posting just now? Ji Xian nodded. Chusi, Look at Brother Xian again. Look at how calm he is. She continued, Are we going tomorrow? Ji Xian nodded. Yes, I just asked Oldly to order the mining chisel, pickaxe, and searchlight. And 2 first aid kits. You need to pick them up later. As for whether electric mining tools are needed, we need to go and survey the area first to see how much ore is still available, and the status of the electrical wiring. Chusi nodded silently. Watching Ji Xian intently polishing the parts, she suddenly felt that this wasn't something worth discussing. So, this event, which would have shocked most families, was settled with such nonchalance in their home. After all this, Chusi had calmed down. She looked at the thin amount of water in the bucket. Okay, let's go get some more water. Chapter 258. Not long after Chusi left, Ji Xian felt distinctly sleepy. He couldn't help but yawn. He hadn't expected the drug to kick in so quickly. Summoning his last bit of energy, he turned off the angle grinder, walked to the front door, and locked it. Although he was now in a safe zone, he still needed to take basic security measures. Chusi had the key, so he could come in at any time. After everything was done, he staggered to the bedroom, slid onto the mat Chusi had prepared for him, and fell into a deep sleep. When Chusi returned, she pushed the door open and found it locked. She knew Ji Xian had probably entered a state of slumber. She hurriedly opened the door and rushed into the inner room, finding him soundly asleep on the mat. He must have just entered a state of slumber. His face was still rosy, and he was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of discomfort. It would take some time for the medicine to take effect, and the little water at home was barely enough for him to wash himself. All she had to do now was go to Oldly, and quickly pick up the items Ji Xian had ordered, then quietly wait for him at home. Before leaving, Chusi suddenly retreated. She pulled the necklace from Ji Xian's neck. Fortunately, the special energy stone was already on. She carefully tucked the necklace back on his body and hurried out. She ran at lightning speed the entire way, completing a 20-minute journey in 10. Seeing a row of wicker and wire-reinforced backpacks displayed at the entrance of the grocery store, Chusi inquired about the price. 5 points each. They were meticulously crafted, and with her and Ji Xian's current skills, making one that was equally heavy-duty and lightweight would likely be a struggle. Gritting her teeth, she simply bought one. Ji Xian had already paid for the items he ordered, so Chusi packed up and trotted home again. She hurriedly opened the door and saw Ji Xian still sound asleep, which made her feel relieved. She touched his forehead and found him fine, no fever, just a slight dampness, suggesting a possible sweating. Thinking for a moment, Chusi dug out the fabric she used to make bed curtains. She had sheets already, but the quilt was new this year, and she didn't have a suitable duvet cover at home. She'd take this opportunity to make another, and replace the one on the bed. Thankfully, she made all the quilts at home, so she knew the measurements, so there was no need to measure them. Oh, and she needed 2 more pillowcases. Chu Si mentally calculated, spread the fabric on the floor, took the measurements, and began to work. At noon, Chu Si took a quick sip of a nutritional supplement and tried to get some into Ji Xian, just in case his body ran out of energy while he was recovering. In the afternoon, Ji Xian began sweating profusely, his body temperature rising sharply. Chu Si could only wipe his forehead with warm water. Chu Si accidentally touched his hand, startled. It was so hot. Glancing at Ji Xian's tightly wrapped clothes, she smacked her lips and took them off. We were all family, so now wasn't the time to dwell on these matters. Of course, she still had to leave him with some dignity. As Chu Si stripped off her clothes, she mentally commented, "Wow. He's got quite a bit of body. Admittedly, he's a bit thin, but he's not a boiled chicken." She tilted her head and wiped it. Even though Ji Xian had been bedridden for so long, his muscles hadn't been completely depleted. No, Chu Si shook her head. "Don't rush. This will all be mine from now on. Right now, a life is at stake. Let's cool him down first." After a while, Ji Xian's temperature began to soar, his skin visibly turning red. Chu Si frantically wiped him down to cool him down, completely losing all her romantic energy, fearing he'd die. What should I do? Thinking for a moment, Chu Si pulled out the bottle of royal jelly, which had been somewhat contaminated. She put on gloves, poured some out, and applied it directly to Ji Xian's forehead. Fearing any negative effects, Chu Si didn't dare apply it extensively, testing it on his forehead first. Fortunately, the effect was quite good. After 4 or 5 minutes, the temperature on his head began to slowly drop, and she even felt a slight decrease in his shoulders. However, it had no effect on areas further away. Chu Si simply applied a thin layer all over his body, even paying attention to specific areas with her eyes closed. After Ji Xian's fever finally came under control, she draped a blanket over him and went to prepare his bath. Chu Si couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. It was a good thing she prepared this bed for him. Otherwise, with Ji Xian in his current state, sweating so much, and covered in royal jelly, the quilt would be not only damp but also sticky. I couldn't bear to look at it. How could anyone sleep in such an environment? Ji Xian finally calmed down. After Chu Si boiled the water, and saw that he showed no signs of waking up, she took out the quilt cover she hadn't finished yet, and continued working on it. The sky gradually darkened. Chu Si finished making her quilt cover, and sewed a few strips of cloth to seal it. Seeing that Ji Xian showed no signs of waking up, she went over to change the quilt cover herself. After making 2 more pillowcases, she stretched her slightly sore wrists. She thought she'd have to ask Ji Xian if they could get a sewing machine. It was so tiring to do it all by hand. After a while, she dismissed the idea. After all, she didn't have much time for needlework, so buying something like that seemed a bit wasteful. Chu Si sighed inwardly. It was all because of poverty. If her family had a million taels of extra food, she would definitely have hired someone to sew for her. Haha, you never thought she wouldn't even need a sewing machine then. Chu Si was hilariously amused when Ji Xian slowly regained consciousness. The distinct sour and spicy taste of royal jelly filled his nostrils. Could it be that the taste in his mouth hadn't dissipated after all this time? Ji Xian propped himself up, the quilt slipping off, and he suddenly felt a chill. He looked down and saw that he was now naked. He clenched the quilt tightly with both hands, his mind screaming Chu Si. Chapter 259. Chu Si had just put on her duvet cover when she turned around to find Ji Xian awake, now naked in bed. She hurriedly took the duvet cover and wrapped it around him. You've been sweating so much. What if you catch a cold? Ji Xian scratched at the duvet, his expression a little unnatural. Did you take off all my clothes? My pants? Too? Chu Si almost rolled her eyes. Why ask such a stupid question? Typical of making conversation. They were the only 2 people in the room, so why would they even need to guess? But even though she had done it, Ji Xian, being so impetuous, wanted to settle the score later. There was no way he could do that. Her face darkened, and she said sternly, Brother Xian, what are you thinking? We're all adults. Can you please stop having so many dirty thoughts? The situation just now was so dire. How could we care about anything else? In my eyes, you're just a patient, no different from men or women, understand? Ji Xian nodded woodenly. For a moment, he felt like he was insulting Chu Si's glorious and majestic image. Chu Si touched his chest, still sticky, and said to Ji Xian, I just applied a layer of royal jelly on you. I don't know how much of the energy has been absorbed. Do you want to wash it off, or wait a little longer? Ji Xian was stunned. Royal jelly? He touched his arm in disbelief, then brought it up to his nose and sniffed. A light, sour, spicy, and slightly sweet aroma emanated. Indeed, Chu Si had actually applied royal jelly to his body. At this moment, he didn't care about his innocence anymore. His heart was torn as if by a knife, and he felt so painful that he couldn't breathe. Chu Si. She's such a spendthrift. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the urge to cough up blood. Chu Si, startled, quickly excused himself. Relax, relax. I just used a little bit of the royal jelly contaminated with highly radioactive pollen and honey to apply to your body. As for the royal jelly you packed, I didn't touch it at all. Chu Si gently stroked his back. Ji Ba Pai, it's just a little bit of royal jelly. We really shouldn't be so distressed, right? Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled Chu Si forward. He felt the need to explain to Chu Si the importance of royal jelly to him. He looked at Chu Si with a serious expression. I'm a genetically modified human, and that won't change. My genetic instability will be a lifelong problem. That is, even if this genetic breakdown can be cured, I'm still very likely to suffer another in the future. Royal jelly is the most effective treatment for genetic breakdown I discovered so far. But the conditions for its formation are incredibly demanding. We might only discover it once in this lifetime, so we must not waste even a tiny bit. Even half a teaspoonful is enough to repair my body, understand? Chu Si nodded, then shook his head. That's not right. If it can treat genetic breakdown, then the drawbacks of genetic modification can't be fixed? Ji Xian shook his head. Gene stabilization potion is currently the most effective treatment for genetic breakdown. It's a more potent version of the special energy stone. But as far as I know, even gene stabilization potion can only restore genes at best. Chu Si opened his mouth. There was only a single word difference between recovery and repair, but the results were vastly different. In other words, Ji Xian would be bound by the shackles of genetic collapse for the rest of his life. She took a deep breath and smiled brightly at Ji Xian. It's okay. I collect special energy stones to feed you later. Ji Xian smiled suddenly, his initial sadness quickly dispelled. He pulled Chu Si into his arms and patted her back gently. It's not that serious, actually. I'm just saying this to remind you of the importance of royal jelly. Just don't waste it carelessly. I have enough left now to last me for at least another 5 or 6 years. For the rest of that, I have to use special energy stones. Chu Si gritted his teeth. 5 or 6 years. It's already expired. As far as I know, royal jelly can only remain active for a year or 2 if frozen. Ji Xian nodded. He knew the problem, of course, but he didn't need the activity of the royal jelly, but the energy contained in the special energy stones dissolved in it. At most, he'd suffer from diarrhea, but it wouldn't kill him. Chu Si suddenly had an idea. What if we could raise a hive of mutant bees ourselves? Then, we could capture specific bees, feed them special energy stones, and then have them produce royal jelly. Ji Xian thought about it, and realized it was quite feasible. Among the mutant bees, some are indeed weaker, and they don't need to be specially raised. As long as they are strong enough to successfully cut into the queen cells, they will be fine. The main difficulty is determining which bees will be assigned to produce royal jelly, so that they can then be fed the special energy stones in a targeted manner. Chu Si hadn't expected Ji Xian to approve of her wild idea. Her confidence soared, and she felt a bit like she was about to take charge. Ji Xian quickly stopped her wandering thoughts, and pointed at herself. I feel like the energy from the royal jelly has been almost absorbed. I'd like to take a bath. Chu Si nodded immediately, a little guilty. Then I get you some water. I've been busy all day, and I'm a little tired. I take some nutritional supplements, and then go to bed. Don't wake me for dinner. With that, she scurried off. Ji Xian frowned at Chu Si's hasty escape. What had she done to make her feel so guilty? The hot water was readily available, and it didn't take long for the bath to be ready. However, she hadn't gone out much to fetch water today. Most of her time was spent watching over Ji Xian, so the water level in the tub was quite low. But there was nothing she could do. She could only let Ji Xian suffer for a while. She enthusiastically invited Ji Xian out, then quickly tucked herself into bed, feigning sleep. Just kidding. The full-body spa treatment would surely become unconcealed during the shower. Ji Xian's mere act of stripping off a piece of clothing was enough to spark a lot of speculation. If he discovered his virginity was gone, who knew what kind of horrified expression he had when facing this poor, innocent girl? So Chu Si decided to remain constant in the face of change. I'm just asleep, after all. After all, no one can wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. This way, she wouldn't have to deal with all the unpleasant things. Chu Si's plan of feigning sleep was a complete success. By the time Ji Xian entered the inner room, she was already sprawled out on the bed, about to fall off. Ji Xian hurried over to stop her. Ji Xian sighed helplessly and pinched her nose. What a jerk! He bent down, picked Chu Xi up, and placed her on the inside of the bed, pulling the blanket over them both. He stared at the person in his arms for a moment, then reached out and patted her waist. Little clever girl. Just now, while showering, he finally figured it out. It might seem like being seen by his wife wasn't a big deal, but for her to run away now was quite unkind. Looking at Chu Xi's sleeping profile, he thought, forget it. He settled his score with her tomorrow. Chapter 260. The next morning, the alarm clock rang at 3:30. Ji Xian opened his eyes to find an octopus crouching on top of him, its furry head nestled in his arms. He reached out and rubbed the messy hair. The tangled strands felt cool to the touch. Nice. Ji Xian tightened his embrace slightly. Holding such a person in his arms, he felt a sense of peace. After enjoying himself, he reached out and tapped Chu Xi on the forehead. Chu Xi, half asleep, let out a cry when he saw the culprit. He sat up, holding his head. She turned to Ji Xian, her face furious, and said, "Are you seeking revenge?" "You're so petty." Ji Xian nodded, his smile somewhat carefree. "Tell me, what personal vendetta do I have against you?" Chu Xi paused. "I did that to you. But that wasn't my fault." She coughed softly, and said to Ji Xian in a negotiating tone, "Those who achieve great things don't dwell on trivial matters. Can we?" Ji Xian stood up, his head close to Chu Xi's. The scattered light hit his face, deep and gentle. As their faces slowly drew closer, Chu Xi began to stutter. "Can we? Can we? Move on?" Ji Xian raised his lips, and pulled Chu Xi's head closer. "No." Then he kissed her directly, pressing down on her, and they both fell onto the bed. Chu Xi, ah! Oh my god! A beauty trap. After the kiss, Ji Xian raised himself slightly, looking at the woman's lips, which had become noticeably redder. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, his eyes darkening. Then he lowered his head, and pecked her lightly. Seeing her still dazed, he couldn't help but gently pinch Chu Xi's cheeks twice. "Come back to your senses." Chu Xi took a deep breath, finally breathing smoothly. She was a little puzzled. What was he doing? Was he just throwing in the towel? She didn't understand why. The guy had suddenly gotten so heated. According to Chu Xi's prediction, he'd be awkward for at least 2 more days. But Ji De Lao's train of thought was clearly beyond her comprehension. In fact, he already figured it out while showering yesterday. Even if it wasn't in a moment of urgency, being looked at and touched by his wife didn't seem like a big deal. He was a little embarrassed, but not disgusted. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Chu Xi secretly touched her chest. This was too scary. She couldn't handle it at all. For a moment, she felt like Ji Xian's eyes were murderous. Chu Xi carefully tugged at Ji Xian's sleeve. "Brother, you can't just fight fire with fire and throw the kin away because of a minor setback. Wasn't it an emergency yesterday? I had to compromise a bit, but I can assure you, you're innocent." Ji Xian stretched out his finger and tapped Chu Xi's forehead again. "What are you thinking about?" "I was just making up for yesterday's goodnight kiss. I have to get up and train." Chu Xi took a deep breath and squinted at Ji Xian. She still remembered that she had asked for their first goodnight kiss, and then all she got was a forehead kiss. In just a few days, it had evolved into a kiss on the bed. "Ha, man." Ji Xian turned to look at her as he put on his coat. "Why, want to sleep a little longer?" "Not impossible." Chu Xi immediately shook her head and shouted a life-saving slogan, "Life goes on, train doesn't stop." Ji Xian picked up the clothes she had kicked under the bed, and Chu Xi immediately put them on. Horse stance, body training, go. Ji Xian got up, heated up breakfast, and then joined Chu Xi for the morning training. They had breakfast at 4 o'clock. Ji Xian had specially made a nutritious rice porridge with chicken broth, and tore up some chicken chunks to add to it. They each had a bowl, and a small piece of dried pig's blood was also added. Now that they were both recuperating, breakfast was essential. Chu Xi hadn't expected that after his arm healed, he would actually eat meat. This guy, did he feel good after kissing her this morning? Chu Xi smacked her lips. Wouldn't that mean she could just earn some weight by seducing him? She shook her head and sighed with regret. It wasn't likely. Boss Ji wasn't that insightful. After Ji Xian finished his meal, he saw Chu Xi, half-heartedly daydreaming with a half-full bowl of soup. He sighed helplessly and urged, "Eat quickly, or you miss the free bus to the mining area." With that, he got up and started packing his belongings for the day. He had gone to bed too early the previous night, leaving many things unfinished. He dug out their bows and crossbows and replaced the missing bolts, as well as the silver needles in Chu Si's hidden weapon box. After lunch was packed up, the mining equipment was placed in a wire basket, along with 2 first aid kits, one for each of them to keep close to them later. By the time he was almost done, Chu Si had finished breakfast and cleared out their bowls and chopsticks. Ji Xian handed over a first aid kit. "Let's go!" Chu Si nodded, shouldered his backpack, strapped his armor-piercing hammer to his waist, and set off. Ji Xian locked the door behind him. The meeting point was at the west exit of the safe zone, not far from their home, a 10-minute walk for the two of them. When they arrived, over 10 large trucks had already arrived. Chu Si marveled, what a generous investment. There really is no shortage of capitalists anywhere. Ji Xian nodded. "Let's go! It's a rare opportunity to fleece the capitalists. If we're late, we miss out." Chu Si agreed and immediately ran forward. Every car he went to was full. Every car he went to was full. Some seats were so crowded that they were barely seated, leaving them with nothing to stand on. They had no choice but to choose a less crowded car and stand in it. Of course, this small crowd didn't last long. Soon, people from further away began arriving, and each car was crammed with a new group of people. The last few, unable to fit in, had no choice but to walk. Chu Si was squeezed in miserably. She hadn't expected so many people trying to fleece the capitalists that she couldn't even get a seat. Ji Xian placed his backpack in front, trying to give Chu Si some space. Alas, the crowd behind her was too powerful. As soon as the driver opened the car door, the entire crowd pushed forward. Forget about leaving any personal space. The fact that there wasn't a stampede was a testament to everyone's composure. Chapter 261. The truck jolted along for about 20 minutes before finally arriving at its destination. Passengers began to disembark, crowding into the square. Chu Si looked around and realized the scene was quite different from what she had expected. She had assumed this was a large mine, and that they, like the jade workers in Myanmar, would rush into the mine as soon as the factory opened, swiftly seizing the exposed iron or resources. What was happening now? It felt like they had been dragged to a small market. The square was surrounded by a crisscross of shops. There were several shops renting robotic arms and electric drills alone, as well as numerous shops selling common mining tools. Chu Si took a closer look and saw a shop specializing in medical supplies at the very edge of the square. In the center of the square was a striking four-sided advertising screen, scrolling through notices. Many people gathered under the advertising screen, reading the information and occasionally pointing and talking. The buzz below was so deafening that she and Ji Xian couldn't make out anything. They simply walked over to see what it said. The screen facing them displayed the exchange rates for various ores and points. For example, hematite, 50 kilograms for 1 point. Magnetite, 40 kilograms for 1 point. Ilmenite, 10 kilograms for 1 point. Vanadite, 1 kilogram for 6 points. The list was long, covering the exchange rates for many other types of iron ores and associated minerals. Even more outrageous, Chu Si even saw a rare earth element associated minerals on the list. Points were exchanged per gram, demonstrating the sheer exorbitant prices. The exchange information for various ores was incredibly exciting. Chu Si excitedly squeezed Ji Xian's hand, saying, "This looks more reliable than scavenging. Maybe it can help us escape poverty and become rich." Ji Xian remained calm. "Actually, with this kind of information, you only need to look at the first 2 items. The chances of encountering the rest are probably low." Chu Si looked again. Hematite, 50 kilograms for 1 point. Magnetic ore, 40 kilograms for 1 point. Great, now she's calmed down. Chu Si gave Ji Xian a rather resentful look. Seriously, all the encouragement the mine management gave them wasted. Ji Xian pulled her over to the nearby display screen, where large images of various raw ores scrolled, along with basic information about the relevant ores. This was crucial. Chu Si immediately turned on her watch and began recording. While Ji Xian had some knowledge of minerals, he certainly couldn't compare to a professional miner. At a time like this, he could only diligently learn. And they weren't the only ones cramming at the last minute. After all, most of the people who had come this time were scavengers from the shantytowns, with little mining experience. The dense crowd below was clearly recording a tutorial video. Chu Si smacked her lips, muttering to herself. The video was good, with its rich illustrations and numerous mineral varieties on display, but it was at best just an introduction. For a complete layman like her, there was still much she couldn't understand. For example, Magnetite was simply described with a rusty-looking rock, along with a simple description. Its color is often reddish-brown, gray, or iron-black, with rust-colored streaks and a metallic or semi-metallic luster. Chu Xi was conflicted by this description. While this information was important, what she really wanted to know was how to find these ores. After all, this was an abandoned, already mined mine, so ore wouldn't be plentiful. She had to find a spot with a higher probability of discovery, right? But there was no information on this. Thinking about it, the distribution system here is results-oriented, so from the mine owner's perspective, they rather you explore every area. Efficiency isn't their primary concern. After all, a mining area is limited in size. How many people dig isn't important. What matters is how much ore is actually mined. Forget it, there's no point in overthinking it now. Let's wait until we get into the mine and see what's going on. After recording the information scrolling on this screen, the two men moved on to the next one, which listed the tools and safety measures needed for the mine. They only planned to take a quick look, but the two inexperienced miners had actually missed a crucial item. They busied themselves preparing chisels, hammers, pickaxes, headlamps, and first aid kits, but they completely forgotten about the crucial hard hat. It was a must-have. In a mine, getting hit by falling rocks from above would be a serious threat. Jixian glanced at the surrounding shops and reassured Chu Xi, "Don't worry, there's a shop over here that sells hard hats. We go buy two later." Even so, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since they could open a shop right here, the prices inside would surely be quite high. But who had they forgotten to prepare? Chu Xi, somewhat annoyed, was dragged away from the billboard by Jixian. Seriously, he hadn't even earned any points, and already had to pay them out. It didn't seem like a good sign. The content on the last billboard was far beyond their expectations. There were actually two ways to play in this mining area. One, as we've seen before, involved exchanging points for ore. However, this meant working for the mine owner. No matter how much ore you dug, it belonged to the owner. You couldn't take the ore out without permission, or you would be charged with theft and reported to the inspection department. The consequences were dire. The other way, you spent points to mine, but you could take the ore with you. Of course, the price of the ore sold is completely different from the exchange rate we saw earlier. There's a dedicated sales area with prices for some ores listed. Even the most common hematite ore costs 5 kilograms for 1 point, 10 times the exchange rate. One ticket costs 8 points, and a person can stay inside for a day. If a miner leaves the mine midway, the ticket is void. If someone stays overnight, they must pay the entrance fee upon exiting. Those who fail to pay points will be reported to the inspection department, and we see them again when we're reclaiming the land. Chu Xi did the math and figured that a person would need to mine at least 40 kilograms of hematite ore to break even. However, considering that 50 kilograms of hematite ore is only worth 1 point, mining 40 kilograms shouldn't be particularly difficult. Chu Xi was a little eager to try, but quickly calmed down. Something didn't seem right. If the truth was as simple as she imagined, wouldn't it be a bit too good to be true? She had a vague feeling this was a trap. She glanced up at Jixian and saw his brow furrowed. She knew her guess was almost right. She asked, "How do we do this?" As expected, Jixian chose the first option. Even if he didn't earn points with the first option, at least he wouldn't lose money. Even if the second option was indeed better, they didn't have to waste a day. They could see how it went today. If most people could keep their money, they could try again the next day. Chapter 262. After Chu Xi and Jixian finished reading the billboard and made sure they hadn't missed anything, they went to the nearby store and bought 2 helmets. As expected, the prices were ridiculously high. A single bamboo helmet cost 1 point, a rip-off. But there was no other way. For safety's sake, the two of them had to accept the loss. Presumably, everyone had read the information on the billboard, and soon, staff began to appear to organize the mining teams. From a distance, someone could be heard shouting over a loudspeaker, "Guaranteed winners, gather here. Treasure hunters, gather here." Chu Xi chuckled, the description was apt. She and Jixian emerged from the store and headed towards the guaranteed winner gathering point. The crowd that had once crowded the square began to flow. The two entrances weren't too far apart, only a few dozen meters apart, and the crowd heading for the guaranteed winner mine was noticeably larger than the treasure hunter mine. Clearly, there were quite a few clear-headed people. Of course, most of them were probably simply reluctant to spend the 8 points for the entrance fee. Chu Xi noticed a tall iron security gate at the entrance to the guaranteed mine. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood in front of the cave. He clapped his hands vigorously and shouted to the crowd, Stop talking and listen to me. The ore exchange rate is displayed on the big screen, so I won't go into detail. Most importantly, don't blame me for not warning you. See this giant thing? As he spoke, he reached out and patted the nearby security gate. The private possession of minerals is strictly prohibited in the mining area. Don't get your hopes up. This device can detect any ore, no matter how small. Whether it's iron or gold ore, or other rare associated minerals, it can detect it. Not a single stone is allowed out of here. If you get caught, don't blame anyone for giving you a hard time. Okay, if everything's fine, you can go down one by one. The elevator can hold 10 people at a time, so go down in groups and avoid crowding. By the way, before you go down, everyone come over and scan the code. That way, if there's any danger, we can notify everyone immediately. Chu Xi frowned and looked up at Ji Xian. She hadn't expected the security here to be so strict. This was a disaster. She always carried an energy stone with her for emergencies. It was easy to bring it in. The security gate was closed right now, and the indicator light wasn't even on. But what about when she came out? Would the energy stone be confiscated? Ji Xian had obviously considered this possibility. After a moment's deliberation, he said, "How about you go to the treasure mine? That way, we can directly compare the gains and losses on both sides." Chu Xi let out a sigh. There was nothing else she could do now. She couldn't afford to risk her energy stone just for 8 points. Ji Xian tapped his watch. "Start the video call after we get in. We keep in touch." Chu Xi nodded, checked the contents of his backpack, and after confirming they were all in good condition, he left the group and headed towards the treasure mine. There were obviously fewer people here than those in the guaranteed mining area, but there seemed to be more elites. Why? Because these people looked like veterans, who had been working in the mining industry for a long time. Their tools looked like the kind they used regularly. The grips were polished to a shine, and the muscular structure of these people was very similar to that of miners. Of course, besides this group of elites, there were also a few newbies, like Chu Xi, clueless and ignorant. Seeing a petite girl like Chu Xi approaching alone, several of the larger men in the queue laughed at her. Clearly, they were extremely pessimistic about her. Someone quipped, "Look, another little girl's here, ready to treasure hunt. Come on, haha, there's treasures all down there, grab a handful." The others around burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain for Chu Xi, the little idiot. With such skinny arms and legs, I wonder if you can even swing a sledgehammer? Chu Xi pulled the sledgehammer from the basket, aimed at a rock on the ground, and with one blow, the rock instantly shattered into pieces. Well, the scene finally quieted down. The expressions on their faces varied, and after a few glances, they quietly turned and returned to their line. Chu Xi, sledgehammer in hand, swayed to the end of the line. The people ahead entered the mine in an orderly fashion, and soon it was Chu Xi's turn. She scanned the code, transferred 8 points to the manager guarding the gate, and followed the others inside. After entering the cave entrance and walking another 10 meters, she found herself in a dark elevator shaft. Gone lang, gone lang. After the elevator came up, Chu Xi raised her leg and prepared to leave, but thinking of the 8 points she had just given, she silently withdrew her foot. But Chu Xi's face was now twisted into a pained expression. When she had previously visited the black market, she had thought the elevators there were a high-risk item. Now, it seemed that their level of risk was nothing compared to what she was experiencing. There was a metal plate at the bottom, surrounded by a few chains forming a crude iron net. It was barely waist-high, and she had no trouble crawling through the large mesh. This was a mine, and below lay the solid rock. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Are you going up or not? Chu Xi wiped his face. Go! Several heroic actions are just the kind of courage one would expect these days. Chu Xi's face paled as he boarded the elevator. 10 people were fully occupied, and the elevator began to descend. A large man, perhaps dissatisfied with his position, shifted slightly, causing the elevator to sway slightly. A sudden ouch startled the others, who quickly grabbed the chains at the side. Then, a series of ouch erupted, and even the elevator operator at the top quickly pressed the pause button. But, it seems, nothing's wrong, right? The administrator checked the equipment again. Is everything fine? He shouted down. What's going on? After a while, a large man mumbled, nothing. The elevator just shook a little. The administrator cursed. What's wrong with shaking? If you're even afraid of that, why would you go down there and dig? With that, he turned the elevator back on, and it descended smoothly. Chu Xi huddled quietly in a corner, not daring to look up at the oppressive, cold, and silent gazes. You say, I'm calling my own names. Why are you, a bunch of grown men, calling my own names? Chapter 263. The elevator clanged down to the bottom, and 10 people emerged in an orderly fashion. Several of the older men looked at Chu Si with displeased expressions. After a while, the elevator began to ascend again. One man looked up and saw more people boarding. He cursed, bad luck, and left with his belongings. Although the others had their own complaints about Chu Si, the priority now was to secure a mining position, so they didn't have time to deal with her. After everyone else left with their belongings, Chu Si finally relaxed her grip on the sledgehammer. She expected a fight right after she came down, but thankfully, it didn't happen. While her strength was a bit better now, taking on 9 men alone was still. After everyone left, she finally had the energy to survey the area below. The main mine tunnel was quite spacious, easily enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The entire tunnel had been completely cemented, with a simple railroad track on each side and a row of incandescent lamps with wires attached to the ceiling. Curious, Chu Si slowly walked further into the tunnel. After a few steps, she saw a large fire safety sign next to it. Next to it were various safety regulations and emergency procedures for landslides. She walked over and carefully read the information, making sure it had left a lasting impression before taking a photo and leaving. Safety was paramount, after all. Life was already difficult enough. She had finally gotten some improvement, having just bought a new house, and Ji Xian's illness seemed to be resolved. If she accidentally died in here, wouldn't it be like waiting for someone else to inherit her glorious legacy? Oh right. Chu Si turned on his watch and video called Ji Xian. They had agreed while they were outside to stay in touch after they came in. After 2 rings, Ji Xian answered the call. Looking at the screen, he was still waiting in line. But considering the huge crowds over there, the wait would naturally be longer than theirs. She shone her watch around and showed Ji Xian the scene inside the cave. The environment is pretty good. The ventilation is good, and there's no feeling of stuffiness at all. Ji Xian looked at it and nodded, saying, when mining, you must also pay attention to your personal safety. At this point, Chu Si suddenly thought of a piece of good news that wasn't good news. She smiled and said to Ji Xian, open flames are prohibited down there, otherwise there's a high risk of fire and explosion. This means that those of us who use firearms, like wooden silos, can't use them. Doesn't this mean that down there is the domain of those of us who use cold weapons? She laughed heartily, stroking the armor-piercing hammer and crossbow hanging from her waist. A sudden sense of security surged within her. As the number of people going down to the mine grew, it was finally Ji Xian's turn. He paused his call with Chu Si and joined the group in the elevator going up and down. After a while, Chu Si saw the scene inside Ji Xian's mine. It seemed no different. The same concrete walls, the same large sign. The two walked and chatted, and soon Chu Si discovered the problem. What was going on? Ji Xian hadn't walked far when their main mine tunnel encountered several forks, and the light inside became noticeably dimmer. Ji Xian walked over there and discovered that the walls of the mine were bare rock and earth, without cement reinforcement. Steel supports and occasional wooden supports were added every few meters. The flow of people dispersed here, crowding into different mines. Ji Xian didn't know the situation well, so he could only randomly choose a less crowded area. Chu Si watched with fascination, but her laughter soon died down. Why? Ji Xian had a harvest so soon. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing, and it was hopeful. It indicated they had entered the mining area. And judging by the hematite in Ji Xian's hand, it must be at least the size of a palm. She drooled with greed and asked Ji Xian excitedly, is this thing heavy? Ji Xian chuckled, about a pound. Chu Si nodded. Grasshopper legs are meat, too. At least she hadn't seen any yet. The people behind her were also catching up, and Chu Si felt a sense of crisis. Seeing Ji Xian also intently working on the mines, she quickly settled her casual attitude and headed towards the end of the tunnel. As she walked, she observed the situation at Ji Xian's side. While competition was fierce, there wasn't any vicious competition. She'd seen several surveillance cameras in the tunnel before, so she thought the mine was maintaining order. Otherwise, if everyone started fighting, who would mine for them? Suddenly, the signal began to weaken, and the footage from Ji Xian's side became choppy. Ji Xian had clearly noticed this too. He paused, fiddled with his watch for a moment, then shook his head and said to Chu Si, no, it's probably because the underground signal coverage is too weak. I guess the further we go, the weaker our signal will get. Chu Si nodded. If that didn't work out, then they could just go about their business. She tugged at her snakeskin jacket. Don't worry, I protect myself. Chu Si wasn't bragging. With her current physique, she could easily take on 2 or 3 large men. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Ji Xian reminded Chu Si to wear her hood while mining before hanging up the video call. He had to hurry forward. Staying behind the group, there was almost no ore to be found. The mining teams were like a swarm of locusts, slaughtering everyone without a trace. Chu Si, however, continued on the smooth road, with not a single trace of ore in sight. Seeing the fierce competition on Ji Xian's side, she felt incredibly anxious, unable to make any headway. Chu Si simply broke into a jog, her backpack in hand. After more than 10 minutes, she finally caught up with the large group she had just left behind. Carrying all those mining tools wasn't easy, and she wasn't sure if it was from the run, but she felt a bit winded. A few people looked at her with disdain, their pace quickening again. But Chu Si wasn't afraid at all. Even weighted running was no problem for her, so why would she be afraid of race walking? She followed the crowd a bit further, her breathing slowly adjusting. She realized she hadn't been wrong. The ventilation here was indeed a bit worse than when she first arrived. Chu Si took 2 deep breaths. Not bad, still within acceptable limits. Finally, a fork in the road appeared ahead, and Chu Si was ready to show off her skills. But the people ahead didn't even turn, just walking straight ahead. Chu Si, Ugh, I hadn't noticed when I went down into the mine before, but all these people were actually in the same group. So, she was the only outsider. She immediately trotted off to catch up with the group ahead. Just kidding, these people looked like former miners, maybe even former workers in this area. She had to keep a good eye on her guide. Chu Si followed them around several more cave entrances. She realized this group's target was truly obvious. They didn't even bother with the ore fragments they encountered along the way. She didn't mind, collecting them while keeping an eye on them. Finally, at the next cave entrance, the oldest, middle-aged man in the group stopped. He turned to look at Chu Si, his eyes narrowed dangerously, and warned her, "Don't follow us anymore." He pointed to the mine on the left. "Go dig there. There's still enough ore left in this mine. Stop sneaking around behind us, or you won't see the consequences. You know, while there are plenty of cameras installed in the mine, there are even more without them." Chu Si nodded immediately, knowing she hadn't let them follow her back to their lair. If they ignored their little tail and carelessly turned down another fork in the road, they would be truly setting her up for a fight. Chapter 264. Chu Si actually felt a lot more relieved in this situation. Chu Si had been following them, naturally with her own agenda. She wanted to find a guide to guide her in the mining process, so she simply stated, "Uncle, I don't really want to follow you. Honestly, today is my first time down the mine, and I know absolutely nothing about it, so I like to find a guide. Anyone need some free labor? I'm incredibly strong, as everyone saw when we were lining up outside. I can definitely chisel stone." Just as Chu Si finished her words, a scoundrel with a lecherous look stepped out of the line. "How can I let my little sister work for free? Follow me, and I guarantee you have enough to eat." Chu Si took a deep breath, raised her crossbow, and fired an arrow directly at the opposite wall. The arrowhead lodged in the stone. The young man's expression flinched for a moment. Chu Si stepped in front of him, her 1.60-meter frame instantly radiating the aura of a 2.80-meter figure. She directly echoed the man's words, "You know, although the mine has been equipped with many cameras, there are still many more without them." The young man nodded hurriedly and retreated timidly. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled. Indeed, any woman who dares to go down into the mines alone is either truly clueless or truly fearless. Chu Si was clearly the latter. She had both strength and brains. He shook his head at Chu Si and said, "You want to learn our livelihood skills? Of course, we can't teach you all our skills for a small profit. You better learn on your own. We all come this far." Chu Si frowned. "Even if I give you points?" The big man thought for a moment. 200 points. Chu Si's mouth dropped open. "Why don't you just rob? The main thing is, even if she wanted to pay, there weren't that many points in the watch. I thought he was a good person, but he turned out to be a profiteer. This is clearly robbery." The big man shook his head and turned around, preparing to leave with his men. Chu Si panicked, and she rushed over. "No, 200 points is too much." The big man frowned. "Then how much can you give?" Chu Si struggled, holding up 5 fingers. The big man said 50. Just as he was about to shake his head, Chu Si whispered 5. The crowd fell silent, probably shaken by Chu Si's audacity. Chu Si quickly added, "Besides the 5 points, I can also help out. Swinging a sledgehammer and carrying ore are no problem. We're definitely going to be digging up a lot of ore, so I can even act as a bodyguard in a pinch." She walked directly to the rock she'd just been shooting at, plucking a handful of crossbow bolts, and smiled harmlessly. "My shooting is pretty good." The man's pupils shrank. He could clearly see that this was Chu Si's intimidation, but he had to admit it was working. At least right now, he didn't want to offend such a powerful and worldly wise villain. He waved his hand at the others. "You all go over there today. I show the little girl the mining process." Suddenly, a tall young man from the team stepped forward. He glanced at Chu Si, his face flushed, and he said, "Uncle Zhang, I stay too. I can help you." Chu Si, Could this guy be captivated by my charm? She coughed lightly and said directly, "Young man, it's a dead end. I'm already in a relationship." "Uncle Zhang, Sorry, you might be mistaken. I sprained my back a few days ago, and Gongzi simply stayed to help. As for the blushing, it's because he's naturally shy. He blushes whenever he sees a stranger, regardless of gender." The young man stammered, What a shame." He felt his heart suddenly calm, and his complexion quickly returned to normal. Chu Si, constantly flirting with Ji Xian, had become somewhat unattractive without realizing it. She chuckled, a nice, cold shower, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed. Who told the young man to look at her before blushing? If Ji Xian knew about this, he only think his wife was highly conscious, and he'd definitely share in the glory. After the plan was finalized, the 10-man team smoothly split into two groups, Chu Si, Uncle Zhang, and Gongzi on one side, and the other 7 on the other. Uncle Zhang led the 2 men into the left-hand mine, while the other 7 continued forward. Shortly after entering the fort cave entrance, the large man raised his hand and handed a somewhat worn watch to Chu Si. Chu Si, ? "Oh, points. Oh right, I haven't paid them yet." She immediately opened her watch and scanned 5 points. She immediately said with a playful smile, "It's already in my account. Don't forget to teach me how to find minerals." Old Zhang chuckled, "Just 5 points and you're thinking of learning my bread and butter? What are you dreaming of? Gongzi and I will be mining later. You can only watch from the sidelines. Don't ask questions. Only help when we ask you to. And don't touch our things. Can you do that?" Chu Si nodded immediately. He knew this man wasn't going to be easily fooled, but the opportunity to observe up close was already a rare opportunity. Chapter 265. Ever since entering the branch mine, Chu Si had noticed that the environment here was significantly inferior to the main mine tunnel outside. The surrounding walls were made of dark rock. When the light shone on them, they were completely pitch black, with occasional flashes of light that resembled metallic particles. Chu Si was brimming with excitement. Could this all be hematite? Isn't that what the teaching material said, pitch black with a metallic sheen? She fumbled around excitedly. Prying off this large piece should easily net her a few hundred points, right? Chu Si tapped the rock with her armor-piercing hammer, making a dull bang, bang, bang sound. As the hammer pounded, a noticeable recoil ripped through her wrist. She rubbed her teeth in a throbbing pain. How could she continue to chip away? Old Zhang had led Gongzi a long way when, seeing Chu Si still hammering away at the rocks behind them, he warned her, "Don't look away. The iron content in those rocks is very low, and they're very difficult to dig. If you don't want to ruin your wrist and arm, forget it." He shook his head. It seemed Chu Si had absolutely no mining experience at all. Even with a power drill, he wouldn't dare venture into a place like that. Hearing old Zhang's claim that none of it was iron ore, she sighed with a hint of distress. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. She'd have to find a master soon, otherwise her first stop would probably be a clash with those rocks. Chu Si stopped exploring on her own, and quickly followed Uncle Zhang and the others. Old Zhang paused. Considering the 5 points and a day's free labor, it seemed only natural that he should teach Chu Si some real skills. He couldn't directly teach her the art of prospecting. Glancing at the safety signs that appeared at regular intervals throughout the mine, he finally knew what he should teach her. Old Zhang paused. He addressed Chu Si directly, "Girl, I can't teach you the art of mining. That was what we agreed on beforehand. But since I already taken your tuition, I teach you the basics of surviving in the mines." Chu Si nodded immediately. This was exactly what she needed. She thought she only earned a chance to observe, but now the service had improved, and the uncle was surprisingly friendly. As they walked, Uncle Zhang explained, "Look up. There's a small white patch in front of the 2 lights. Not every mine has this patch. When mining, prioritize tunnels near the white patch. This thing is called a vibration sensor. It can sound an alarm at the onset of a landslide and report the situation, allowing those outside to quickly locate the location and conduct search and rescue operations." Chu Si nodded in agreement. It seemed that vibration sensors were indeed important, or rather, crucial to responding to landslides. Whether or not one could escape in those few remaining minutes depended on them. Chu Si had a clear idea. She'd rather dig less or than be buried in it. She secretly pondered the key point of what Lao Zhang had just said. He said that vibration sensors were not installed in every mine tunnel. Chu Si guessed that the old mine tunnels should have been paved with them. As for the newly excavated mine tunnels by the miners, the probability of paving vibration sensors there should be low. Chu Si rubbed her hands, pondering internally. It seemed she would definitely face a problem with mining. The old mine tunnel was safe, but faced the dilemma of running out of ore. The new mine, with fewer people working, would definitely have a higher chance of finding ore, but it was clearly less safe. Old Zhang was aware of these issues, but they were a persistent problem in the mining area. Ultimately, it was due to inadequate infrastructure. This problem couldn't be solved before the mine closed down. Now that the mine had been outsourced, further investment seemed impossible, especially since they were still in the treasure hunting area. Seeing Chu Si's understanding was clear, he continued, "Let's not talk about the prohibition of open flames in the mine tunnels anymore." Chu Si nodded obediently. A large sign appeared in the mine tunnel from time to time. She must have been blind not to see it. Uncle Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "Besides fireproofing, we also need waterproofing. This might be something new miners, like you, tend to overlook. You can test the floor and walls now." Chu Si touched the nearby stone wall, and found a faint layer of moisture. She immediately squatted down. Sure enough, the floor was also covered in moisture. Noticing Chu Si's surprise, Uncle Zhang added with a smile, "When we mine, we sometimes encounter areas with high groundwater levels, which can easily cause water accumulation in the mines. While the water level in these areas isn't usually too high, there are inevitably rock fragments, puddles, sticks, and other objects underneath. If you're not careful, you can easily get injured. And, especially, be careful of any small, mutant aquatic animals." Chu Si frowned at this. She looked down at her shoes, just ordinary thick cotton ones. In the middle of winter, she really didn't want to be mining in the water. She wiped the moisture off the wall and asked worriedly, "Uncle Zhang, isn't our destination just a pool of water?" "Right." Old Zhang chuckled. "Don't worry. You don't like that kind of mining environment. In the middle of winter, neither do we. There are plenty of mining sites. I won't have to take you two to a watering hole." He looked up and pointed ahead. "Let's go there." Chu Si looked up and saw several shallow caves carved into the rock wall. It was obvious that this place had been mined before. The three of them walked over. While Old Zhang and the others were looking for tools, Chu Si took a look at those caves. They were still pitch black, not much different from the other caves. He wondered if the ore had already been mined. Chapter 266. After a while, Gongzi pulled a black iron block from his backpack and began scanning it up and down, left and right along the stone wall. Chu Si suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could that object Gongzi was holding be a magnet? Damn! She smacked her palm in anger. Such a simple method for finding minerals, and she had actually forgotten it. Her brain was truly bonkers. She immediately opened her watch and wrote the message down in her memo. Unfortunately, after a moment's observation, Chu Si realized that Gongzi's method didn't seem to be working. He scanned the entire wall, and the result seemed to be nothing. But it seemed that both Lao Zhang and Gongzi were very confident in the mines here. Even though Gongzi's magnetic method didn't work, they weren't discouraged at all. Lao Zhang pulled a pickaxe from his backpack and began banging along the wall. At first, Chu Si was confused, but after a while, she finally caught on. Most of the time, Lao Zhang's knocking was dull and low, a simple tapping motion. Occasionally, a high-pitched sound would emanate from a certain spot, a sound that seemed crisper and louder than the previous one. Whenever this sound occurred, Lao Zhang would become particularly excited, even increasing his knocking frequency. He nodded. This piece of ore was likely quite large. After confirming the area, Lao Zhang continued to knock a few times along the edge of the designated area, finally selecting a few locations and marking them with crosses. Uncle Zhang nodded. "That's it, Gongzi. Let's get started. Girl, keep an eye out. This ore is quite high up. I find you a lower spot later." Chu Si, thank you. I felt like I was being personally attacked. Chu Si wanted to complain a little more, but Gongzi, a man of action, didn't give her the chance. The pickaxe flew up and landed heavily on the spot marked with a cross. Bang! Chu Si was struck on the head by a flying stone. Fortunately, she was wearing a hard hat, so it didn't cause much damage. She touched it, and saw a noticeable scratch. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. What the hell was going on? She hadn't even started, and she was already about to get hurt? She hurriedly called a halt to the frantic mining. Gongzi turned around, puzzled, and saw Chusi take off her hard hat, then immediately pull the headgear from her backpack and put it on. Then, she quickly put her hard hat back on. She raised her hand and said, "Excellent, you can continue." Seeing Chusi's impressive performance, Gongzi silently gave her a thumbs up. He'd been working in the mines for at least 3 or 4 years, and considered himself quite experienced, but this was the first time he'd seen anyone so heavily armed. With her attire like that, wouldn't she be suffocating when she started swinging a sledgehammer? I heard a while ago that a woman with a hood had become quite popular while scavenging, and now even many mercenaries are wearing those soft hoods. Looking at Chusi, he silently shook his head. It seemed like everyone was following the trend. With a bang, the pickaxe missed its target slightly, and a shower of sparks flew from the ore. Lao Zhang rushed over and kicked him in the butt. "Focus! There are so many sparks! I make a giant fireball out of you. You won't even have time to run." "So serious?" Chusi was shocked. "Sparks are normal when digging or with iron tools, right?" Gongzi, whose butt was hurt by the kick, said to Lao Zhang with some resignation, "Uncle Zhang, we already measured the concentration of flammable gases here. It's okay." Lao Zhang then kicked Gongzi again. "Safety is paramount. Try to minimize the risk." Seeing Lao Zhang's serious expression, Gongzi could only nod obediently, and began to dig through the wall with all his might. Lao Zhang turned around, and saw Chusi spreading her hands. He remembered that he had forgotten to teach her this point. He scratched his head, and coughed lightly. "By the way, girl, at the bottom of the mine, you also need to be mindful of flammable and hazardous gases to prevent suffocation and poisoning. This can be detected with a watch. When you're mining, you should test it immediately. However, concentrations in most areas are within standards, so there's generally no problem." Chusi laughed out loud. It's no big deal for her, even if it's something she's not. What kind of person is that? But she soon stopped complaining about Lao Zhang. Gongzi had made significant progress. A piece of the stone shell fell away, revealing the brick-red hematite within. My goodness, the displayed area was half the size of a wash basin, significantly larger than the ore fragments they'd seen before. She was drooling. This was truly unusual. Gongzi took out his chisel and pointed at Chusi. "Come here, help hold it." Chusi pointed at herself in disbelief. She actually preferred the sledgehammer to the chisel. But it was clear that even if she didn't trust Gongzi's accuracy, her decision was irreversible, because Gongzi clearly didn't trust Chusi's either. Chusi took a deep breath. She hadn't yet mastered the true skill. After all, she had the energy stone, so even if she got hit, she should be able to heal. Right? Of course, if Gongzi dared to swing the sledgehammer at her, the consequences would be disastrous. Chusi grasped the chisel with both hands, like a warrior cutting off his own arm. "Come on, be very careful." Gongzi was confident. After all, he'd been doing this job for years, and he knew he wouldn't make any mistakes. The hammer, bigger than 2 fists, was swung high, and with a loud bang, it struck the chisel Chusi was holding. Chusi felt like she was still reeling from the shock, and everything she saw was still throbbing. Gongzi gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad. Holding a chisel isn't an easy job. At least, you have to make sure you can hold it while the hammer is working. Many grown men find it difficult, but Chusi managed it." Chusi's work was good, but it was clear her adaptability wasn't as good as she imagined. She could feel her teeth chattering. Of course, it wasn't from fear, just inertia. Old John chuckled. "Well, this free labor isn't easy. Do you want to continue?" Chusi nodded firmly. What else could she do? She had finally found a reliable person, and she wasn't going to give up easily. She gripped the chisel tightly with both hands and called to Gongzi, "Keep going." Gongzi's eyes narrowed, and he gathered his strength again. Bang! Another bang. After this whole time, Chusi felt stars flashing in her eyes, and her ears buzzing. She couldn't remember how many times she had repositioned the chisel. With a loud bang, a large piece of hematite finally dropped. She lifted it slightly with her foot, and felt it must have weighed at least 300 kilograms. Such a large piece of ore, what a sight! Chusi caressed it lovingly, a silly grin on her face. Haha, this must be the first piece of ore she had ever unearthed. Chapter 267. Chusi looked at the massive find before her, her heart pounding with excitement. It was 300 kilograms of hematite. Well, even though she didn't get any, this was definitely a good start. Didn't this mean this area was truly rich in minerals? Compared to Chu Xi, Lao Zhang and Gongzi were incredibly excited. They hadn't expected to find such a large hunk of hematite in an abandoned mine. It was no exaggeration to say this was a true steal. Chu Xi counted on his fingers. If he sold it, 5 kilograms of hematite would fetch 1 point. This large hunk would fetch a full 60 points. Lao Zhang and Gongzi's combined ticket price was 16 points, meaning they netted a total of 44 points. This was indeed a much better result than scavenging. Chu Xi's eyes lit up, and she immediately wanted to try. She quickly rushed to Lao Zhang's side and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, didn't you just say you find me somewhere to dig?" Lao Zhang was also very happy. He instructed Gongzi to quickly put the ore aside. He didn't refuse. This time, he found 3 mining sites at once, one for each of them. Chu Xi carefully tapped along the edge Lao Zhang had drawn with her pickaxe. She found that the places marked with crosses were generally areas with relatively soft soil. Marking them in advance would prevent her from hitting the ore or the surrounding rocks when she used the pickaxe. After understanding the specific situation, she didn't waste any time and immediately began to tap with her pickaxe. Old Zhang was incredibly experienced, and he quickly unearthed the hematite ore assigned to his mining site. Unfortunately, the ore was barely the size of 2 fists. He sighed, picked up the ore, and tossed it into his backpack. Uncle Zhang wandered over to Chu Xi, ready to see if there were any issues with her mining methods. The sound of bang bang continued, and he noticed Chu Xi's rapid movement with her pickaxe. Even more amazingly, she always struck precisely where he marked the cross. Old Zhang nodded. With her strength and accuracy, this girl was a promising prospect. Unfortunately, she said, she was already in a relationship. If she shared her work with the other single guys in their mining team, they have another talented miner. Seeing Chu Xi digging enthusiastically, he didn't interrupt her, and went to the nearby rock wall to search for the next mining site. The group toiled all morning, but unfortunately, they only managed to unearth that one large piece. The rest, however, consisted of little more than fist-sized nuggets. But with that one nugget to cushion the blow, Lao Zhang and Gongzi were already quite satisfied. Today's haul was definitely better than their trip to the secret base. During the lunch break, Lao Zhang surveyed the 3 piles of ore on the ground with great satisfaction. He hadn't expected Chu Xi's progress to match their 2 veteran miners. This proved to be a genuine effort, demonstrating her dedication and willingness to work without slacking. Lao Zhang pondered for a moment, then glanced up at Chu Xi, who was obediently sipping her nutrient solution. He downed it in one gulp and said, "Girl, you dug up enough ore for us this morning. This afternoon, try to find your own prospecting spots and dig. I can't let you go out empty-handed." Chu Xi was delighted upon hearing this, nodding frantically. She thought the day was doomed to fail, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. After finishing her meal, Chu Xi checked her watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. The bus back to base was leaving at 5, so they had to leave by 4:30 and head for the elevator. Not even bothering to rest, Chu Xi picked up her pickaxe and began searching for ore along the tunnel wall. She hammered away at the pickaxe, occasionally finding a few ore spots. But Chu Xi's ability to mark the edges of the ore was far inferior to Lao Zhang's. She always lost control, either encircling the rock or chopping off half the ore, making her mining efforts considerably more laborious. It was truly a journey of sparks and lightning, yet the work was ineffective. Chu Xi exhaled deeply. Her palms were now burning with pain. Without even looking, she knew what lay beneath her gloves. But there was nothing she could do about it. Once she developed calluses, mining would be less painful. She had originally ignored the minor injury on her palm, but the more she swung the hammer, the more it hurt, and it didn't feel numb at all. She gritted her teeth and touched the hidden pocket on her front. It held an energy stone. Should she take care of the immediate problem first? Chu Xi stole a sideways glance at Lao Zhang and Gongzi. Seeing they were focused on mining, no one was paying any particular attention to her, she gently lowered her gloves. Hiss. Oh my God! Taking off the gloves was as painful as peeling off a layer of skin. Suddenly, her hand stopped, and she tilted her head, thinking, as a brand new miner, she should be feeling the pain, right? She put the gloves back on with another hiss. This wasn't an emergency, so she should minimize her reliance on energy stones. This would both eliminate waste and reduce vulnerabilities. Wastelanders lived in dangerous environments all day long, and their insights far exceeded Chu Xi's imagination. She didn't want to make a big mistake in an ordinary ditch. Chapter 268. Chu Xi gritted her teeth as she picked up her pickaxe again and began her mining adventure. This time, she wandered a little further from where the two of them were. The area had been largely hammered, making it less likely to find a find. After hammering around, she chose a new location. What she unearthed this time surprised her. What was it? Hematite associated with white crystal? Juicy Eye hurriedly checked her watch. She remembered that any associated mineral seemed to be much more valuable than hematite, so had she become rich? Before she could even reach it, the ore was spotted by old Zhang, who had come to inspect. Chuxi's heart skipped a beat. Old Zhang was also surprised to see the associated ore in Chuxi's hand. I didn't expect there's crystal ore around here. It's quite rare. It's a shame yours isn't worth much, but it's quite pretty and the right size. You can keep it as a souvenir. Gongzi had just unearthed his own piece of iron ore. Hearing Uncle Zhang's voice, he immediately joined him. He'd been mining here for years and had never encountered a crystal ore, but he heard others had. He wanted to take it from Chuxi for a closer look, but she instinctively dodged. No, Chuxi obediently handed the ore over. She'd forgotten she agreed to work for them for free for a day. Even though old Zhang had excused her, she said it after all. Gongzi was stunned, then couldn't help laughing. He said to Chuxi, you don't think associated or like crystal is valuable, do you? Besides being pretty, what else can it do? Small crystal clusters, like the ones you have in your hand, with their beautiful colors, can only be exchanged for 1 or 2 points at the market. When we miners dig them up, we usually take them home to play with our children. Some are valuable, but they have to be at least the size of a fist and free of any cotton or cracks. They're the kind used in labs to make optical lenses. Chuxi carefully examined her crystal cluster. It was white, but the clusters were too small, each no thicker than her little finger. As for whether there were any cotton or cracks, she couldn't tell. So, was her excitement for nothing? She was a little skeptical. Could it be that Gongzi and his gang had fabricated these stories to steal her crystals? She feigned dejection and casually tossed the hematite and the crystal clusters associated minerals into her backpack. When they returned, she took the opportunity to search for the minerals and carefully searched the watch's documentation. It turned out to be just as Gongzi had said. Alas! Chuxi sighed helplessly. Forget it. Like old Zhang said, it's nice to have a souvenir. At least it looks quite unique. She put her thoughts aside and carefully searched for a new mining site. After a few rounds of ping-pong, the result was still a piece of hematite and crystal-associated ore, and it was still the same small karami. Chuxi casually tossed it into her backpack and continued looking for the next mining site. I can't hold it anymore. Why is it another crystal-associated ore, and it's a very small one at that? For the entire afternoon, Chuxi kept switching back and forth between the small crystal-associated ore and the small hematite ore. Even though she changed positions again and again, she couldn't escape the same fate. This made both old Zhang and Gongzi laugh. Old Zhang, observing Chuxi's despairing expression, jokingly said, in a way, you're lucky. With this crystal-bearing mineral, we're lucky if we can dig up a few throughout the year. Your harvest this afternoon is more than everyone else's combined harvest in a year. Look, it's half a basket full, haha. Chuxi rolled her eyes speechlessly at the mockery. She checked her watch. It was already 3:40 p.m. She glanced at the haul in her backpack and felt a chill in her heart. The excitement she'd gotten from old Zhang and the others this morning had completely cooled. She shook her backpack. Could there be 30 pounds of ore in there? Besides, it was full of useless crystals. She couldn't even make enough to cover the entrance fee. She held her chest, feeling as if she were about to vomit blood. As the pickaxe fell, a piece of pure crystal ore fell out. Chuxi picked it up in amazement. This piece was different from the previous charming little cuties. It was large, about the size of a palm and a half. It was more than enough for a lens. Noticing the other two weren't paying attention, Chuxi calmly tossed it into her backpack and covered it with other ore. She remembered that her watch seemed to say that crystals of this size were reasonably priced. That piece could fetch at least 70 or 80 points. So happy. This was a return on investment, and a huge profit. With this successful case, Chuxi's enthusiasm was even greater. She had taken this waste mine to a new level. The return rate was much higher than digging hematite. She had to dig more quickly. If someone else discovered this feng shui treasure land, it would probably be completely dug out in a few days. With less than an hour left, she had unexpectedly harvested another fist-sized chunk of crystal. Chuxi was so happy. This time, she probably earned more than Lao Zhang and Gongzi combined. Of course, the actual haul wasn't as much as Chuxi had anticipated, because the fat girl she found later had a crack inside, which meant it couldn't be sold, effectively becoming worthless. But Chu Si didn't know this at the moment. She was incredibly happy. At 4:30 p.m., the alarm went off, and the three of them prepared to pack up and leave. Chu Si looked at the 300-pound chunk of ore on the ground and asked Lao Zhang directly, "Uncle Zhang, should I help you carry this chunk back, or do you want to wait for your people to arrive?" After all, she owed them a favor this afternoon, and Chu Si figured it was best to lend a hand if she could. Uncle Zhang chuckled. "Girl, you're not needed. I still want to teach those little bastards a lesson, haha." Chu Si nodded. If she didn't need her, she would have retreated. But before she could take a few steps forward, she suddenly heard the sound of people running in the mine tunnel ahead. Chu Si was startled. Could there be a mine disaster? She was about to rush out to see what was happening when old Zhang pulled her back. In such a situation, Chu Si's first reaction was a mine disaster like a landslide. But old Zhang and Gongzi, who had been mining for years, immediately thought someone was intercepting the mine. Not long after, a group of hooded men sprinted down the tunnel ahead, wielding daggers, several of them stained with blood. Chu Si took a deep breath. She hadn't expected to encounter such a dire situation on her first day in the mine. The situation should have been extremely tense, but the moment they saw the group, the image of Chu Si's masked face immediately flashed through Lao Zhang and Gongzi's minds. How familiar. Luckily, the group didn't run in their direction, and there was no conflict. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the remaining 7 people from Lao Zhang's group finally arrived, carrying the ore they had dug. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief and finally dared to leave. It seemed that finding a reliable group to join them down below was essential. At least with a group of 10, those looting groups would have to think twice. Chapter 269. A group of 10 people gathered, several of them surrounding the 300-pound piece of hematite ore. Some were touching it, others were kicking it, truly delighting in its wonder. Old Zhang checked the time and, figuring the robbers should have gone far away, told everyone to leave. Chu Si was very self-conscious. She knew she wasn't familiar with the group and should have left alone, but the mine was in such chaos today that she had no choice but to continue playing the fool. The others in the group saw that Chu Si was tactful enough to follow silently behind, even keeping a slight distance from them, so they let her go. This was the peak time for the miners returning home. People were entering the main mine from the side tunnels one after another. Perhaps because of the robbery today, the mines were unusually quiet. Everyone was busy rushing out, barely a whisper of conversation. Even Lao Zhang and his team, who had been laughing and joking in the branch mine, fell silent as they entered the main tunnel. With more and more people around, the hematite ore they were carrying naturally attracted a lot of attention. Furthermore, each of their backpacks was practically overflowing with ore. What a fat sheep! Unfortunately, there were so many of them that no one dared to take action. Chu Si followed obediently behind. Faced with the malicious glances, she couldn't help but shorten the distance between herself and Lao Zhang and the others. As expected, those covetous gazes were forced to retract. Chu Si was also deluded. Was her mere half-basket of harvest worth the attention these people were staring at her like hungry wolves? She raised her head slightly, observing the others' backpacks, and was genuinely shocked. Many had dug all day, and only managed to collect less than half a basket. It seemed they couldn't really be blamed for their short-sightedness. Chu Si gritted his teeth, already extremely pessimistic about the future of the treasure mine. You said, at least make sure people can earn their entrance fees, so there's still some motivation to come and mine. 8 points isn't a lot, but it's definitely enough. It could sell 2 nutritional supplements. Who would have the time to mess around with it all day? Instead, everyone should go to the guaranteed mine. No matter how much they earn, at least there's no chance of losing money. Chu Si's guess was correct. Many people were already regretting their decision. They had thought they'd take a chance, only to lose everything. Most of them were scavengers from the shantytowns, and it wasn't easy to accumulate even a few points. Seeing that they hadn't even collected a penny after a busy day, they felt an unbearable pain. When they came here, everyone was full of fighting spirit, feeling that they had their destiny. But when they returned, everyone's face was gloomy, clearly devastated by reality, and naturally, their expressions were not good. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out from the front, and everyone paused, many of their faces turning panic-stricken. What was going on? Were these robbers so dedicated? This was a main road, full of cameras, and they dared to do this? They clearly had no regard for the mine owner. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? But Chu Si soon realized he had guessed wrong. A few miners were running ahead, and those chasing them were the security team? She quickly realized that the miners ahead were probably the exposed robbers. Everyone's reaction was incredibly swift. Before anyone could react, they had already cleared most of the mine space. Everyone quickly gathered on either side of the mine, weapons in hand. Chu Ci also cautiously took his armor-piercing hammer and stood obediently against the cave wall. Thankfully, the miners were busy escaping. Even when they saw the large or Uncle Zhang and his men were carrying, they didn't pause. Soon, they would pass their area. Chu Ci couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, watching the last man run past her. With a loud bang, Chu Ci saw him struck by a wooden bar in the side. The man lunged forward, rolled to avoid the blow and then rolled to Chu Ci's feet. Chu Ci was standing in an area that was originally crowded with people. Seeing the robber roll over, they immediately scattered in panic. Chu Ci moved quickly, but she was too close to the man. He reached up and grabbed Chu Ci's ankle, then elbowed her in the knee. With a thud, Chu Ci lost her balance and fell to one knee, nearly falling. Fortunately, she grabbed the wall in time, otherwise the ore in her backpack would have rolled out. The man must not be an ordinary person. Even though he was injured, he was still quite nimble. He quickly drew his dagger and pressed it against Chu Ci's neck. Chu Ci, why is it always me who gets hurt? But she wasn't really panicking. She was still wearing a hood, protecting her neck well. So, even if the dagger slashed down, she wouldn't be covered in blood. But he had an extra hostage, and the guards were a little wary, though only slightly. Most of them passed the two men and continued on, chasing the other robbers. The few who remained didn't stop, still slowly approaching in that direction. Seeing that the threat wasn't enough, the man grabbed the ore from Chu Ci's backpack and threw it in that direction, using it as a hidden weapon. It was just the right size. Chu Ci vomited blood. This man truly had no regard for the fruits of others' labor. She had painstakingly carried them out, knowing they were worthless, only to find that it would be a convenient opportunity for him. Chapter 270. Seeing this man's relentless tossing, Chu Ci watched helplessly as she tossed out a piece of hematite. This time, she couldn't bear it any longer. A little further down, she buried two large crystals. She couldn't let him dig up his lair. As he reached into the backpack again, Chu Ci blocked it with her neck, then turned and used the backpack to forcefully push away the body that had been holding her tightly. She then removed the backpack and placed it on the ground. Just as the guards were about to pounce on her, Chu Ci exploded. This had thrown so much ore at her, she's seen much of it already gone. She swung her armor-piercing hammer, intending to rip him apart, but the next moment, she switched to her fists. She had no choice but to attack directly in front of the guards. Who knew if that would land her in jail too? Fists rained down like raindrops, a frenzied barrage that stunned not only the man but everyone around them. Several of those who had stolen Chu Ci's, or were secretly thrown out by her, while others took advantage of the chaos to flee, looking as if they were being hunted. Not really. She wasn't the type to draw her sword over two pieces of iron or, unless, like that idiot on the ground, she could no longer bear it. Suddenly, a dagger slashed directly at Chu Ci's face, the blade narrowly missing his eyelid. A drop of blood fell, and Chu Ci felt a stinging pain on his eyelid. Ah! She exploded, snatching the dagger from the man's hand and stabbing him in both arms. She really wanted to finish him off, but the situation didn't allow it. She might as well just cripple him. The man suddenly let out two screams, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. But Chu Ci still felt it wasn't enough. That had nearly blinded her just now. Gathering all her strength, she punched the man in the chest. This blow was definitely painful. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and arched his body in pain. Chu Ci's brow furrowed slightly. There was something hard hidden in the man's chest, about the size of a thumb. She had landed her fist right there, which was why the man was in so much pain. Her hand was definitely injured as well. Chu Ci's eyes flashed, and she immediately picked up the man and threw him against the nearby cave wall. Taking advantage of a blind spot, she grabbed him by the collar and hit him while she was beating him. Seeing that the beating was almost complete, Chu Ci lifted him up and threw him into the center of the mine. Everyone, why did this unfortunate thing choose to kidnap such a demon? Chu Ci, standing only 1.6 meters tall, gave herself an aura of 2.3 meters. After the beehive incident, Sister Mask had become another legend in the mine. By the time the two guards arrived to carry the man, he was already breathing heavily. Chu Ci couldn't help but feel a little more anxious. It seemed the fight had finally been won. Only when one of the guards gave her a thumbs up did she breathe a sigh of relief. She picked up her backpack from the side and slowly walked towards the shaft elevator. No one tried to stop her, and she finally felt relieved. As she walked out, she picked up the scattered ore and dropped it into her backpack. After walking a distance, Chu Si quietly examined the stone in her hand. It was a small piece of silver-gray metal. She squeezed it, and it felt very hard. Could it be silver or? She wasn't entirely sure, so she quietly tucked it away in her arms while no one was around. She better wait until she got out and figure it out. When everyone saw her start to leave, they also began to move. Chu Si wasn't walking fast, but as they approached her, they unconsciously slid along the mine wall, their steps quick, fearing they might provoke this evil spirit. Chu Si looked back and saw that Uncle Zhang and the others showed no sign of following. She pondered for a moment, realizing they were probably afraid of getting too close to her and incurring retaliation from the robbers. So, she didn't wait and hurried out. When she reached a deserted branch of the mine, out of range of the cameras, she removed her hood, tended to the wound on her eye, and took out the energy stone. After applying it for a while, the wound healed almost completely. She left this time. Yes, Chu Si herself was afraid of retaliation. As for her clothing, there was no need to worry too much. Everyone was wearing homemade linen jackets woven from red leaf fine fiber, so there wasn't much difference. Chu Si blended into the crowd and squeezed her way to the elevator. Then, in groups of 10, they began to ascend. While waiting, she video called Ji Xian, who quickly picked up. He had already exited the mine and was redeeming points. Things weren't looking good. He mined all day and only earned 2 points. His situation wasn't the worst, though. Most people on their side only earned a few tenths of a point. It was truly dismal. After collecting the points, Ji Xian passed through security smoothly. He asked Chu Si, "How are you over there? How's it going?" Chu Si showed him her backpack. After that jerk through it, the ore in her basket had dwindled even more. Ji Xian took a deep breath, his heart sinking. It looked like he lost a lot today. Chapter 271. Seeing Ji Xian's pale face, Chu Si reached into the backpack, intending to pull out the 2 large crystals for him to see. However, there were too many people around, so she silently withdrew her hand. She knew she would be back up soon anyway, so it wouldn't be too late to share them then. The elevator pulled 2 more groups of people, and this time it was finally Chu Si's turn. Standing on the high-risk, steep elevator, she carefully controlled her position, trying to stay in the middle. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about a sudden overweight person overloading the elevator. Everyone here was a perfectly thin person. The elevator swayed and creaked as it climbed upwards. The air quickly grew colder, and Chu Si couldn't help but tighten her clothes. Underground was indeed a wonderful place, warm in winter and cool in summer, but the ventilation was a bit lacking. After exchanging his iron ore, Ji Xian waited at the cave entrance. Chu Si saw him as soon as she came out. That glimpse was like seeing her handsome husband standing outside the office building to pick her up from get off work. Chu Si was so beautiful. She didn't let you wait in vain. She's back in triumph. She ran towards Ji Xian, her bright eyes sparkling with a look of pure surprise, her braid bouncing in response. Ji Xian's lips curled slightly, and he opened his arms with a hint of resignation. Chu Si had really wanted to give Ji Xian a bear hug, but halfway through, she caught sight of the content scrolling on the big screen. Her drool began to flow, and she didn't care about the distracting beauty anymore. She scurried off to the screen. Oh! Wow, are there so many lucky guys? Ji Xian stiffened for a moment, his hands clenching and unclenching subconsciously. As he lowered his head to pick up the backpack, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh, now that I got it, I don't know how to cherish it. Ji Xian lifted the backpack and headed towards the big screen. Chu Si's previous mischievous and shameless behavior flashed through his mind, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had been a bit ungrateful. The opportunity was truly fleeting. With such a heartless person, who knew how long the novelty of this heartless person would last, Chu Si was watching in amazement when he turned around and realized Ji Xian hadn't caught up yet. He quickly turned and beckoned him over. Come over here, look up. 5, 6 people have sold over 200 points today. She had thought she was incredibly lucky, but even without the comparison of the Lucky King, she was still just a slightly larger Karami. Ji Xian's pace quickened, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He sighed inwardly. He seemed truly captivated. It turned out Chu Si's willingness to simply wait for him made him so happy. Ji Xian walked over, ignoring the golden text on the screen, and asked her a completely unrelated question. How long until you turn 21? Chu Si was stunned. Initially, her mind was still on the big screen, and after a moment, she replied, 1 year and 8 months. She couldn't help but wonder if she'd done anything too extreme recently. Was Boss G planning to use the old laws to protect himself again? But thinking about it, Chu Si felt she'd been quite well behaved. Aside from the full body spa treatment, she'd been incredibly well behaved, hadn't she? For the past few days, due to various issues, she hadn't even asked for the usual goodnight kiss. And she wasn't satisfied? Ji Xian's face darkened. Didn't you say last time you were turning 20 soon? How come there were 8 more months now? Chu Si's heart instantly erupted with alarm. Was this a reckoning? Unfortunately, the kisses and hugs had already been made, and even if he wanted to regret it now, it was too late. Chu Si, determined to seize the initiative, looked up and saw Ji Xian's dangerous gaze, and instantly retracted her neck. There was no shame in hiding her head to save her life. She smiled and tried to save face. Well, isn't 8 months just 2 Aprils? Rounding it up twice will negate it. Ji Xian took a deep breath, a surge of anger welling up inside him. So, their marriage certificate would have to be postponed for another 8 months. He was now regretting getting a double bed so soon. Chu Si saw that he still looked like he didn't want to talk to her. Although she didn't know what was wrong with Ji Xian, she knew it was best to coax him. She reached out a finger and quietly poked Ji Xian's side. Are you still angry? Ji Xian grasped her hand in his, and with his other hand, slapped her forehead. He whispered sternly, Don't touch me. We're still out there, Chu Si, For a moment, she was completely bewildered. Ji Xian, do you want to hear what lewd words you said? That's called poking, okay? She gently rubbed her fingertips against Ji Xian's palm, watching his ears gradually turn red. She smiled, tiptoed to Ji Xian's ear, and whispered seductively, That's called touching, understand? Ji Xian chuckled. I understand, of course I don't. He took Chu Si's backpack and led her towards a shop on the edge of the small square. Chu Si looked up and saw quite a crowd already gathered. A vague suspicion welled up in his mind. Is that where the ore is sold? Ji Xian nodded. Sell quickly, grab a seat quickly. Don't forget, a group of people walked here this morning. Do you want to walk back? Chu Si immediately shook his head. It was 20 miles, and a full day of mining was already exhausting enough. The two of them lined up at the back of the line. Chu Si asked doubtfully, Do you weigh your ore here too? Ji Xian shook his head. No, we waited right after we left the mine and redeemed it for points. Chu Si nodded in understanding. That's what she said. Otherwise, wouldn't that inspection gate be just for show? Chapter 272. While waiting in line, Chu Si recounted to Ji Xian everything that had happened in the mines today. She recounted the hardships of learning the craft while working for free, and how she gotten out. Well, that part of her escape wasn't something she could discuss publicly. She'd talk about it back home. She focused on the chaotic security situation inside, concluding with a final comment, after today's brazen robbery, I think the treasure hunting cave is doomed. Ji Xian shook his head. No, didn't you see the data displayed on the big screen just now? Forget 200 points. Even with 50 or more, many people would risk their lives. Besides, aren't there guards down there? If we catch these thieves today, we won't let them off easily. If we don't, they have to keep their heads down for the foreseeable future. Chu Si frowned, puzzled. So, according to you, the treasure hunting cave. Is the treasure cave a good time these past 2 days? Ji Xian nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. Safety-wise, it shouldn't be a big problem. But as we saw in today's video, the ore reserves in the treasure cave aren't very high. If my guess is correct, even more people will go in tomorrow, and the chances of finding ore will be even smaller. Chu Si chuckled. It's okay. Haven't you seen how expensive those associated minerals are? It's a classic case of 3 years without opening, 3 years of profit after opening. Didn't you see 6 or 7 people selling for over 200 points today? And there are probably a dozen more selling for over 100 points. I even saw several selling for dozens of points. So there's still hope. Ji Xian's smile was somewhat profound. He leaned close to Chu Si's ear and asked in a low voice, How do you know if the information on the big screen is true? Chu Si was stunned. It seemed to be true. Data was the easiest to tamper with. Ji Xian, carrying Chu Si's backpack, noticed that besides the hematite, there were also quite a few crystal minerals. He reached out and took one out, hesitantly saying, They might not accept this stuff. If you like it, we can move it to my backpack first. Ji Xian couldn't help but sigh. If he moved the crystal minerals out, Chu Si would only earn about 3 points this time. Very good, a net loss of 5 points. Alas, mining points aren't that easy to earn. The two of them had been busy all day, and now they were teaming up. With a loss of 3 points, he smoothed Chu Si's hair and suggested, Why don't you go to the guaranteed mine tomorrow? Chu Xi leaned forward and whispered to Ji Xian, look down further. Ji Xian's eyes lit up. Something? The koi showing its power? He reached down and fished around. It had a different texture. Ji Xian looked down and saw a crystal the size of 2 fists. He looked at Chu Xi in disbelief. Chu Xi nodded knowingly, made the number 2 with her hand, and bared her teeth, threatening to blind Ji Xian. She spoke with a resolute tone, 2 pieces. Just wait, one day I make you a gigolo. Ji Xian, If you don't fight for 3 days, you be in trouble. The line was long, but fortunately, the transaction was quick. It wasn't long before it was Chu Xi's turn. The shop owner frowned at the goods in Chu Xi's basket, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He held a piece of hematite with crystal in his hand, and said to the 2, next time, don't put this kind of ore in there. If you want to sell it, you need to knock off the crystal beforehand. It really slows down our transaction. Chu Xi and the others nodded immediately. Fortunately, she hadn't dug much ore to begin with, so they worked together and quickly cleared it. The boss had them lift the ore onto the detector, which immediately revealed its weight, type, and price. Huh? You also found 2 large crystals? Chu Xi nodded immediately, and pulled the 2 large crystals out. The boss had them remove the basket of hematite ore. He placed the 2 crystals on it for scanning, then removed the smaller one. This one can't be used, it has cracks inside. Dump the iron ore into that pile. These ore are worth a total of 72 points. Someone, come and transfer the money. Ji Xian volunteered to dump the ore, and Chu Xi went over to receive the points. Afterward, she transferred 31 points to Ji Xian, half for each of them. What a wonderful wife. Ji Xian walked out with the basket on his back. He frowned slightly at the 31 points he had received. Chu Xi wondered, not enough to spend. As she spoke, she prepared to transfer some more to Ji Xian. After all, he bought all the big things in the house, so saving a few points was understandable. No, Ji Xian shook his head. He simply had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He asked Chu Xi, why are you transferring 31 points to me? Chu Xi, half and half? Ji Xian sighed helplessly. He thought she was just making excuses about the rounding, but now Ji Xian realized Chu Xi's math was truly flawed, and that these mistakes always worked in her favor. Ji Xian suddenly laughed. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with that. After all, in a sense, Chu Xi was a rare talent. He squeezed Chu Xi's hand and hurried toward the bus stop. Today, many people were still watching those exciting advertisements on the big screen. When they got in, they actually found an empty seat on the bus, but unfortunately, it wasn't adjacent. Chu Xi found a seat and sat down. Ji Xian put their baskets together and stood beside her. Chu Xi looked up and smiled. This was fine. I sit down first. We change when you get tired of standing. Ji Xian smiled softly. No need. Standing isn't a big deal. Chu Xi smiled and nodded. She leaned over to look at the remaining ore in the backpack. Suddenly, she was struck by the small piece of ore on her stomach. Her expression froze. She had actually forgotten about it. Looking at the noisy crowd in the car, Chu Xi thought, forget it. Let's go home and talk about it. She had a hunch that this thing must be more valuable than the crystal. After all, it was something the ore robber had deliberately worn. Ji Xian reached out and rubbed Chu Xi's head. What's wrong? He looked worried. Chu Xi touched the hem of her clothes and glanced at Ji Xian. It's okay. Chapter 273. The train was packed tightly together, with more and more people boarding from behind. Ji Xian stood next to Chu Xi, his space for movement shrinking infinitely. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from outside, and the train fell silent. Many people tilted their heads to look outside. What a commotion, many people thought. Since there weren't any seats anyway, they could just walk home. The real thing was to watch the fun. At this point, more than half the people on the train scurried off. Chu Xi was also eager to get on board, having a tendency to enjoy watching the fun. Ji Xian watched with amusement. Wait here, I go out and take a look. Chu Xi nodded frantically. As everyone else left, she suddenly had an idea. She looked up and groped around the train, trying to find a suitable double seat. Unfortunately, no one was stupid. Even when those with seats got off, they generally let their seats be taken by people they knew, leaving her no chance at all. Chu Xi could only return home empty-handed. She didn't have to wait long. The driver, once ready, honked the horn, signaling the imminent departure. Passengers began to board. A large crowd streamed in, and Ji Xian squeezed in among them, quietly moving closer to Chu Xi. What's going on outside? Chu Si asked excitedly. The carriage was now bustling with activity, with many discussing what had just happened. Before Ji Xian could respond, someone mentioned escorting a prisoner. Chu Si raised an eyebrow. Escorting a prisoner? Ji Xian nodded, his lips curling slightly, a smile that seemed a bit uninhibited. Now, anyone who wants to go treasure hunting tomorrow will have no reason to refuse. Chu Si tilted his head. After a moment's reflection, he realized the mine had orchestrated this, trying to lure more people in and profit from the 8 points in ticket fees. Looking at it this way, the 100 or 200 points gained on the screen looked more like a scheme. Chu Si sighed. This matter, for them, was a complete loss with no benefit. Ji Xian sighed inwardly. This undoubtedly increased the competitive pressure. After a moment's thought, he frowned and suggested, if that doesn't work, let's see what happens tomorrow. If the number of people at the treasure mine is too high, we can go to another mine first. Let's practice our mining skills there first. After all, the entrance fee for the two of us is 16 points, which is quite a lot. Besides, the popularity of treasure hunting won't last long. Once we run out of points, most people will stop going. Then it won't be too late for us to go again. Chu Si pondered for a moment, thinking about how they had only dug up 2 crystals at the last minute today, nearly losing everything, and a sense of unease grew in her heart. Although she always considered herself a lucky charm, she usually preferred things with a high probability of success. Besides, Chu Si had made losses before. Here, 16 points were enough to buy 4 nutritional supplements. It's no exaggeration to say that when she first arrived, she would have risked her life for even half a nutrient, let alone 4. So, this decision wasn't difficult for her at all. Given the uncertainty of the outcome, she would have decisively chosen to protect her capital. Chu Si nodded. That's perfect. In that case, let's go buy some mining tools today. By the way, when we moved last time, we still hadn't taken the prickly lettuce and the mutant spinach we planted outside to our new home. I wonder if anyone's transplanted them. Ji Xian smiled. He'd been so busy at the time that he actually forgotten about it. But since neither vegetable was edible, the chances of anyone seeing them were relatively low. The truck jolted along, swaying from side to side. The excitement of her first mining trip this morning was gone, and Chu Si was drowsy from the shaking. Since Ji Xian was here, watching over her, the little ore in her backpack wouldn't be stolen. She simply closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, following the swaying rhythm. Chu Si had never had trouble falling asleep, and with the truck's sleep-inducing properties, she fell asleep almost instantly today. As the vehicle jolted, her head swayed from side to side, almost hitting the shoulder of her seatmate. Ji Xian's hand immediately rested on the back of her seat, and Chu Si's head rested on his arm. Suddenly, an arm appeared beside them, startling the girl sitting next to them. She looked up, only to be met with a resolute, handsome face. Her breath hitched, her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks flushed. Ji Xian exchanged glances with her, then carefully moved Chu Si's head inward. Seeing his neighbor's condition, he wondered if he might have caught a cold and infect Chu Si. If they had known this would happen, they would have stood near the door. The girl straightened her back. What did that mean? Was she being disliked? She pulled out her watch and took a selfie. No matter how she looked at it, she looked better than her neighbor, didn't she? Was this person blind? Who was he looking down on? The intense flame of love, before it even had a chance to ignite, was extinguished with a snap by the blind Ji Xian. The spark flickered twice before vanishing in the wind. Chu Si didn't know how long she slept, but by the time Ji Xian woke her, the car was almost at the new city gate. Ji Xian patted Chu Si's cheek and said, "Okay, wake up. Don't flash when we go out later." Chu Si was a little groggy when she woke up. She had barely nodded off, when the girl sitting next to her couldn't stand it, and got up and left. It was too corny, too much to bear. Of course, she had absolutely no envy in her heart. If only she could meet such a handsome blind man someday. And judging by the crossbow slung from his waist, he looked like a member of a hunting team. His future was much brighter than those ordinary scavengers. Chu Si was a bit confused, but since everyone had left, she stood up and stretched her muscles. If the girl sitting next to her had still been there, she would have been surprised to notice that on her outstretched wrist, besides the often mistaken wristwatch, there was also a small hidden weapon box. On Chu Si's other side of her waist, not only was she wearing a small crossbow of the same model as Ji Xian's, but next to it was a uniquely shaped hammer with a sharp end, a hammer of comparable quality to Ji Xian's. Alas, the girl had already left, missing out on the chance to meet the true big boss. Chapter 274. More than a dozen large trucks pulled up to the West District Square and stopped. The occupants began to disembark. Ji Xian, carrying their backpacks, was the first to exit. When Chu Xi followed the others out, Ji Xian pulled her aside and began to discuss, "I'm going to buy some of those mining tools you mentioned today. After that, I go to the shantytown to transplant the prickly lettuce and mutant spinach near our house. Do you want to come with me, or go home first?" Chu Xi had originally intended to go home directly, but she suddenly remembered the piece of ore in her arms. She quietly took it out and asked Ji Xian, "Brother Xian, does Old Li buy ore?" Ji Xian was stunned by the question, but when she saw the small piece of silver-gray metallic ore in Chu Xi's hand, she understood. She immediately explained, "Old Li also buys ordinary ore, but the price isn't much better. Actually, our own machine operating table can scan and determine the content of various minerals in the ore. We test it when we get back. If your ore is a rare species, we can have Fu Bowen help us sell it to the mercenary group." Chu Xi hadn't expected to end up going to Fu Bowen to sell the stolen goods. She couldn't help but wonder, does the mercenary group have the necessary smelting facilities? If they can't smelt specific metals, wouldn't they just be second-hand processors? Unexpectedly, Ji Xian nodded directly. Don't underestimate any large mercenary group. They each have their own arsenal, which naturally includes ore smelting equipment. Especially for some special metals, their prices are often higher than those at the mine or Old Li's place. They're only slightly lower than the black market. However, black market transactions are not only prohibitively expensive, but also risky. It's more cost-effective to work with them. Chu Xi nodded in understanding. After some thought, she decided not to go out with them. After all, she had a lot of things to do at home. The snow had finally stopped today, and she still had to deal with the accumulated snow at home. As for the ore, they talk about it after Ji Xian returned. She wouldn't need the mechanical control panel herself anyway. Before leaving, Ji Xian confirmed with Chu Xi, "Aside from the magnets, do you need anything else?" Chu Xi carefully recalled the operations Lao Zhang and the others had performed while mining today. It didn't seem like there was anything else needed, so she shook her head at Ji Xian. Ji Xian nodded. "Then I buy 2 magnets and a set of miniature night vision goggles." Night vision goggles? Chu Xi was a little incredulous. What was the point of that? Even though the mining in some areas of the mine wasn't very good, they already had headlamps and could still see clearly. There was no need to waste money on it. Ji Xian immediately knew Chu Xi was mistaken. He shook his head and explained, "The miniature night vision goggles I bought aren't for the 2 of us. After we get back, I want to modify a small mechanical spider to have night vision. That should be able to help us out down in the mines." Chu Xi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Shamelessly, if she had a small spider with night vision today, why would she need to pay those 5 credits for tuition? And she might even learn more than what Lao Zhang and the others taught her today. Chu Xi smiled at this and slapped Ji Xian on the shoulder, praising him with all his heart. "Brother Xian, we still have to rely on you in critical moments." Ji Xian, It felt like they were thinking the same thing. Chu Xi didn't care. After giving Ji Xian her full approval, she carried the basket on her back and headed home. As soon as she entered the safe zone, she noticed many families had already started clearing the snow. There were also people on the roads collecting the snow at each building entrance, which would be hauled off to the wilderness for disposal. Chu Xi couldn't help but quicken her pace. Their house had 2 floors, and she had to climb onto the roof to clean the 2nd floor. The other 2 warehouses were also open air, and the snow had covered the entire yard. All in all, her workload was quite hefty. She didn't know when the people would be back, so Chu Xi didn't dare waste any more time. The first thing she did when she got home was to shovel snow. Shoveling snow naturally requires sweeping from the top down. Chu Xi, having just climbed to the 2nd floor, was stunned by the scene inside. What the hell was that? My God, that amazing foxtail grass. It's already blooming before everyone else's flowers have even reached ear. Now, while everyone else is about to reach ear, Big Brother has already produced fruit, and it looks like the fruits won't be ripe for long. So delicious. Chu Xi was so excited. Her family garden had blossomed. She had to share this news with Brother Xian immediately. Chu Xi was so excited. Who knew she'd have to rely on this Big Brother for her future prosperity? Chu Xi laid down on the tall foxtail grass leaves and gave them a reverent kiss. Afterward, she immediately raised her watch to take a photo and sent it to Ji Xian. To be honest, Ji Xian was also a little stunned when he received the photo. He was, of course, aware of the unusual behavior of the foxtail grass. After all, he'd taken care of all those plants, which only made him even more puzzled. At most, he'd only been away from the plants on the roof for 3 days, and this mutant foxtail grass was the one he'd been focusing on. It had only just bloomed 2 days ago, and now, in just a few days, it was almost ripe. How could he not be astonished? Now, he finally understood just how precious this special mutant foxtail grass truly was. Thinking of Chu Si's voracious nature, Ji Xian ignored the turmoil in his heart, and immediately called her on video. Sure enough, the girl was drooling over the plump cluster of caryopsis. She really wanted to eat it right now. Since it was already nearly full-grown, adding more wouldn't make much difference, so she might as well test it today. Ji Xian was startled and immediately stopped them, saying, "Don't eat these. We need to save them all for seeds, so we have to wait until all the seeds have matured naturally." Chu Si's hand froze in midair. Was this ear of caryopsis now hers? Isn't this a perfect example of bad luck? Seeing it but not being able to eat it. Chapter 275. Ji Xian repeatedly warned Chu Si, and only after she swore repeatedly that she would not touch the swaying fruit did he finally hang up the video call. Chu Si stared up at the sky in silence, sinking into deep self-doubt. Had her credibility reached rock bottom? Chu Si shook her head. That was impossible. She believed she had always handled critical matters with integrity, and that she could always prioritize. Did Ji Xian trust her too little? What about the mutual trust between husband and wife? Well, since the swaying fruit wasn't allowed to be touched, she would go upstairs to clear the snow. Suddenly, a pot of fresh green plants near the wall of the sunroom caught Chu Si's attention. Was it sweet potatoes? Chu Si's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, that small section of vine had grown so many leaves. The lush leaves now covered the entire bamboo pot, and the outermost circle was already showing signs of falling outwards. Sweet potato leaves are edible. They can be stir-fried, served cold, steamed, or used in porridge. They offer a wide variety of uses. They are tender, delicious, and highly nutritious, making them a rare and valuable vegetable even today. Chu Si had long coveted steaming sweet potato leaves. Furthermore, leaves are not seeds, and their growth cycle is much shorter than that of seeds. Theoretically, as long as Chu Si carefully monitored the number of leaves she inspected each time and gave them ample time to heal, the plant itself wouldn't be significantly affected. Chu Si couldn't help but smile at this thought. In a sense, she had a green meadow. She looked up and around the sunroom. Besides the sweet potato plant, most of the space was planted with foxtail grass and a few potatoes. Sweet potato leaves have the highest edible value. Dogtail grass leaves, at the very least, can be used to make tea. As for potato leaves, she had never eaten them in her 20-plus years. She supposed the reason Chu's mother hadn't been able to serve them was probably because they were truly inedible. The leaves, newly sprouted from the top of the potato seedlings, were slightly yellowish, soft and tender, looking especially like a dish. Still determined, Chu Si took up her dagger, cut off a piece, and placed it on her watch for testing. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Contains small amounts of solanine and solanine. Consumption may cause abdominal pain, diarrhea, and nervous system and liver problems. Please consider carefully before consuming. Chu Si rolled her eyes speechlessly. The moderate radiation mutation level was a waste. The watch's message was so subtle. What did it mean by please consider carefully before consuming? Haha, with that medical money, she could have bought a few nutritional supplements. Why would she go through this? Bye, come on, no appointment. Well, that left only sweet potato leaves and foxtail grass. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to start working when she heard the horn outside reminding people to collect the snow. The deadline for collection was 6:30 p.m. Chu Si looked at her watch and saw it was already 6 p.m. She scratched her hair in annoyance. First, let's get down to business. After all, this vegetable garden belonged to them alone. She could collect whenever she wanted. The first priority was to clear the snow. Otherwise, she would have to carry bags of snow out to the wild to dispose of it herself. Having made up her mind, Chu Si no longer hesitated. She set up a ladder and climbed up to the second-floor roof. Trembling, she tried to climb, but the ceiling was slippery. She stepped on it, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the snow on the ground hadn't been cleared yet, otherwise, who knows how badly she would have fallen. Before Chu Si could finish her sigh, the snow above her head began to fall with a crashing sound. She had already tremblingly risen halfway, but was slammed back down, and a lot of snowflakes even got into her mouth. She grumbled several times in frustration. This thing was highly radioactive and mutated. Swallowing it directly would be no different from chewing highly radioactive food. This situation demanded no carelessness. Chu Si immediately took out her energy stone and carefully stored it close to her forearm. This way, she wouldn't be delayed in her work, and could quickly clear her body of the highly radioactive material. Hearing the horns blaring outside, Chu Si could only support her nearly crumbling body and reluctantly crawl out of the snowdrift. Chu Jianqiang grabbed the discarded shovel and continued her snow shoveling shovel. Since she couldn't climb up, she could only use the shovel to sweep downwards bit by bit. This time, Chu Si was fully prepared, but once she actually got up, she realized that the snow on the roof had already mostly fallen off. Chu Si grinned. Unexpectedly, that fall wasn't in vain. At least if she'd gone up to sweep the snow herself, she wouldn't have even cleared half of it now. Haha, with one fall, she'd gotten it done. Climbing down the ladder, Chu Si was just about to clear the snow from the lower yard when Ji Xian pushed the door open. So soon? Chu Si immediately went over to him, and found only 2 magnets, and a few small electronic components in his backpack. She wondered, where's the prickly lettuce and my mutant spinach? As she spoke, Chu Si stepped outside to take a closer look. It wasn't like they already found a place to plant them. Then, Ji Xian shook his head. The prickly lettuce and your mutant spinach have both been removed. When I was there, someone else had moved into our old house. And the 2 mutant vegetables we planted by the door were long gone, leaving only 2 large holes in the ground. Chu Si scratched his head. What did he mean? I think it's understandable that someone stole the mutant spinach. After all, it's a hemostatic herb, and many families in the shantytowns grow it. But that mutant spinach is naturally loaded with a nerve-paralyzing toxin. Even its leaves, even with low levels of radiation, are inedible. Who would bother transplanting it? Could it also be poison-making? That seemed to be the only possible explanation. Even if it were accidentally ingested, it wouldn't have grown up completely. Therefore, the transplanter must have known the mutant spinach's benefits. Chu Si took a deep breath. It seemed that even for someone in the shantytown, she couldn't afford to slack off. Who would win was still uncertain. Ji Xian didn't answer. He frowned and touched Chu Si's cheek, which was already red and swollen. Chu Si touched her face and smiled awkwardly. Well, she'd just fallen from the roof and landed face first. Even with some snow cushioning her, her face inevitably took some damage. Now her reaction time had just begun, and Ji Xian had witnessed such a horrific scene. In fact, if he returned a dozen minutes later, the energy stone would have helped, and the redness and swelling on her face would have subsided. Ji Xian glanced back and saw the small pile of snow in the yard, and the dent left by Chu Si's climb out. He raised his eyebrows. Wrapped yourself in a snowman? And what's wrong with your face? Chu Si, you're insulting my intelligence. Who would wrap themselves in a snowman? Ji Xian nodded. So what's wrong with your face? Chu Si murmured, falling from the roof. Ji Xian, my previous estimate of my IQ might have been overestimated. Chapter 276. After Ji Xian returned, he took over the snow-clearing task. Chu Si, holding onto her waist, climbed to the second floor and began her harvest. She had just discussed this with Ji Xian, and the two had decided to test approximately 1/5 of the leaves on each plant to prevent damage to the plant's growth. Chu Si performed the tests at intervals, testing 1 leaf every 5 adjacent leaves. The sweet potato clump she was most optimistic about only had 60 or 70 leaves in total. Chu Si tested 1/5 and found only 4 edible leaves. Chu Si was delighted, feeling instantly filled with strength. The after effects of her fall from the second floor vanished without a trace. Otherwise, I have to cultivate my own pollution-free crops. While finding seeds and soil is a bit of a chore, compared to the harvest, this little effort pales in comparison. After all, many people who scavenge for scraps don't even bring back 2 leaves a day. The sweet potato leaf yield reached a whopping 28%, which is incomparable to what you get from collecting in the wild. It was truly amazing. Of the 4 leaves Chu Si collected, 1 was fully grown, about the size of a palm and a half. The entire leaf was thick, upright, and richly green, in its prime growth phase. The remaining 3 were smaller, a lighter yellow, and considerably thinner. To be honest, picking them now was a bit of a shame, but in this situation, greed was paramount. The leaves all tested moderately mutated, and Chu Si didn't dare give them the chance to grow freely. What if they overgreed and turned into highly mutated leaves in a few days? Who would she turn to? Chu Si carefully stacked the leaves aside, her heart brimming with pride. This was the harvest from their garden. After all, in the dead of winter, no one could go out to scavenge, and all they had to eat was what they had stored. Their family, however, could occasionally replenish their own granary thanks to this small garden. It was a stark contrast, and a sense of superiority suddenly washed over them. Chu Si pranced around the garden proudly. It was truly wonderful. There were absolutely no mutant beasts here. She could gather as much as she pleased, as often as she pleased, and this whole patch belonged to them. After boasting enough, Chusi moved on to gather the leaves of foxtail grass. Their leaves were far more numerous than those of sweet potato leaves, growing in clumps, and now all of them were over 5 or 6 meters tall. There were 11 clumps of foxtail grass in total, and except for the special one that Ji wouldn't let her touch, she could collect all the others. At this point, Chusi couldn't help but complain. The highly prized, special foxtail grass wasn't actually the one she planted, the low-radiation seed. Life truly is unpredictable. Chusi walked around the pot, and counted the leaves. A clump of foxtail grass had at least 30, while some were so dense, they could easily flip over. She smacked her lips. What a massive project. Chusi immediately grabbed a small stool, and got to work. By the time Ji finished cooking, she only finished testing 4 plants. And remember, that was only 1/5 of the leaves. You could imagine the intensity of the work. But the results were quite encouraging. These 4 plants produced a total of 5 leaves. While the yield wasn't as high as the sweet potato leaves, it was still very good. The leaves of dogtail grass are much larger than those of sweet potato leaves. 1 for 5 is more than enough, so her requirements weren't high. Chusi rolled a few leaves into a ball, then threaded a dogtail grass leaf through the veins, tying a knot to prevent the leaves from falling apart. She threw the leaf bag to the ground first. By the time she got down, Ji was already clearing the dishes. Chusi looked, and saw 2 whole dried fish on the table. Although each was only the size of a palm, they were already very precious to them. In the past, even when they ate, they usually shared 1 or half a fish between 2 people. Chusi was immediately amused. Is this to celebrate the 2 large crystals we dug up today? At that moment, Ji was serving his meal. He smiled and nodded. To be precise, not just today, but every day from now on. It was rare to find stable work in winter. Although mining was a bit strenuous, it was enough to support their family's basic needs. Whether they made much or little was another matter. A day's work for the 2 of them would at least earn enough points to cover the cost of a nutritional supplement. Combined with their previous inventory, they shouldn't be overly stressed this winter. Besides, he could still find time to polish some parts and help with household expenses. Chusi was excited. Really? She had been so terrified of Ji tricks before that, even after carrying a pig home, she couldn't even dream of having meat for dinner. But this time, things hadn't changed. Her living standards had actually steadily improved. Ji placed a bowl in front of Chusi's seat, smiling. No, you're still going to maintain your current standard of living? Chusi shook her head frantically. What a joke. She didn't dare indulge in pleasure, but she wouldn't always push herself so hard. Ji smiled and shook his head. Honestly, he didn't really think their previous life was hard. Every meal had a little nutrient solution to fill their stomachs. How many people dreamed of that? Suddenly, his gaze fell on the large mass of leaves in Chusi's arms. Ji paused as he served himself the porridge. He had anticipated Chusi's harvest, but he hadn't imagined it would be so abundant. This was far more than Chusi could gather on her own. He asked uncertainly, "Did you really only test 1/5 of the plant's leaves?" Ji was a little skeptical. He wondered if Chusi was so pleased with herself that she pulled out every last leaf. He exhaled deeply. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Without even bothering to eat, Ji immediately climbed up to the second-floor sunroom and, picking through the leaves, discovered that she had been truly obedient, having only tested 1/5. Over on the foxtail grass, several more plants had likely not even started testing yet. When he went downstairs, Chusi was already carefreely enjoying dinner. Seeing Ji return, she smiled wildly. How's it going? 3 days of separation. I'm no longer the same wuxia Amon of the past. I'm more powerful than you can imagine, Ji pursed his lips and smiled, nodding in agreement. Yes, now I'm a sister. You're truly amazing. Chusi, you petty man. You won't give up even a single advantage. If I hadn't taken you in beforehand, no matter how handsome you are, you never get married. By the way, Chusi pulled the ore from her bosom and handed it to Ji hurriedly saying, test it right after dinner. I'm so anxious. Ji took the silver gray ore from her hand and examined it. It felt much heavier than ordinary hematite. Ji pressed it with his finger. The ore was very hard, with a metallic sheen on the surface, resembling refined iron ore. Seeing Chusi's hopeful eyes, he didn't delay any longer. Since the porridge was almost cold anyway, he simply gulped it down in a few gulps. Then, he took the ore and walked to the machine operating table. After turning on the equipment, He carefully placed the ore on the operating table and activated the mapping and scanning function. Soon, the ore's various data points appeared. Jixian checked the data uploaded by his watch. Is this vanadium pentoxide ore? The purity is 28%, which shouldn't be too high. Wait a minute, I checked the price for this ore. In a short while, he found the mine's price for vanadium ore. This relatively rare ore was priced differently from ordinary ores, like hematite. It was priced according to purity. Jixian compared the purity and found a price of 28%, which translates to 1.5 points per gram. The ore Chu Si had obtained weighed only 52 grams, meaning it could be exchanged for 78 points from the mine owner. Chu Si blinked. Honestly, she felt a little disappointed. After all, she risked her life to steal this from a mine robber, and it was worth less than 100 points. That guy was incredibly stingy, actually thinking it was some precious treasure. Jixian, noticing Chu Si's dejection, couldn't help but tap her forehead. What? Still not satisfied? Don't you think about how many people went out today and didn't even earn 2 points? Chu Si, if you're so comforting, I definitely feel better. Chapter 277. Jixian pulled Chu Si in and kissed her forehead. I call Bowen right now, and have him take the ore away. Vanadium ore should be more expensive at the mercenary group than at the mine. You can easily make 95 points from this piece of ore, or 6 points. Chu Si nodded. Cashing out sooner rather than later would be a good thing. After all, they had moved into the safe zone. Fu Bo had arrived quickly, arriving at Chu Si and his family's new home in just 15 minutes. All the crops had now been moved to the second floor, and Fu Bowen finally had access to the inner rooms. As he entered, he stole a glance and was greeted by a double bed. His eyes widened, his mouth pursed. This time, he was definitely going to be his sister-in-law. Fu Bowen smiled a bit slyly. Boss, when you have your wedding, don't forget to let me know. Jixian reluctantly nodded in agreement. He wanted to, but it was still too early for Chu Si. Alright, take the ore and get out. I give you 5 points for your labor. Fu Bowen shook his head. Boss, that won't do. I'm already very happy to have earned mercenary points through trading. These 5 points. How about you give me 2? Chu Si, Very good, very courageous. Jixian raised his foot and gave Fu Bowen a smack. Hurry up and get out with the ore. Go back and exchange it for me as soon as possible. Fu Bowen nodded quickly and got out with a small silver-gray ore. He realized that the boss was annoyed by him interrupting their private time. After Bowen left, the two of them went about their respective business. Chu Si went up to pick vegetable leaves while Jixian modified the little mechanical spider. Just moments into their work, Chu Si was called down again. What's going on? Chu Si asked, puzzled. Seeing Jixian hadn't responded, she looked up and saw his cheeks flushed, a rare blush. What was going on? This puzzled Chu Si even more. Jixian hugged her tightly, his tone slightly agitated. Do you know how many points that are sold for? Chu Si was stunned. Hadn't they just calculated it? 78 points. Fu Bowen might offer a higher price, but it wouldn't be more than 100 at most. What? Vanadium ore is in high demand right now, and we just happened to find it. Did it sell for over 100 points? Jixian pursed his lips and smiled, twirling around in his arms. Oh, you never guess. I sold it for a full 1032 points. Chu Si felt her ears weren't working well. How much? 32? Even after hearing it, she couldn't believe it. Even if it was truly an urgent need, it definitely wouldn't be that much on the black market, right? Jixian put her down with a smile. You heard right, 1032 points. It's so expensive because it's vanadium, or with energy. Chu Si was a little confused. Energy stone? Jixian shook his head. No, an energy stone is an energy stone, and an ore with energy is an ore with energy. They have different functions. Ore with energy, like this, is usually formed over a long period of time alongside the energy stone. When subjected to prolonged energy exposure, a small portion of the ore undergoes a qualitative change, transforming into a special type of ore capable of storing energy. This type of ore is crucial for the manufacture of advanced weaponry, so its price is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary ores. Chu Si's mind suddenly lit up like a firework. She felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. Her thoughts raced, her mind swirling with confusion. Doesn't this mean there are treasures beneath the mine? If there's this type of ore, doesn't that mean energy stones can actually be mined underground? Jixian nodded. Of course. No, Chu Si shook her head. If the ore contained energy, why hadn't she noticed it? No, Chu Si raised her hands, as if she hadn't taken off her snakeskin gloves since going down to the mine, so it was only natural that she hadn't noticed. Chu Si clenched her fists. The future was bright. Chapter 278. Looking at the over 1,000 points that suddenly appeared in her watch, Chu Si suddenly felt a little dazed. This was truly a remarkable turn of events. Even when they opened a blind box worth nearly 1,000 points directly from their watch while scavenging corpses in the beehive, it had been truly exhilarating and inspiring. But those points had never passed through her and Ji Xian's hands at all, and were later directly exchanged for the new house before them. Now, things were different. These thousands of points had actually appeared in their accounts. Looking at the remaining balance, Chu Si felt a little bewildered. How could she spend so many points? This was the first time she had ever experienced such a sweet dilemma. In all her past and present lives, it seemed the only time she had enough money was when she hadn't had the chance to question it. In reality, Chu Si wasn't being too pedantic. Spending points was easy enough. As long as she wanted to squander them, no amount would be enough. The difficulty lay in figuring out how to use them effectively. For their family, the most common way to spend their points was to buy food, weapons, and daily necessities. For now, they had no shortage of food, and now they had a small vegetable garden, so the pressure on food was naturally less. As for weapons and daily necessities, there was no need to add anything for the time being. Ji Xian saw her mind wandering again, and tapped her forehead gently. "What are you thinking about? So engrossed?" Chu Si chuckled foolishly. "I'm thinking about the rise of scavengers." Ji Xian frowned, unable to connect with her for a moment. He sighed helplessly and said, "Speak humanly." Chu Si suddenly felt a little awkward. Some things were fine to think about privately, but bringing them up for discussion in such a grand manner made her act like she'd never seen the world. Seeing Ji Xian staring at her with such tactless abandon, Chu Si gave in. "I'm thinking." Ji Xian, She couldn't hear clearly, so she continued to stare. Chu Si gave in and quietly explained, "I'm thinking about how to spend these points. Look, we don't lack basic supplies like food and weapons, and we don't need to save points to buy a house anymore. Just sitting there with the points feels like they're devalued and can't be used to their full potential. But as for investing..." "Never mind," Chu Si shook her head. She just didn't have that kind of brain. Although Chu Si was clumsy, she could still understand some things. She didn't think 1,000 points would bring much opportunity to their family. If they spent all that, they probably wouldn't even be able to rent a small shop near the mine, let alone start any other business. That wasn't something people of their caliber could get involved in. Unreliable. Ji Xian found this amusing and raised his hand to gently pinch Chu Si's cheek. "You're thinking ahead. Planning to start a business so soon?" Chu Si pulled his hand away. Was she planning to start a business? She was just offering a small suggestion. Ji Xian smiled and lifted her into his arms, not bothering with her little brain. He did have an idea for where to spend the points, and it was her that had inspired it. He rubbed Chu Si's head and asked seriously, "Do you want to expand your plant cultivation area?" Chu Simin nodded blankly. With such a high shipment rate, she naturally wanted to expand the planting area, but the second floor was limited in space and already packed to the gills. To expand further, would she have to clear the space on the ground floor that had been reserved for storage? She pondered carefully, and it seemed possible. This would at least free up a few square meters of space. However, that would overload the storage room, forcing things to be stacked one on top of the other, making it difficult to retrieve items. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but tilt her head to look outside, wondering which space would be best to clear. Ji Xian reached out and pressed her head back into his arms, then held up the points balance on his watch. "We're discussing how to spend these 1,032 points." Chu Si nodded. "Oh yes, so Ji Xian wants to use these 1,000 plus points to buy land?" She looked up in surprise. "That wouldn't work, right? After all, the actual area of the house they bought was only 14 square meters. They spent a lot of points and a special energy stone to buy it. A mere 1,000 points wouldn't even buy half a square meter. Wouldn't it be like throwing those points away and not even making a splash?" Chu Si immediately shook his head. No, that wouldn't work. What good would a piece of land less than half a square meter do? Even if they planted crops, even by the time they died, they probably wouldn't even be able to recoup their investment. She tactfully told Ji Xian, "It's unrealistic to want to buy land with just 1,000 points." Ji Xian nodded, then took Chu Si's finger and played with it, saying, "If you don't buy the land, you only have the right to use it, not the ownership?" Chu Si blinked twice, as if she understood a little. "Like this yard we have?" Jixian nodded. This was the advantage of buying this private house. If they had actually bought a basement or a cubicle, even with the 1,000 points, it wouldn't work now. But here, it was different. The guardhouse was right next to the safe zone wall, making it impossible to build anything nearby. The surrounding open space was actually usable space. Whether illegal construction would be investigated depended largely on the discretion of the safe zone security team. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. If that were the case, this thing might actually work. She hurriedly asked, "How do we do it? Should we go to the black market to find Zhang Dabu?" No, Jixian simply shook his head. Going to the black market would undoubtedly mean handing our money over to them for exploitation, and the black market fees are incredibly high. For this kind of problem, the security team has a well-established solution. We can go there and handle it directly, and we're also covered by the contract. Chu Xi immediately stood up and dragged Jixian off the stool. What are we waiting for? Act now. Chapter 279. To stop the impetuous Chu Xi, Jixian checked the time on his watch and said helplessly, "Don't you see what time it is? They already left work. There's a free early morning bus to the mine for the next 3 days. If you're really in a hurry, we can find time to go there on the 4th day to handle it." Chu Xi looked at the time and saw it was quite late. It made sense, since they had already finished dinner, so those civil servants would naturally have left work long ago. She chuckled and scratched her head sheepishly. "Well, I'm happy to think we'd be able to expand our planting areas soon." Jixian nodded in understanding, then poured cold water on Chu Xi. "The site is almost there, but we don't have the soil that meets the radiation standards." Chu Xi's expression of surprise vanished instantly. This was a really difficult problem to solve, even more so than the seeds. Generally, only soil that grows low radiation plants would meet the standards. Where could she find that in this freezing weather? She looked up at Jixian. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Was he going to spend points to buy it now? This thing was definitely not cheap. Their points had to go towards renting the land. It was so hard to part with it. Chu Xi had thought about mining. Mines are so deep below the surface, so they're definitely less polluted than the surface. So could she find a way to find the planting soil there? Chu Xi shared her idea with Jixian, who nodded in agreement. However, he said, finding planting soil in a mine isn't as easy as you think. First, due to rainwater infiltration and groundwater, the soil in the mine is undoubtedly highly contaminated. Even if there's any, it's generally been taken away to the plantations. We can only look for it with the intention of finding a bargain, understand? Chu Xi nodded frantically. I understand. The mine owner wasn't stupid. If there were such an opportunity, he wouldn't be waiting for her to scoop it up. She just hoped for a chance. Second, Jixian continued, this vein, the mine itself, is primarily composed of rock. You should have noticed when we went down into the mine today. The soil content isn't very high, and most of it is definitely highly radioactive soil. Chu Xi nodded. Every bit counts. Although Jixian had repeatedly poured cold water on her, there was one thing he never denied. The probability of producing planting soil underground was indeed higher than on the surface. As long as this was clear, it was enough to get started. She couldn't be picky right now. After all, even if she wanted to go out to scavenge, she couldn't. The only option was to go down to the mine. Why should she hesitate? But at this point, Chu Xi thought of a question. Should we still go to the guaranteed mine? We don't know if they let us take the planting soil away. Hearing this, Jixian frowned. He wasn't sure about this. While planting soil wasn't it was still the mine owner's property. After thinking for a moment, he decided, let's stick to the original plan tomorrow and go to the guaranteed mine first. The reason why we chose the guaranteed mine is mainly because there is no cost to go there, unlike the treasure hunting mine. The tickets for the two of us add up to 16 points. Before we are sure whether there is planting soil in it, and how high the shipment volume of planting soil is, I suggest that we first test the waters in the guaranteed mine. Besides, if we do find some suitable planting soil, we could try to sneak it in. Chu Xi, That made sense. She understood. Jixian's goal was to frantically test others' boundaries. It was shameless, but she liked it. Watching Jixian calmly analyzing the situation, his gaze occasionally locked with hers. As he spoke, Chu Xi narrowed her eyes slightly. Jixian's eyes clearly spoke, and translated, they were constantly urging her to go over and give him a kiss. Sure enough, a serious man is the most handsome. Chu Xi didn't want to put herself in a difficult position. After all, it was legitimate. She hugged Jixian and gave him a big kiss, which then turned into a passionate kiss. Only later did she remember her blushing face. She coughed awkwardly and said, "It's a goodnight kiss. You promised it before." "Yes, yes," Ji Xian nodded with a smile. "He deserved it." Ji Xian's smile made Chu Xi's face turn even redder. She quickly turned and ran out of the house. A voice came from the distance. "I go upstairs and continue picking." Ji Xian smiled and shook his head. He sat back down at the machine control table and continued working on his little mechanical spider. Chu Xi climbed the ladder to the second floor. The cold wind blew over her cheeks, making them even hotter. She kept reaching out her hands to cool them down. No, Ji Xian has learned to cheat with his beauty. I can't handle it. It had been a while, but there was no effect. Whenever she thought of Ji Xian's face, her brain temperature would immediately rise, and so would her face. Never mind. After all, you have to get used to these things sooner or later. Chu Xi felt relieved. Deciding to stop wasting time, she quietly went back to inspecting the remaining foxtail grass. She wondered if today's surprise was enough. Just now, 4 plants had yielded 6 leaves, and now 6 had yielded 4 leaves. It was a perfect match. She hesitated a bit as she went downstairs, but when she noticed Ji Xian still intently studying the little mechanical spider, Chu Xi's mood instantly calmed. After quietly placing the foxtail grass leaves, she quietly walked along the wall to wash up. After finishing her work, she turned around and caught Ji Xian's half-smile. Chu Xi, dead. Ji Xian stood up, spread his arms, and stretched. That's perfect. I'm done too. You lie down on the bed first. I'll be there in a minute. Chu Xi's face flushed red, his mind racing. Could it be that this hot-blooded young man had finally given up? What expression should I put on to avoid appearing too rude? Ji Xian stood there, watching her ever-changing expressions. Once he admired them enough, he slowly added, "What are you thinking about?" "Just chatting under the covers." Chu Xi, This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. This time, Chu Xi didn't even bother to glance at her. He simply climbed onto the bed, rolled up the covers, and covered himself tightly. As for Ji Xian's lack of a quilt, that was fine. No one with a bad mouth could freeze to death. Chapter 280. After Ji Xian finished washing up, he discovered that Chu Xi had already swept the blanket away, leaving his half of the bed empty. So, he immediately moved Chu Xi, blanket and all, to the inside of the bed. Then, he spread the blanket aside, and the two of them squeezed onto the single bed. Chu Xi took a deep breath. Was she still going to pretend to sleep? Why was the ending so different from what she imagined? Ji Xian immediately locked her in his arms, and whispered in her ear, "How's it going? Still cold?" Chu Xi's face flushed crimson. She couldn't pretend to sleep anymore, so she simply opened her eyes, and looked at Ji Xian. "Who said I was cold? I'm warm." Ji Xian's eyebrows arched slightly, his tone tinged with danger. "I thought you swept the blanket away because it was too cold." Chu Xi laughed it off. "It was a little cold just now, but I'm much better now." She looked up at the close-up beauty bombshell. A perfect jawline, a sexy Adam's apple. Chu Xi smacked his lips, and wiped away the drool. What's the point of looking good? No benefits, and yet he still wants to enslave her? Ha, that's a nice thought. No matter how good-looking he is, it's time for her to go to bed. She can't just keep her eyes open and stare at him, right? Besides, Ji Xian has a bad habit of sleeping. After he falls asleep, he always likes to drape his legs over her. It's really unbearable. He didn't do anything, but she was exhausted all night and her back ached. The past was too painful to recall. Chu Xi couldn't help but shake her head. This was absolutely unbearable. It was too much of a sleep hazard. She gave in, took the initiative to loosen the quilt, rolled off Ji Xian, and slid into her own space, entering sleep mode. Ji Xian pursed his lips, his brow furrowed. He immediately wanted to open his watch and take a selfie. Even as a rough old man, he actually felt a bit anxious about his appearance. Chu Xi's sleep quality was excellent, and she fell asleep in a matter of moments. She tossed left and right, and soon rolled over to Ji Xian, who took her in his arms. Great, the crackling sparks had finally subsided. Sleep, midnight, Chu Xi woke up with another backache. As expected, she groggily ran to Ji Xian's side. She wanted to turn over and stretch her muscles, but just as she was about to move, Ji Xian, still asleep, pulled her back down, expertly locking her arms and legs upwards. Chu Xi, Is this the price of lusting after beauty? Helpless, she could only poke Ji Xian awake with her finger. Brother, even someone paralyzed in bed knows they need to be turned over after a while. Can you please be more humane to me? Ji Xian, having a rare moment of daydreaming, was half asleep when Chu Si said he turned her over. He then held her, rolled her over, and returned her to the spot she just crawled out of. He patted her on the back. Okay, go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. Chu Si, never mind, go to sleep. At least she gotten some exercise. The next morning, at 3:30, the alarm went off. Chu Si propped herself up and crawled out of bed. Looking over, Ji Xian was already up. She yawned, put on her clothes, and opened the door, only to see Ji Xian preparing breakfast in the small living room. The moment he opened the lid of the pot, the entire living room was quickly covered by steaming smoke, and the mist curled up like a fairyland. In the meantime, there was a handsome young man cooking soup for her. Chu Si leaned against the doorframe, feeling incredibly happy. It seemed like there was a price to pay for pursuing beauty. Ji Xian lowered his head and stirred the hot porridge in the pot twice, adding the shredded pork before replacing the lid. Looking up, he saw Chu Si still standing by the door. He glanced at his watch and saw the time. Chu Si shuddered, instantly coming to his senses. He quickly scooped up some water and headed to the door to wash up. The cool breeze swept away any remaining sleepiness. As soon as they returned, Ji Xian began assigning tasks. Do the basic training on your own first. I take you through the 5 senses training once I finish cooking. Okay. Chu Si nodded, took the weight belt from Ji Xian, and went to do their daily routine. Not long after, Ji Xian joined in. The two continued practicing until around 4:10, then began a muscle relaxation session and had breakfast. Chu Si held the bowl, contented with a small handful of shredded pork inside. It turned out that when Brother Xian promised to improve their living standards, he actually done it right away. She couldn't even imagine how happy it would be to be able to taste meat at every meal. She remembered when she first arrived, she and Brother Xian were so low on points. During the hardest times, they only had 1 bag of nutritional supplements for 3 days. That wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that after this meal, they had no idea where their next meal was coming from. Miserable, truly utterly miserable. Chu Si sucked her teeth. In comparison, her current life was like heaven. There was only one downside to heaven. Chu Si looked across at Ji Xian, who was diligently eating his porridge, and couldn't help but argue with him. Brother Xian, can you please stop locking me up at night? My back aches from doing nothing. Isn't that a shame? Ji Xian choked and coughed at the words. Chu Si hurriedly offered him a glass of water. Slow down. Slow down. Chu Si curled her lips quietly. You said I didn't say anything earth-shattering, so why are you so excited? You seem so unworldly. After a while, Ji Xian finally calmed down. He smiled and nodded. Before Chu Si could even feel happy, he continued, you could also come and lock me up. And if your back still hurts the next day, I can massage it for you. Chu Si pursed her lips. Something didn't seem right with this solution. Ji Xian smiled and tapped her forehead. All right, eat quickly. We need to catch the bus after that. Chu Si nodded dully and quickly emptied the porridge from her bowl. After finishing, she wiped her mouth. Ji Xian handed her backpack to her. Chu Si grabbed her armor-piercing hammer and crossbow. They locked the door and set off. As they emerged from the alley and turned onto the main road, they were stunned by the throng. Ji Xian glanced at his watch. It was around 4:40. He hadn't expected the competition to be so fierce. Chu Si, incredibly surprised, leaned over to Ji Xian and whispered, it feels like there are even more people here today than yesterday. Ji Xian nodded, glanced around, and had an idea. Those who came yesterday were mainly scavengers from the shantytowns. I think quite a few workers are coming today too. Even though there wasn't much work in the safe zone during the winter, the workers there usually took on some work like polishing parts or processing hides. Therefore, not many people were actually there during the mining yesterday. The reason so many people were mobilized now was because Ji Xian thought of the big screen at the mine yesterday. The scrolling announcements of 100 or 200 points worth of rewards had not only dazzled the shantytown residents, but also captivated many residents of the safe zone. It seemed the mine owner's publicity campaign had been quite effective. At least the majority of people should have been mobilized. Suddenly, Chu Si grabbed his hand and broke into a run. They had to hurry. Not getting a seat wasn't a big deal, but not being able to stand was. That would be disastrous. Then, they have to walk all 20 miles. Ji Xian let her lead them as they ran. Interlocking their fingers, he tightened his grip, then quickened his pace, leading Chu Si through the crowd. The two of them stacked their backpacks together, and, barely managing to get 2 standing tickets, those behind them wouldn't be able to squeeze in. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief and gave Ji Xian a thumbs up. If she had done it herself, she might not have been able to handle it. At least Ji Xian was better at diverting traffic than she was, and it didn't require any effort on his voice. Chapter 281. After running all the way, Chu Xi was panting with exhaustion. A bottle of water was silently handed to her. Chu Xi took it and took a long gulp, adding a thank you at the end. Ji Xian nodded. You're welcome. It's just that your explosive power and endurance are not very good. It seems you need to focus on training in the future. She turned to look at Ji Xian in disbelief. Are you a monster? Boss Ji, do you still remember that little cutie in bed last night? Do you still remember that real girlfriend you flirted with at breakfast this morning? Chu Xi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. With such a rapid change of status, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? At the very least, you can tell me tomorrow morning. After the car was full, it was ready to depart. Chu Xi and his group were seated farther out, so they could catch a glimpse of the situation. Ji Xian was the only one holding the handrail, and Chu Xi wasn't tall enough. He gripped the handrail with one hand and rested the other on Chu Xi's shoulder. He lowered his head and said to her, "The car will be very bumpy once we start moving. Just hold onto my waist, and don't let yourself get thrown overboard." Chu Xi glanced around. The car was already incredibly crowded. Everyone was packed in like a sandwich. Forget holding onto anything. Chu Xi figured she wouldn't fall even if she lifted her feet off the ground. After all, falling down requires a certain amount of space. But seeing Ji Xian's sincere eyes, she silently wrapped her arms around his waist, thin but powerful. Chu Xi chuckled, and Ji Xian reluctantly lowered his head. Behave yourself. Chu Xi nodded obediently, resting her head on his chest. Ji Xian's face turned slightly red. When he found that there were already crowds of people around him, he generously moved Chu Xi in front of him, separating her from the crowded crowd. Chu Xi smiled radiantly. Look, Coach Ji's gone, and my husband's back. The truck jolted for about 20 minutes before finally arriving near the mine. She was so dizzy from the jolting that she simply slept against Ji Xian. As they neared their destination, Ji Xian gently shook her awake, reminding her, "Don't fall asleep. Wake up quickly. Don't get hurt." Chu Xi nodded and sat up, realizing she had drooled heavily on her chest. Guilty, she looked up and saw that Ji Xian wasn't looking in her direction, so she carefully rubbed him twice with her sleeve. Luckily, it was winter, and she was wearing thick clothes, so Ji Xian probably hadn't noticed. After just a few rubs, Ji Xian grabbed his hand. He lowered his head, hesitated to speak, finally mumbling, "Still outside." Chu Xi, stunned, What had she done? Ji Xian was a perfect example of someone who has nothing to fear. How could a good relationship turn out like this? Seeing Ji Xian still looking at her intently, Chu Xi awkwardly lowered her hand. When the car stopped, they were the first to get out. Ji Xian only then noticed the saliva stain on his chest. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Xi. "Chu Xi, I just wanted you to wipe it, but you didn't need me." Ji Xian nodded. "I didn't expect someone to drool while sleeping standing up." Chu Xi, I felt a hint of something. As soon as they stood still, they noticed that almost everyone who had gotten out of the car was rushing towards the treasure-hunting cave. Chu Xi was astonished. "I didn't expect there were so many rich people." Ji Xian nodded. "Most of these people are from the safe zone. 8 points isn't a lot, but for them, they can afford it. Using 8 points to win 200 is still a good deal." Chu Xi nodded. "This thing is like buying a lottery ticket. Everyone buys it hoping for the jackpot, but of course, most people will end up with nothing." She pulled Ji Xian towards the safe mine, swaying her head. Not blindly following the crowd is a sign of wisdom. There weren't many people arriving yet, so they didn't have to wait long. Once they had 10 people, they could take the elevator down to the mine. Ji Xian held the chain, and Chu Xi, for safety's sake, slipped into the middle of the elevator. Ji Xian stared at his empty palms, a sudden surge of emotions. The elevator descended with a clang. Ji Xian was standing at the very back. As he stepped off, Chu Xi grabbed his arm. He smiled faintly and jokingly asked, "What's up? Has the runaway bird returned?" Chu Xi was filled with questions. After all, her flight hadn't even reached 2 meters, at most, it was just a stretch of her wings. Unable to figure it out, she simply gave up. Scratching her head, she said playfully, "Brother Xian, we're on your home turf now. Can you show me the way?" Ji Xian laughed. "Why my home turf? I only know a little about one mine, and our main goal today isn't mining, but familiarizing ourselves with the map." The main mine tunnel had been completely sealed with cement, rendering it worthless. The two of them hurried through the area. Ji Xian pulled the little mechanical spider from his arms, activated it, and began exploring each mine. Looking at the image on his watch, Chu Xi nodded in satisfaction. This really saves effort. Brother Xian, when you have time, could you modify mine too? Ji Xian nodded. Today, I mainly want to test the performance of this little mechanical spider. If it works, I modify yours when I get back. Chu Xi nodded immediately. With the two of them and 2 scouts, the survey efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster than if they were alone. However, Chu Xi still had a question. Brother Xian, isn't the signal down there bad? If we go any further, will we lose control of this little mechanical spider? Ji Xian curled his lips in a smile and pulled a palm-sized black metal box from his backpack. 3 green indicator lights lit up on it. This is a local signal booster. It's for situations like this. I added our signals and the little mechanical spider signals into it. It's like setting up a separate local area network for the 3 of us. This way, even if we're in areas with weak signals, as long as we're not in high radiation areas, we can communicate normally within a 2.5 kilometer radius. Chu Xi silently gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Chapter 282. As for hematite or reserves, the guaranteed mines were indeed much better than the treasure mines. Chu Xi even felt that the skills she worked so hard on all morning yesterday, spending 5 points to learn, were completely useless here. The main reason was that the environment here simply didn't allow her much room for creativity. Looking at the dense crowds of people in the mines, she sighed helplessly. It seemed that even if many had moved to the treasure mines, the base number here was too large. A few missing individuals wouldn't affect the density of their miners at all. Furthermore, they were extremely territorial. Once they'd chosen a spot, they essentially stay there and dig incessantly. If Chu Xi wandered around looking for ore, she undoubtedly incur public outrage. The 2 of them found a corner and, while mining, reviewed the image information brought back by Robot Spider number 1. Since they were a 2-person team, they could occupy a slightly larger area, only about 3 meters. Before digging, Chu Xi strictly followed the process Lao Zhang had taught her yesterday. The first step was to test the surrounding area for flammable and toxic gases. Chu Xi turned on her watch, found the air quality detection function, and clicked to start the test. After 3 minutes of data collection, the watch displayed the test results. The 2 of them huddled together for a closer look. The data showed that there were no harmful gases in the area, but the air circulation was poor, and the oxygen content was low. Chu Xi nodded, no problem. She had noticed the small white patch-like vibration sensor when she entered the hole earlier. With that, the preparations were almost complete. She and Ji Xian exchanged a glance and nodded, no problem, let's start digging. Ji Xian nodded and set their backpacks aside. He then removed the magnet from the backpack and tested it against the wall. As expected, there were no results. After all, this place was bustling with people, and everyone had walked around it so many times. There was no way there was any visible or left for them to dig. There was no other way. Only the most rudimentary method remained, push inwards. Chu Xi swung her pickaxe, clanging against the wall. After prying off a layer of rock, she finally saw a smattering of soil. She paused, scooped up a handful, and placed it on her watch for testing. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Highly radioactive. Chu Xi felt a little disappointed. It seemed like Ji Xian had said it was true. She couldn't hold out too much hope. But then again, this world had been plagued by radiation for so long, the planet must have been marinated by it by now. Fearing she missed something, she selected several spots on the small patch of soil for testing. Sadly, nothing came of it. With a clang, a metallic clatter echoed from Ji Xian's location. Chu Xi's expression lit up, and she immediately came over to Ji Xian, exclaiming in surprise, "Delivery so soon?" After all, having heard it all day yesterday, Chu Xi was familiar with the sound of the pickaxe hitting the ore. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" She pushed Ji Xian aside. "I finally got a model. I'm going to start teaching." Ji Xian watched her hammering away at the ore, gradually widening the area until she circled the ore's location and marked a few crosses in the deeper areas of the pit. Chu Xi gestured with her hand. "Just follow these spots, and the ore should be pulled out relatively quickly." Ji Xian studied the area she'd drawn along the edge of the ore for a moment, then decisively adjusted the positions of the cross marks. "The ore connection points should be here. You marked them wrong." With that, he took up his pickaxe and struck. Sure enough, after knocking out the marked spots, he switched to a chisel and hammered hard. A round piece of hematite, about the size of a watermelon, was pried from the rock. Chu Xi stood there, stunned. Wasn't this embarrassing? There was a moment of silence, and she coughed, feeling slightly guilty. Being a teacher is truly unacceptable. It's embarrassing. Fortunately, she hadn't mentioned that she spent 5 points and half a day's hard work to acquire this skill. Jixian bent down, took the oar in his hand, and weighed it. It seemed to weigh about 7 or 8 pounds. Chu Xi hurriedly and servilely handed the backpack over, waiting for Jixian to drop the oar in. Before she could utter a word of flattery, she heard a man's voice from behind. "Haha, this is a lucky break. We only been digging for a short while, and we already found such a large piece of iron ore. How about we trade places?" Chu Xi turned around and saw a Tashin right in front of her. Honestly, this was the first time she had seen such a burly man in the Wasteland. He was incredibly sturdy, a rarity among the common people there, and it was clear he came from a well-off family. The burly man approached, completely unafraid of the two newbies. Chu Xi flipped over and raised the crossbow at his waist to eye level. Tashin paused. The light in the mine was so dim that he hadn't realized the two men even possessed ranged weapons. The large man hesitated. He always been strong and sturdy, possessing far greater strength than others, so he wasn't afraid of close combat. If they truly encountered him, he surely had them unable to even swing their pickaxes. But now, things were difficult. Even for his formidable skills, he was still afraid of real weapons. He glanced impassively at Chu Xi and Jixian, then, as he approached, realized they were heavily armed. He wisely decided to retreat. Such a small amount of, or wasn't worth the risk. Tashin raised his hands, chuckled dryly, and retreated. Misunderstanding, I'm leaving now. Seeing the large man about to retreat, Chu Xi edged closer to Jixian and asked quietly, "What should we do? Let him go, or use him to establish our authority?" Jixian thought for a moment, then reached out and lowered her crossbow. Their main mission today was to explore the mines and identify any potential soil resources. As soon as the mechanical spiders reported back, they would leave. For the time being, it was best to avoid further complications. Jixian was simply afraid of trouble, not of the towering man. He was certainly imposing, but his muscular build suggested that Tashin was, at best, a relatively skilled miner, completely different from the hard-charging mercenaries like them. Chu Xi nodded. "Aren't you afraid he'd bring his men back for revenge? After all, he doesn't look like someone to be trifled with." Jixian shook his head. "He doesn't dare to involve too many people. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mine robbery? And the mine owner just needs a target like that." Indeed, Jixian's guess was correct. Even if the big man had the will, he wouldn't dare do such a thing right now. Furthermore, he was so fearful of retaliation from the two men that he didn't even dare to stay in the mine. He left the tunnel in disgrace, carrying his basket. Despite this minor incident, Chu Xi's side wasn't without some gains. At least, few of those who had been hiding in the shadows dared to show up. Tashin held a great deal of importance in their hearts. Since even he couldn't get any good results, naturally no one would rush over to cause trouble. Chu Xi pounded her pickaxe into the ground, resting for a moment, exhausted, leaning on her waist. She raised her hand and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. They weren't sure if this location was a good one or not. The large rocks were piled one on top of the other, and the deeper they went, the harder it was to dig. Thankfully, their yield rate was good. They had been here for 3 hours, and judging by the amount of ore in the basket, they estimated they had earned 4 points. This was more than Jixian had earned in a whole day yesterday. Chapter 283. Jixian fished out a water bottle from his bosom and handed it to Chu Xi. "Drink some. You've been sweating so much, you need to rehydrate." Chu Xi hesitated for a moment, but finally took the bottle. Luckily, since Jixian had been holding it close to her chest, the water wasn't too cold. She tilted her head back and took a large gulp. It really felt better. Jixian, operating his watch, smiled and said to her, "Let's buy another thermos when we get home today. We didn't plan to bring it until now, thinking we wouldn't be going out in the winter. It seems necessary now." Chu Xi nodded, taking a few more sips. Jixian then took the bottle directly from her. "Leave some for me. You heartless little bastard." Chu Xi's hand still pinched the bottle. Then, with a raised eyebrow and a smirk, she leaned closer to Jixian and whispered, "I understand. You just want an indirect kiss, right? I won't laugh at you." Jixian nodded. "What's so funny about that? Besides, do I even need an indirect kiss right now?" With that, he turned Chu Xi's head, aimed at her mouth, and kissed her. After the kiss, Chu Xi felt a bit disoriented. Once she found her bearings, her first action was to stealthily glance around. Luckily, they had already dug a little deeper. While the tunnel wasn't long, it easily concealed their figures. She exhaled deeply, pursed her lips, and lowered her head, acting like a young wife. She was used to being shameless, but she couldn't stand Ji Xian's own shamelessness. Furthermore, from her long observations, the native Wastelanders were relatively conservative in this regard. At least when she was out scavenging, she had never seen anyone so brazenly engaging in such acts in broad daylight. I felt a little embarrassed. Ji Xian, now enlightened, was simply overwhelming. Chu Xi couldn't help but facepalm. This sweet sorrow. You don't understand, haha. Ji Xian unscrewed the bottle cap and tilted his head back to take a large gulp. Chu Xi looked up at his Adam's apple, his mind drifting a little. Then, remembering that they had only just begun the day, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and silently recite, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. There is no self, no self. All things are empty. Amitabha." Ji Xian lowered his head. "What are you mumbling about?" Chu Xi shook his head. "Don't try to disturb my mortal heart again." Ji Xian shook his head helplessly, lowering his head to go about his business. He pulled up the map on his watch, tapped on it a few times, zoomed in on a few locations, and marked them. Chu Xi immediately leaned over. "Brother Xian, how's the search going with Spider-Man?" Ji Xian swiped the map up and down, explaining to Chu Xi, "We found 4 areas with deposits of soil, but they're not very large. Do you want to go check it out now, or wait a while? Or tomorrow?" There was nothing he could do. He felt a little helpless. This was a mistake in his planning. He had originally planned to let the little robot spider go ahead and explore the way, while he and Chu Xi took advantage of this break to dig up some or to fill the basket. Note a little. But he hadn't expected to dig up so much in one go. Carrying 200 kilograms of ore back and forth was a bit unreasonable. Chu Xi immediately stood up. "Let's go and check it out. Today we're mainly here to find soil for planting. We have to put the ore and other things aside for a bit. The top priority now was to get the small vegetable garden started. Otherwise, wouldn't the land be approved in a couple of days, and I still wouldn't be able to plant any vegetables? Wouldn't that be a complete waste?" Ji Xian paused, dragging the video. He projected the image onto the mine, pointed, and said, "Mushrooms are growing here?" Chu Xi turned around immediately. Indeed, clusters of gray mushrooms grew on a large piece of rotting wood. They looked like oyster mushrooms? I didn't recognize them. Chu Xi shook her head. She hadn't expected to find food in the mine. What was she waiting for? Whether it was edible or not, she had to go check it out first. Thinking, she immediately shouldered her backpack, grabbed her pickaxe, and headed out. Ji Xian was helpless. Where had they agreed to focus solely on the planting soil? Watching Chu Xi walk straight out of the cave, he had no choice but to bend down, pick up the other basket of ore, and then, with the rest of the items, catch up with her. Ji Xian checked the navigation. Fortunately, the distance between the two wasn't too far, only 0.42 kilometers, less than a mile. With their speed, they could reach it in no time. The mushroom growing area was quite remote. At first, there were still quite a few miners on the road, but once they turned into the mine tunnel, the crowds were much smaller. Chu Xi could hear the distinct sound of water as she stepped down. She shone her headlamp downward. The road was dotted with small puddles. Suddenly, a drop of water dripped from the cave's ceiling, making her shiver even through the snakeskin collar. No wonder no one came here. The humidity was so high, water was dripping from the cave walls. It looked unsafe. Old Zhang had specifically told her yesterday to avoid such places. Excessive humidity can easily corrode wooden supports, making it a real safety risk. She hesitated. Was it worth taking such a risk for a few mushrooms whose edibility was uncertain? Ji Xian noticed Chu Xi's concern. He had the little spider crawl out of the mine again and nodded after a moment. "It's okay. The walls are mostly rock, so the risk of collapse isn't high. Some of the bays are quite waterlogged though. Be careful to avoid them when walking inside. Also, we don't know if there's any poisonous miasma here. Don't rush in. We've been keeping the air quality monitoring system on." Chu Xi nodded. As long as they could get in, it was fine. Chapter 284. The two of them walked further into the mine, and Chu Xi felt helpless. This place was so deserted that even the broken ceiling light hadn't been repaired. It was pitch black ahead, and Spider-Man had to rely on his night vision to see this far. Chu Xi and Ji Xian turned on their overhead flashlights, sending 2 bright beams of light into the dark cave. Chu Xi looked up and saw that the puddles on the ground were gradually growing larger. Fortunately, they were all shallow. However, due to the poor lighting inside, they were all pitch black, making it impossible to see even nails or gravel. Therefore, they tried their best to avoid stepping into the puddles along the way. The puddles ahead were already forming a continuous network, and the ground was covered in moss, making it extremely slippery. Chu Xi nearly fell several times. Jixian pulled her to his side. He reached out and touched the cave wall, noticing a collection of tiny water droplets. Jixian frowned. Something's not right. There's too much moisture. We might have tapped into a groundwater source. Chu Xi was stunned. Groundwater? Then her eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be small, mutated animals like fish and shrimp in there? Jixian flicked her forehead helplessly. Just thinking about eating it. Digging through the groundwater and burying it would be very dangerous. And how do you know that these are just small, mutated animals? Hearing Jixian's words, Chu Xi subconsciously thought of the Kana's monster, and a chill ran down her spine. Combined with the chilly surroundings, she suddenly felt like she had entered a supernatural novel. Suddenly, several sharp beep sounds were heard. Oh no, this was a warning of danger. Chu Xi jumped up in fright and turned around to run out. Halfway through, Jixian grabbed the basket and dragged him off. Why are you running? It's the beep on my watch. Chu Xi nodded. Of course I know it's the beep on my watch. I had already activated the air quality check before they came in. Now that it's making this noise, the results are definitely not good. Jixian took Chu Xi's hand, fished out the first aid kit from his backpack, and pulled out an emergency oxygen mask. He flipped it on, and put it directly on Chu Xi's face. Chu Xi immediately understood, and handed the mask from his backpack to Jixian. After Jixian put on his mask, the two of them retreated while checking the alert on their watches. Abnormal risk alert. The current environment contains large amounts of carbon dioxide and methane. Ventilation is poor, and there's a significant risk of hypoxia. Carbon dioxide and methane? Then there's the issue of hypoxia. Jixian paused, reaching out to grab Chu Xi. He considered for a moment, then said, We're very close to the mushroom collection site. We should be able to walk there in 5 or 6 minutes. The masks last at least 2 hours, so we still have time to go and take a look. If they're edible, we can move the wood to a safe area for further testing. Most importantly, the oxygen masks can't be closed once they're opened. Since the mechanical spider's feedback indicated no other dangers, it would be a bit of a waste to just turn back. Chu Xi shook her head frantically. What a joke. Even if she wasn't a good student, she knew methane was a flammable gas. If something went wrong, wouldn't this be their final refuge? Terrible. Lest Jixian not understand the danger, she even went out of her way to remind him of this basic knowledge. Jixian shook his head slightly. It wouldn't explode, and he wasn't the kind of person who valued wealth over life. He naturally considered this suggestion carefully. Their main problem was a lack of oxygen, which oxygen masks solved. Then, there was the large amounts of carbon dioxide and methane in the air. Let's not talk about carbon dioxide for now. Humans are the very producers of it. As for methane, while it's a flammable gas, it requires a certain concentration range and sufficient oxygen contact to burn. And here, there was a lack of oxygen. The watch actually had a flammability warning, but it didn't, which likely meant the methane concentration wasn't within the flammable range. Chu Xi's eyes widened, her ignorant yet clear eyes. So methane had so many conditions for an explosion? She always assumed it would explode at the touch of a button. She sighed deeply, feeling ashamed of her 9 years of compulsory education. Jixian whispered, Do you still want to go? Chu Xi nodded, yes. Since the risks had already been assessed, why wouldn't she go? Jixian was exploring puddles ahead, Chu Xi slowly following behind. She glanced up at Jixian's back. She had a question she couldn't hold back, so she asked Jixian, How many years have you been studying? The Wasteland shouldn't have such conditions, right? She had never thought deeply about this question before. Why was she, a reputable third-tier student, so easily crushed by the great Jixian in seconds? Jixian had been trained as a mercenary since he was a child. Was the content there so comprehensive? He had learned not only martial arts, but also the use of various weapons, and even weapon modifications. He seemed to have some proficiency in programming, so why did his basic knowledge now seem so much more solid than hers? Chu Xi was weeping, but she couldn't. She couldn't sleep soundly until she could win this match. Jixian paused for a moment, then turned to explain, What do you mean by a few years of study? For us mercenaries undergoing special training, aside from things like life-threatening situations, we have instructors specifically teaching us. Everything else we need to learn is retrieved from the database. As for special situations like this one, we naturally need to understand them, but I'd long forgotten the specific data. I only have a rough idea in my mind. Chu Xi nodded. Let's move on. I don't think there's really much point in discussing this. What was wrong with her, that she was just asking for trouble? Chapter 285. Ji Xian remained silent and continued walking forward. After a while, the two finally spotted the clusters of gray mushrooms they had been longing for. Chu Xi immediately cut off a small piece for testing. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. She looked up at Ji Xian. No signs of poisoning, so these mushrooms should be edible. Shall we carry someone out? A quick glance inside revealed only 5 wooden stakes where the mushrooms were growing. This task could definitely be completed before the oxygen ran out. Ji Xian nodded. They had come for the mushrooms in the first place, so there was no reason to refuse. Besides, he had already tested several larger puddles on their way here, and they found them to be just standing water, not a serious threat. However, he still felt a little uneasy after failing to find the source of the underground water. He let the little mechanical spider continue its exploration, while he and Chu Xi each carried a piece of wood. No, Chu Xi carried a piece of wood, while Ji Xian dragged a piece of wood himself. He was deeply impressed by this. It seemed that the ability of ordinary energy stones to transform the body was just as great as that of special energy stones. It was a pity that only Chu Xi could absorb it. After Chu Xi and Ji Xian moved the 2 mushroom-covered wooden stakes to a safe area, they immediately turned around, preparing to return to drag the other stakes. Suddenly, Ji Xian paused, and Chu Xi bumped into his back. Touching her sore nose, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why did you stop so suddenly?" Ji Xian frowned, magnifying the image on his watch and projecting it onto the rock wall. "I ran into someone I know." Chu Xi was stunned for a moment before he saw a video the little mechanical spider had filmed. A man resembling Tasshan lay sprawled on the ground, his hands clutching his collar tightly. The area around his mouth had already begun to turn blue, and his face was purple and swollen. Chu Xi was startled. Did he die from lack of oxygen? Ji Xian shook his head. He's not dead yet. Look, his chest is still rising and falling slightly, but it doesn't look like he can hold on for much longer. Should we save him or not? Huh? Chu Xi hadn't expected Ji Xian to let her decide. She thought, there didn't seem to be any deep-seated hatred between them. The big man had done something wrong, but it wasn't a capital offense. To get a good night's sleep, she gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Save him. Let's drag him out. Whether he survives or not depends on him." Ji Xian nodded. If they wanted to save him, then they would. He wasn't afraid of backlash. As for the possibility of rescuing an ungrateful person, that wouldn't be a problem at all. They could just knock him unconscious and throw him back. If it was just a fateful fate, then let it be. Since they were determined to save him, their pace quickened a bit. They couldn't wait until the man was dead before going. Fortunately, the place where Tasshan fainted was only about 7 or 8 minutes away from the mushroom collection site. Ji Xian carried him and walked out. Chu Xi, on her way back, had climbed onto 2 tree stumps covered with mushrooms. Now she couldn't carry him anymore, so she had to drag him along. When they reached a safe area, Ji Xian reached out and patted the big man's face twice. "Wake up, wake up." Tasshan's will to survive was still strong. Ji Xian's pats were enough to make him drowsy and start waking up. His mind was still relatively clear. The moment he saw Ji Xian, he was attracted by the oxygen mask on his face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Take a few breaths, and I give you points." Ji Xian wanted to ask how many points he'd be given, but seeing the man on the verge of fainting, his remaining conscience awoke. He removed his mask and placed it on the man's face, adding, "Hurry up, 2 puffs." The man nodded frantically, convinced he was still in the dangerous oxygen-deprived zone, and didn't dare breathe anymore, fearing Ji Xian wouldn't be able to get him out. He took 2 sharp puffs, and pushed the mask back onto Ji Xian. Chu Xi, dragging 2 wooden stakes back, happened to see the scene. She hurried over to Ji Xian. "Didn't you just drag them here? Why are you offering voluntary assistance?" Ji Xian shook his head. He said he'd give points. Seeing the man was about to slip into unconsciousness again, Chu Xi hurriedly pulled him to his feet and handed him a watch. Sincerely? How many points? She turned to look at Ji Xian. Before Ji Xian could reply, the burly man shakily lifted his watch and transferred 50 points to her. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Is he really that reliable? Even though this burly man doesn't look like much, he's surprisingly kind. These 50 points covered their first aid kits, and there was still some left. True to the principle that the customer is God, he must be given top-notch service. Chu Xi simply put Ji Xian's mask back on, and offered him 2 more refills. There was only one wooden stake left, and Chu Si had no trouble lifting it. She simply left Ji Xian to look after God, while she returned to carrying the mushroom stakes. After she had brought all the stakes back, the two of them began examining each mushroom. They were densely packed, some the size of a wash basin, some the size of a bowl. Without favoring one over the other, the two tested each mushroom one by one, but the yield rate was appalling. After testing 3 mushrooms, there must have been hundreds of them, large and small, yet only 2 were found to be edible, and both were the size of teacups. Chu Si took a deep breath, and as he continued testing, he couldn't help but curse. Ji Xian's testing was also quite unimpressive. Judging by Chu Si's results, it seemed normal for him to find nothing. Just as the two were busy, Brother Yuanzhong finally regained consciousness. The aftereffects of hypoxia were beginning to show. He slapped his splitting headache and sat up shakily. Memories finally returned to him. He looked up and saw his surroundings. Seeing that he had finally left that haunted place, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had spent 50 points, he was still deeply grateful to his 2 benefactors. Thinking of his previous rash behavior, he felt a momentary embarrassment. Chu Si, sheltered by the mushrooms, curled her lips subtly. Why was a grown man pretending to be a young wife? But the next moment, she stopped caring about the young wife thing. She only heard the large man ask, puzzled, "Why are you testing these copper coin mushrooms? They mostly survive on groundwater, have high levels of radiation, and are rarely found to be edible." But before he could finish his words, he saw the 2 small flowers Chu Si had left alone in the basket. His words were suddenly stuck. There were actually edible ones. How much food had he missed? Who the hell was spreading these rumors? Ji Xian ignored all that. Upon hearing Tashan words, he asked directly, "Do you recognize this kind of mushroom?" Tashan nodded as a matter of course. "I used to be a miner. I'm familiar with this kind of mushroom. This kind of thing is naturally very familiar, and people generally use it to identify whether there are underground water veins nearby." Ji Xian frowned. "Are you going there to search for underground water?" Tashan nodded, paused for 2 seconds, and then continued, "Occasionally, a small, mutant fish school swims into the groundwater here." Chu Si's eyes lit up. She said it before, there are indeed small fish in the groundwater. Judging from the big man's condition, the underground river must have died before they even found it. They could use a small mechanical spider to find the specific location of the underground river, but each entry and exit would require 2 oxygen masks, which was a bit too expensive. And from what Tashan said, the fish school was sometimes gone, sometimes not. If they were to find nothing, wouldn't that be a big loss? Ji Xian glanced at her and gave her a calming look. There was no rush, he could find a way to solve it. Chapter 286. The large man stood by the 2 of them, watching Chu Si and Ji Xian rapidly test one copper coin mushroom after another. Finally, they found another edible mushroom, 2 palm-sized, from the 2 wooden stakes. Tashan was nearly beside himself with envy. He had clearly discovered these mushrooms first, but he had given up testing them because of those unfounded rumors. Now, he could only watch helplessly as they passed him by. While it was a pity, Tashan actually had a pretty good impression of the 2, especially since they were willing to let him breathe a few more times after he had already paid the points. While he wouldn't die immediately even without breathing, it would greatly alleviate his physical discomfort. Chu Si placed all 3 mushrooms he had found into his backpack. Seeing the large man still sitting blankly by the cave, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. I thought this guy would be more sensible and leave as soon as he was almost done. After all, they still had their own things to do in the remaining time and definitely couldn't stay here forever. As for the big man, he definitely couldn't be brought along. They had no plans to find a partner for this operation. But judging by Tashan's current behavior, he hadn't the slightest intention of leaving the team on his own initiative. Chu Si couldn't help but sigh slightly and glanced at Ji Xian. What should we do? God wasn't leaving. Ji Xian was much more straightforward. They only had 50 points to lose. Now that the mushrooms were tested, how much longer did he want to stay? So without a word, he went to chase him away. The little mechanical spider was still exploring the area, and the details of the underground river were still unknown, so Ji Xian had no plans to leave for now. Furthermore, judging by the appearance of this mine, it seemed that very few people would come into mine. While waiting for the results, he and Chu Si could try mining here. The Tashan man nodded immediately after hearing Ji Xian's suggestion. He knew that this was somewhat taboo, but he had a reason for not leaving. He hadn't mentioned it before because he saw that the 2 of them were too busy to pay attention to him. Since they were about to leave, he might as well bring it up. The large man looked up at Ji Xian and pointed at Chu Si's backpack. Brother, judging by your style, are you new to mining? Ji Xian nodded, instinctively sensing that what the large man said next wasn't what he wanted to hear. Sure enough, he continued, do you know that these mutant ingredients can't be taken out without special channels? Chu Si paused as he packed his basket, his brow furrowing. Not only was the food gone, but if he couldn't even get these 3 mutant mushrooms out, how could he expect to get the soil for planting? That was a pipe dream. Ji Xian was much calmer. To be honest, he had some concerns in mind, but he'd been thinking of testing them. Now that the veteran miner Tashin had given him a direct answer, it saved them from wasting food. He wasn't particularly worried. Considering Tashin's previous statement about finding a school of fish, and what he just said, it wasn't hard to guess that Tashin was aware of, and was using this special channel. Ji Xian asked concisely, then what should we do to get the things out smoothly? The large man laughed heartily, and pushed his backpack toward the two of them. Chu Si peered inside, but didn't notice anything unusual. It was completely empty, the man hadn't even dug up any ore. Ji Xian, however, saw through the trick immediately. He raised his eyebrows and asked Tashin, did you add a hidden layer to the basket? The large man chuckled. Brother, you're an expert. I only added 1/5 of the inner layer. Most people wouldn't think anything of it. Of course, I'm not talking about the gatekeepers. They've seen this kind of thing before, and they spot it instantly. Chu Si was a little confused. Since the gatekeepers couldn't hide it. No, she immediately realized. These gatekeepers must be a crucial part of the special channel. In other words, the layers were there for others to see, so the flaws couldn't be too obvious. The large man scratched his head, his smile a bit foolish. Well, my brother happens to be an inspector. You saved my life today, so I can take all your supplies for free. If you need them again in the future, you can contact me through the watch. I charge you 1/5 of the supplies each time. After saying this, he raised his watch and looked at Ji Xian hopefully. He could tell these two were made for this job. As the saying goes, keep the bad water within the family, this job couldn't be let off the hook. Ji Xian added him as a friend without much thought. After all, today was free. As for whether it was a scam or whether Tashin was charging too much, he could find out when he got back. The friend message went through quickly. Ji Xian looked down and saw that the big man must have used his real name, Zhang Chong. After the deal was done, Zhang Chong was no longer an eyesore. He immediately packed up and prepared to leave, but Ji Xian grabbed him. How are we going to get our catch out? Zhang Chong tried to flip over twice, but couldn't. Ji Xian's grip finally released him, allowing him to turn around. He hurriedly explained, just wait at the mine entrance and contact me via your watch. Your baskets don't have secret compartments, so you have to use mine to carry out today's supplies. As he spoke, a cold sweat broke out. He had a new understanding of Ji Xian's fighting ability. Previously, he had assumed the two men had long-range weapons, so he had chosen to avoid their attack. Now it seemed like a wise decision. He avoided a beating and didn't offend anyone too badly. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have waited for rescue. Ta Gu was a little scared. With the two men's fighting power, he was definitely no match for this guy. He hadn't even done anything, and he already pinned him down, unable to move. Ji Xian nodded, patting him on the shoulder twice. Okay, I text you when the time comes. Zhang Chong nodded quickly. After confirming there were no further questions, he left immediately, fearing that his slow pace would offend anyone. He even admired his previous luck. This was truly a desperate test of life and death. Chapter 287. After everyone left, Chu Si leaned against the wall, laughing uncontrollably. She went over and hugged Ji Xian's arm. You just showed him some power. Look how scared Tagore was. Ji Xian nodded indifferently. Judging from his past behavior, this kid has a bit of a devious mind. I want to warn him against any shady ideas. Chu Si nodded. Leave it to me next time. I guarantee the results. Ji Xian sighed. He hadn't dared to let you do it, because he was afraid the results would be too good. Chu Si herself might not have realized that any move she made now would easily cause serious damage. They still had to cooperate with Zhang Chong. A little psychological trauma would be fine, but there was no need to physically injure someone. This topic was just a joke, and it was over after a few words. Chu Si took out the magnet and began to get excited. This was finally a place where she could show off her mineral finding skills. She first moved the magnet around, then hammered and pounded on it again. This time, it finally worked. She hammered and selected an area that looked to be about half a square meter. This made Chu Si very happy. What if it extended further, it would become even larger. Excited, She called Ji Xian to help, and the two of them laboriously pried off a piece of the discus. Chu Xi stared at the unusually shaped ore, lost in thought. What a deep hatred, what a deep resentment. She had seen so many ore pieces, but she had never seen one so straight and straight. Ji Xian suppressed a smile and soothed him. It's okay, you get used to it. For example, he's gotten used to it quite well now. And while Chu Xi's disc might seem thin, it must have weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds if he tried. Thinking back to yesterday's mining, how he often painstakingly chipped away, only to produce a fist-sized chunk of hematite, Ji Xian felt that this wasn't so exciting anymore. Chu Xi took a deep breath, looking at the smooth rock behind the ore. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't change her position. She simply swung her pickaxe upwards. She was somewhat determined to hammer through whatever stumbled upon her. If she wasn't reaping enough, it was definitely because she wasn't working hard enough. Ji Xian stopped arguing and chose a new spot to start digging. Chu Xi hammered down, breaking a gap in the smooth rock. A flash of sparkling light flashed by. She paused, adjusting the angle of the searchlight. A shimmering purple glow emanated from within. She leaned in to examine it. Crystal, crystal again, this time amethyst, and this time a small crystal cave. From the inside, it looked about the size of a mine melon. Chu Xi was stunned. It looked pretty, but each amethyst crystal in this crystal cave was only the size of a thumb. What good would it do, selling it as a decoration? No kidding. The people here are very pragmatic. Buy it too expensive, no one will want it. Sell it too cheap, and you lose money. You probably just take it home as a decorative item. Before Chu Xi could think it through, her watch suddenly began to beep sharply. Chu Xi was startled. Another air quality issue? How could it be? They already retreated to a safe area. Chu Xi lowered her head, but before she could even begin checking, she noticed the red indicator had turned green again. She was completely bewildered. What did that mean? Was the air quality meeting standards again? After hearing the beep, Ji Xian hurried over. He and Chu Xi were actually quite close, but there was no reaction from his watch. Chu Xi was startled, then suddenly realized, could it be that the gas in the crystal cave had leaked out? Because the crystal cave was small, the gas dissipated quickly, and the air quality indicator immediately returned to normal. As if possessed, she removed her gloves and placed a finger on the purple crystal inside. Immediately, she felt a surge of energy. She quickly removed her hand and looked at Ji Xian in disbelief. Didn't he say last time that energy-infused ores were rare? She actually found another one in such a short time. Ji Xian had a suspicion upon seeing her movements, but as Chu Xi had said, he couldn't even imagine such a situation. Chu Xi nodded and said, it's a crystal with energy value. Ji Xian stepped forward to examine it, but this made him somewhat unsure. Crystal was a very unique ore. He had never heard of finding crystals with energy value before, and these were all crystal caves composed of many small crystal clusters. It wasn't like other ores that could be refined. This meant that this crystal cave would be quite awkward. Even if the contents were good, they wouldn't have a place to use them. In other words, it would be difficult to sell them for a high price. However, this wasn't a big problem for them. If nothing worked, they could just give Chu Xi a normal energy stone. So no matter what, they had to dig it out first. The two carefully pried out the crystal egg. Its shell was a beautiful gray-black. Perhaps because of the energy contained within, Chu Xi now found it incredibly pleasing. However, a pressing question suddenly occurred to her. Can we take this thing out? After all, this was a protected mine, and theoretically, all the minerals here belong to the mine owner. It's okay, Ji Xian reassured her with a nod. The detector at the entrance detects metallic substances to detect whether miners are smuggling ore. But crystal, being a non-metallic mineral, won't be detected by the detector. Don't worry. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but lament their luck today. If she hadn't happened to save Zhang Chang, she might not have been able to retrieve this small crystal cave. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Ji Xian's words. As for the mine owner, she felt sorry. She could only make amends to him by discovering more rare minerals in the future. Chapter 288. Chu Xi carefully placed the amethyst in its place, then eagerly surveyed the remaining areas. There should be more than one of these. She dug up several pieces from the same spot when she dug up the white crystal minerals. She didn't expect every piece to have energy, but even if she could find just one more, they'd be raking in the cash. Chu Xi glanced up at Ji Xian, about to offer his hand to call for his help, but her gaze shifted to his own discovery. 2 pieces of hematite no bigger than a fist. Chu Xi wisely withdrew her hand. It wasn't a big deal. She could handle it all on her own. Ji Xian had just stopped his pickaxe, ready to take a break, when Chu Xi immediately returned to digging, fearing an unexpected outpouring of concern from Brother Xian. Her worries were, in fact, somewhat unnecessary. Ji Xian knew exactly what was going on. Now, even if Chu Xi asked him to help, he would have to explain the stakes to her. Sadly, even without Ji Xian, Chu Xi didn't find any more crystal ore. He did manage to find a few fist-sized pieces of hematite, but they were just ordinary ore, devoid of any energy. The two dug for quite a while longer, but the yield of even ordinary hematite, let alone crystal ore, was meager. Chu Xi was getting tired. They were out looking for planting soil, so they couldn't afford to waste all their time here. So he couldn't help but discuss with Ji Xian, since we haven't found much, why don't we go test it at other marked soil locations? Ji Xian paused his digging. He didn't rush to answer Chu Xi, but instead swiped his watch twice on his left wrist. After a moment, he said to Chu Xi, "Wait a moment. Let's rest for lunch. I see the little mechanical spider has started its return journey, but unfortunately, it hasn't found any obvious sign of the underground river entrance. On the way back, let it explore the other side of the cave." Chu Xi nodded. She glanced at her watch. It was almost noon, unexpectedly. This morning, with all the mushroom picking and crystals, she'd been so excited she barely even considered being hungry. The air was filled with steam, making it impossible to find a seat. They found a random spot, opened their nutritional supplements, and just took a couple of sips when they heard hurried footsteps running towards them. Ji Xian frowned. Just from the heavy footsteps, she could almost guess who was coming. Chu Xi pulled out the crossbow she always strapped to her waist and grasped it. As the person drew closer, she could finally identify him based on the footsteps. Chu Xi was a little unsure of this. Zhang Chong? Ji Xian nodded. From the sound of him, he's the only one there. It shouldn't be a problem. Oh, Chu Xi's heart settled, and she continued eating her lunch. They stared at the cave entrance for over 3 minutes before Zhang Chong finally ran breathlessly into their sight. From a distance, he saw Chu Xi and Ji Xian, each holding a bag of nutrient solution. He hurriedly called out, "Don't eat yet, don't eat yet. Leave some food." Chu Xi's head was filled with questions, but Ji Xian immediately removed the nutrient solution. Chu Xi looked at Ji Xian, a little confused, but still obediently put his own away. Not being allowed to eat, Chu Xi suddenly had a bad feeling. Could there have been a mine disaster, and everyone was trapped inside, unable to get out? Ji Xian had clearly thought of this possibility, and his face darkened for a moment. He immediately turned and walked towards Zhang Chong. Chu Xi hurriedly jogged after him. He hoped it wasn't a mine disaster. Chu Xi knew very little about mine disasters, only that they were dangerous, very dangerous. Ji Xian walked over quickly and asked Zhang Chong, "What happened?" Zhang Chong paused, his towering figure, and panted for a moment, resting his hands on his knees. After a moment's pause, he spoke haltingly, "My brother sent me a message saying it's starting to snow outside. We are very likely to be trapped in the cave. We're not sure how long we'll be there, so we should use as little food and water as possible." Chu Xi panicked at this. She didn't even bother to grab the basket of energy crystals. She grabbed the two of them and rushed out, frantically saying, "What are we waiting for? Get out now. If we get in now, we might still be able to catch the bus back." Chu Xi reasoned that if the snow hadn't been falling for long, the truck would definitely be able to make it back. After all, it was only a 20-mile journey. Even if the snow obscured their vision, the navigation system would definitely allow them to return to the safe zone. Zhang Chong stumbled, straining his feet, but couldn't stop Chu Xi's drag. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop! The truck isn't going back." "Huh?" Chu Xi's footsteps suddenly stopped. How could it be possible? Didn't they need to escape? Would they be willing to be trapped here together? Zhang Chong struggled to free his arm, and instinctively dodged behind Ji Xian. Ji Xian looked up and around, but before he could say anything, the few remaining working light bulbs in the cave suddenly went out. Fortunately, their headlamps were still working, preventing them from being plunged into complete darkness. Even so, the sudden power outage startled Chu Xi. Ji Xian's heart skipped a beat, too. It seemed Zhang Chong's information was correct. He pulled Chu Xi into his arms and reassured her, "It's okay. The mine must have cut off excess power consumption, prioritizing the air circulation system. As for not being able to take the truck back, it's probably because the gasoline in those trucks has been stored as a war reserve." Zhang Chong quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. So even if we leave now, we can't get back." Chu Xi took a deep breath and said worriedly, "I don't know how long this blizzard will last. Ji Xian's face was extremely grim. Blizzards can last for different lengths, but even short-term snowfalls can last for as little as 3 days, usually at least a week. As for those that last longer, they could easily last for half a month. Zhang Chong sighed. Fortunately, he had a younger brother who worked at the mine and could help him. He was occasionally on duty, so he had a special dormitory here and usually stored some food. It was definitely not much, and it was questionable whether it could sustain the two of them, let alone Ji Xian and Chu Xiai. He had made this special trip today to secure lunch for Chu Xiai and Ji Xian. That was all he could do. Chu Xiai counted on her fingers. She and Ji Xian only had less than 2 bags of nutrient supplements, plus a small dried fish each for their lunch, plus 3 mushrooms they picked today. Oh, and there were 2 bottles of water. Luckily, today's schedule was so packed, they hadn't had time to drink any yet. How long could this little bit of food last? It was like they were going to give up. Chu Xiai felt a little dejected. Chapter 289. No, Chu Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. There were a lot of small shops selling things near the mine, some of which sold nutritional supplements. Chu Xiai had seen them the day she first arrived, when she and Ji Xian were getting acquainted with the area. The prices were a bit steep, though, 6 points per bottle. Nutrients usually cost 5 points per bottle. Their family bought nearly expired supplements from Oldley, at 4 points per bottle. This meant they were paying half the price for each supplement. However, she couldn't care less now. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, she wouldn't be able to buy them. With this thought, Chu Xiai immediately ran back, picked up their baskets, and hurried back, calling out to them as they hurried out. Hurry up, go grab some supplies. Ji Xian nodded, but took his basket from her hand, slinging it on his back. He turned to look at Zhang Chong and asked, Old Zhang, can you contact your brother now? Can you ask him to buy it for us first? I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Zhang Chong scratched his head. He wasn't that old, so how could he be called Uncle Zhang? Never mind, he scratched his head. It wasn't time now. Just as he was mulling over these matters, seeing Ji Xian still staring at him, Tash and Zhang Chong hurriedly explained, Not now. We're almost there by the main mine tunnel. But I must warn you, the current price is definitely different from what was previously listed. Hearing this, Chu Xiai instinctively clutched her chest in pain. It seemed like 6 points wouldn't buy the supplements, so 16 wouldn't be enough. She gritted her teeth and decided that if they had 16 points each, they'd take 1 too. With 2, they'd be able to last them 2 more days. Suddenly, Zhang Chong's expression brightened. I can't give you food, but I can get you 2 bottles of water. This place is quite remote, and the water trucks usually bring over large buckets every once in a while. My brother told me last time that this truck seems to have only been here a couple of days. Wait until the signal comes, and I have him secretly fill 2 bottles for you. Chu Xi's expression brightened, and he slapped Tashin on the shoulder. Zhang Chong's smile faltered, nearly failing to maintain. He quietly retreated to a safe distance, joking with Ji Xian, sister-in-law. You're quite strong. Ji Xian suppressed a smile and nodded, apologetically addressing Zhang Chong, Excuse me, but this truckload of water from the mine will definitely need to be sold. Could you please ask your brother to leave 2 bottles for us? I transfer the points directly to you when the time comes. Zhang Chong beamed at this. His judgment was indeed good, these 2 were quite savvy. Instantly, the pain in his shoulder subsided, and he felt refreshed. After all, the water had been sold through his hands, unnoticed. By then, the points would undoubtedly have gone into the pockets of the 2 brothers. Zhang Chong bared his teeth and promised that they would definitely have enough water during the blizzard. Ji Xian smiled. With so many miners underground, giving them just 2 bottles was already a stretch. Chu Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally didn't take it seriously, but 2 bottles of water would be enough to sustain them for a few days. Going without food was bearable, but going without water would be the beginning of true hell. By the way, Ji Xian added, we also need to buy 2 more oxygen masks. The oxygen masks in their first aid kits had already been used today, so it was better to have 2 on hand for peace of mind. The mine was complex, and any unexpected event was possible. It wouldn't be possible to buy more by then. Zhang Chong nodded. Another deal had been brokered. Feeling incredibly happy, he immediately agreed, I definitely make clear arrangements for Brother Ji and his wife. Chu Xiai nodded, feeling that her rescue had paid off. It made her want to return the 50 points she paid him for his life. But considering the sky-high prices, she ultimately decided against it. After all, she really didn't want to spend the over 1,000 points they were saving them for renting land. She reached down and pulled down the backpack. Hematite ore wasn't good enough, but an amethyst cave containing energy. Even if old John offered her another 50 points, she wouldn't trade it. Now, she only had 3 mushrooms left. Chu Xiai looked up at Ji Xian, picked out a bowl-sized mushroom, and tore it in half. Ji Xian understood her intentions immediately, and nodded after a moment's pause. Although food was scarce right now, this only served to highlight the preciousness of this mushroom. Furthermore, it was crucial to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Chong and his younger brother. They had never met, and their temperament was unknown. But with this half mushroom as a starting point, some conversation would become easier. After Chu Xiai handed the mushroom to Zhang Chong, he didn't dare to refuse. He immediately tucked it into his arms, calling her brother-in-law with great warmth. Chu Xiai had been wanting to ask this question for a while. Old Zhang, how did you know we were a couple so quickly? After all, when they'd been together before, Ji Xian had been very caring towards her, yet everyone had subconsciously assumed they were siblings. She pondered for a moment. Had the two of them done anything radical in front of Zhang Chong today? Oh, right. Just now, when the lights went out, Ji Xian had given her a brief embrace, but that was perfectly normal between siblings. Zhang Chong scratched his head. Chu Xi's question stumped him. How could he possibly see? Anyone with eyes could see it. Were all the people they met before blind? How blind could they be to not see that such a young couple was so bright and cheerful? Ji Xian sighed. What else could it be? It was because he no longer considered her a sister. The doting, indulgent look a man gives a woman, anyone with eyes could see it. The fact that he even asked that question showed how slow Chu Xiai could react. As soon as the group reached the main mine tunnel, their watches began to beep simultaneously. Chu Xiai glanced down. The watch calmed everyone down and gave a brief update on the blizzard. The specific end time was undetermined. It looked like there was no hope, just as Zhang Chong had said. The message said rescue personnel had been dispatched from the safe zone. As soon as the blizzard subsided, they would quickly clear the roads to ensure a smooth return journey. As for the sudden power outage, it was to ensure priority use of the air circulation system. Chu Xiai rubbed her face and chuckled. Do we only report weather forecasts after the weather arrives? Ji Xian was speechless. 10 minutes ahead of time was considered early. After all, the clouds could shift so drastically that a perfectly clear day could turn into rain and snow in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiai didn't expect an answer. She looked down at the message she had just received, feeling something was amiss. She read it again, her gaze finally settling on the sentence. Rescue personnel have been dispatched from the safe zone. As soon as the blizzard subsided, they would quickly clear the roads to ensure a smooth return journey. She finally understood what was going on. In other words, rescue efforts would have to wait until the blizzard subsided, and they would have to rely entirely on themselves. Chu Xiai could only chuckle at this. He could only say, this is a wasteland of unwavering self-reliance. Here, if you're even slightly pretentious, survival will be a struggle. If this happened in my Dahua? Never mind. Chu Xiai felt a little dejected. Overthinking was pointless. Without the pillar of support, she still had to straighten her waist. The main mine tunnel was much busier than other places. Many people came to check on the situation, and the inside was filled with shouting and talking. As soon as they reached a signal area, Zhang Chong immediately called his brother. At first, the discussion must have been difficult, as Zhang Chong simply covered his watch and avoided the two of them. Chu Xiai could only watch as his palm subconsciously touched the spot on his chest where the mushroom was hidden. After a moment, his expression changed from serious to playful. After hanging up the phone, he walked over with a smile and gave the two of them an okay sign. Chapter 290. Look at the crowded crowd ahead. The tunnel is already in chaos. Because of the blizzard, everyone is stranded in the mines. Coupled with lack of food and clothing, everyone is tense and irritable, practically on the verge of exploding. A single bomb could spark a fight. Ji Xian took Chu Xi's hand. Don't go any further. Lao Zhang and I will go up together later. The cave we just dug is too damp to live in. Go back to where we started mining. If the spot we dug out is unoccupied, you can take it. If it's already occupied, you can just go wherever. Before Ji Xian could finish, Zhang Chong spoke up. You can go to the mine I used to dig in. I don't live there anyway, and no one dares to take my spot there. Besides, I already dug more than 3 meters in there, and it's about 1.5 meters wide. It's definitely much more spacious than the cave you just dug. And my spot is the 4th spot to your right, not far away. Chu Xiai looked at Ji Xian. She also thought Zhang Chong's spot was a good one. Ji Xian nodded. A more spacious spot would be better. They should be here for at least a week, and Zhang Chong's spot would at least allow them to lie down and rest. After Ji Xian and Lao Zhang left, Chu Xi immediately picked up her backpack and walked towards the mine they had been in before. Many of the mines in the mine were already occupied. When she arrived at the mine where she and Ji Xian had dug, she saw that someone had indeed mined more inside. But come to think of it, they made a good harvest there. Now that they both left, it was natural for others to leave the mine untouched. Even though no one was guarding it now, Chu Xi still pressed forward. If she did, it would be a hassle if the miners behind her returned. Chu Xi wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't like to push her luck if she could save some trouble. After counting 4 more spots, Chu Xi stopped in front of a larger cave. As Zhang Chong had described, it was over 3 meters deep and about 1.5 meters wide. This must be Zhang Chong's mine. She grabbed her backpack and prepared to head inside. Just as she took a step, she was hurriedly stopped. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a neat, gray-black coarse cloth, glanced around, then mysteriously pulled Chu Xi aside and whispered, "Are you trying to take Boss Zhang's place? He's a killer." Chu Xi stopped and smiled, thanking the aunt for her concern. "It's okay, auntie." The aunt grabbed her arm. "Young girl, why are you so reckless? Instead of risking your life living in Boss Zhang's mine, why not spend your points and stay in the mine next to my house? Only 1 point a day isn't expensive. It's a little smaller than here, but it's closer to us, and we can take care of you on weekdays. You don't know, but there are quite a few thugs in our mine." Chu Xi raised an eyebrow at this. It seemed like business opportunities were everywhere. She politely declined the aunt's offer, and, carrying her backpack, entered the mine Zhang Chong had dug. After all, people were going to live in there, so the rocks and other debris on the ground had to be cleared away. But Chu Xi had barely begun when 2 ruffian-looking young men approached. Chu Xi glanced up and saw the woman who had just described the house to her, peering furtively at her. Chu Xi addressed the woman directly, and she hurried over, muttering as she walked, "Look, I just asked you to rent my cave, and you refused. Now I have to send these 2 away, and I have to give them an extra 10 points each as a bribe. Otherwise, I can't handle this." Chu Xi nodded. "You don't have to do it, I do it." With that, she grabbed the old witch and pushed her against the wall, slamming her against it. The middle-aged woman screamed in pain, wailing and shaking her head. The 2 men behind Chu Xi were initially startled by him, but once they caught their breath, they immediately tried to join the fray. Chu Xi whipped out his crossbow, and 2 men, for legs, were completely crippled. "What's the rush? Once I dealt with her, I deal with you too. Stay put, or I won't shoot you in the legs next time." The woman screamed in fear. Chu Xi saw blood on the wall, and remembering that she and Ji Xian still had to live there for the next few days, he simply dragged the woman further inside. The woman now looked completely unruly, her legs thrashing against the ground. Chu Xi remained unmoved, leaving a trail of water stains on the ground as he dragged her. After a while, Chu Xi remembered his precious amethyst was still in the cave, and he hurried back. Fortunately, the ore inside was untouched, but the 2 hooligans at the door had taken the opportunity to escape. Looking at the uneven ground inside the cave, I thought, let's level it out first. After all, I still need to sleep at night. Chapter 291. When Chu Xi had almost finished cleaning up the floor, and was about to leave to throw away the trash, he saw Ji Xian returning with his belongings. Passing the doorway, he looked up and saw blood stains smeared along the edge. Ji Xian's face darkened. He pulled Chu Xi to his side, examining her carefully several times. Fortunately, he could confirm that the bloodstains on the wall weren't hers. Ji Xian frowned and asked, "Did someone come here to cause trouble?" No wonder, the moment he entered the mine, he sensed a strange atmosphere. It seemed someone had come here to cause trouble, only to be dealt with by Chu Xi. Chu Xi chuckled, found a shovel, and shoveled away the accident scene at the doorway. Leaving it there felt strange, like living in a haunted house, but she didn't have that habit. Chu Xi glanced around and saw many people hunch their heads, looking in their direction with great interest. She tooted softly. Even with her ferocious display, she hadn't dampened their gossip. Truly, there was no shortage of such iron-willed battlefield recorders. She pulled Ji Xian into the cave and whispered, "Have you bought everything?" Ji Xian nodded. Nutrients, masks, and 2 packs of drinking water each. Plus, Zhang Chong's brother even lent us a power bank. Chu Xi's face lit up. Was that so generous? They got everything they wanted, and even got a free power bank. How crucial that was in the mine, now that the power was out. Ji Xian took a deep breath and added, "Nutrients are 30 points each, oxygen masks are 50 points each, drinking water is 4 points a bottle, and the power bank is actually free." Chu Xi blinked, and before her emotions could fully register, tears began to flow. She took a deep breath. She knew the prices would be high, but she hadn't expected them to be so outrageous. The nutritional supplements were 5 times the usual price, and the oxygen mask at least 3 times the usual. She was heartbroken. Ji Xian took out the items one by one, removing half and placing them in Chu Si's backpack. It was such a mess down there, and these were all essentials for survival. How could he put all his eggs in one basket? Although they wouldn't normally be separated, one has to be prepared for any eventuality, right? Chu Si took a deep breath, and in a flash, 168 points were gone. This mining trip was a real loss. Oh, I want to vomit blood. I can't help it. Ji Xian patted her back and consoled her. It's good that you can buy them now. If this blizzard lasts more than 4 days, the price of these things will at least increase tenfold. And look. He held out 2 water bottles. Look, these are large bottles. They're selling them for this much now. A bottle of water cost 6 points, so we made a net profit of 2 points per bottle. Chu Si blinked, feeling genuinely comforted by Ji Xian. She had a goal now, tighten her belt. No matter what, she had to keep a nutrient supplement after 4 days. She was going to profit from the difference. Oxygen mask? Forget the oxygen mask. She still had to keep it for her life. And how about some water? Ji Xian knew what Chu Si was up to the moment he saw her expression. He wasn't telling her this to resell the points. That idea had to be curbed. If she did sell it, she'd be hard to find a buyer later. Ji Xian tapped Chu Si on the forehead. Put aside all those messy thoughts. Don't worry, we won't lose money on this trip. Have you forgotten your amethyst ore? Chu Si thought about it and realized that while the value of the amethyst cave was unknown, it could still be used as a common energy stone. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered the little mechanical spider. They had left in such a hurry that they hadn't had time to retrieve it, and there was no telling if they had found anything there. Chu Si nudged him and anxiously asked, "Let's see if the little spider has found an underground river. If they did, they could catch fish, perhaps alleviating some of the food shortage." Ji Xian nodded and was about to check when his watch beeped. He checked it and saw that the sender was Zhang Chang. Chu Si was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the signal to be so good. It can even receive messages from outside. Ji Xian clicked on the message and explained to Chu Si, "This is the function of the local signal booster. I added it to our local area network so that it can notify us as soon as possible if there's any news from outside." Chu Si silently gave him a thumbs up. He could only say, "Brother Xian, you're worthy of being me." The moment the message was displayed, both of them fell silent. Zhang Chang's message was concise and clear, but its meaning was quite weighty. To conserve energy, everyone in the treasure-hunting mine must move to the backup mine. Chu Si looked up at Ji Xian. They were silent. This was bad. The situation was undoubtedly getting worse. Resources were already scarce, and with so many people suddenly arriving, the living space would be extremely compressed. By then, they might not even be able to find food with high radiation levels. Chu Si's mind raced, the words highly radioactive food swirling in her mind. Suddenly she grabbed Ji Xian, her expression a little excited. During this special period, perhaps those highly radioactive mushrooms could be exchanged for points. After all, there were so many people here. They were really starving, so they couldn't just chew on the ore, right? Ji Xian was about to put down the basket when Chu Si dragged him out again. He hurriedly stopped and asked, somewhat bewilderedly, "What's going on? So urgent?" Chu Si was terribly anxious. She had finally stumbled upon a huge business opportunity, and Zhang Chang also happened to know the location. She couldn't wait for him to realize it and get there first, otherwise they wouldn't even have a sip of hot soup. She explained quietly as she pulled Ji Xian out, trying not to waste a second. Ji Xian was at a loss for words. By the time she remembered, the flowers were already cold. He pulled a power bank from his backpack and asked Chu Si with a smile, "Do you know why Zhang Chang's brother lent us a power bank for free?" Chu Si paused, a sinister thought suddenly forming in her mind. She stuttered, Did you trade those highly radioactive mushrooms for the right to use that power bank?" She felt herself trembling with heartache as she spoke. She wished she could press her philtrum a few times to boost her energy and prevent herself from fainting. Ji Xian sighed. "Don't you think I'm that generous? Or that unruly? The only reason Zhang Chang and the others were willing to lend us power banks for free is simply because I roped them into this deal. We're still too weak here, and this kind of deal isn't suitable for us to take on directly. It's just that now isn't the time to sell the mutant mushrooms. Wait a couple of days, and everyone's exhausted, and someone will naturally buy them. He glanced at his watch and added, "Their people should have started picking them by now." Chu Xiai nodded, and Ji Xian pushed her against the wall to sit down. "Okay, let's rest here for now. According to Zhang Chang, we might have a battle to defend our homeland tonight." Chapter 292. Ji Xian wasn't exaggerating. Aside from the speculators, most of the people who dared to explore the mine were skilled miners. Their physical fitness wasn't bad at all. Plus, since they were traveling in groups, it seemed perfectly natural for them to challenge the couple. After all, their mine was the best in the area, the largest. Even the ground had been leveled by Chu Xiai. They could just move in with their bags. How convenient and hassle-free. Chu Xiai reflected on it, and somewhat regretted removing the bloodstain from the door so early. Otherwise, it would have had a more deterrent effect. Forget it. She laid down on the ground with her clothes on. If nothing worked, she could just do the same old trick again. Chu Xiai closed his eyes and told Ji Xian, "I get some sleep. I take over for the rest of the night. You sleep." Ji Xian nodded, put the basket away, and then slowly walked over to Chu Xiai and sat down. He lifted her upper body and let her sleep with her head resting on his legs, which made it somewhat more comfortable. Since they couldn't do anything else right now, sleeping was theoretically the best way to kill time. Unfortunately, they had to take turns sleeping to avoid being robbed. Chu Xiai dozed off for a while, then suddenly looked up. "You haven't told me about the little spider yet. What's going on? Have you found any underground water?" Ji Xian was carefully studying the video playback on his watch, switching back and forth to view a single location several times. However, the image was a bit blurry, and the gray spot was only a fleeting one. Ji Xian continued uncertainly, "No underground water, but... are these copper coin mushrooms?" Chu Xiai immediately sat up and grabbed Ji Xian's arm, where the watch was. She extended her hand to project the image onto her screen, enlarged it, and after a quick glance, quickly cancelled the projection. Ji Xian frowned and asked, "Does it look like it?" Chu Xiai nodded. The image changed so quickly that she couldn't really tell. But as long as there was a question, they needed to explore. Food was so scarce right now. Any profit was a profit. Besides, even high-radiation food was readily available, so what was there to wait for? If it was true, Zhang Chang's group could be taken out together, saving them a second trip. Ji Xian was also eager to make another trip, but if both of them left, it would be a hassle if someone else took over the house. Chu Xiai waved her hand. It wasn't a big deal. She got up, dusted off her clothes, and headed out. She immediately went to the house of the aunt, who had shown her the house, and asked her to find the two thugs once again. They were all dragged to Chu Xiai and her friend's new home. The three of them rolled into a ball, supporting each other, and huddling in the corner. The old lady burst into tears. "Girl, we truly know we were wrong. We promise we won't dare set our sights on your house again." Chu Xiai nodded. "Your attitude is nice, but your sincerity isn't enough." She squatted down and patted the old lady's shoulder. "How about this? We go out for a while. You guard this mine, and make sure it doesn't get taken over. Otherwise, I bring you my head." "I'm not kidding." The three of them nodded frantically. Who in this mine has nothing better to do now than to provoke this evil spirit? Don't wait until you get nothing and end up like these three people, dying before you even start. How unlucky. Chu Xiai grabbed Ji Xian and started walking out. "Hurry, time's running out." Ji Xian nodded, looking back at the injured trio sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, he became even more concerned about the safety of his house. Chu Xiai calmly patted Ji Xian's arm. "It's okay. Street fighter, guard the door." "No. Call for help." Ji Xian, ? "Forget it. Let's go." Seeing Ji Xian no longer hesitate, Chu Xiai immediately pushed him out. They had to hurry. The oxygen masks only had less than half an hour left. They cost 50 points each, so she couldn't bear to take them off. When Chu Xiai and the others arrived, they happened to find Zhang Chang leading a group of people mushroom picking. It was clearly a safe area, yet Zhang Chang was wearing an oxygen mask. Was this a side effect of his injury? They exchanged greetings, and Chu Xiai marveled at his generosity. Seeing her staring at his mask, Zhang Chang felt a little embarrassed and quietly explained, "I didn't buy this. My brother and his team regularly distribute quotas. I just nearly died from lack of oxygen, and I'm having some stress disorder, so I took it off and used it." Chu Xiai nodded and took Ji Xian's mask from his backpack. "Take this first. We go in and pull out something good for you." Zhang Chang's eyes lit up. He checked the remaining time on Ji Xian's mask and instantly understood Chu Xi's plan. But it didn't matter. If things didn't work out, He could just leave the cave and recover, then go back in after Chu Xi and the others emerged. After successfully changing the mask, Chu Xi dragged Jixien deeper into the mine. Jixien reached out and touched the mask hanging on his face, then turned to look at Chu Xi beside him. Good, he still needed to work on his thick skin. With Chu Xi's help, they could easily secure 50 points. Since increasing revenue was difficult, saving money was even more crucial. When they found the dead tree, Chu Xi was genuinely disappointed. It was just a single piece of wood, and it wasn't even long. The mushrooms on it were densely packed, perhaps 50 or 60. She reached out and yanked, and the lower half of the tree stem ripped free. The mushrooms underneath were scraped off by the surrounding rocks. Then, there was the sound of something heavy falling into the water. Chu Xi was stunned. After exchanging a glance with Jixien, she slowly pulled the trunk free, revealing a dark hole underneath. A faint breeze blew from within, and the sound of water rushing against the rocks could be heard. Chu Xi opened her mouth. Have we found an underground river? Chapter 293. Chu Xi and Jixien gazed at the chimney-sized pit beneath their feet, both falling silent for a moment. The discovery of an underground river was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, but there were too many restrictions, and now wasn't the best time to hunt. Firstly, they didn't have the right fishing gear. Red leaf vines were everywhere except underground, and even if they wanted to make a fishing net or cage with them, they lacked the raw materials, not to mention wire and the like. Secondly, the air quality here isn't up to standard. Entering without an oxygen mask presents a significant risk of suffocation. But that precious thing is selling for 50 points each. It's like cutting your own flesh. Besides, it consumes a lot of energy. Once it's on, it can't be turned off. An oxygen mask lasts 2 hours, or slightly longer. Fishing is a time-consuming endeavor, so at least half a day is enough, right? I didn't do anything, and I already thrown away 100 points. Honestly, the chances of earning it back are slim. Even those with average luck, let alone the unlucky ones, will likely lose everything. As for Chu Xi, it all depends on whether her little koi fish takes a break. If she gets really ruthless, ordinary people will be left in the dust. Also, there's another important point. They don't want Zhang Chong and his men to discover this place for now. While the situation is urgent, and they don't really want to take it over, it's not too much to gain some benefits first, right? Jixien thought for a moment, motioned for Chu Xi to put the tree stump back in, and said to her, let's deal with the mutant mushroom issue first. As for how to catch fish, I go back tonight and figure out a plan to minimize our losses. Chu Xi nodded, taking a selfie with her watch and checking the remaining time on her mask. There were only 14 minutes and 52 seconds left. They had to hurry. They had to avoid puddles along the way, and the road was incredibly slippery, so they couldn't go any faster. They only had a little extra time. So, they definitely couldn't do the mushroom inspection here. She wasn't worried about her oxygen mask failing. After all, she had the amethyst cave with energy values, which she could use as a backup energy stone in a critical moment. But Zhang Chong's men were still outside, so she didn't want to cause any more trouble. The two of them hurriedly broke off the mushrooms, putting some in their backpacks and holding some in their arms. The backpacks were already overloaded with ore from their previous excavations and a few miscellaneous tools, so there wasn't much room left for the mushrooms. Jixien glanced around. The wooden stake had been sitting at the edge of the mine, unassumingly in its location. Its sheer blackness complemented the darkness, making it difficult to spot without careful observation. He marked the location on the map, and after confirming that nothing had been missed, he and Chu Xi each carried a large pile of mushrooms and headed out. Finally, they made it out of the poisonous miasma area before Chu Xi's oxygen mask ran out. Zhang Chong had been waiting there, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Seeing so many more mutated mushrooms, his eyes lit up, his expression filled with joy. He had a premonition that this blizzard might be a disaster for others, but for them, it would be a boon. They wouldn't need to sell too many of those highly radioactive mushrooms. 1 point for 2 taels would be enough. Anyone could afford them, and a little bit of that would add up to a fortune. He already had more than enough, and now Jixien and the others brought him so many more. Isn't that wonderful? He reached out to take the mushrooms from Chu Xi's hand, but Chu Xi quickly dodged him. Wait a minute, we haven't tested these yet. Zhang Chong nodded immediately and obediently stepped aside. He still understood the rules. They didn't walk far before Chu Xi and Jixien found a nearby spot to set down the mushrooms and began testing them one by one. When Zhang Chong realized that most of their backpacks were filled with ore, he felt a surge of disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted himself. This was already a lot. To be dissatisfied would be a bit greedy. As expected, the yield of these mushrooms was also low, with only one plate-sized mushroom yielding. After Chu Xi and the others confirmed that they had tested everything, Zhang Chong happily packed up the remaining mushrooms. They had come here specifically for this batch of mutant mushrooms, so naturally, they had quite a few bags. Zhang Chong was delighted to have so many mushrooms. Turning his gaze, he noticed the two men's backpacks overflowing with them, and suggested, "We help you exchange the ore for them when we go up?" Chu Xi was about to refuse when Ji Xian stopped her. He thanked Zhang Chong, saying, "Thank you for your help. Wait a moment. We pack up the backpacks and send them to the mine. When you go up, please give them to us." Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian. She was a little confused. Since they had already carried the baskets to the bottom of the mine, all they needed was an elevator ride. Why didn't they go up on their own? Why did they need help? What a waste of a favor. The two of them left together. Once they were outside the mine, she asked the question that had been lingering in her mind. Ji Xian nodded, then asked with a smile, "You said, we even turned off the power here to save more energy for the air circulation system here. The treasure mine was even shut down. So, you think there's no control over the elevator?" Oh, Chu Xi nodded. She had overlooked this particular incident. It was getting more and more like they were incarcerated. Now even their personal freedom was restricted, confined to the underground mine. There was much more that Ji Xian left unsaid. Besides reducing energy consumption, it also had many benefits for the mine. For example, restricting the miners' range meant they couldn't go out to forage for food, forcing them to spend a fortune on expensive goods here in the mining area, as well as their high-radiation food. The conditions outside were indeed harsh, but digging through the snow and picking up a few wild grasses was definitely no problem. The soil here was barren, and while low and medium-level radiation might be unavailable, there was definitely food with high radiation. If they were truly starving, there was nothing they couldn't eat. It was still better than having to spend points to buy food in the mine. Ji Xian did feel a bit guilty. After all, he felt a bit uneasy about harming his compatriots, but he finally let it go after a moment of reflection. He couldn't change the current situation. Food was necessary, no matter what. He simply increased the supply, earning a few points in the process. Besides, while their mutant mushrooms might seem plentiful, compared to such a large population, they were nothing. Some people might even have trouble getting a spot. If you really counted them, they definitely weren't the main sellers. Chapter 294. As soon as the two entered the main mine tunnel, they were stunned by the throng of people before them. Ji Xian glanced at his watch and explained to Chu Xi, "Those people must be coming down from the treasure hunting mine." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi couldn't care less to observe the excitement. He immediately grabbed Ji Xian and headed towards their new home. As expected, their mine tunnel was bustling with activity. Some hot-tempered individuals drew their weapons and launched a plundering spree. Some, less troublesome, simply rested to the side, using their pickaxes to create a circle in the ground, effectively making an invisible bed for themselves. The two quickly made their way through the noisy crowd and headed inside. Upon reaching the entrance to their new home, Chu Xi noticed a few more people inside. In addition to the 3 injured individuals she had left behind, there were now 3 more sleazy-looking street urchins. She placed the basket at the cave entrance and walked in with a smile. "What's going on? You're not planning to steal from the inside, are you?" The old lady quickly shook her head. "Of course not. It's just that a lot of people suddenly showed up in our mine, and the 3 of us were weakened, and we almost couldn't defend your house. That's why I took the initiative to call them over. With 6 people in one cave, no one dared to come and attack." Chu Xi nodded, scanning the crowd. Noticing that the newcomer was indeed cowering, not daring to look up and meet her gaze, she had a general idea of what was going on. These people had witnessed Chu Xi's brutality before, so how could they dare to attack her house? Seeing the real owner return, they greeted him and immediately slipped away along the wall. Although these people all had criminal records, they had helped them defend their house. Besides, she already avenged her grudges on the spot. She was always someone who distinguished between good and evil. So why not give them a little reward today? 1 point each? She sighed and shook her head. No, 6 points was too much. She wasn't rich enough yet, and she couldn't afford to squander them. How about 3? 1 point for each of them. Chu Xi shook her head again. That would be too stingy. Alas, there was nothing she could do. Ultimately, the matter would just end. I wonder how the old lady would feel if she knew her dedicated service had cost her 3 points. Chu Xi was both happy and sad, bearing the pangs of conscience while simultaneously gloating over having saved the points. Humans are such contradictory creatures. As soon as they entered, Ji didn't waste any time and immediately began packing their backpacks. He needed to get the ore to the mine as quickly as possible. It would be bad if Zhang Chong and his men kept waiting. He took out all his mining tools and other items, and added the ore from Chu Si's basket, filling up the entire basket. Then, carrying the basket on his back, he left. Chu Si glanced down. Her basket was now filled with treasures: nutrient solution, dried fish, a large bottle of water, a first aid kit, a power bank, the mutant mushrooms they collected over the past 2 times, and her most precious amethyst cave. The satisfaction of having a full granary was indeed there, but Chu Si was more worried about how to ensure the safety of these items. Although this cave was relatively large, the end was still visible at a glance. If the basket accidentally tipped over and was seen by someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't she become a target of public criticism? So, while Ji was out, she took her pickaxe and dug a small storage room in the mine. It wasn't large enough, just enough to fit all the treasures, but it was technically challenging, so Chu Si had built a stone door. She deliberately turned off her headlamp and, in the dark, placed the supplies into the newly dug storage room. Before Chu Si could turn on the light to check the results, she was interrupted by a shout from outside. "Come out, everyone inside. We guard this cave." Chu Si turned on her headlamp and headed out. Sure enough, what was coming had already happened. Knowing that Zhang Chong's cave was the best in the area, she had already prepared for battle. She hadn't expected to run into someone she knew. But they weren't that familiar. Chu Si tilted his head, thinking, wasn't this the bratty guy from Lao Zhang's team from their first day down in the mine? He obviously recognized Chu Si. After returning last time, he naturally heard about her great achievements from Lao Zhang and Gongzi, silently cursing her bad luck. He was prepared to take over this matter lightly. But, as the wind keeps blowing even when the tree wants to be still, he didn't want to cause trouble. But today, those little brothers who had just arrived were so tactless, even saying something like Chu Si should sleep in the same cave with them. Chu Si could have spared them, but now, even if Ultraman arrived, these people wouldn't be able to get away with it. This was far worse than the old lady who got beaten today. The leading young man had originally wanted to save face in front of his comrades. He didn't actually think Chu Si was that formidable, but rather a bit of a shrewd bravado. To put it bluntly, how many miners among them were weak? She simply took advantage of her status as a woman. Then, he was slapped in the face, a real slap in the face. It was a perfect opportunity to settle old scores. His words had been harsh the previous time, but unfortunately, Lao Zhang had intercepted him midway, and he eventually learned mining techniques, making it even harder for her to lash out. Now, he was being lashed out. Since his family's wealth was all in the cave, Chu Si resorted to violent law enforcement right at their doorstep this time, not trying to pull them away. Screams rang out, and in the end, everyone was left battered and bruised, and each had to pay 30 points in compensation before the matter was over. Watching the men supporting each other as they left, Chu Si glanced at the 120 points that had been transferred to her watch. A half-baked idea suddenly occurred to her. Chapter 295. After dealing with these invaders, Chu Si had nothing else to do. He waited anxiously in the cave for over half an hour before Ji returned. Upon seeing him, Chu Si anxiously asked, "How many points did you exchange for?" Ji raised his hand and made the sign of 5. Chu Si nodded. She figured that was about it. After all, they had a rough idea of how much ore they mined today. She'd been quite satisfied with 5 points in half a day's work. If nothing went wrong, they might have earned 8 points today, enough to buy 2 nutritional supplements. But now all those beautiful aspirations had been dashed. Prices were skyrocketing, but wages remained stagnant. Reality always liked to backstab the defenseless. Chu Si hugged the watch and kissed it twice, then smiled at the newly transferred 120 points. Luckily, she was one of those who could still protect herself. Seeing Chu Si's exaggerated expression, Ji asked as he flipped through the backpack, "What? I only been away for a while, and you already found some unexpected wealth?" Chu Si nodded with a smile, brought the watch close to his eyes, and repeated what had just happened. Ji frowned. 30 points per person, for people in total? Chu Si nodded. Is there a problem? Is it too much or too little? Chu Si firmly believed that the price was very reasonable. She had checked before, and 30 points was almost half of their assets. Leaving 30 points for them to use for supplies was thoughtful. Ji shook his head. It's not about the number of points. I originally wanted to let you stay here, but now I really can't. Unless you can sleep with your eyes open at night. Chu Si was a bit bewildered. It didn't have to be this bad. She admitted she made a few enemies, but at most the two of them could take turns keeping watch. Why would she sleep without getting any shut-eye? She glanced down at her watch, then back up at Ji Xian. Could it be that the points weren't given out enough? Chu Xi casually transferred 60 points over. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. What the hell was going on? He flipped the backpack upside down, and out tumbled a screwdriver, a bundle of rope, 2 springs, and a few small parts Chu Xi couldn't quite understand. Chu Xi was bewildered. What? Wasn't that enough? She clutched her watch tightly. This was the limit. After all, she'd been the one actually fighting, so not holding back any extra points was a sign of righteousness on her part. Ji Xian tapped her head in annoyance. What are you thinking about? Our top priority right now is fishing. I plan to discuss that place with Zhang Chong in 2 days, so these next 2 days are precious for us. The environment there is unique, humid and filled with poisonous miasma, unsuitable for habitation. I was planning to go there alone, but now, I'm worried about leaving you here alone. We can all go together. You can wait for me in an area free of the miasma. We can take turns resting when we have time. It's better than leaving you here to be beaten by a club. Chu Xi nodded. Her first reaction was that the 60 points were a bit of a loss, but then she realized it and asked in disbelief, Have you found a way to catch fish? Ji Xian nodded and lifted something at his feet. All the tools are here, but we're still missing some materials. I need to get some from your basket. Chu Xi nodded immediately. As long as they could catch fish, it wasn't a big deal. She proudly took off her basket and handed it to Ji Xian, saying, Here, it's all yours, do whatever you want. The way she looked at it, it looked like she was throwing money away. Okay, the drama queen was back. Ji Xian nodded, letting her do what she wanted. He pulled a wrapped dried fish from his pocket and handed it to Chu Xi. Eat some first. I fixed the basket. We leave soon. When we leave, you can ask that old lady to come and look after us. She's quite dedicated. Yes, Chu Xi agreed with this approach. However, she had to pay her some hard work this time. It was only 2 days, so how about 2 points? Considering the rental price the old lady had told her about, and since it was her own house, giving her 1 point a day was pretty good. But what she didn't know was, due to the sudden influx of miners into the treasure mine, housing was in short supply, and the rent had already risen to 3 points a day. Of course, many people felt the expense was unnecessary, as the mines were full of people sleeping on the floor. Chu Xi squatted nearby, munching on dried fish as she watched Ji Xian dismantle her basket. It was clear that Brother Xian had really taken matters into his own hands. He immediately removed the bottom of Chu Xi's backpack, then began pulling out the rattan and wire from the top, effectively destroying it. Ugh, they spent real money and points on this. Before Chu Xi could finish her sigh, Ji Xian quickly used the materials to build a lid for the other backpack. Then, he added a variety of small parts, both those she understood and those she didn't. Soon, Ji Xian's basket had become a controllable one. Ji Xian opened the lid and propped it up with a thick, hard wire. The wire was looped at the bottom, and a thin rope about 3 meters long was attached to it. He gently pushed the rope, and the basket lid dropped down. 2 springs secured the lid from below, so the combined force was quite strong. Chu Xi reached out and tested it, finding it must have required at least 40 to 50 kilograms of force. After several attempts, Ji Xian confirmed that it was working properly, and then put their belongings into the backpack. He looked down at Chu Xi's broken frame, realizing that having only one basket was inconvenient. He pulled out a few more vines and wires, and wove a loose base around the bottom. He didn't care about aesthetics, just that it worked. Then he gestured to Chu Xi, Let's go! It was done so quickly, and she suddenly swallowed the dried fish she had been reluctant to eat. She picked up her own broken basket, which only had half its wall left, and set off, following Ji Xian. Before leaving, she went to the middle-aged aunt and asked her to help take care of the house, and then the two of them walked towards the side of the mine. Chapter 296. Avoiding the crowd, Chu Xi and Ji Xian hurried to the mine tunnel where they had discovered the underground river. Their previous oxygen masks had been depleted, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and open a new one. Chu Xi waited there while Ji Xian, carrying the basket, entered. After a moment's thought, Chu Xi linked up the video of the mechanical spider. Sure enough, it was lying at the entrance of the underground river, waiting for Ji Xian. Not long after, Ji Xian's figure appeared in the spider's field of vision. After he arrived, he first widened the entrance to the underground river, at least enough to lower the basket smoothly. Ji Xian looked down, and saw that the water surface was about 2 meters from the hole. The river was calm, with only the sound of water rushing against the rocks. He frowned. He had only heard Zhang Chong mention that there were schools of fish in the underground river here, but he also knew that some underground rivers could be completely devoid of life, with nothing growing. Ji Xian was a little nervous. He already invested so much, he didn't want to end up with nothing. He lifted the wooden stake out of the cave. He originally planned to break off some mutant mushrooms from it and put them in his backpack as bait, but the moment he finally pulled the stake out, he unexpectedly saw 2 mutant snails, each as big as a bowl, nestled at its base. Chu Xi was also stunned. He hadn't expected such a thing to be found inside. Don't snails only grow in areas with aquatic plants? Never mind. Chu Xi immediately messaged Ji Xian, asking him to quickly test the snail's radiation levels. As expected, both were highly mutated and inedible. Undeterred, Ji Xian crushed them with his pickaxe and tossed them into his backpack as bait. He then picked up a nearly 3-pound stone nearby to cushion the bottom. Judging by the current's velocity, Ji Xian figured that this heavy stone would be enough. After threading a sturdy rope through the designated hooks, Ji Xian propped up the basket's lid and dropped it into the underground river. Chu Xi thought the fishing had begun, but Ji Xian didn't even wait. Instead, he walked 5 meters to the left and began pulling the rope, attempting to pull the basket out. However, just as he reached the cave entrance, the basket got stuck. It wasn't that the cave entrance wasn't wide enough to hold the basket up, but simply that 2 corners were colliding, making the rope pull quite strenuous. Chu Xi could tell that Ji Xian was still experimenting. Judging by his movements, he might be trying to accomplish this using the rope, thus eliminating the need to enter and exit the poisonous miasma area every time. Thinking for a moment, he took out his chisel and split the wood used to block the cave entrance into 3 pieces. Ji Xian lowered the 3 pieces along the mine entrance and thrust them inwards, sawing off the exposed surface. This made it much easier to lift the basket up. Ji Xian chose another spot near the cave entrance, hammered a drilled wooden stake into the hole, and threaded the rope through the hole. After pulling a few more times and confirming that everything was working, he wrapped the thin line around the mechanical spider's legs and returned with the tools and 2 rope ends. As soon as Ji Xian left, the spider was immediately relocated to the entrance of the underground river. Its night vision made it easy to monitor the water. Chu Xi slapped his head. Yeah, that's a good idea. As long as they could see the results of their catch, they could bring the prey up in time, then use the rope to pull the basket in. After testing, they could send the basket back down the rope. Wouldn't that be the end of the matter? After Ji Xian returned, the 2 began their anxious wait. Fortunately, the appearance of the snails at least proved that there was something in the underground river. Not long after, a snail crawled along the side of the basket and into the river. Chu Xi, we share the same roots, so why rush to attack each other? She hadn't expected the first wave to arrive would be of the same species. A moment later, another mutant shrimp swam in. Their breath caught. They hadn't expected such a large mutant shrimp to be found inside. Compared to the basket itself, this shrimp was at least as long as their forearm. She immediately grabbed Ji Xian. What should she do? Put it away. But before she could finish her words, the mutant shrimp leaped out of the basket again. Chu Xi's hand froze, and Ji Xian felt helpless. There was nothing he could do. With the simple conditions, he had no way of setting an escape trap. This was a reminder for him not to be greedy in the future. Once he caught a large catch, he would quickly control the mutant spider to pull the thin rope to close the basket lid. After the big shrimp left, 3 more mutant snails crawled in, bringing the total to 4. Ji Xian figured it was about time, so he manipulated the little spider to crawl away, and the basket lid snapped shut. With a push, he pulled the basket out of the water, then smoothly out of the underground river's opening, and then to the 2 of them. 4 snails were dumped out of the basket. Chu Xi used a chisel to scoop them open, then smeared the slime directly onto his watch for testing. Unfortunately, all of them were highly radioactive and mutated, making them inedible. Ji Xian smashed one and returned it to the basket. Chu Xi sifted through the scraps, but found no energy stone. But then again, getting a snail to chew on a rock was a bit of a challenge. Ji Xian pulled the rope at the other end, and the basket slowly moved toward the underground river. A new round of hunting began. Chapter 297. After the basket followed the rope and successfully returned to the underground river, Chu Xi and Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. For now, it seemed their entire process was working. In other words, long-distance fishing was feasible. After the basket landed in the water, the 2 continued to focus on the images transmitted by the mechanical spider. Sadly, the mutant fish they had been longing for never appeared. Their several catches were only snails. Fortunately, after testing 3 baskets, they finally found one that met edible standards. Ji crushed the highly radioactive mutant snails, preparing to use them as bait next time. Chu Si held the only edible snail in her hand. He was quite timid. Ever since she had picked him up, he hadn't dared to open the lid. This was completely inconsistent with Chu Si's impression of the mutant's aggressive personalities. After all, here, even rats dared to chase and bite people. This thing was well behaved, but it definitely needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, what if it ran away while they weren't paying attention? They'd finally gotten this little bit of a harvest, and if it just ran away, wouldn't that be depressing? But looking at this snail, Chu Si was in a dilemma. She had never eaten it in large quantities before, let alone handled it herself. It was also different from other animals. Chu Si had no idea how to kill it besides boiling it. Chu Si took out her armor-piercing hammer and tapped here and there, figuring that if she just cracked its shell, it wouldn't survive anyway. After Ji finished dealing with the highly irradiated snails, he looked up and saw Chu Si about to attack this one. He quickly reached out to stop her. "What are you doing?" Chu Si pointed at the snail that was showing signs of poking its head out. "Look, it's trying to escape. I think I kill it right away to prevent future trouble." Ji stood up and hid the contents of Chu Si's backpack in the mine they dug that morning. Then, carrying the backpack back, he kicked the snail to a dry spot and turned the backpack upside down on top of it. He looked around again, picked up a 3 or 4 pound stone, and placed it on top of the backpack to hold it down. "Okay, now we don't have to worry about it escaping. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, I find a secluded cave and dry all the food we caught today for easier storage." Watching his smooth movements, Chu Si silently gave Ji a thumbs up. After deciding on a solution, the two of them returned to their original location, staring blankly at their watches. Suddenly, Chu Si pointed at the screen and excitedly exclaimed, "Shrimp, shrimp, shrimp. Look, there's a shrimp." Just then, a large shrimp hopped towards their backpack. This one was a giant, estimated to be around 60 to 70 centimeters long. The mutant shrimp was translucent, with a large dark blue brain visible at its head. Most importantly, it was already spawning. The eggs on its ventral foot were densely packed together in a massive mass. It was truly delightful. Ji held his breath, naturally excited. His right hand was already resting on his watch, ready to give the mechanical spider the command to close the net. "Okay, now." The button was pressed, and the spider quickly darted outwards, carrying the string. Then, with a snap, the lid closed. Chu Si hurriedly urged Ji "Hurry, hurry, control the spider, and go back to see if you caught that mutant shrimp." As the scene shifted back, the two of them couldn't sit still. Ji timing had indeed been excellent, but the mutant shrimp was too agile. The moment the lid was lowered, the water flow below must have shifted, and it immediately escaped. Now, a quarter of the shrimp's tail was stuck outside the basket. It was struggling desperately, causing the basket to bob and sway, demonstrating its immense strength. It was likely the lid wouldn't hold for much longer. Now they didn't dare pull the rope carelessly, fearing the shrimp would use the momentum to escape. Chu Si stood up immediately, snatched the oxygen mask from Ji arms, and after running 2 steps, she abruptly stopped and ran back in the opposite direction. Ji stood up, and Chu Si sprinted past him. Then, she turned and entered the cave where she had placed the items. From there, she scooped up her precious amethyst cave and ran towards the underground river entrance. She quickly donned her mask, signaling Ji to hold off. They finally landed a large hall, so they had to show their full sincerity. The distance, which should have taken 10 minutes, was reached in just 5, thanks to Chu Si's running and jumping. By then, the mutant shrimp had already pulled out a third of its body. In just 2 more moves, it would be free from the basket. The situation was urgent. Chu Si took a deep breath, thrust her entire arm into the hole, and with a single lift and pull, the basket flew out. As soon as it hit the ground, the mutant shrimp fell out, then, with a sudden jerk, leaped towards Chu Si. Chu Si was startled. "Are you kidding me?" That shrimp claw on its forehead was no joke. She ducked, and the claw pierced the rock wall behind her. "Oh my god!" Chu Si couldn't help but exclaim. "Is the damage really that high?" It flapped its tail, attempting to pull out its shrimp spear. Chu Si quickly swung his armor-piercing hammer and struck it on the forehead. The blow surprisingly didn't damage the mutant shrimp's shell at all, but the blow stopped the shrimp from pulling out its spear. Chu Si couldn't miss such an opportunity. Naturally, he held it down with his hammer, aiming for the right spot, determined to break through its turtle shell. The mutant shrimp struggled desperately, but Chu Si, despite lacking horns, was also quite strong. How could he let it break free? Chapter 298. After hammering for about 10 minutes, the mutant shrimp's shell finally cracked, and the greenish-green shrimp brain inside flowed out. Soon, the mutant shrimp completely gave up struggling, presumably finally dead. Juicy Eye breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a piece of wood from the side, and stirred it directly into the shrimp brain. The mutant shrimp didn't move. Good, it looked like it was truly dead. She scooped up a little shrimp paste with her knife, and was about to test it on her watch, but suddenly stopped. She reached into her bosom, and pulled out the unfinished bag of nutrient solution. Then, she fished out the uneaten dried fish. Juicy Eye wandered around and found a relatively flat rock. She placed the dried fish on it, and carefully poured a stream of nutrient solution over it. Before the solution could drip down, she quickly said her earnest prayer and earnest wish, as if it burned her mouth. Then, she clasped her palms together, and bowed 3 times. Then she immediately lowered her head, and sucked the nutrient solution from the dried fish, rewrapped it, and tucked it into her arms. That was all it took. Juicy Eye carefully plucked out a bit of shrimp meat with his dagger, and smeared it onto the watch's test surface. Ding! Moderately mutated by radiation. Moderate consumption recommended. Juicy Eye clenched his fists, and jumped up and down excitedly. This mutant shrimp was a full 70 centimeters long. Even after removing the head, there was still at least 40 centimeters of pure shrimp meat left. Delicious. Hearing that it was meat from a moderately mutated radiation condition, Ji Xian was stunned, then filled with endless ecstasy. This piece of shrimp meat was enough for the 2 of them to survive for over a week. Furthermore, they still had nutrient solution and other supplies. In other words, they had basically solved 80% of the crisis caused by the blizzard. Juicy Eye finished her own amusement, then remembered Ji Xian. She had deliberately carried the mutant prawn to the mechanical spider, and showed it off. Ji Xian was amused. The spider's vision was so low, and she had deliberately walked over to him. Now, all that was visible was her pair of water-stained snakeskin cotton boots. Ji Xian chuckled softly, and after a moment, reminded Juicy Eye not to forget her business. He reminded her not to forget to throw the basket back into the water. Their fishing expedition had to continue. Juicy Eye nodded quickly. Seeing that there were still some remnants of snail meat in the basket, she simply tossed the wooden cabinet that had been stained with the shrimp brains into the basket as well. She then propped up the basket's lid and tossed it into the water. Juicy Eye untied the thin nylon rope wrapped around the mechanical spider's legs. It was very strong. She used it to suspend her amethyst cave, and then directly threw it into the underground river to collect some water. Juicy Eye straightened the mutant shrimp, took out a piece of sawdust, and carefully cleaned all the eggs from the shrimp's ventral feet. She then stuffed them into the large crystal cup. Juicy Eye had initially thought the cup wouldn't be able to hold all the eggs, but after finally stuffing them, there was still some space left in the crystal cup. She couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, these shrimp were so tiny, each the size of a grain of rice, that testing them was impossible. The loss would be too high. These shrimp must have been laid not long ago, and each one was like a small water bag. Testing would be too much for them. After puncturing them, all that would be left would probably be a thin layer of skin. Ji Xian was puzzled by her actions. Could this guy be trying to raise mutant shrimp? Juicy Eye didn't disappoint him. She patted her large crystal glass and said proudly, "Look at all the shrimp in there. Take them home and raise them. Then we can eat shrimp as much as we want." Ji Xian nodded, deciding to offer some indirect advice. "There's no shortage of water in the safe zone, but have you considered that these shrimp also need to eat? If you feed them highly mutated food, their mutation rate will undoubtedly increase. Under those circumstances, the chances of them growing into medium to low radiation mutant shrimp are extremely small. As for medium to low radiation mutated food, we can do it ourselves. There won't be enough to eat." Juicy Eye nodded. She knew all this, and she had already thought of a solution. Juicy Eye smiled broadly. "Here's what I'm thinking. The mutant foxtail grass leaves can only be boiled in water and drunk. We can boil them all." Ji Xian interrupted her before she could finish. "I don't throw away the boiled water. I usually make porridge with it for lunch." Juicy Eye, She glanced at the large cup of shrimp roe in her hand, feeling incredibly reluctant to part with it. She then argued, "How about we scrape off the flesh from the leaves after boiling them and eat them ourselves? How about chopping up the tendons and feeding them to the shrimp? Don't be fooled by the abundance of shrimp now. Once they're a little bigger, we clear out the ones with high radiation levels. If we can keep a few, we have a good yield." Seeing Juicy's reluctant expression, Ji Xian lowered his head in thought for a moment. He thought that his family would soon be able to add a little more planting area. By then, this burden might be manageable. Besides, mutant shrimp wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat them for a few days. Seeing Jixien nod, Chu Xi was overjoyed. He immediately ran towards Jixien, clutching his precious crystal cup in one hand and the mutant shrimp in the other. Chapter 299. Chu Xi returned with her laden bag. Arriving at her destination, she unloaded the mutant shrimp from her shoulders and immediately squatted down by the mine, eagerly observing the shrimp eggs she'd been raising in the crystal cave. Jixien glanced at his watch. The water was still quiet, with no signs of fish or shrimp taking the bait. But then he realized that after all that fuss, the mutant critters underwater should be more vigilant. Jixien simply picked up the mutant shrimp from the ground and began to dispose of it with his dagger. Although the shrimp shell was tough, and Chu Xi had to work hard to kill it, dissecting it from the belly proved much easier. Soon, a crystal-clear piece of shrimp meat was peeled out. A faint, sweet aroma, unique to river fish, wafted into the air. Chu Xi, whose attention had been elsewhere, couldn't help salivating and eagerly approached. Jixien looked up, and Chu Xi grinned at him sincerely. "I just came over to smell it." "Jixien, you can't eat it now. It needs to be cooked. I'm afraid there are parasites in it." Chu Xi nodded immediately. She was still very cautious about this matter. Because of her fear of parasites, she never ate anything raw, either in the past or now. Chu Xi felt a little sad. "What about our mutual trust? Can't I just come over to smell it?" Jixien smiled and nodded in agreement as he gathered up the remaining items. "Yes, I trust you." Other things might have been fine, but when it came to food, Chu Xi never let him down. Chu Xi took a moment to glance at her watch. The basket was still empty. Not only were there no mutant fish or shrimp, but even the mutant snails, which had been plentiful just now, were missing. She couldn't help but frown. Was it past dinner time? Chu Xi switched pages and saw the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. She was startled. She hadn't expected it to be so late. Fishing really took time. She hurriedly called to Jixien, "Hurry, hurry, it's time for our shift. You go to sleep first. I take the first half of the night, and we take the second half." Jixien raised his watch to check the time, and agreed to Chu Xi's suggestion. Before falling asleep, he thought for a moment, took out the unfinished nutritional supplement from his pocket, and took 2 sips. This would be his dinner for tonight. Waiting here to fish wasn't very physically demanding, and even if they didn't eat, their bodies wouldn't quickly become depleted. But now that they were in the wild, they needed to maintain a certain level of energy. Chu Xi watched him put away the nutritional supplement bag after only 2 sips, and her heart ached. She remembered the dried fish she eaten the previous night. Oh, thinking of the dried fish, she immediately pulled out the tribute hidden in her arms, unwrapped it, and handed it directly to Jixien. "Eat this." Jixien rested his hand on his forehead, and couldn't help but remind Chu Xi, "I saw your actions just now on my watch. It was live, and the footage was crystal clear. There was no way I missed you slurping the dried fish." This had Chu Xi's CPU fuming. If she said now that she'd truly forgotten, would Jixien believe her? Chu Xi took a deep breath, ready to throw the can down. Just as she opened her mouth, Jixien chimed in, "Where's the mutual trust?" Chu Xi was momentarily lost for words, and only then did she remember that this was what she had just said to Jixien. Damn, is this man so petty? That wasn't what she meant to say at all, was it? Is he proving her unreliability with this? Chu Xi coughed awkwardly. She wasn't afraid of nitpicking, she was afraid of the fact that it was what it was. After a long pause, she managed to maintain her composure, saying, "It's already this time. Do I need to tell you how difficult the conditions are? We should cherish the food we have, and you actually complain about its unclean origin?" Jixien couldn't help but smile. He reached out and rubbed Chu Xi's head against his chest, resting his chin on the top of her head. He smiled and teased, "I don't mind it. It's unclean origin. I just take 2 sips of the nutrient solution tonight. I take another sip when I get up to go on night duty. This will help maintain my energy. As for this dried fish, can you save it for breakfast tomorrow?" Chu Xi's face turned green. She'd just been talking nonsense for a while, but how could this actually happen? Chu Xi couldn't help but feel deeply puzzled. She had indeed been inconsiderate today. Besides, they weren't starving to death yet. She could easily have 2 meals of dried fish on her own. How could she dare to trouble Master Ji? So, this kid was up to no good. If she let him eat the dried fish she had sucked up tomorrow, who knew if he'd feel insulted and take revenge on her in some other way? Chu Xi's mind automatically began playing pornographic movies, domineering CEOs, adorable wives, all sorts of little nymphomaniacs. No, Chu Si slurped her saliva and immediately shook her head to wake herself up. Firmly resolute, she snatched the dried fish from Ji Xian's hand and quickly stuffed it into her arms, shaking her head in defiance. No, I still think dried fish tastes better than the nutrient solution. I'm going to keep it for myself and eat it twice more. Ji Xian nodded noncommittally. Okay, he couldn't help but jerk off. What about our mutual trust? Chu Si, are you toxic? Ji Xian rubbed her head amusedly. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. I need to go to bed. I have to get up at midnight to take your shift. With that, he stood aside, found a relatively dry spot, and used his feet to clean the gravel from the ground before lying on his side and falling asleep. What? The tall floor was cold and damp. How could I sleep comfortably? She immediately patted her thigh, motioning for Ji Xian to come over. Ji Xian shook his head. No, I have my own habits when it comes to staying in the wild. This way of sleeping helps me stay alert. Just continue watching the fishing footage. Don't worry about me. With that, he closed his eyes and began to rest. Chu Si closed her mouth. When it came to surviving in the wild, she still had great faith in Master Ji. Chapter 300. After Ji Xian fell asleep, Chu Si quietly stared at the video feed on her watch, trying not to disturb his rest. Half an hour later, the basket finally began to pick up some more. At first, there were only a few mutated snails here and there. Chu Si decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps there would be a larger batch later. Then, more and more mutated snails arrived. She narrowed her eyes slightly. This was truly bizarre. Had they disturbed the snail's nest today? Chu Si sighed inwardly. After 6 mutated snails had crawled into the basket, she controlled the little mechanical spider to close the net. Then, with a rope, she dragged the basket back with a clanking sound. Taking out her knife, Chu Si tested each snail. The results showed that they were all highly mutated due to radiation, leaving them with only one option, to use them as bait. After smashing them one by one, she remembered that Ji Xian was still sleeping next to her. Turning over, she saw him lying there, motionless as a rock. Great, his sleep quality was top-notch. After adding fresh bait, Chu Si propped up the basket's lid and swung it back by the rope. The mechanical spider returned to its position, and Chu Si checked on her watch. Shortly after the basket was dropped in, another mutant snail crawled in. Within 10 minutes, 7 had made it. Excellent, a record. Chu Si tapped her watch and closed the net. This time's results were significantly better than last time. A low-level mutation had actually emerged. Amazing. Chu Si wanted to see how these waters could support such a low-level mutation. This was her first encounter with aquatic animals of this radiation level. After processing the harvest, Chu Si returned the basket. This time, she didn't let the little spider crouch over the cave entrance, but let it crawl directly in. For safety reasons, Chu Si left the ropes tied to the little mechanical spider's legs untied, to prevent it from accidentally falling into the river and being washed away. She wasn't too worried about the material. Ji Xian had coated the little mechanical spider with a waterproof coating when she first bought it, so even if it did fall into the water, it wouldn't be damaged. As the little spider crawled in, the underground river's environment gradually unfolded before Chu Si's eyes. What was that? Hematite washed ashore? There was a small riverbank at the edge of the cave. Besides various polished ores, there were also some fluorescent mosses and ferns growing near the water's edge. Awesome. This is so beautiful. Chu Si drooled. She loved fireflies since she was a child, but she rarely seen any. By the time she grew up, they were practically extinct in her area. Now, she had the chance to fulfill her dream. She imagined a glass with some fluorescent moss like this in it, hanging it in her bedroom. Never mind, it has high radiation levels, so she'd better hang it in the yard. Ideally, I'd be able to see it through the bedroom window. Just thinking about it made her feel good. As she was concentrating on watching into nature, Ji Xian, who had been dozing off not far away, suddenly resurrected. Chu Si was startled, and her first reaction was to have Spider-Man turn the camera, so it was facing the underwater basket. Seriously, at this age, they still have to conduct spot checks? Chu Si was a little devastated. She was already past school age, so why was she still having to endure this? Ji Xian quickly approached her, placed his hand on her lips, and gestured for silence. Then, quickly turning off their headlamps and watches, they and Chu Si hid in the pit they had dug during the days or mining. Even Chu Si, slow-witted, could sense something was amiss. She whispered, "What's going on?" Ji Xian nodded. Seeing Chu Si's nervousness earlier, she assumed she noticed it too. Now, it seemed likely she accidentally fallen asleep while on duty and been caught by him. Soon, she heard the whispers of several people, their voices growing closer. Chu Si nervously grasped Ji Xian's hand, her heart pounding. This time, she truly realized the gravity of the situation. Although their position was some distance from the branching mine tunnel, it wasn't far at all. If anyone reached them, they would surely discover them, and the rope on the surface. Then the underground river would surely be exposed. The noises grew louder. There were men and women, young and old, apparently a large family. Chu Si faintly heard an old man coughing and saying, "This isn't good. Look at all the water on the ground. There's not a single dry spot in this entire area. How can anyone live here?" The young man replied, "Dad, let's keep going. Maybe this section is the only place. You just saw that all the places with similar conditions are already occupied. We can only look further out." "What are you looking for?" Chu Si said, as a bright light flashed in front of him. "Look! There are so many puddles on the ground ahead, and water is dripping down the walls. My cold legs can't stand this kind of place. Let's go out and try walking east." The group discussed it for a while, but in the end, it seemed they couldn't persuade the old man, so they turned and headed out again. That was a close call. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the noise, the group was no more than 20 or 30 meters away. Luckily, they had hidden their belongings in the mine. Oh no! Her basket was still outside. After the noise faded, Chu Si quietly poked her head out. Fortunately, after Ji Xian's previous actions, Chu Si's basket looked like discarded scrap, and since it was placed against the wall, they probably hadn't noticed it. Ji Xian had naturally noticed this flaw. He frowned and instructed Chu Si, "Pack up. I take the basket back. We leave this place for now." Chu Si nodded immediately, but was about to move when Ji Xian restrained her hand. "Leave your basket here for now. Put the rest of the items in mine later. Let's find a secluded place to grill the shrimp and snails." Chapter 301. The two hurriedly packed up their belongings, and were about to head out of the cave, when Chu Si suddenly paused. She seemed to know a very good place. Ji Xian took 2 steps and, noticing Chu Si hadn't caught up, turned back in confusion. "What's wrong? Did you leave anything behind?" Chu Si shook her head. She remembered the riverbank she had just seen in the underground river. While it wasn't large, it was large enough for the two of them to move around. Furthermore, the underground river had circulating air, meaning the air quality inside was likely up to standard, so they didn't have to worry about oxygen deprivation. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She didn't care about being discovered for deserting her post. Chu Si rewound the video on her watch to the scene where Spider-Man was exploring the underground river. Pointing at the riverbank, she said to Ji Xian, "How's this spot? It's just a little off from where we left the cave, so we need to swim over." Ji Xian frowned for a moment, then corrected Chu Si, "No need to swim. Just hold onto the rope and swing over." Chu Si's expression lit up. Did this mean Ji Xian agreed with her idea? Ji Xian studied it more carefully and realized that it might actually be the most secluded spot they could find. Above it was a poisonous miasma area, and people generally didn't pass over it. They had been observing that section of the river for a long time. Besides the nearly ineffective mutant snails, only a few mutant shrimp would occasionally swim by. Although the mutant shrimp were quite dangerous, they were still visible to the mechanical spider. And as long as they didn't enter the river, they wouldn't come ashore to attack them. Of course, all of this presupposes that the air quality there is indeed acceptable. Otherwise, no matter how excellent the other conditions are, they are of no use. Not to mention the outrageous price of oxygen masks these days, the reality is that they only have one mask between them, and they can't afford it. He took off his watch and tied it with a thin rope to the mechanical spider's belly. Chu Si immediately understood and controlled the spider to re-enter the underground river. After a full 15 minutes, there was no warning on the watch. Both of them were delighted. It seemed like the plan had been completed. Chu Si picked up her precious crystal cave and walked inside. After 2 steps, she realized a critical problem. The oxygen mask they had used during the day was gone. How would they get through? Chu Si weighed the amethyst cave in her arms. It was easy for her. She could simply place her fingers on the amethyst to draw energy from it. Walking that path wouldn't be a problem at all. But what about Ji Xian? If all else failed, could she have Ji Xian hold his breath while she carried him across as quickly as possible? After hearing her suggestion, Ji Xian ruffled Chu Si's hair with a hint of gratefulness. Then, ignoring her kindness, he turned and walked back into the poisonous miasma. After a moment, he immediately dragged Chu Si out. Chu Si's lips curled up in a half-smile. "What, regrets it?" Ji Xian helplessly held his forehead. "No, I dragged you out because I wanted to remind you to place that little mechanical spider you're carrying on the cave ceiling. That way, if anyone approaches, we'd be notified. Chu Si nodded. That was indeed the case. Although his little spider couldn't see at night, its ears were quite useful, transmitting sounds to them, and also serving as a warning. After finishing their work, the two were about to enter the poisonous miasma area when Jixian stopped and instructed Chu Si, "After we go in, I have to hold my breath. You can talk, but generally, I only respond with gestures. If the situation gets dire, I have to waste my last oxygen mask. Don't worry, this short distance is no problem for me." Chu Si nodded obediently. Fearing that the group might return, the two of them didn't dare to delay any further, and immediately entered the poisonous miasma area. The entrance to the underground river was almost in sight. Chu Si suddenly reached out and grabbed Jixian. She tapped her watch with her index finger and whispered to him, "The father and son have returned again." True, good things don't work, but bad things do. Jixian nodded, not feeling overly nervous. After all, they had already come this far, and the chances of a run-in were slim. He quickly and quietly pulled Chu Si toward the entrance of the underground river. Although the mine curved, their headlamps wouldn't let them see the other side, but just in case, they turned off their overhead headlamps. Jixian took Chu Si's hand and delicately untied the watch from her. He raised his hand and tapped a few times, and the screen quickly switched to Spider-Man. After confirming there was no danger underwater, he immediately pulled the rope from his backpack. He looped the rope around a nearby protruding rock, tested it for firmness, and motioned for Chu Si to descend first, so he could assist from above. This was Chu Si's first time doing this Tarzan thing. She swung a few times, but couldn't find the key, and her direction was always wrong. A lot of the water in the crystal cup spilled out, and naturally, a lot of shrimp eggs were also carried away. Chu Si was anxious and heartbroken. Jixian gently swung the rope, and when Chu Si looked up, he whispered, "Don't move. I help you adjust the swing direction. Later, throw your crystal cave over. When it's the right angle, when I tell you to jump, just let go." Chu Si gritted her teeth and nodded. Later, she threw the crystal cave with the top facing upwards. Maybe she could preserve more of the fire. Besides, holding onto the rock did affect her landing. Chu Si clung tightly to the rope. Jixian swung it a few times, and when he felt the angle was right, he reminded her to throw the crystal cave over first. Chu Si nodded, but even with the right angle, the crystal cave still splashed in the air. Even though she couldn't see clearly, Chu Si could already roughly estimate her losses. Jixian swung a few more times, confirming the angle was right, and immediately reminded Chu Si to let go. Chu Si was always very obedient in such situations, and this time, of course, she wouldn't let him down. With a whoosh, she landed like a wild goose on the flat sand. Even as she lay there, she knew not to scream. This angle was different from what Chu Si had expected. Fortunately, the stones on the ground had been polished smooth by the waves, otherwise she wouldn't be covered in bruises, but would have been completely disfigured. She took a deep breath before shakily rolling over and sitting up. A large, blue bump immediately appeared on her forehead, hissing with pain. Just as she was about to warn Jixian, she saw him flying towards her, landing gracefully and cleanly, without even spilling the contents of his backpack. She adjusted the bump on her head, feeling sorry for herself 100 times more. Chapter 302. Jixian was startled when he suddenly met Chu Si's face. He knew Chu Si had just fallen to the ground, but the light inside the cave was so dim that he couldn't see clearly what was happening. He hadn't expected the impact to be so accurate. There was no need to worry too much about Chu Si's safety. After all, she had the crystal cave at her disposal, so she'd be back in less than half an hour. Jixian looked around, paused, and then said to Chu Si, "If you don't save that big crystal cup, the shrimp might not survive." Chu Si was startled, then immediately realized. Hadn't he just seen it open upwards? How had it rolled around in such a short while? The riverbank wasn't very large, only about 6 or 7 square meters. The crystal cup had been thrown outward to begin with, and now that it had rolled, the water inside it all flowed into the underground river. Chu Si hurried over and took a closer look. Damn it! After all this trouble, only a shallow layer of her shrimp remained. Chu Si stormed over to Jixian. He'd done it on purpose. Jixian simply didn't see eye to eye with her shrimp farming venture. If that had just been a bag of nutrients, he'd have rushed over long ago. Jixian scratched his nose guiltily. Was he being too obviously gloating? With so many shrimp, once they all hatched, their little foxtail grass wouldn't be enough to feed them. Better to leave a few, or else the juveniles would eat them out before they even had time to test them. He coughed softly and reminded Chusi, "Let's see what's happening with those two first." As he spoke, he used Chusi's watch to recall the mechanical spider from the cave. Ji Xian unhooked his own watch, quickly connected to the spider signal, and ordered it to crawl out of the cave and back along the top of the mine tunnel. Night vision was a bonus. Chusi also saw that Ji Xian had camouflaged the entrance to the underground river. Ropes and other objects were blocked with rocks, and the entrance was simply covered with a wooden plank. All in all, it was quite impressive to accomplish so much in such a short time. The spider crawled along the cave wall for a while. Before long, two faint lights flashed towards them. It seemed the two men were being extremely cautious. They didn't dare turn on their headlamps, relying only on the dim light from their watches to navigate the cave. Ji Xian controlled the spider to lie flat on the spot. The two men gradually approached. Seeing this, Chusi held his breath nervously, completely forgetting that the two groups were now essentially in different areas. Even if they made a little noise, it wouldn't be noticed by the people above, unless they happened to be near the entrance to the underground river. The young man complained, "Dad, haven't we already checked that basket? Its position hasn't changed, and neither has its angle. It's just an abandoned basket that no one wants. Why are we still going forward? My mom and sister are still waiting outside." The old man shook his head. "What do you know? I'm sure that basket wasn't just abandoned. It's still pristine, with wire wrapped around it. Buying one like that is expensive, and even if it's broken, they usually pull the wire out, minimizing the damage. If your sister weren't in poor health, we would have to get her out first to avoid getting caught in a fight later. Otherwise, if we went right then and there, we'd definitely catch them." The young man fretted, "Dad, even if there was someone hiding in a place like that, what valuable stuff could they have?" The old man glared at him. He glanced at him, and was about to reach out to greet him, but then thought of what he had to do, and silently withdrew his hand. "You know shit. That person's hiding from us. There are only two possible reasons. Either he can't beat us, and is afraid of being robbed, or he has a lot of stuff, and is afraid of being targeted. Whatever the case, we won't return empty-handed once we find him." He sighed deeply. "Who knows how long this blizzard outside will last? By then, who knows how many people will die in this mine. We better save as many supplies as possible." Beep! Both of their watches beeped simultaneously. The young man looked down and exclaimed, "Dad, get out. There's a lack of oxygen here. If it's any later, we won't be able to get out." With that, he pulled the old man along and rushed out, their speed far faster than before. Chusi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the crisis was over. He never expected that they would actually strike back. However, this also reminded Chusi that he really should not underestimate anyone. Chapter 303. Only after seeing the father and son leave did Chusi and Ji Xian finally feel relieved. Ji Xian first reassigned the night vision capable mechanical spider and had it explore the riverbank along the rock face. After confirming that there were no problems, they dared to turn on the overhead lights. Relaxing a little, Chusi refilled the amethyst cave with water and carefully placed it against the wall. Turning back, he saw Ji Xian already inspecting the ferns on the riverbank. This was a perfectly normal move, but Chusi hadn't expected him to start pulling them up and clearing the area. My dream garden. Sure enough, as long as they couldn't eat them, no matter how fancy these ferns looked, they wouldn't make a splash in Brother Xian's eyes. Chusi could almost hear his own heart breaking, but if they wanted to camp here, they really had no choice but to sacrifice these beautiful little plants. After all, these weeds pose a safety hazard, especially since this place is right next to a water source, making it easy for small mutant animals to hide there. Sure enough, before long, Ji Xian pulled out 2 mutant snails from his feet. He used his dagger to scoop up a bit of mucus for testing. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Recommended for consumption in moderation. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Recommended for consumption in moderation. Chusi and Ji Xian, shock. Their eyes lit up, and without clearing the weeds, they immediately began their snail hunting spree. The more they tested, the more excited they became. The snail yield here was surprisingly high, about 1/5. Before long, they had collected a whole basket full. Chusi was incredulous, her lips trembling. How could there be so many? Ji Xian paused, took a deep breath, and said to Chusi, "If they can grow so many edible mutant snails, there must be a lot of plants here that meet edible standards." Chusi was stunned. The mutant ferns they had just tested were all highly radioactive. There was a layer of mutant moss on the ground, only 2 finger joints high. Chusi pulled up a small piece with her knuckles, and dripped the water onto the watch's testing table. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. She tried several spots, and all showed high levels of mutation. Ji Xian walked upwards, and found a small spring near the cave wall. He sipped a little water, and tested it on his watch. Ding! Low radioactive mutation, edible. The two of them were stunned by the sound. They had never expected to find a low radiation water source here. Ji Xian immediately turned and went to the river, sipped a little water, and dripped it onto his watch. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. Huh. So, it seemed that this was the story of that small spring on the riverbank. Chu Xi inspected the plants from the spring. The closer she got to the water, the higher the edible rate became, almost ridiculously so. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She bent down, scooped up a bit of soil from the ground, and placed it on the watch testing table. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation, edible. Oh my god, no wonder the yield rate here is so abnormal. This place has all the right conditions. Being underground, it's protected from the sun's radiation, and the soil and water needed for plant growth are all high-end. Chu Xi couldn't help but sigh. With these conditions, it's hard not to take off. Unexpectedly, a snowstorm led them to discover such a prime location. Forget Chu Xi now, even Ji Xian's brain had shut down. After a long while, the two finally regained consciousness. Chu Xi leaned against the stone wall, gently stirring the basin-sized puddle with her hand. A hint of reluctance lingered in her voice. In a couple of days, once we tell everyone about this underground river, this riverbank won't be safe. After all, it's so close to the cave entrance, it's hard to avoid discovery. Chu Xi sighed. No, let's try to take as much planting soil as possible when we leave this time. Alas, just as she finished, she felt uneasy. Forget it. Bringing too much is a risk, and I'm afraid it aroused Zhang Chang and the others' suspicions. Anything brought outside would definitely need to be checked. Zhang Chang had previously stated that we have to hand over 1/5 of our belongings each time. This meant they'd definitely search our baskets. This time, even though there was no handling fee, we had to carry all our belongings out in Zhang Chang's baskets, so they definitely see them. Chu Xi couldn't bear to leave behind the soil for planting, and even more so, the environment. In this dire world, by chance, such a beautiful place could still be preserved. It was truly a blessing from the Buddha. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't do such a wicked thing, or she'd be struck by lightning. But if she left everything here, someone would naturally come and collect it for her. What a painful realization. Chu Xi squatted by the stone wall, silently unhappy. After a long moment of thought, she suggested to Ji Xian, if the situation isn't that dire in a couple of days, let's not tell anyone about the underground river. I really like it here. That being said, she also knew there wasn't much hope. After all, there were simply too many people, and the resources were far, far, far from enough. Ji Xian gritted his teeth. Perhaps. There are other ways. I can try, but they may or may not work. Chu Xi was stunned by this. He hadn't expected things to actually turn around. Brother, as long as you give the order, I guarantee 100% cooperation. Ji Xian sighed. No need for your cooperation. I used a little mechanical spider to mark a map along the river. Since there's a 2-kilometer zone limit, I have to follow it. This will also allow me to see if there's any location far enough away that would be convenient for digging through the underground river. Chu Xi nodded immediately. I think your idea is great. We do it tomorrow morning. Forget it, why don't we leave now? Better to get going sooner rather than later to avoid any insurmountable problems. Ji Xian also wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid any further complications, but he didn't plan to take Chu Xi with him this time. It was safe here, and he felt reassured. Besides, Chu Xi hadn't slept all day, and he caught up on some sleep, so he could handle it. Seeing Chu Xi excitedly about to stand up, he held her back. Just stay here until I come back. Bringing a girl along will attract more attention, and naturally, the fewer people who notice something, the better. Chu Xi nodded frantically. Okay. As long as I can keep this, these are just small matters. Chapter 304. Ji Xian pulled the rope over and slid easily out of the cave. Before leaving, he carefully covered the entrance again and left the mine without looking back. Chu Xi looked around with her headlamp. The cave was utterly quiet, with only the occasional sound of mutant shrimp or fish splashing in the water. She wanted to video chat with Ji Xian, but with the battery low, she didn't dare disturb him for fear of interrupting the important task. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Chu Xi shivered. This place was nice, but the wind was a bit strong. She couldn't sleep here, or she would definitely catch a cold. She glanced at the mining tools piled nearby, such as the pickaxe and chisel. She figured her little mechanical spider was still hanging out, so she'd definitely know if anyone came. She simply found a spot and began digging. Fortunately, there's a rock protruding here, which will partially block the cool breeze carried by the current. Furthermore, the rock support will make the cave more stable. Where should I start digging? Juicy Eye pondered to herself that the cave needed to be elevated to prevent it from flooding during the summer surge. But then she shook her head. The water level here should be relatively stable. Even when it surged, it probably wouldn't have covered the spring. Otherwise, the nearby soil wouldn't be low radiation soil. Juicy Eye used a pickaxe to mark a rough area on the wall, then pushed it back and remarked it. The entrance didn't need to be too large. Ideally, it should be completely obscured by the rock, allowing for normal entry and exit. If a larger area was desired, they could expand inside. Since nothing else mattered, Juicy Eye picked up her pickaxe and got to work. She piled a few pieces of hematite to one side, while carrying the rest of the rubble directly to the riverbank. She had a strong thought. If she dug in a few more stones, would the riverbank expand a bit, like one of those artificial islands? Hee hee. Juicy Eye felt incredibly energetic and dug tirelessly. After a while, her watch beeped, and she immediately stopped. Could someone have entered the cave again? Luckily, she clicked on it, and saw it was a message from Ji Xian, basically telling her that he was about to leave the 2-mile radius, and that Juicy Eye might not be able to contact him, so she shouldn't worry. Juicy Eye, we're digging a cave, no time to worry. But it was precisely because of Ji Xian's message that her overheated mind finally calmed down. Oh right. The cave can't be too large, and it's best to dig horizontally, otherwise who knows if it might connect directly to other mine tunnels? She hurriedly shook her head. No, that would be too scary. This time, she was much more cautious. She worked until 3 o'clock, but she only unearthed the drawer-style bedroom for the two of them. The entire bedroom followed the direction of the riverbank rock, about half a meter wide, and about 1.5 meters long and high. Despite the small size, she put in a lot of effort. Each time she dug, she would first strike the wall with her pickaxe, because when the wall is thin, the echo will be different from other places. Of course, after knocking for a while, she couldn't find any difference anywhere. This could only mean that either the rock face was shallower overall, or thicker overall. Juicy Eye naturally wanted to believe the latter, but thinking about the entrance they had come down from, that little bit of luck, she didn't dare to take it. This thought made her even more nervous. No, when Ji Xian returned, she had to have him explore all the nearby mines. She had to be sure. Just when she was getting extremely anxious, Ji Xian unexpectedly returned. Not wanting to disturb Juicy Eye, he specifically sent her a message as he passed by the location Juicy Eye had reserved for the mechanical spider. Juicy Eye was a little dumbfounded. Was it that efficient? Had they already found the location? Or was it simply impossible? Juicy Eye sat quietly at the newly dug gateway, waiting for Ji Xian to return. Well, no matter what, the outcome would have to be faced. After Ji Xian swung over, grabbing the rope, Juicy Eye saw the smile on his face and breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like things weren't that bad after all. Ji Xian smiled and tapped his watch. Zhang Chong just texted me, saying the mine owner is ready to take action. He selected 8 locations in the mine to connect to the underground river. They're hiring fishermen and wanted to join. Juicy Eye was surprised, but then quickly realized that as the mine owner, he must know the exact direction of the underground water veins, so only the mine owner could do this. But wouldn't this place become a blasting point? After all, the mine tunnel above is so close to the river. Ji Xian saw her concern and smiled, reassuring her. It's okay. Oxygen masks are expensive, so they won't choose this place. But just in case, I accepted Zhang Chong's invitation. If they decide to go this way again, I find a way to change their plans. Chapter 305. After the two men finished discussing the fishing hire, Ji Xian discovered the small cave Juicy Eye had dug. Overall, the concealment was quite good, and the size and location of the cave entrance were perfectly chosen. Ji Xian praised this. However, upon entering, he was somewhat stunned by the house layout. Why was it so narrow? After a moment's reflection, Ji Xian understood Juicy's concerns. However, he couldn't solve the problem for the time being. He could only wait until tomorrow morning to survey the nearby mines and map the area to get a better idea. After all this trouble, Juicy Eye checked his watch. It was almost 4 in the morning. Yesterday had been a shambles. The two of them lay quietly in the cave. The wind had indeed died down considerably. Huddled together, without a fire, they didn't feel particularly cold. They did gather a few pieces of wood, but they were too damp. Whether it would catch fire was still a mystery. Even if it did, the smoke would surely be considerable. It would be too much trouble to watch over it, so it was best to wait and get a few hours sleep, which would be just the right time to prepare the shrimp. The snails were easy enough. Just spray them with water every now and then. Chu Si was drowsy and about to fall asleep when a thought suddenly occurred to her. She reached out and gently nudged Ji Xian. Well, did Zhang Chong say when the fishing would start? Ji Xian closed his eyes and nodded. About an hour or so. Chu Si immediately shut up, not wanting to disturb Ji Xian's rest. Big brother is really working so hard. Even the strongest man couldn't handle such a hassle. Ji Xian's alarm clock was set to go off at 5:20 this morning. It had only rang twice before he immediately turned it off. Turning to look at Chu Si, he saw her sleeping soundly facing inside. Tiptoeing out of the cave, Ji Xian yawned as he fished out his water bottle from his backpack. Now that he had found a source of edible water, he finally dared to waste a little water on washing up. Then he took out the nutrient solution and gulped down a third of it. He had to go out and work today. He needed to have enough energy in his body to support him for at least one burst of activity. Whether it was worth it would depend on the catch today. He wasn't particularly concerned with the amount he make. He simply wanted to see where his 8 fishing spots were located, and if possible, he also liked to see a map of the river. He had just finished packing up when Chu Si emerged from the cave. Ji Xian walked over and held her hands. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Is it too cold in there? As soon as he asked, he realized he was overthinking it, because Chu Si's hands were warm, yet the contact with the cold air outside sent a shiver through her. No wonder everyone wants to sleep in a small, dug-out mine cave. At least the temperature dropped slower. Chu Si couldn't help but think of those sleeping on the floor in the mines. Most of them were the unemployed who couldn't even get the one-bedroom apartment, and they were generally weaker. Chu Si couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for them. While the mines were slightly warmer than here, aside from the lack of wind, it didn't seem much warmer. I wonder how many people caught a cold last night. She looked up at Ji Xian and saw that he had already packed his baskets. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you leaving?" Ji Xian nodded. The agreed meeting place is at the mine shaft. Everyone's meeting at 6 in the morning. I have to leave quickly, or I be late. Chu Si nodded and immediately packed their belongings into the cave. He then dug a few large rocks from the water to block the door. Come on, I go with you. They had no idea what the fishing situation was like, so Chu Si had to follow along once to feel confident. Seeing Ji Xian still standing there, Chu Si raised his hands and promised, "Don't worry, I just follow and see. If things don't work out, we just retreat." Ji Xian nodded. "Never mind, if you want to follow, then follow." He grabbed the rope and climbed up first. Chu Si wasn't as skilled as him in this kind of environment, so with Ji Xian's help, she managed to avoid getting her trouser legs wet, though her shoes inevitably got a little wet. Thankfully, since the snow had started, they had already changed into their excellently waterproof snakeskin boots. It was already getting late, and they didn't dare delay a bit. They hurried and finally arrived at their destination just in time, but the number of people there far exceeded their expectations. You know, there was no official announcement regarding the hiring of fishermen. Zhang Chong had sent Ji Xian the information, meaning these people were all connected. The sea of people clearly showed how extensive the network was. Chu Si pulled Ji Xian aside and whispered, "Aren't there only 8 holes to be drilled? Judging by the setup, each hole will require at least 20 to 30 people. What a massive explosion area that would create." Ji Xian glanced at the crowd in front of him, and a rough calculation in his mind gave him a rough idea. The standard number of people per hole should be 50 to 60. Chu Si was startled. Was that really that exaggerated? Ji Xian stepped aside and called Zhang Chong. They only briefly mentioned it yesterday, but hadn't discussed how they meet up once they arrived. Zhang Chong had likely been waiting for them. While they were chatting on the phone, he followed the location. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chu Si again. He greeted her with a pleasant, "Hi, sister-in-law." Chu Si, Brother Zhang, good morning. Just call me Chu Si. Ji Xian looked around and exclaimed, "I didn't expect so many people to come." Zhang Chong agreed. He was about to speak, but stopped himself. He glanced around, seeing no one was paying attention. Then he whispered, "Actually, there weren't that many originally. The mine owner expanded the mine, and they changed the hourly wage system to a distribution system based on work. After catching food, they agreed to pay by weight." Chu Si wondered, how are edible mutant fish and high-radiation mutant fish classified? Is there any reward if energy stones are found in the stomachs of mutant animals? Zhang Chong opened his mouth for a moment before replying, don't worry, the fish will be weighed and inspected by specialized internal personnel after they're caught. In other words, whether they're edible or not, or whether they contain energy stones, is none of our business. Chu Xi was speechless for a moment. Is this what a capitalist is like? Sure enough, there's a reason for his rise. Since Chu Xi remained silent, he knew she might be hurt. But there was nothing he could do. He was just an employee this time. He wanted a bigger reward, but the mine owner wouldn't listen. Zhang Chong sighed softly. It seemed the girl hadn't experienced the harshness of society before. Look, Jixian wouldn't ask such a question. Seeing the tension building, he took the initiative to change the subject. Miss Chu, are you worried and coming here specifically to help Jixian? Chu Xi shook her head. She had originally considered doing so, but now she'd forgotten. She just come over to take a look. Zhang Chong thought she was embarrassed, so he smiled and pointed at the many women in the group. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Look, these are all here to help. They did some sampling yesterday. The mutant fish they caught in the underground river are generally around 1 meter long, and some have grown to 5.5 meters. Catching them alone is quite a struggle, and if you're not careful, you could get dragged into the water. So, having an extra person to help is crucial. Of course, this was voluntary assistance, but after all, the compensation was based on work, so there was no question of losing money. But Zhang Chong's words made Chu Xi feel even more unreliable. Given the danger, not only were they asking these young and strong men to cooperate, but they were also dragging in a bunch of weaker women. Chapter 306. Let's not even talk about how unlucky everyone else was during this blizzard, but the mine owner was definitely making a killing. The people he locked up were his cheapest labor force. Chu Xi now suspected that the higher-ups had known about the blizzard all along, hence the 3-day free ride offer to attract more people. Of course, it was also possible that Chu Xi's thoughts were too dark, and it was all just a coincidence. Ignoring Chu Xi's wild thoughts, Jixian keenly grasped the key point in Zhang Chong's words. You mean, someone went fishing yesterday for a test? In other words, have all 8 holes been blasted? Zhang Chong nodded. They've been done. Even the fishing infrastructure is in place. Unfortunately, all 8 blasting points are concentrated in the eastern section of the mine, quite far from you. The water there is deep and the current is fast, so there are many more mutant fish there than in other sections of the river. Chu Xi and Jixian exchanged a silent glance, their moods simultaneously brightening. This bit of good news was enough. Suddenly, a whistle blew from the front, and the crowd fell silent. A man in a red vest stood in front, raising his arms and shouting, "All right, everyone on hole 1, follow me now." A large group suddenly split from the crowd and followed him in a mighty procession. Zhang Chong whispered, "We're all on hole 6. Just follow me." Soon, several groups of people scurried out, and finally it was Group SIX's turn. Zhang Chong, leading the group forward, exclaimed, "This is a bad move." Once inside the mine, the crowd was so dense that he couldn't push past them, so he could only continue to walk frustratingly at the back. Chu Xi wondered why he had to rush to the front. But soon, her doubts were resolved. Hole number 6 was a large pit, 3 meters in diameter, with 4 ladders set up on top. People descended down the ladders, revealing a platform large enough to accommodate about 40 people. This space was clearly too small for everyone. Walking out along the platform, they could vaguely see numerous flat suspension bridges across the river. Zhang Chong hurriedly called out to the 2 of them, "Hurry, hurry! The further ahead, the better." With that shout, everyone around them fled, and Zhang Chong's excited expression froze on his face. Chu Xi couldn't help but hold his forehead, then broke into a trot. "Hurry up! Why don't you run now? Wait until everyone up there gets down first." After rushing, the 3 of them only managed to pick a spot in the middle, slightly further back. It wasn't their fault. A bridge could only hold 3 groups of people. Any more, and the bridge wouldn't be able to support them. "Well, let's make do," Zhang Chong lamented, feeling a bit foul-mouthed. With the addition of a young couple, their suspension bridge was fully occupied. At the bridgehead stood a statistician. Next to each statistician was a large electronic scale, usually used for weighing iron ore, which they just brought over for immediate use. Each fisherman was equipped with a harpoon with a rope and a long pole scoop net. Both were low-end models. The harpoon was simply welded rebar, and the scoop net was similarly constructed, rebar, wire, and thick nylon rope. But let's be honest, while a bit ugly, they were certainly sturdy. Chu Xi stared at the 2 objects, speechless for a long time. She hadn't expected that so-called fishing could simply involve spearing fish. Now she finally understood why so many people were needed for just one pit. However, wasn't the skill level too high? They didn't even have a fishing net? The mine owner knew that nets were more convenient and efficient for catching fish, but the fish were over a meter long, and they came in large groups. Ordinary nets simply couldn't handle their force. After much deliberation, they decided that harpoons were more cost-effective. Thankfully, the cave was well lit, but even so, Chusi couldn't tell if there were any fish underground. But there was no other way. The tools had been issued, so they just had to go for it. Ji-Xian adjusted his angles and experimented. Soon, many others joined in on the learning curve. Clearly, Chusi and Ji-Xian weren't the only ones confused. After all, not many people had ever speared fish. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. Chusi looked over and saw a man, tugging on a rope, laboriously pulling a large fish from the water. His partner immediately caught it with a landing net, and the two of them successfully pulled the fish up. This was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone, and they began training relentlessly, because it was a signal the fishing was about to begin. Chapter 307. Ever since the first mutant fish was reeled in, the people around them have gradually started to catch some. As expected, the fishing has officially begun. The density of the fish far exceeded Chusi's imagination, almost like they were farmed. Even those with poor aim sometimes stumble upon something unexpected. It felt like Providence was chasing them and feeding them. Chusi couldn't help but sigh. Heaven is finally showing mercy. It's not easy. Of course, most people still return empty-handed. Even if Providence had delivered the food right to their mouths, they still couldn't eat it. There was no other reason. It was simply that the harpoon in their hands was too difficult to control. It always flew out limply and powerlessly. Even if they managed to throw it accurately, it couldn't penetrate the mutant fish at all. At best, it could only make a slanting cut on the fish's back, which was practically useless. Still, the atmosphere was quite lively. Chusi looked around and noticed it was indeed reminiscent of the busy autumn harvest season, and she joined in the excitement. Seeing the school of fish approaching below, Chusi excitedly called out to Ji-Xian, "Hurry up, we're here." Although she wasn't the primary thrower, she was rubbing her paws with excitement, anticipating a successful start. Ji-Xian held his breath with concentration. Although he had never wielded a harpoon, he had plenty of experience with throwing weapons, so he wasn't worried about not catching any fish. He pulled a rope from his backpack and secured the two of them. Then, his eyes fixed on the water, and when he saw the right opportunity, he immediately threw the harpoon with all his might. Whoosh! A cloud of blood rose from the surface of the water. "It's done!" Chusi exclaimed in delight. "Quick, pull it up!" Ji-Xian's face also lit up with joy. With a powerful pull, he pulled a mutant fish out of the water. Its injuries and sudden dehydration left it in a state of panic, and it began to struggle violently. Ji-Xian's jaw clenched. Although the fish probably weighed only about 50 or 60 kilograms, its momentum was unstoppable, and the force exerted on his hands was probably no less than 300 kilograms. Chusi, seeing this, immediately used his net to assist. After a considerable effort, the two finally slid it aloft. But the situation wasn't over yet. It thrashed on the bridge plank, shaking the entire suspension bridge. Chusi immediately pounced on it, unsheathing his armor-piercing hammer and striking it on the head. Ji-Xian's mouth opened, but then he shut up again, watching Chusi, now completely draped over the fish. Chusi was hammering furiously. Surprisingly, the mutant fish's scales were quite resilient. It took her 4 or 5 full-force blows before the fish finally lay dead. Just as she had pinned the fish to death, a voice called out from the bridgehead, "Catch the fish, drag it over here and weigh it." Chusi looked up and nodded, "Okay." She stood up, exchanged a glance with Ji-Xian, unhooked the safety buckle, and dragged the fish to the bridgehead. She placed it on the scale, and the young man weighing her looked at the number. 57 Jean. "Here, I give you a number plate. Your catch today will be recorded on this plate. When you return tonight, we settle the bill." Chusi nodded, glanced down, and saw the number plate was 86. She thanked him and turned to walk back. When Chusi returned, Ji-Xian wasn't still catching fish. Instead, she was helping Zhang Chong pull up his catch. She arrived just in time to deliver the final blow to the mutant fish. Zhang Chong had been so focused on catching the fish that he didn't notice Chusi's decisive and ruthless approach to killing the fish. Truly, no less than an average man. He actually climbed up, pinned it down, and started beating it, more ferocious than him. However, it must be said that this is also a skill. Even if the mutant fish is injured, It takes at least 100 to 180 kilograms to kill one. Plus, they're slippery, so even a grown man wouldn't be able to hold them down. After a long while, he finally found his voice and stammered to Chusi, "Sister, it's best to kill fish with a harpoon. The fork tips are specially treated, making it easier to pierce the scales. A little easier. Look, many of them fishermen work in pairs." Chusi picked herself up and happened to see someone being swept into the river by a fish's tail. Pointing, she said dryly, "That way, while more elegant, may not be safer." Zhang Chang kept his mouth shut. He stood at the edge of the bridge, panicking, and anxiously looked down. From the river, screams echoed. Startled, Chusi immediately grabbed the suspension bridge cable and looked down. Shortly after the person fell in, blood splattered on the surface of the water, and many large fish swarmed towards him. Seeing the man on the bridge still too frightened to turn around, Chusi couldn't help but shout, "Quick, use the net to pull him out." On hearing this, his partner hurriedly picked up the net, but he had already been pushed away from their section of the bridge by the school of fish. The people behind him immediately helped, using a dip net to pull the fish up, but it was no use. The fish had already dragged the man underwater, leaving him speechless. Seeing this scene, a chill ran down everyone present. Chusi just stood there, dumbfounded. Yes, these were mutant fish, no longer ordinary fish to be slaughtered at will. The roles of hunter and prey could reverse at any moment. With this, everyone on the scene who could provide protection had already taken up their duties. At the very least, they would have tied a rope around their waists, but quite a few still arrived empty-handed. Zhang Chang sighed softly. "Oh, what a shame! Such a good young man." After sighing, he carried the mutant fish to the bridgehead to find the staff to record the account. After confirming that the man was beyond saving, most people returned to their fishing duties. Only his former partner remained kneeling on the bridge, weeping bitterly. This time, however, the atmosphere was noticeably colder, lacking the enthusiasm. Fishermen's morale was waning, especially those who hadn't even brought ropes. Even if they caught a fish, they were too timid to go in and kill it, fearing the fish would smack them down. The manager, seeing this wasn't the case, immediately shouted through a megaphone, "Anyone who doesn't catch 5 fish in a morning will have their job offer revoked. There are plenty of people who want to come anyway." Chusi's eyes rolled. That was great. They were just worried about how to get out. After all, fishing here, without access to energy stones or radiation tests, was a huge loss, not to mention potentially life-threatening. So, they might as well go home and catch mutant shrimp. She glanced up at Ji Xian, who nodded understandingly. He put on their safety ropes, and then the two of them began their energetic performance. Chapter 308. In the space of a morning, they caught 2 mutant fish, and then successfully cleared them. Zhang Chang looked troubled. "Brother, I'm sorry, the catch isn't up to standard. I really can't say anything." Ji Xian quickly shook his head. This was their request, so how could he possibly make it difficult for Zhang Chang? The two of them packed up their things, took their badges, collected their commission, and left mine number 6. As soon as they emerged, Chusi couldn't help but want to curse. She whispered to Ji Xian, "Those 2 fish weighed a full 119 kilograms, and the commission was only 3 points." Ji Xian smiled. Wasn't there an option to take a kilogram of highly radioactive meat? At this point, Chusi's face darkened even more. With a commission ratio of less than 100 to 1, the mine owner was clearly getting something for nothing. But before Chusi could finish her rant, both of their watches received a message. He opened it and saw, "Wow, the mine is hiring fish hunters. Candidates must be male and able-bodied. You can bring a partner with you. We're hiring a total of 450 people. Commissions will be paid in points or high-radiation mutant fish meat. In addition, high-radiation mutant fish are now on sale in the main tunnel of the mine. 1 point is worth 100 grams. Anyone interested can go and buy them." Chusi opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. They were so shameless. They only mentioned the payment method, not the percentage. The purchase price was very detailed. The only thing they did that was reliable was that when calculating commissions, 3 points were exchanged for 1 pound of meat. When purchasing outside, 5 points were required. This was considered the internal price they gave to employees. "No," Chusi immediately looked up at Ji Xian. "Why are they hiring so many people all at once?" Ji Xian reached out and took her hand, leading her out. "How else could it be? The 50 people are probably filling in for us. As for the 400, they probably opened a new fishing spot at the mine and are in urgent need of reinforcements." This clearly shows how much the mine owner is making from catching mutant fish. In just half a day, they already at least doubled their production capacity. Chu Si was startled. Well, don't blow up their nest. Seeing her doubts, Ji, though a bit worried himself, reassured her, it shouldn't be. You can see from the section of river we visited today that the mutant fish clearly require a high water volume. We're probably near the end of a tributary, which wouldn't meet their growth needs. Regardless, it would be reassuring to go back and take a look. The two of them involuntarily quickened their pace. As soon as they reached the well, they found a huge crowd already gathered there. The scene was several times more impressive than when they had gathered this morning. Chu Si couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It turned out the administrator's words were not an exaggeration. Even without specifying the salary, there were still many people vying for this job. But think about it. Everyone out mining usually only brought enough food and water for lunch. With resources so scarce, it was natural to seize any opportunity. In the main mine tunnel, people were already setting up stalls selling various mutant plants. They must have been found in a mine, which was a good sign, suggesting the mine wasn't as desolate as they imagined. Most of the young men in the mine had already gone to the engine shaft to apply for jobs as fishermen, leaving the other mine tunnels feeling much emptier. After ensuring they were out of sight, the two of them turned and entered the damp mine. Chu Si immediately contacted the small spider that had been lurking on the cave ceiling. After confirming that no one had entered, he confidently continued on. Ji lagged behind and released the night vision spider, sending it along the nearby mines to collect geographical data. Of course, the search range was only 2 miles. Any further would exceed the range of the local signal booster. Approaching, Chu Si removed the covering from the hole in the ground. Ji retrieved the rope from his backpack, tied it, and then escorted Chu Si down first, then went down himself, camouflaging the outer hole. Chu Si sat at her doorway and stretched vigorously. Only once inside did she truly relax. Ji emptied the basket and casually grabbed a snail that had just come ashore. After testing, it was confirmed to be highly radioactively mutated. He crushed it, filled it with bait, tied the basket with rope, and tossed it directly into the water, all in one smooth motion. Chu Si pulled out a nutrient solution from her bosom and, leaning against the doorframe, tilted her head to eat and watched the fun. Chapter 309. The beautiful scene didn't last long. Chu Si had just taken a couple of sips of the nutritional supplement when she was struck by a strong fishy odor. While she was working, she hadn't really thought it was a big deal, but now, at dinner time, it was a bit unbearable. Fortunately, to make it easier to wash her winter clothes, she added a jacket over her cotton coat, making it 2 layers. Now was the perfect time to take the outer layer off and wash it. Unfortunately, there were no cleaning supplies here, so dry cleaning was the only option. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the claws that had stretched out were silently retracted. Forget about challenging the sub-zero water directly. Aren't they grilling shrimp? Then, I just have some warm water. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask Ji, when are we going to grill that piece of shrimp? Ji put the basket away and tied the rope to a rocky outcrop on the shore. Hearing Chu Si's question, he paused for a moment. Wait a minute, maybe tonight. Everyone's fishing upstream right now, and I'm worried the smell of the barbecue will spread and attract attention. I'm sure a lot of people will settle their bills with fish tonight, so the fresh meat will definitely need to be processed when it's taken home. Then, we won't stand out too much. Chu Si nodded, and she would have to postpone her laundry until tonight. The house couldn't be expanded, and it seemed she couldn't help with the shrimping either. Chu Si was feeling a little bored. What a luxury to worry about. Since she traveled across time, she hadn't experienced this kind of treatment. Before, she always found work suitable for her at home. Now, with nothing to do, she felt a little uncomfortable. Chu Si looked around, ready to find something she could do. She had food, for now. She just replenished her stock of snails and edible ferns yesterday. And her shrimp eggs. Chu Si stood up quickly. Her shrimp eggs had been kept in highly radioactive water, and she'd forgotten to change the water. Chu Si, feeling anxious, immediately went to the wall, retrieved her amethyst cave, and shone her headlamp inside. Wow, yesterday's rice grains had turned into peanuts. These mutant shrimp eggs were growing so fast. Originally, there was only enough space for a base, but now it was almost a third full. She picked up the crystal cave and shook it. It seemed like there was enough space, but at this rate of growth, if she woke up one night, who knew if any of the shrimp would jump out? She should give them a completely new living environment. It just so happened, she didn't have much else to do. Chu Si wanted to dig a chamber directly out of the rock face, specifically for raising shrimp, in other words, a nursery. But then again, this brought her back to the issue of building planning. Without specific data on the mine tunnel, She worried about missing something. Chusi, pickaxe in hand, circled the rock face, east and west. She decided to dig along the wall, but there weren't any large protruding rocks here, so the concealment would be much worse. While she was walking around, Jixian wasn't idle either. He would pass by her from time to time, but he looked much more professional than she was, constantly recording something on his watch. Chusi leaned forward and examined his watch for a while. It was just a bunch of data, but she didn't quite understand. What's that for? Jixian carefully recorded the data as he moved, comparing it with the data sent back by the little spider. Chusi nodded, then immediately realized, and said in surprise, "Did you send the little mechanical spider out to survey?" Jixian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid you get bored. Let's renovate this place this afternoon." Chusi nodded immediately. She wanted to expand her bedroom. The current sleeping space was too cramped. She also wanted to add a storage room and, the cultivation room she had just designed. Yes, Jixian nodded. All of these were possible, and they would also build a few special planting rooms. He didn't plan to move the planting soil here. Since there was a clean water source here, he could also grow crops. Huh? Chusi had been quite pleased to hear that, but when Jixian mentioned growing crops here, she started to take it a little too seriously. There's no sunlight here. High radiation sunlight is indeed annoying, but it's undeniably the source of energy for plant growth. Aside from a few plants that can completely avoid sunlight, most likely still rely on it to survive. At least, her crops couldn't survive without sunlight. Jixian continued mapping the data, replying nonchalantly, "It's okay. We can have light. This place is near an underground river. Next time we come, we can bring a hydroelectric generator and install supplemental lighting inside the cave." That completely solved the problem of no sunlight. Chusi's eyes lit up instantly. She hadn't thought this was possible. Then, wouldn't this place become their second base? And there were no size restrictions. They could really do whatever they wanted. Chapter 310. Chusi dreamed of this place. She'd have electricity here someday, and all sorts of daily necessities would be laid out. She could grow a small field, catch some snails, pick some ferns, and even fish for shrimp when she had nothing to do. Oh, how carefree would that life be? She couldn't even imagine it. Of course, she didn't need to imagine it. Jixian's words brought her back to reality. This place, without a protective shield, was still a high radiation area. In other words, even if they made it comfortable, it would still be just another shantytown. Thinking of this, Chusi immediately gave up on the idea of investing heavily in this place. Furthermore, even if they took a step back, this place was still the mine owner's territory, and there was always the risk of it being reclaimed. Jixian nodded and concluded, "Well, this is just a place where we can get the wool, and we can only digest it internally. If we try to take it out, we always be exposed." Chusi nodded silently. It seemed that no matter what, the development of the single-family villa had to be prioritized, because it had formal property rights. No matter how luxurious it was built here, it was just a rat hiding underground. Alas, Chusi was feeling a little depressed. One moment she was smug, but the next second she was using the word rat to describe herself. A little funny, a little sad. Jixian could see that she was a little depressed, but it was better to talk about these things as soon as possible, so as to avoid Chusi investing too much effort, only to have it all ruined in the end. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "The mutant shrimp should be hatching soon. We have some free time this afternoon, so you can test their radiation levels first." Jixian thought Chusi was lucky. If the test revealed many shrimp eggs that met the radiation standards, she would be happy. Chusi, wanting a change of heart, readily agreed. She could already see the embryonic form of young shrimp in the eggs, so she tested them carefully to avoid harming them. Jixian dug a pit just outside the riverbank, filled it with water, and let Chusi use it first. Once the test results came back, he arranged a cave of appropriate size based on the number of mutant shrimp. Chusi poured all the shrimp eggs from the crystal cave into the pit, roughly estimating the number to be around 200. Sigh. A little heartbreaking. So many gone. If the yield rate was high, wouldn't that be heartbreaking? But when she actually tested them, the results were completely different from what she expected. She tested at least 50, and all of them came back with high radiation levels. It's okay. Accidents always come unexpectedly. I have to learn to wait. Chusi closed her eyes, forced herself to save face, and continued testing. She finished half the shrimp, and the results were still all high radiation. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her inner turmoil. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Even the mother shrimp had been mutated by radiation poisoning. Even if these shrimp larvae didn't reach their mother's level, at least 2 or 3 would emerge from the 50, right? But no, not even 1 out of 100. Juicy Eye couldn't help but wipe her hands. This shouldn't be the case. Her hands had never smelled this bad before. Looking at the remaining half of the shrimp, Juicy Eye was in a dilemma. Should she be superstitious? But she had already eaten the tribute. Never mind, it was God's will. Even so, she could still come. This time, she tested all of them in one go. The result was both predictable and unexpected. Truly, not a single one was hit. Unable to contain her inner turmoil, Juicy Eye looked up, her face sullen. She saw Ji Xian's face was even darker than hers. Her heart sank, and she hurried over to ask what happened. Ji Xian sighed softly. A large group of miners robbed all the fish stalls in the main mine. Juicy Eye couldn't help but gasp. Is chaos brewing? Ji Xian nodded. Without a guard, the mine owner can't completely control the miners. Especially since he shut down most of the electrical equipment to save electricity. Without surveillance, the people underground are naturally even more unscrupulous. Juicy Eye nodded. Indeed, the miners weren't all law-abiding. Otherwise, the mine robbery wouldn't have happened on the first day. Now the mine owner's control over the people below has become even weaker. Then, can the fish business continue? Ji Xian shook his head. Of course not. We'd be making things worse for others. The mine owner isn't someone to be trifled with. Look, these fishing spots will definitely be closed tonight. No one wants to take advantage. Furthermore, the power supply will likely be completely cut off. Juicy Eye was shocked. The air circulation system will also be shut down? Won't that suffocate people to death? Ji Xian shook his head. The air circulation system probably won't be shut down. He can't bear the responsibility for so many deaths at once. But the lights and other things in the main mine will definitely be turned off, and all trading channels above ground will definitely be shut down as well. This means you won't be able to buy nutrient solution with your points. After a while, Ji Xian continued, we shouldn't go out until the blizzard stops. It will immediately become a living hell. Chapter 3:11. After the game of Dodiju, the miners were incredibly excited. Many of them went to plunder some fish and meat, creating a lively atmosphere and a much more relaxed mood. The two of them observed everything outside through their watches. The situation seemed far less dire than Ji Xian had described. Around 3 in the afternoon, the faint aroma of grilled fish began to waft through the air. It seemed the group outside who had grabbed some fish today were celebrating. Even from a distance, their excited shouts could still be heard. Juicy Eye even thought this was not so bad. She knew that a sudden loss of control would inevitably lead to chaos within the mines, but they probably wouldn't dare do anything too ruthless. After all, in a few days, once the blizzard subsided, everyone would be out, and those who had committed crimes would be brought to justice. So overall, Juicy Eye felt that this riot was a good value for money. After all, judging by their previous actions, it seemed as if the capitalists were about to drain these impoverished people of their savings. Winter had only just begun, and if they spent all their savings, would they have to go out and eat? Now, the wicked have their own way. No, this is the light of righteousness, shining upon the earth. Juicy Eye happily took out the shrimp, and said to Ji Xian, shall we begin? Ji Xian nodded, stood up, and walked to the side, fetching the wood piled against the rock face. After building a fire, he had Juicy Eye watch over the flipping, while he brought over the pile of snails he picked up earlier and cracked the shells one by one. Juicy Eye was a bit confused. Didn't we agree to keep these snails for a few days? Ji Xian's hands didn't stop moving. Nothing, just better to be safe. He was far less optimistic than Juicy Eye had imagined. On the contrary, he believed it was time to prepare for the worst. Out there was no order at all. Desires were unleashed, and everyone's safety depended on their own physical strength. Bullying was inevitable. Furthermore, the profits from the mutant fish were likely quite lucrative, and I'm afraid many would be tempted. Without constraints, and with so much to gain, Ji Xian was deeply pessimistic about the current situation. Human nature, under such circumstances, could never withstand the test. He had originally considered using this buffer period to go out and collect some wood for storage, but he ultimately decided against it. For one thing, they already had some stored away. While it wasn't much, it would be enough to last about 3 days. Secondly, and most importantly, the miners' range had significantly expanded, likely due to their search for mutated plants or other food. Ji Xian didn't want to expose their settlement so late in the game, the risk was too high. Juicy Eye remained silent. After all, the outcome would be clear in 2 days. She simply stopped dwelling on it, and calmly roasted the mutant shrimp she had on hand. Ji Xian's movements were also swift. In a moment, he had strung a bunch of shrimp on a branch and handed it to Chu Xi. Chu Xi conveniently placed it over the fire, and soon, water began to drip from it. The problem with mutant aquatic animals was that they shrank drastically. The piece of shrimp that had been roasted the longest had shrunk by almost a quarter, and that wasn't the end of it. Water droplets would occasionally drip from the meat. That precious piece, before they could even be eaten, had vanished into vapor. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel melancholy. No wonder some people preferred fresh food, it probably saved on raw materials. The two spent the afternoon barbecuing and fishing. All the food that required heat was grilled today, which meant the firewood they originally planned to use for 3 days was reduced by nearly half. Chu Xi worked all afternoon in the smoky heat, her mouth watering at the aroma. She secretly nibbled a few bites, and Ji Xian ignored them. After all, it seemed their area was still quite rich in snails, so the pressure on food wasn't particularly great. After the shrimp were grilled, the fire was kept at a low simmer, slowly drying the snails. Chu Xi watched, feeling drowsy. The wind was a bit strong, otherwise it would have been perfect for a nap. Towards dusk, Ji Xian's moment of glory arrived, bringing up 2 mutant shrimp. One highly irradiated, the other severely irradiated. Chu Xi immediately lit the fire, and began another round of overtime. The two worked until around 9 o'clock in the evening. When the mutant snails stopped biting, they packed up and prepared for bed. Chu Xi went in first and put everything aside, while Ji Xian put out the fire outside before going in. Chapter 312. Slept through the night. Chu Xi and Ji Xian had stopped their daily physical exercises to reduce energy consumption. It was better to get some extra sleep, and maybe even skip a meal. When Chu Xi woke up, she saw Ji Xian looking at his watch with a serious expression. Her foggy mind immediately cleared up. Chu Xi hurried over and asked anxiously, "Did something happen out there?" Ji Xian nodded. Everything was just as they had expected. The mine owner had already sealed the mine tunnels, where the fishing spots were located with cement and rock. The walls were nearly 3 meters thick, and reopening them would require considerable effort. When they evacuated, they also shut down all power except for the air circulation system. Naturally, the signal amplifiers inside the mine tunnels were also deactivated. This meant that the communication distance within the mine tunnels was now much worse than before. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a little worried. If we stay here the whole time, will we be able to receive the signal from outside signaling the blizzard to stop? Ji Xian nodded. That's not a big deal. I just contacted Zhang Chong, and our communication hasn't been affected. It was a good thing they brought the signal booster with them this time, otherwise it would have been much more troublesome. At the very least, he would have to go out and check the situation from time to time to avoid being too disconnected from the outside world. Now it was much easier. He just had the little robot spider lie down in a crowded area, hide himself, and he could hear a lot of gossip and real news from outside. Chu Xi sighed for a moment, letting the matter pass. After all, their lives had to go on. The two of them had a light breakfast of dried snail meat, and then Ji Xian went back to snail fishing, while Chu Xi took his watch and sat aside, absorbed in reading gossip. When they woke up, the living conditions had become even worse. Everyone was suddenly in a panic over a power outage. They had been able to use their points to find someone to charge their watches and headlamps, but now, if they ran out, they would be gone for good. There was no telling how much longer they could last before the world would truly be plunged into darkness. Many people became extremely irritable, and the slightest friction could escalate into a brawl. Everyone seemed like a hedgehog with spikes on end. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out across the screen. Chu Xi jumped, and Ji Xian immediately came over. They both stared at the screen projected on their watches. Soon, a group of people came into view, several of them armed with wooden silos. Chu Xi asked in disbelief, "Why are there firearms in the mine?" Ji Xian's expression was equally grim. He already had a rough idea of the group's origins. "Do you remember the robbery you encountered on your first day in the mine? It seems they're likely a large, organized group. As for these firearms, they must have secretly transported them down ahead of time. The explosion-proof wooden silos can be used underground and won't cause a large-scale fire or explosion. However, these people may have originally prepared the weapons to rob but now they're using them to rob people." The people in the mine were dragged out one after another, forming a long procession. Ji Xian, controlling the little mechanical spider, quietly followed the group. Soon, they entered the main mine tunnel, occasionally encountering groups driven in by others. Chu Xi took a deep breath. Were these people trying to control everyone in the mine, As the group continued forward, the two discovered that the wall that was said to be 3 meters thick, which should have been filled in last night, had now been opened up again. The little mechanical spider followed the other's chaotic footsteps into a fishing spot. At a glance, the two noticed that numerous drawbridges had been installed. Chu Xi turned to look at Ji Xian. Are they being taken fishing? Ji Xian said nothing, and he didn't need to, because everyone had been forced onto the drawbridges. Before, they had 3 fishing spots per drawbridge, but now there were 5. The sheer number of drawbridges clearly showed the scale of their production. Chu Xi didn't want to describe the scene that followed. This group of people had lost all humanity, willing to do anything for profit. In their eyes, a human life was less valuable than a fish. Chu Xi was a little overwhelmed. She turned off the projection screen and silently handed the watch to Ji Xian. There was one thing she couldn't understand. Aren't these people afraid that they'd be liquidated by the base after the blizzard stops? Ji Xian was speechless. These people were certainly afraid, but they also believed they could escape successfully. By then, with a huge amount of points in hand, they could survive even if they fled to another base. Chapter 313. For the next few days, the mine seemed to have entered its darkest hour, filled with fleeing miners and pursued criminals. To avoid detection, the miners took shelter in increasingly remote locations. Even Chu Xi's mine had many people hiding within, though they remained on the outer edges, daring not to venture into the inner areas. Even so, they were apprehended after only a day. Chu Xi listened to the desperate roars emanating from her watch and touched her wrist. On it lay the hidden weapon box she always wore, containing a dozen or so anesthetic needles. She thought, more people can't be saved, and with only these few. Ji Xian held her hand down. He naturally knew what she was thinking, but he couldn't. They were about to face a tough battle, and couldn't spare anyone else. In a few days, when the blizzard stops, the situation will be most chaotic and dangerous. The reason they're so short of manpower right now is simply because they want these people to help them fish. The work might be hard and tiring, but survival won't be a big deal. These things we have can serve as a self-preservation strategy for when the guards arrive, and the two sides engage in a firefight. Chu Xi took a deep breath and nodded in agreement with Ji Xian. No matter what, they had to ensure their own survival. Of course, if given the chance, she would also like to help enforce justice. Time passed slowly. Over the past 2 days, the atmosphere in the cave had grown increasingly tense. Some people who had been hiding relatively well were captured one after another. Even in Chu Xi's mine, people wearing oxygen masks came in and took a stroll. Fortunately, they had already camouflaged the outside when they entered, so the man didn't notice anything and had to leave. Chu Xi and Ji Xian couldn't help but move more cautiously. The strength of a single individual wasn't a big deal. The real threat was that they were a well-organized team. Chu Xi and the others couldn't afford to get into trouble by acting on impulse these days. Even Ji Xian's mood had been unusually low these past few days. The turning point came so suddenly. When the blizzard stopped, probably on the 5th day, just around 2 in the morning, when people were sleeping soundly, the base guards descended and rounded up all the gang leaders, both large and small. The mine resumed normal power supply, and the lights in the previously dark tunnel suddenly lit up, startling everyone awake. It took them a while to react, and then, surprised, they all fled. Soon, a high-pitched horn blared from the cave. Everyone, within 20 minutes, must gather at the engine shaft. Once everyone is up, the mine will be completely blacked out for 5 days. Everyone, within 20 minutes, must gather at the engine shaft. Once everyone is up, the mine will be completely blacked out for 5 days. Everyone, within 20 minutes, must gather at the engine shaft. Once everyone is up, the mine will be completely blacked out for 5 days. The horn played in a continuous loop, alerting those still hiding in the corners to emerge as quickly as possible. In a mine with such complex terrain, sound transmission is sometimes more reliable than communication signals. At least Chu Xi and his companions couldn't receive text messages, but they could clearly hear voices. Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian, who had hurriedly packed their belongings and said succinctly, "Let's go." Chu Xi immediately followed him. However, given Ji Xian's cautious nature, shouldn't he have chosen to remain in the cave for another 5 days? The food here was more than enough for them to survive for another 5 days, and there was good air circulation and a low-radiation water source. After she raised her question, Ji Xian simply shook his head. It can't just be a complete power outage. Those who are still in the cave, afraid to leave, are most likely due to this storm. The mastermind behind this chaos has been planning this mine for quite some time. A simple power outage wouldn't be enough to phase them. So, I suspect the base's next move will be poisoning. Chu Xi gasped. If that were the case, they really couldn't hold out here. It was manageable before, but now the area above the underground river is practically ripped apart. Wouldn't any poisonous gas leak in? Chu Xi swiftly fastened the armor-piercing hammer to her waist and tucked the amethyst cave into her arms. It was too swollen, like a ball, and it was too conspicuous in her arms. Though reluctant, she still used the armor-piercing hammer to break it in half. Putting it back together again, it was indeed much smoother. The two quickly climbed out of the underground river entrance and hurried out of the mine. Someone could hide. Soon, Ji Xian and his companions encountered 3 waves of people also rushing from the mine tunnel to the engine room. The crowd thickened as they got further ahead. Ji Xian pulled Chu Xi aside, holding her hand as they stood on the cave wall. This way, at least their side would be safe. After they settled, Chu Xi silently pulled her hand away. Why hold hands now? It would prevent her from using her fists and feet in a fight later. She carefully scanned the surrounding miners, hoping to see if there was a hidden boss among them. Sadly, she couldn't find any. They all looked gaunt, their faces filled with fear, yet their hearts brimming with hope. There was no way they could intrude. Suddenly, she caught a scrutinizing gaze. Chu Xi looked closely. A member of the security team. She immediately shrank back. Had she been flagged as a suspect? Well, she'd just retreat and act like a fool. There was no need for her to display her wisdom in such a situation. Surprisingly, the security team member didn't press her further, not even asking the most basic questions. It was as if he simply accidentally glanced at Chu Xi. Everyone took turns boarding the elevator, and groups of people were whisked back to the surface. Chu Xi clutched the chain excitedly. She no longer objected to the dangers of this shabby elevator. As long as it could get her home, she was happy. Those who arrived first weren't immediately assigned to the elevator. Instead, they waited alongside, awaiting the arrival of the next group. After confirming that someone had entered the cave, 2 people brought over a device, allowing those passing through normally to board the vehicle first. Chu Xi wondered, what's that? Ji Xian narrowed his eyes. Facial recognition system. It seemed the base wasn't completely clueless about these people. They must have at least a good bit of facial information. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief, having thought they'd just gotten away with it. Fortunately, there were still some remedies, otherwise most of the bad guys would have escaped. As it turned out, her relief was premature. Ji Xian wasn't the only one who recognized this thing. With a boom, a smoke bomb exploded on the ground, sending thick white smoke swiftly into the air. Then came a continuous boom. Boom. Even worse, they weren't just throwing smoke bombs, but tear gas grenades as well, and even more, small grenades. The square was in chaos. The security team rushed to maintain order and finally achieve some success. Unfortunately, a bomb went off, and the crowd immediately fell into chaos again. Chapter 314. Due to the smoke bombs and tear gas, the small square was momentarily shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to tell men from women within 3 meters. The tear gas was so devastating that it blinded everyone, forcing everyone to lie flat on the ground to minimize accidental injuries. In the immediate chaos, Ji Xian immediately pulled Chu Xi behind cover. Even so, Chu Xi's arm was cut by stones flying from the bombs. Instantly, blood spurted out. Ji Xian frowned, and he immediately wanted to envelop her in his arms. He had already pushed Chu Xi to a safer place, but even then, he couldn't protect her from the blinding hidden weapons. Chu Xi immediately raised her hand to stop him. No, this will do. What a joke. We might be afraid of pain, but we never back down in times of crisis. A minor injury wasn't a big deal for her, after all, with the amethyst in hand, she could always come to his aid. But Ji Xian didn't have that luxury. That was the truth. She was desperate to be there before Ji Xian, so she wouldn't let him do something so risky. Chu Xi held the amethyst in her arms. Soon, the bleeding stopped. She carefully parted the rip in her clothes, and saw signs of a scab forming on the wound on her arm. She gently poked Ji Xian, telling him to take a look and tell him there was no need to worry. Ji Xian looked at her without a word. He hooked the crossbow from Chu Xi's waist, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the sounds around him. Then, he quickly emerged and fired an arrow. Chu Xi let out a scream, followed by the sound of the end. Ji Xian wasn't done yet. He fired several shots in succession. After a few muffled groans, Chu Xi quietly leaned over to take a look. There was still thick fog in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. He didn't know whether the shots hit the target or not, but judging from the noise, he definitely hit someone. Chu Xi silently glanced back, seeing Ji Xian still raging and killing people. A surge of ambition suddenly rose in her heart. She would study hard at the Art of Sound location when she got home. Just for this impressive performance, who wouldn't give it a perfect score? No, Chu Xiai suddenly realized, don't you have a bow and crossbow? Why are you using mine? Why did she feel like Ji Xian was trying to trick her? And Ji Xian lived up to her expectations, answering succinctly, to prevent their organization from tracking us down and retaliating against us. Though he wasn't too afraid, he still believed that thieves can be thieves for 1,000 days, so he better prevent them from finding the attackers. Chu Xiai was incredulous. They'd been married for so many days, and he had no regrets betraying her? Could it be that if they followed the crossbow arrow to her, he'd be able to escape? After enduring it for so long, Ji Xian couldn't help but slap her forehead. What are you thinking? This crossbow you have was stolen from Hu Yu's squad. It's their mercenary group's standard weapon. You're not afraid of being investigated. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xiai finally remembered that her crossbow seemed to have come from a rather shady source. In other words, Ji Xian was shifting the blame well. She immediately leaned in, trying to redeem herself as someone who had absolute faith in love. As she approached, a loud crash echoed in the air. She looked up and saw tons of snow careening down from the top of the mountain. Ah! Avalanche. Those standing on the periphery were less affected by the smoke bombs, and at the first sign of the avalanche, some couldn't help but scream. Now everyone stopped caring about fighting, no matter they were ordinary people or those vicious villains. They all ran towards the vehicle regardless of everything. The air currents created by the snow wave dispersed much of the smoke. Ji Xian and his companions were well placed, yet still quite far from the vehicles. Ji Xian threw the basket he had on his back and, pulling Chu Xiai forward, rushed forward. As they made their way through the chaotic crowd, everyone was scrambling to escape. Chu Xiai saw a man lying on the ground, shot by an arrow. Not far from him, a small cloth bag had rolled out. At that moment, Chu Xi's mind was perfectly clear. Nothing mattered more than her life. But her feet were quicker than her brain. She curled her toes upward, and by the time she realized what was happening, she already had the cloth bag in her hand. Luckily, this was a seamless move, taking them very little time. Otherwise, even if they had managed to escape alive, Ji Xian would have crushed them to death. The snow wave advanced at a rapid speed, knocking down many of the large trees blocking the road. The heavy snow of the past few days hadn't been in vain, the power of the avalanche was evident. The car ahead had already started moving, and they were still over 10 meters apart. Ji Xian gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to throw Chu Xiai forward. After landing, Chu Xiai accelerated and leaped onto the roof of the last SUV. The desperate group behind them felt a darkening overhead as a flying figure passed by. Chu Xiai clung to the roof of the car and turned to look back, her heart sinking. In throwing her out, Ji Xian had inevitably slowed down, leaving him almost at the back of the group, on the verge of being swallowed by the snowy waves. What to do? What to do? What to do? Chu Xi's eyes blurred with tears. Ji Xian had no way of getting away. The moment she came to this conclusion, she was overcome with grief, as if all her strength had been drained away. Suddenly, a coil of rope was thrust out of the car window. See if you can lasso him? Chu Xiai was startled. She braced her feet against the roof racks on either side of the car and quickly used her hands to make a lasso. Then, she slowly stood up, adjusted the rope, took a deep breath, and threw it directly toward Ji Xian. Her technique wasn't very good, as this wasn't a required training item, and Ji Xian had only given her a rough guide. But thankfully, Ji Xian wasn't a horse, he had mobility. Although Chu Xi's throw of the rope was a bit off, he could jump and catch it. Chu Xiai leaned back, using the momentum to pull Ji Xian upward. The next moment, he was practically treading on the falling snow. The car beneath them instantly accelerated, carrying them with it as they fled. The people following behind were instantly engulfed by the plunging snow. Chapter 315. Ji Xian held Chu Xiai tightly against his body. The cold wind from the snow waves blew Chu Xi's hair. She looked up blankly at Ji Xian above her. Still alive, how wonderful. All the suffering could not compare to the joy of his narrow escape. But the thrill of escaping was only the beginning. A snow wave slammed into the back of their car. After several life-or-death struggles, the group finally escaped the avalanche's reach. They were lucky. Some vehicles had chosen the wrong direction and were completely buried. After a few scattered cars arrived back at the base, Chu Xiai realized that it was Lei Ming's team who had rescued them. What a coincidence! Otherwise, who would waste those precious 40 or 50 seconds just to save one more person? Thanking him was too frustrating. After getting out of the car, Ji Xian patted Lei Ming on the shoulder and said, "I see you tonight." Lei Ming nodded, got in the car, and drove away. The two stood at the door, looking at the familiar two-story building, yet it felt as if they were in another world. Chu Xi was truly exhausted. Faced with nature, they felt like children playing house, defenseless. She couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Truly, thunder and rain are all God's grace. Everything is fate, beyond our control. Ji Xian swiped the door open with his watch, took Chu Xi's hand, and walked in. He led her to sit on the bed, half crouching down to meet her gaze. What? Are you scared? Chu Xi stared at Ji Xian, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't bear to think what would happen if she came back alone today. The desolation in her heart was as if she were dead. The aching pain in her chest made it hard to breathe. Ji Xian held her in his arms, gently patting her back with his right hand, soothing her. Okay, aren't we all back? Chu Xi leaned into his embrace and nodded. This was the most gratifying thing for her. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of the snowy waves engulfing the crowd replayed in her mind, the desperate roars, the powerless struggles. The two of them held each other like this for a long time, before Chu Xi finally recovered. She wiped the tears from her face, pushed Ji Xian away, and said, Are you not going to Lei Ming and the others tonight? What are you planning as a thank you gift? After thinking for a moment, Ji Xian pulled out a glowing red energy stone from a secret box. Chu Xi blinked. Special energy stone? It seemed that this was indeed the only one that would be of the greatest use to them. Oh, right. She pulled a small cloth bag from her bosom. This is what I picked up from a gang leader who was shot by an arrow while we were escaping. Ji Xian, He should have sternly reprimanded her at this point, but seeing Chu Xi's eyes, swollen to a slit, he silently swallowed his words. Today had been quite a blow. Never mind. If they encountered this situation again, Chu Xi would probably be the one running away the fastest. Even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be able to slow her down. Ji Xian opened the bag and found 8 energy stones of excellent quality. He measured them with his watch, 2 D grade, 3 C grade, and 3 B grade. It was a truly remarkable haul. It seemed Chu Xi had indeed stumbled upon the mobile assets of a robbery leader. Otherwise, how could anyone be so wealthy? Not everyone, like Chu Xi, could absorb the energy from ordinary energy stones. Such large amounts of liquid funds were usually intended for circulation on the black market or for use as hard currency between bases. Chu Xi pulled the 2 D-grade gems out and pushed them towards Ji Xian. I wonder if they're enough. Ji Xian, He calmly put all the energy stones back in his pocket. These things shouldn't be exposed right now. With our abilities and status, it's unusual to have so many energy stones. If we really want to thank them, we could sell them some food or something at a lower price later. Chu Xi pursed her lips. She wasn't sure if Ji Xian really meant it or was just being stingy. Never mind. Ji Xian was right. Once their family expanded their land and planted more vegetables, they might even have a surplus to sell abroad. After much thought, developing agriculture was the right path. No wonder our ancestors learned farming and animal husbandry before they could truly live a normal life. Chapter 316. Chu Xi sat at home for a while when she heard a horn blaring outside, similar to a police car. It seemed to be heading towards the west gate. Chu Xi immediately stood up and hurried out the door. From a distance, she saw a neatly arranged convoy of vehicles whizzing past at the end of the road. Is this the rescue team? Chu Xi was excited. She immediately called out to Ji Xian. The rescue team is on their way. Come on, let's go help. Now that the avalanche had stopped, they could also help with the snow shoveling. Ji Xian's lips moved. He knew how distressed Chu Xi was feeling, but precisely because he knew that, some words were particularly difficult to utter. Opening his mouth, he finally broke the cruel news to Chu Xi. The optimal rescue time for an avalanche is 15 minutes. Chu Xi's expression froze. 15 minutes? At least half an hour had passed since she saw the first person buried in the snow. In other words, the 15-minute golden rescue window had long since passed, and it was highly unlikely that anyone buried there would survive. She took a deep breath, her gaze firm. We have to rescue them. Even if we can dig one out alive, all our efforts will not be in vain. Seeing the hope in Chu Xi's eyes, Ji Xian gritted his teeth, immediately grabbed 2 shovels from home, stuffed 2 nutritional supplements in his pocket, and immediately dragged Chu Xi out. Ji Xian pulled her to the car rental agency, only to find that quite a few people had already gathered there. The car had already started. When he saw the weapons the 2 men were carrying, he immediately called out, If you're going to rescue someone, get on board quickly. We're leaving soon. Ji Xian said nothing and immediately pulled Chu Xi up. Many on the bus were likely family members of the buried, many still with red eyes. They silently grasped their shovels. The truck bed was packed, but no one spoke. Ji Xian pulled out a nutrient solution from his pocket. They hadn't had a drop of water since getting up today, and they were about to embark on intense physical labor, so they needed something to eat. Chu Xi reached for it. Although she wasn't hungry, or even had no appetite, her body needed energy. Chu Xi tore open the seal on the nutrient solution, tilted her head back, and downed half a bottle. Ji Xian took the rest and poured it directly into his mouth. The tricycle hummed along, and by the time they arrived, the base rescue team was already there. Their primary rescue mission was to dig out the buried trucks. They were carrying many people, and with the protection of the trucks, the chances of survival were much greater. As for the remaining missing persons scattered about, they would primarily rely on volunteers like Chu Xi to dig. Of course, the rescue team wasn't completely unresponsive. They had specialized rescue and detection equipment, and personnel were assigned to monitor the surrounding area for life. Wherever an alarm sounded, someone would place a small red flag. Chu Xi and his team simply dug down along the red flag lines. To save time, Chu Xi and Ji Xian decided to work in pairs, which greatly accelerated the snow clearing process. At their first point, they only dug 1.5 meters deep, only to unearth a dead mutant rat. It was obvious that the person triggering the vital signs at this location wasn't a human, meaning their efforts were in vain. At that moment, Chu Xi's eyes welled up. In such an emergency, such a thing had happened. Without time to complain, the two quickly moved to the next red flag marker. This time, they dug a full 3 meters down. The first thing they pulled out was a human foot. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he and Ji Xian sped up their work, assessing the location and digging out the buried person's face first, at least to allow them to breathe. However, once they reached the face, they realized the person on the ground had long since stopped breathing. Ji Xian reached out and felt the carotid artery, then shook his head. No pulse. Chu Xi gritted her teeth and immediately dragged Ji Xian to the next location. She had made preparations beforehand. But even with her preparations, she hadn't expected to find only cold corpses. At that moment, Chu Xi's heart sank, and she felt helpless. Could it be that they were truly beyond saving? Suddenly, a cry of delight came from the distance. Chu Xi looked up and saw that a large truck had been dug out. Most of the people inside still had vital signs, though they had collectively been deprived of oxygen and had fallen into a coma. The rescue team immediately stepped forward, carrying them all off the truck and bringing them back to base for treatment. Chu Xi's spirits trembled. They hadn't given up yet. If someone was still alive underground, every second they lost was a chance of survival. Ji Xian's shovel rang out, and there was a clanging sound. He quickly scraped aside the snow and discovered the roof of a car. The two men hurried their hands, trying to dig the car door free, but the car was already pinned down by rocks pushed down from the mountain, completely sunken in the mud. Digging it out proved incredibly difficult. Ji Xian's brow furrowed, and he made a quick decision, using a shovel to pry open the roof. But after several shovel strikes, he only managed to create a dent. He could only blame the car's exceptional quality. The steel roof was so durable it could withstand a round of bullets, yet it had become the death warrant for everyone inside. Chu Xi drew out her armor-piercing hammer. "Let me do it." She hammered furiously at a single spot. After more than 10 hits, she finally cracked a shallow hole. At least there was a way to circulate air. Hearing a weak cough from inside, Chu Xi's expression brightened. There's still life. With that, she began to pound the roof even harder, while Ji Xian quickly ran over to borrow a cutting machine. While the cutter was busy, they had to confirm the presence of survivors before the rescue team would lend them out. After cutting through the roof, the two men immediately descended and pulled 5 people from their seats amidst the mud and snow. 3 of the 5 survived. Ji Xian knew they were members of the security team by their clothing, but then again, how could an ordinary car have such defenses? After confirming the existence of survivors, the rescue team quickly arrived, loaded them onto stretchers, and immediately removed them from the scene. Encouraged by the rescue of 3 people, Chu Xi and Ji Xian, not even bothering to recover from the intense snow shoveling, immediately moved on to the next location. Unfortunately, as time passed, the number of survivors they could rescue dwindled. Chapter 317. Chu Xi and Ji Xian worked tirelessly from mid-morning until almost 4 in the afternoon. Even though they only rested for less than half an hour, the results were far from satisfactory. After the 3 men, they only managed to rescue a boy of 16 or 17 from beneath a large rock near noon. The team had to withdraw. Even in winter, The wilderness of the Wasteland was extremely dangerous. Looking at the small red flags planted in the ground, Chu Si sighed deeply. After a night, those who hadn't been dug out had almost no chance of survival. Lack of oxygen, hypothermia. The chances of survival were slim. Dragging their exhausted bodies onto the electric tricycle, the vehicle started, slowly carrying everyone away from the area buried by the snow. The rescue operation was digging from the back towards the front. So far, they had excavated less than 1/3 of the total affected area. Imagine how incredible those who actually survived were. Everyone in the car remained as numb as when they arrived. Chu Si relaxed, realizing the depth of her fatigue. She closed her eyes and leaned against Ji Xian, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling. For people was the limit of what they could do. Though she still felt a pang of regret, Chu Si no longer seemed as lost as she had been at first. No matter what, having made the effort, she could always find peace of mind. Just as she had thought before leaving, if they could only save one person, all their efforts today would have been worthwhile. The car entered the safe zone, and the people inside began to disembark. After they returned home, Chu Si prepared a simple dinner while Ji Xian began clearing the snow from the house, especially the second-floor roof. The blizzard was so thick that the plastic sheeting on the attic was in danger of collapsing, so it needed to be addressed immediately. The solar panels had long been buried underground. Luckily, they hadn't used them much in the past few days, and they were barely enough for monitoring equipment. However, they probably wouldn't be able to turn on the heater tonight. Thinking about the days spent in the mines, the nighttime chill seemed insignificant. Besides, they could fold their blankets together, which definitely kept them warm. Chu Si hadn't worked so hard in a long time, and his arms were a little tired. That night, they simply made a rice porridge with potato flour and nutrient solution, adding some diced meat, and the two of them had a makeshift meal. Afterwards, Ji Xian took the special energy stone and left. When Lei Ming saw the glowing red energy stone, he was completely stunned. Honestly, his first thought was, a life. Can it be worth a special energy stone? Lei Ming looked up at Ji Xian. You should know the value of special energy stones to us. Ji Xian nodded. He also noticed the way Lei Ming mentioned. Yes, that meant Ji Xian and Lei Ming, and indeed, every member of Lei Ming's team. We were all genetically modified. This was a guillotine that could fall at any moment, though the timing might vary. No one could escape unscathed. Without genetic medicine, this thing was the perfect remedy for their condition. It could both cure and alleviate their symptoms. In some ways, it was even more potent than genetic medicine. Lei Ming had previously heard from Fu Bowen how Ji Xian was able to regain his feet. It was simply a chance encounter that led him to purchase a body-cleansing potion, but that only provided a temporary solution. He hadn't expected Ji Xian to resist the allure of the special energy stone, and choose to use it to repay their life-saving grace. But he couldn't easily turn this thing away, no matter who got it. Besides, he had to consider the rest of the team. Ji Xian had just tested this energy stone in front of him, and it had a full 428 energy points, already reaching E level. This was more than enough for 4 or 5 people to receive a palliative treatment, greatly increasing their chances of successfully purchasing the genetic medicine. In other words, this special energy stone, if used properly, could save 4 or 5 lives, so there was no way he would turn it away. Lei Ming stood up and took it. After some thought, he agreed to give Ji Xian a chance to mitigate the radiation damage. This was the biggest concession he could make. Ji Xian nodded, but he wasn't planning on using them. After all, he still had royal jelly and a stockpile of special energy stones, so there was no need to compete with others for a chance to survive. However, there was one thing Lei Ming really needed to help him with. You know I earned 1,000 points selling special ore a while ago, right? Lei Ming nodded. He knew it without Fu Bowen nagging him. It was so shocking that almost everyone in the mercenary group knew about it, though not many knew who had sold it. A smile played on Ji Xian's lips. I remember Captain Qian of the guard owed you a favor. Lei Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment. You're not looking to buy land, are you? Ji Xian raised an eyebrow and gave a clever look. Please help me with my connections. It would be best if you could help me negotiate an extra square meter or 2. Lei Ming pondered carefully. Considering the location of Ji Xian and his family's new home, an extra square meter or 2 was a real possibility. He immediately agreed to his request. Chapter 318. Chu Si hadn't expected Ji Xian to return with 3 people after his trip. She knew Lei Ming, and there were 2 other members of the security team she hadn't met before. Out of courtesy, she went out to greet them, then quietly stood beside Ji Xian and asked, "What's going on? Why was he escorted back?" There was something she was embarrassed to say. It looked like she'd done something wrong, didn't it? Ji Xian held Chu Si's hand and smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. He came to measure the land for us. The rental agreement has been finalized. We negotiated a total of 8 square meters. Chu Si was surprised. She thought that with 1,000 points, she could only rent 6 square meters at most. After all, the housing prices in the safe zone were high. Even if it was just for free, you couldn't take advantage of it. Noticing Chu Si's surprise, Ji Xian smiled, pointed at Lei Ming, and jokingly said, he's worth 2 square meters. According to Ji Xian's instructions, 2 members of the security team marked out an 8 square meter area on the other side of the house. Then they began marking the line with special paint. Even if the paint was later removed, the security team had specialized equipment to detect any illegal overbuilding. They would be able to spot it at a glance. Chu Si watched from the side, her heart pounding. This would be her yard from now on. Having a yard in the safe zone was truly a feat. One of the security team members looked up and glanced at her several times. Chu Si, thinking she was getting too close and causing trouble, could only step aside with an awkward smile. The man suddenly asked, "Did you go on avalanche rescue this morning?" Chu Si nodded, confused as to why the topic suddenly swirled. 3 people saved? The man continued. No, Chu Si shook her head. 4. 3 were in a car, and 1 was a little boy who was caught in a tree and managed to survive. She had originally wanted to mention that the other 3 were members of your security team, but she felt it wouldn't be a good idea to say it so openly. After all, they were volunteering to save people, not expecting any reward. Ji Xian twitched his lips when she called the 16 or 17-year-old boy little boy. Okay, he's underage. The security team member stopped talking, but as he was marking the road, Chu Si was surprised to find that the area he marked with the special paint had moved significantly further out than the originally designated area. Chu Si was a little surprised. What was going on? She wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone else was, including another member of the security team, who had never encountered such a situation before. It's true that someone used their connections, but that still requires points. Otherwise, how could they explain this to the team leader and the others when they got back? It's okay, the man patted his companion on the shoulder and said bluntly, they saved the lives of 3 of our guards. No one will complain if we give them this little extra space. The matter was settled in a muddled way. After everyone left, Chu Si excitedly remeasured the area. It was a full 12 square meters. In other words, the 2 men had simply given them 4 square meters for nothing. I don't know if it was intentional, but each of them had given her an extra square meter. For square meters might not seem like much, but you can convert it into points. 500 points, enough to buy 125 nutritional supplements. She's incredibly beautiful. Look at her. It's like giving a rose leaves a sweet fragrance on your hand. Good deeds are always rewarded. Ji Xian was also very happy. Neither of them could sleep that night, spending most of the night outside digging the foundation for the wall. Now that she had a yard, Chu Si began to worry about the soil for planting. She discussed with Ji Xian, why don't we move the soil from the cave? Otherwise, even if we have a yard, we'd just be sitting there looking at it. Ji Xian shook his head. This time, he came prepared. We got a guest coming to our house tomorrow. She's the wife of a former teammate of mine. She's been working in the plantation, and has some research into hydroponic crops. I'm thinking of just hollowing out the ground beneath the yard, raising some snails underneath, and hydroponically growing foxtail grass on top. Huh? Chu Si was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected Ji Xian to make such a big move. No, she shook her head. Didn't they say there's a basement down there, and they forbid us from digging? Ji Xian nodded. It's not suitable for building a foundation, but digging a pond only half a meter deep is no problem. We just have to make sure it's waterproof. After planning, the 2 began digging the pond. Although Chu Si was a little confused by the plan, it didn't stop her from working. She dug wherever Ji Xian pointed. The 2 worked until 3 in the morning before reluctantly going to bed. They didn't have to worry about the heater being turned off. They were both sweating profusely, and even under 2 blankets, they felt too warm. Chu Si took the bed as usual, but soon she began to cry in her sleep. Ji Xian watched helplessly. Worried she wouldn't recover from the avalanche, he had quickly secured the land lease and had dragged her along to dig a pond in the middle of the night. She had seemed okay tonight, but surprisingly she wasn't. He sighed softly, reached out, and pulled Chu Si into his arms, patting her back gently, soothing her restless spirits. Finally, Chu Si's mood calmed down, and Ji Xian, exhausted from the day, drifted off to sleep. Chapter 319. The next day, Chu Xiai and Ji Xian both woke up late. It looked like the mine wouldn't be operational for a while. Ji Xian got up and made breakfast. It was already 6 in the morning. After breakfast, Chu Xiai went straight upstairs to tend to her precious vegetable garden, while Ji Xian prepared to go out shopping. Bricks needed to be purchased for the wall, and he decided to use translucent plastic sheets for the courtyard roof. The pool needed waterproofing, and hydroponics required specialized equipment. They probably couldn't buy that today. They had to wait for the experts to arrive and inspect it before they could decide what to buy. The points they had weren't enough, so Ji Xian had taken an energy stone as a backup before leaving. Before noon, a steady stream of supplies had been delivered to the house, piling up outside. Just looking at it, Chu Xiai could tell it had cost a fortune. Although she felt heartbroken, she was also genuinely excited. The days were truly looking brighter and brighter. It was almost noon when Ji Xian returned with 2 people. They were a married couple, and Chu Xiai immediately remembered the experts Ji Xian had mentioned the previous night. Apparently, they were them. She warmly invited them in, and Ji Xian, quite unusually, even invited them to dinner. This was truly unprecedented. Even Fu Bowen hadn't received this kind of treatment before. It wasn't like he hadn't brought a dish that time, but this time, he was truly treating them. Ji Xian prepared lunch himself. Of course, it wasn't as sumptuous as Chu Xiai had expected. It was more like their usual home-cooked meal. A rice paste made with nutrient solution and caryophyllaceae powder, a little ground pork, and a garnish of chopped fern. It looked delicious, but each person was limited to just one small bowl. Thankfully, he later generously served 2 small dried fish, one for each couple. Chu Xiai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The 2 of them didn't eat in vain. After the woman finished, she went out to help buy the supplies for the hydroponics. Of course, Ji Xian paid remotely, while the other 3 people began digging ditches at home. Really, no meal was eaten in vain. Since they had 2 capable laborers, Ji Xian simply planned to include the existing yard. Chu Xiai went home to pack up his things, while the other 2 began digging the ground in the yard. After putting away the items from the warehouse, Chu Xiai consciously joined the digging team, listening to the chatter as he worked. Ji Xian's friend is called Nan Ming, and he still lives in the mercenary group's dormitories with his wife. When Ji Xian's genetics collapsed, and he was sent away, he thought his life was over. Although he felt deeply saddened, he felt powerless even if he wanted to help. Unexpectedly, things took such a turn for the better. Not only did Ji Xian regain his feet, he also found a wife in the shantytown. Even more incredible, they could even afford a house in the safe zone. This is something many mercenaries can't achieve. Many mercenaries spend their entire lives in the Tomorrow Mercenary Group, living in the mercenary group's dormitories when they're still able, and moving to a nursing home until their death when they can't. Who doesn't want their own house? But it's simply not possible. Saving money is simply impossible. Being a mercenary requires weapons, and you also have to save for genetic medicine. Especially for someone like him, with a family to support, life is extremely tight. He'd been married for years, and even though his wife still gave him some points every month, they still lived a tight life. Looking at Chu Xiai and his family's house, there was another floor above the 2nd floor. Ji Xian had told him they had some plants there, and with the hydroponic farming they were about to start, even if the yield wasn't guaranteed, the area was huge. With a full 20 square meters, they could definitely pick up a few leaves to eat. In other words, Ji Xian and Chu Xiai could basically guarantee that even if they didn't go out scavenging for a while, they wouldn't starve to death at home. What a blessing! Even mercenaries like them would still go hungry if they didn't do missions for a while. He envied such a life. Chu Xiai was also delighted. Finally, life had settled down. What a joyful thing. Chapter 320. Ji Xian's dinner was truly worthwhile. In the span of an afternoon, not only was the canal dug, but most of the wall was also built. It was only near dusk when Nan Ming's wife returned that he was able to escape. Watching the 2 of them leave, Chu Xiai felt Nan Ming's pace was unusually hurried. She turned to look at Ji Xian. Is he using too many people? If this happened a few more times, Ji Xian would probably have no friends left. Ji Xian was quite calm, his smile nonchalant. It's okay. I only invited his wife anyway. It was that brat who came over for a free meal. How could I let him have his way? That said, he knew he would definitely pay Nan Ming back. Shortly after they left, Ji Xian raised his watch and transferred 20 points to Nan Ming. 5 of these were for his cheap labor, and the remaining 15 were to thank his wife for her technical support. After finishing their work, the 2 of them had dinner, and then got back to work. Ji Xian would finish the entire wall tonight, and in 2 days, once the wall was solid, he would install the roof. Chu Xi, on the other hand, went straight up to the second floor. The fruit of the special mutant foxtail grass was probably almost ready to be harvested. She planned to cut off the fruit clusters and pull out the foxtail grass entirely to make room for the mutant sweet potatoes. But as she was cutting the clusters, she was surprised to find another spikelet sprouting from the base of the foxtail grass. Oh my god, doesn't this plant only produce 1 spike per season? Chu Xi was terribly excited, and for a moment she tried to suppress her restlessness. What if this was the only special one? Not all foxtails had produced caryopsis. In fact, their buds didn't germinate very often, otherwise they would have been discovered in the wild long ago, leaving her no chance of scavenging. The fruiting rate of foxtails is about 40%, and it's estimated that the rate in the wild is even lower. Chu Xi inspected all the foxtails with spikes, and found that 4 had produced a second spike. This meant that this wasn't an isolated case, but rather a very common characteristic of this species. She hadn't paid much attention to this common roadside weed before, so Chu Xi wasn't sure if it was inherently like this. Regardless, a high yield was always exciting. Chu Xi excitedly shared the news with Ji Xian. Undeniably, this discovery elevated the status of foxtails in both of their minds. The caryopsis yield rate was already quite good, and the caryopsis was also quite edible. A few could be ground into a pot of porridge, and it was also a high-starch food, providing a strong sense of satiety. Now with this added to the mix, it's a guaranteed centerpiece. It seems their decision to expand the foxtail grass planting area was a wise one. Although its leaf fibers are tough, and the texture isn't particularly appealing, the combination with the snails is perfect. She and Ji Xian can eat the flesh, then chop up the remaining leaf fibers and feed them to the snails. The two of them finished their work and went to bed before 9 o'clock. They'd been so exhausted the past 2 days, they couldn't keep pushing themselves on. The heater was on full blast today, and Chu Xi deliberately slept in her own bed, sprawled out. She strictly forbade Ji Xian from coming over, as he had no chance of rest with his arms and legs pressed against his back all night. Soon, the soundly sleeping Chu Xi rolled over. Ji Xian, watching her hunched over, searching for a comfortable position, could already predict her face the next day. Never mind, he couldn't possibly have to sleep on the floor again, could he? The next morning, Chu Xi awoke drowsily to find herself pinned down by Ji Xian again. Just as she was about to protest, Ji Xian spoke first. Can you let me get some good sleep too? You're always resting your head on my arm, and I can't even turn over. When I woke up this morning, half my arm was numb. Chu Xi looked up and saw that she had indeed ended up on Ji Xian's side. What was going on? Was it really her fault? Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief at Chu Xi's reaction. Excellent, he should have taken her path and left her with nowhere to go. Since Chu Xi hadn't started this morning's fight, the first spark was extinguished with a snap. Their main task today was to compact the ditch and then apply waterproofing material. As soon as they entered the yard, Chu Xi's heart broadened. Previously, they had only marked out the area, but only after the wall was built did they truly feel like they had their own territory. According to their family's circumstances, the ditch was divided into 2 sections, one for the coexistence of snails and foxtail grass, and the other primarily for growing foxtail grass after it bloomed. At that point, its water quality and nutrient requirements increased significantly, requiring regular dilution of the nutrient solution, making it unsuitable for breeding snails. Luckily, the foxtail grass's growing season and flowering and fruiting period roughly coincided. This way, while the first batch wasted some nutrient pool, the subsequent batches could form a perfect cycle between the 2 sides. Compacting the ditch took the 2 of them the entire morning. Waterproofing the ditch was much simpler, requiring only several coats of water and a period of waiting in between. When he had some free time, Ji Xian took out some leftover bamboo from the loft, disassembled it, and rebuilt a few shelves. Chu Xi looked at it, puzzled. What's this for? Ji Xian looked up and smiled. You can plant yams along the edge of the yard. We didn't plant them before because the loft was too small, and they would block the light for other plants. Now we can give it a try. Chu Xi's face lit up. Yams are indeed a good thing to grow. Yam beans might not yield a lot, but they can grow so much. Chu Xi was delighted. From now on, the yard will mainly be planted with foxtail grass and yam beans, with some snails and small fish. The second floor will mainly be planted with mutant sweet potatoes and potatoes. Perfect. Chapter 321. The 2 of them toiled for almost the entire day in the yard. They weren't tired, but the constant work and rest took too long. It was almost time for lunch when all the ditches were waterproofed. Once the soil was completely dry, they could fill it with water and lay the planting boards. After discussing, they decided to transplant the foxtail grass that had already grown spikes. About 6/10 of the foxtail grass they were planting were the type with leaves but no fruit, so transplanting them was a good opportunity to test the water. Dinner was almost here, and Chusi wanted to go upstairs to see if there were any fresh vegetables. After all, we were about to have an expanded vegetable garden and could afford to indulge ourselves. As soon as he reached the attic, he saw several people rushing towards the base from the west gate. Chusi frowned. Was the avalanche handled so quickly? Only a day had passed, and they could go mining? No, she remembered the guards saying the mines would be closed for at least 5 days. So what was going on now? Chusi suddenly had a bad feeling. Were these people out to pick up corpses? She took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic thoughts. It was undeniable that this was a way to make a quick buck. Ultimately, Chusi and the others were the beneficiaries. Not to mention the long-term benefits. The new house they were living in was bought with the points from Big Brother's watch. She didn't seem in a position to speak of morality. Chusi stood silently on the bamboo ladder, gazing into the distance, her eyes following the crowd of scavengers returning from their work as they slowly walked away. Jixian finished cooking and came out to see Chusi still hunched over the ladder like a wooden sculpture. Following her gaze, Jixian opened the door and saw a group of people carrying baskets walking by at the end of the road. He understood the general situation. He could understand Chusi's distress. After all, the two of them had volunteered the day before, diligently participating in avalanche rescue efforts. Yet, within 2 days, those who hadn't been rescued had become a passing opportunity in the eyes of others. But there was nothing that could be done. The living had to continue living. Jixian called Chusi down, thought for a moment, and said to her, "When we were trapped in the mines by the blizzard, we spent a lot of points, including oxygen masks, nutrients, drinking water, and other miscellaneous items. But since we later found a place where we could fish, our food expenses weren't actually that high." But that wasn't the case for most ordinary people. To survive, they likely already used up their winter savings. Chusi paused, then immediately understood what Jixian meant. She couldn't help but chuckle at herself. Why not just eat meat? Yes, this is the Wasteland. Survival is already difficult for ordinary people, so how could they possibly cultivate the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness? Put yourselves in someone else's shoes. Chusi, without a moment's hesitation, would immediately shoulder her basket and join the scavenging herd. No, that's not right. Why put yourselves in another's shoes? Their family's situation has only just begun to improve, and their foundation is still fragile. She already experienced the harsh and volatile nature of the Wasteland. It would teach you to rebuild your life in a matter of minutes. At this point, Chusi remembered that entering from the west gate didn't reveal much about the shantytowns. But with so many days of blizzards, who knows how many houses have been damaged? Jixian then counseled, besides, not everyone is there to pick up bodies. Some are there to collect the remains of their loved ones. What's more, there aren't just humans buried in the snow, but also some mutant animals. Yes, at this point, Chusi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she suddenly remembered that when they went to rescue someone, they had dug a mutant animal out of the snow. Unfortunately, time was tight, and she hadn't had time to test it. She didn't know if it was edible, or if it had any energy stones in its stomach. She looked at Jixian with a piercing gaze. Why don't we go too? Chusi's first target was, of course, the mutant animals, but if they did find someone frozen to death, those with relatives could use their watches to call someone to pick them up. If not, they would just be left alone. Labor fee for digging snow. Jixian was left in a state of confusion, her thoughts constantly swirling. This isn't a good job at all. Digging at an avalanche site without professional guidance is incredibly dangerous. Aren't you afraid of a collapse and burying you? Besides, everyone down there is dead now. The life detectors won't help them at all. If we want to dig, we have to rely on luck, experience, or the most rudimentary method of slowly digging side by side. That place is massive. We'd be lucky to stumble upon 1 or 2 in a day. Chusi thought about it, still a bit unwilling to give up. The housework was almost done, and all that was left was waiting for the wind to dry. She might as well try her luck out there while she could. Since the beginning of winter, she hadn't even recovered a single energy stone. After careful consideration, Chusi suggested, instead of going deeper, why don't we just use the most basic method and dig along the perimeter? That way, we won't have to worry about being buried in the snow. Besides, I'm pretty lucky, so we should be able to dig up 1 or 2 a day. Ji Xian's eyes shifted, but he ultimately agreed with Chu Xi's idea. With proper safety precautions, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Since the decision had been made, the two of them finished their meal. After dinner, Ji Xian set out alone. Their backpacks and mining tools had been discarded during their escape, so they needed to buy new ones. They needed to buy a few oxygen masks, just in case they were truly buried in the snow. At least, they wouldn't die too quickly from lack of oxygen. They also needed to buy a bundle of rope, which was crucial. After returning from Old Li's place, Ji Xian's hands were already overflowing with stuff. If Chu Xi hadn't picked up the bag at the end, their trip would have been a complete loss. Thinking of the two halves of the amethyst cave Chu Xi was holding in his arms, Ji Xian silently retracted his previous words. It seemed Chu Xi wouldn't lose out here. He was the only one who would suffer. Chapter 322. In the evening, Ji Xian took some time to polish a few parts, while Chu Xi went upstairs to inspect various vegetable leaves. After being away for so many days, the wounds on the mutant leaves she cut earlier had long since healed, and the plants were growing smoothly. Except for a few key protected plants, Chu Xi checked them all this time. Regarding the mutant sweet potatoes, she harvested a total of 17 leaves with moderate radiation mutations. Oh my god, I'm so happy! Is this the joy of farming your own land? What surprised her most was discovering a sweet potato growing underneath this vine. Chu Xi carefully poked at the soil, revealing a small piece of reddish-brown sweet potato skin. She didn't dare dig deeper, having heard from the village elders that if you keep peeling sweet potatoes to look at them, they won't grow. She gently scraped a bit of the skin off the sweet potato and placed it on her watch to test it. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. Ah! All her careful care had gone in vain. She used a knife to cut the sweet potato's stem and lifted it directly out of the mud. Since it was highly radioactive, it couldn't be left to absorb nutrients from the soil. Chu Xi continued searching along the vines. At the very end, she found another sweet potato, now only the thickness of her pinky finger. She gently removed the soil to test it. Ding! Lowly radioactive mutation, edible. Ah! Chu Xi excitedly covered the soil back up. Sorry, master, I disturbed your rest. After finishing the sweet potato, Chu Xi wanted to start working on the potatoes. Truly, this thing was addictive. Unfortunately, the potatoes were too deep in the soil, and she didn't dare dig any deeper, fearing damaging the roots. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. After much consideration, sweet potatoes seemed more reliable. Their leaves were delicious, and the potatoes they produced could be tested early, avoiding unnecessary soil waste and preventing losses. This would also leave more nutrients for the production of new potatoes. And most importantly, they could be kept alive with just a few vines. In other words, all the potatoes they produced were theirs, and there was no need to worry about seed preservation. Chu Xi walked over to the foxtail grass, mentally considering which unpromising ones could be transplanted underneath to make room for the sweet potato vines. It must be said that while the ear emergence rate was low, the leaves were incredibly abundant and lush. Chu Xi tested each plant individually. Fortunately, she had been smart enough to loosely tie the leaves she had tested with string, saving her from unnecessary effort. Chu Xi sat casually on a small stool, pulling nearby leaves over for testing. Her hands were numb from excitement. By nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, she had tested a total of 5 mutant foxtail grasses. 32 edible leaves with moderate radiation mutations. Oh my god, she never handled so many. Back when she was scavenging, bringing back 4 or 5 leaves at a time was enough to make her excited. What kind of experience was this now? No wonder everyone loved being the local landlord. This was so cool. Chu Xi stretched, looking at the 5 remaining foxtail grass plants with a hint of reluctance. Never mind, they were in her own garden anyway, so she decided to go back to sleep. After all, she had to go out again tomorrow. Looking at the haul, a huge, overflowing bundle, Chu Xi swallowed excitedly. Was it too much of a stretch to ask Ji Xian to help carry it? But what could she do? Chu Xi let out a sly grin. She just wanted to see Ji Xian's shocked expression. She reached the attic door and called out to Ji Xian from below, "Brother Xian, come up and give me a hand." Hearing the noise, Ji Xian put down his work and walked out. Looking up, he saw the uncontrollable smugness on Chu Xi's face. It looked like he made a good profit. Ji Xian understood, glanced at the pulley installed nearby, and finally climbed up quietly. And then, as Chu Xi had hoped, he was truly shocked. Or perhaps, shock would be a better word. Pointing at the large bundle, Ji Xian, still a little unsure, glanced at Chu Xi. Are these all leaves that have been tested and found to be edible? Chu Xi nodded calmly. Mainly because she'd been so excited earlier, she was really pretending. They're all edible, and half of the foxtail grass hasn't been tested yet. The estimated shipment volume is around 30 leaves. Ji Xian swallowed silently. Now, he truly approved of Chu Xi's farming plan. With the yield, they wouldn't starve even if they ate the leaves alone. He always heard gossip from Nan Ming about his wife's low yield. No wonder the vegetables were so expensive. Now, looking at Chu Xi, it turns out that people's joys and sorrows are truly incomprehensible. He had originally considered carrying the leaves down directly, but now it seemed impossible. After all, the ladder was so narrow, and carrying such a large bundle of leaves would be difficult to maintain balance. In the end, the two of them had to use a pulley to get the leaves down. Ji Xian felt a little elated. He couldn't even imagine what his family would be like once the planting area expanded. He really couldn't imagine. Chapter 323. Due to the promising harvest in the vegetable garden, Chu Xi had a wonderful dream last night. It was so beautiful that the alarm clock rang at 3 o'clock, and the full granary of grain in her dream was gone. Chu Xi scrambled to her feet, looking at her watch as consciousness gradually returned. Oh right, they were now out of the mine, so the daily morning exercise routine had begun again. Ji Xian had also woken up. He took Chu Xi's clothes from the bedside and handed them to her, instructing her, warm up first, then practice standing meditation. We have an extra combat class today. I come to you after I make breakfast. Combat class? Chu Xi's eyes lit up at the mention of it. This was her favorite subject, bar none. It wasn't anything special, because only in this class could she get the chance to beat up Ji Xian. Although she had only succeeded once, and only managed to land 2 consecutive punches, the sense of accomplishment was unmatched by any other training session. Haha, Chu Xi's fighting spirit was high, and her gaze towards Ji Xian was filled with deep meaning. Little White Rabbit, don't let her get the chance, or she be brutally cruel. Ji Xian looked at Chu Xi speechlessly. Wasn't his desire to beat him up too obvious? He silently dressed, got up, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Chu Xi didn't waste any time. After getting dressed, he quickly went to wash up, then hummed and hawed as he performed a warm-up set of boxing. His movements were smooth and flowing, his voice sonorous and powerful, and it was obvious that he put a lot more effort into his training than usual. But Ji Xian wasn't particularly happy. He just felt that if he didn't get a beating for 3 days, he would be on the roof and tear up the tiles. Sure enough, the fighting spirit of a naughty child should not be underestimated. Unable to bear the ravages of society, Ji Xian prepared to teach her a lesson today. During breakfast, Chu Xi, with his hands covering his head, slurped down his grasshopper meat porridge with a bruised face, all the while glaring at Ji Xian. Ji Xian, sitting across from Chu Xi, wasn't much better, his handsome face looking a bit fatter. He's already so ugly, could you please stop staring at his face? He rapped the table and said to Chu Xi, eat your meal. Chu Xi was instantly enraged. You hit me in the head, and I'm still mad. Training is training, isn't it? Isn't it time to stop? Ji Xian put down his bowl, looked at Chu Xi's righteous words, and pointed at his face. Do you think you're showing mercy? Chu Xi would just use the energy stone to heal it. This minor injury would heal instantly, and he had a limited supply of royal jelly, so why waste it on such a minor injury? So, he had to endure this chubby face for a few days. As the two of them left, Ji Xian noticed Chu Xi hadn't even treated her injuries. He couldn't help but wonder, what? Are you pleased with your smoky makeup? Chu Xi silently rolled her eyes. If she didn't go out with that face, others would see Ji Xian's miserable state and definitely assume she was a domestic abuser. Now, everyone was equally guilty. At least people had to understand that domestic violence is mutual. No one person just takes the beating. Ji Xian stood at the door, hesitant to push it open. Finally, he could only dig the hood out of his backpack and laboriously put it on his oversized head. Chu Xi wasn't afraid of embarrassment. She was the one who took the beating, so why should she be afraid to show it to others? Just as she was about to stride out the door, Ji Xian grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and pulled her back. Ji Xian gritted his teeth, fished Chu Xi's hood from his backpack, and put it on her. Then he took the energy stone she tucked into her front pocket and placed it close to her glove. Okay, no messing around. With that, he took her hand and walked out the door. Chu Xi had expected their appearance to be awkward, but unexpectedly, they blended in perfectly. A quick glance revealed that in the large group, at least 80%, if not 100%, had covered their faces with hoods or other similar coverings. This, Chu Si was about to lament the fierce competition in the corpse-picking business, and that with this layer of disguise, everyone would surely be even more brazen. But then she realized that most people were wearing hoods, probably not simply to conceal their faces, but to reduce radiation damage. Don't forget, snow is highly radioactive, something the Wastelanders despise. Normally, everyone would stay as far away as possible, but now, when they were going to pick up a corpse in the snow, there was no choice but to engage in close contact, so naturally, it was best to minimize the contact area. Of course, ordinary fabric had little to no radiation protection, but in the absence of radiation-proof fabric, everyone could only resort to this as a way to find peace of mind. Chu Si walked gloomily through the group. Only now did she realize that drinking poison to quench thirst was truly due to a lack of choice. Chapter 324. The two of them followed the group slowly forward. As the route lengthened, Chu Si realized that the snow-covered area ahead had long since been cleared by the scavengers. Truly, one must sigh with admiration. The power of the working people cannot be underestimated. As soon as they arrived, the crowd dispersed, each finding their own spot and beginning to dig through the snow. Chu Si looked around, pointed to a random spot, and said to Ji Xian, "Where should we go? There aren't many people there." Ji Xian looked in the direction Chu Si pointed, then shook his head decisively. "No, you probably don't remember the topography here. It's a slope. If we dig from the bottom, we easily get buried in the snow." Chu Si was startled, and then she tried to recall the topography of the area in her mind. But she couldn't remember a single thing. Are you kidding? Everything is white now. The snow has long since flattened the low spots. She couldn't understand how Ji Xian could tell where it was. Besides Ji Xian, it seemed like many people knew it wasn't a good place. Am I the only one with poor directions? Ignoring Chu Si's wild thoughts, Ji Xian looked around and immediately chose a spot. Let's go there. There's a big tree nearby. We can tie a rope to a branch. That way, even if we get buried while shoveling snow, we can use the rope to climb out and avoid getting lost. Chu Si nodded. This was indeed important. However, she glanced at the tree's location. Isn't it too far in? After all, they had only planned to dig around the perimeter. Before they could even settle on a position, a fight broke out. The cause was simple. Someone had gotten lucky and, after digging for a while, had successfully found a frozen corpse. But before they could collect their trophy, several groups of people arrived, claiming to be relatives and clamoring to take the body home. Due to disagreements, the verbal spat quickly escalated into a physical brawl. Even worse, the frozen body was actually stolen. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense, and Chu Si immediately agreed with Ji Xian. Let's go inside. We're all wearing radiation protection suits anyway, so it's okay to go a little deeper. Chu Si realized that the group pretending to be relatives was likely a gang, and they had even left several people watching over them. Chu Si and Ji Xian weren't afraid, but they felt there was no need to cause such trouble. Killing one of them would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. It might not have any immediate impact, but no one wanted to be constantly haunted by such a group of villains. Furthermore, the boy they rescued last time was found beneath a large tree. Such a place must be a prime location for mutant animals to avoid avalanches. The two of them laboriously circled around and finally arrived at the base of the mutant tree. Without a specific target location, Chu Si and Ji Xian each chose a side and dug directly down the tree. It didn't take long before Chu Si unearthed a mutant animal with gray fur. She examined it closely. It was curled up in a ball, with long ears. Is it a mutant rabbit? The rabbit looked almost as big as a golden retriever. Chu Si was a bit excited, and immediately lifted it up. Glancing down in disbelief, she saw a mutant gray rabbit just raising its head. Holy crap! It was still alive. Chu Si instinctively wanted to howl, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she covered it with her hand. There was nothing she could do. The avalanche was too much. The first thing she had learned was not to make loud noises in such an environment. When the rabbit spotted Chu Si, it didn't attack. Instead, it scurried away with a whoosh. Presumably, it had been frightened by the avalanche, and as a mutant, its ferocity had diminished somewhat. It was only when the mutant rabbit left that Chu Si realized it had been hiding in a snow cave. She descended inside and looked forward, revealing a dog hole before her eyes. In other words, this mutant rabbit wasn't just thrown into the ground by the avalanche, but had dug a hole there to live in. Should they chase it or not? Chu Si leaned over to peek inside. The snow cave was so long she couldn't even see the end. She called Ji Xian over to discuss it. If it didn't work out, she'd crawl a little deeper. Chu Si had a penchant for roaming other people's nests, always thinking there might be something valuable hidden inside. Ji Xian did agree to go in and search for treasure, but he wasn't prepared to let Chu Xi in. The snow caves they dug themselves were prone to collapse, but mutants weren't. Firstly, they deliberately chosen a more stable layer of snow. Secondly, as they dug their way through the snow, the mutants would use their body weight to compact the cave walls. That's why Ji Xian thought it was worth a try. But since this was their first time doing this, and he wasn't sure Chu Xi would be there, he had to go alone. Chapter 325. After a long discussion, the two decided to let Ji Xian crawl in first to explore the situation. Of course, for safety reasons, they had to tie him to a safety rope. The rope was thick, long, and extremely strong, but also quite heavy. To make it easier for Ji Xian to climb, Chu Xi offered to stand at the entrance and help him pass the rope in. With a quick bend, a black iron egg rolled out of his arms and into the snow cave. With almost no resistance inside, the black egg whizzed away. Ji Xian felt something hit his foot from behind, and a chill ran down his spine. Thinking the cave was collapsing and snow was falling from above, he immediately stopped. After a while, nothing unusual happened inside the cave. Because the cave was too narrow, Ji Xian couldn't even look back. Just as he was considering whether to retreat a distance to see what was going on, a small mechanical spider, mimicking Snow White, crawled past him. Ji Xian's movements froze, his silence deafening. With a helpless smile, he hadn't expected to make such a rudimentary mistake. He slowly retreated, and soon, he had crawled out of the cave. Chu Xi had been waiting at the cave entrance, eagerly reaching out to pull him out. Unfortunately, the moment she caught sight of the hood, she knew her fun was over. Having escaped a disaster, Ji Xian naturally wouldn't give Chu Xi another chance to act up. He immediately raised his watch and connected with the mechanical spider inside the cave, quickly going to work. The spider's movements within the cave were much more agile than Ji Xian's, and it had even developed a new trick, a quick jump, then a rapid retraction of its 8 legs. Then, the vision on both of their watches began to spin, waiting for the egg to stop rolling before moving on to the next wave. While this approach was much faster, it was also quite strenuous. Chu Xi only stared at it for a moment before giving up. Truly, his condition didn't allow it. He felt dizzy and nauseous, a feeling far worse than motion sickness. The cave was ablaze with white. As the black egg rolled, the light rapidly shifted between bright and dark, and the view distance fluctuated. The image would also freeze when the road was uneven. Can't stand it anymore. Chu Xi rubbed her brow, feeling a throbbing pain in her head. It was almost like she was cross-eyed. She took a breath and turned to see that Ji Xian was coping well. She immediately turned off the screen on her watch. She just lost her mind. Why did two people have to suffer this? Chu Xi walked over to Ji Xian and whispered, "You watch first. When you can't take it anymore, I take over." Chu Xi's plan was good, but Ji Xian was professionally trained. This wouldn't be a problem for him. The screen on the watch was indeed a bit small, so he went down into the cave and projected it onto the wall. The snow trail was long. Chu Xi estimated that he could run over 300 meters. But unfortunately, he didn't find any storage room. He only found a few nibbled grass leaves here and there. Chu Xi felt a little sad. The rabbit seemed to have fled long ago, and he hadn't found anything valuable in the hole. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. The little spider had seemingly entered another world. Chu Xi wondered, is this a mud flat? What was going on? She had never seen a place like this before. The ground was nothing but bare rocks and dirt, not even a blade of grass. This was incredible. In a wasteland world, mutant plants were still rampant. The most desolate places Chu Xi had seen were covered in weeds. Even those areas with high radiation levels were still lush and green, unlike here, where there was nothing at all. The little spider continued to crawl forward, and Chu Xi hurriedly stopped it. She pointed at the screen, where a reddish-colored rock lay. Excitedly, she asked Ji Xian, "Is this hematite?" Ji Xian nodded. He had a strong suspicion, but he wasn't sure yet. So he continued to control the little spider to crawl forward. Not far away, he discovered several more exposed hematite rocks. Ji Xian ignored him, and guided the spider toward higher ground. Chu Xi finally got a clear view of the mudflat. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. "Is this a landslide?" Ji Xian nodded, feeling incredibly excited. He continued, "Furthermore, this is most likely rocks that slid down from the mine, which is why there's so much hematite." This stunned Chu Xi. "Oh my god, what are we waiting for? Go pick up the ore quickly." Chapter 326. Chu Xi immediately grabbed her backpack and shovel and tried to dive into the cave, but Ji Xian grabbed her and said, Why rush? I go first. If there's a lot of ore, we have to send someone over to get it. In reality, he was still a little worried about the safety of the snow trail. Although the mutant gray rabbit should weigh about the same as him, they should theoretically be able to navigate this trail normally. But what if? With a safety rope and oxygen mask, Ji Xian was confident he could escape successfully, but Chu Ci wasn't so sure. While she had good luck, she was also prone to accidents. Then it was settled. Ji Xian gathered his tools and climbed back into the snow cave, shovel in hand, and the backpack tied behind him with a rope. Ji Xian climbed carefully, fearing he might accidentally damage the fragile walls. Fortunately, the snowy path lacked many turns, otherwise he would have needed to be extra careful with his shovel. The 300 meters took Ji Xian nearly 20 minutes to climb. Only after finally emerging from the cave did he truly witness the astonishing scene. Ji Xian immediately video-called Chu Ci. Soon, the basket he had brought was filled with hematite ore of all sizes. There were also a few crystals poking out from the slope, which looked incredibly rare. Ji Xian reached out and picked up a piece, roughly the thickness of a fist. With a flick of his wrist, he immediately placed it in his backpack. A crystal this large was far more valuable than the hematite ore. He looked up. The landslide had brought down quite a bit of ore. It would have been ideal if they could slowly collect it themselves, but that was clearly impossible. This area was only about 200 meters away from Chu Ci, and because of the obstruction of vision, no one had discovered it yet. However, at the current rate of advance, this place would likely be lost in less than 2 days. So, Ji Xian immediately started trying to recruit people. Since they couldn't keep them, they had to dig up all their losses in one go. Originally, he had only wanted to recruit Fu Bowen, but then he remembered his life-saving favor. Although he had compensated them with special energy stones, it was undeniable that the relationship with Lei Ming and his team had indeed become much closer since then. Ji Xian no longer hesitated and called Lei Ming directly to explain the situation. Whether to come or not was up to the team. However, if they called, they would have to pay Ji Xian a 20% introduction fee as per custom. Of course, this introduction fee was a one-time deal. If they went again, they would have no further ties with Ji Xian and his team. Lei Ming didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing on behalf of the team members. As previously mentioned, mercenaries' main source of income is commissions earned from missions, but since the onset of winter, their number of missions has inevitably decreased significantly. Life is difficult for everyone, so Lei Ming naturally wanted to seize this opportunity for them. Secrecy is paramount when it comes to finding a bargain. Not long after, Lei Ming and his team of 7 arrived at Chu Ci's location. To avoid attracting attention, they didn't drive directly out this time. Instead, they planned to send someone to rent an electric tricycle when they packed up in the afternoon. Most of the 7 people who came were known to Chu Ci, but there were 2 who looked completely unfamiliar. Lei Ming introduced them as new reserve members of our team. Chu Ci nodded. This showed how crucial it was to follow the right leader. Ji Xian had previously mentioned to her the dark side of the mercenary group, where many new recruits were targeted and exploited. Apparently, these 2 were still living quite comfortably. At least they could be brought along when the team went out to scavenge for scraps. Lei Ming pulled a large stack of bags from one of their baskets and handed them to Chu Ci. These are for you. High-strength woven bags. Use them to carry the ore back home. They'd be easy to carry and distinguish. Chu Ci looked down and noticed that the bags were tied with a red rope. The others also unwittingly pulled out bags from their backpacks, each with a different rope. After explaining the ropes, the others didn't waste any more time. After tying the ropes, they immediately began crawling forward along the snow cave. For concealment, all their ropes were hidden below the snow's surface. Even Ji Xian's rope had been relocated by Lei Ming. This way, unless someone came up close, it would be nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Without Chu Ci's intervention, one member of Lei Ming's team immediately placed a B-shaped surveillance camera on a large tree at the entrance, allowing them to easily monitor anyone approaching. As a last resort, they had no choice but to block the snow trail. Of course, they weren't so ruthless. While blocking the snow trail, they would also do their utmost to prevent it from collapsing. Of course, they wouldn't consider causing any damage. Chu Ci crawled along behind the others, and 15 minutes later, they finally reached the mineral collecting area she had been eagerly anticipating. This overwhelming wealth, here I come! Chapter 327. This area certainly didn't disappoint Chu Ci. Shortly after arriving, she already found 2 fist-sized crystals. Honestly, she was a bit overwhelmed, not even paying attention to the exposed hematite nearby. Chu Ci tossed the crystal into the basket, which contained a few strange minerals he couldn't even identify. He hoped to find a rare gemstone and strike it rich. But reality was cruel. The competition here was fierce. Even though there were only a few people, the landslide area was limited. There wasn't enough space for everyone to wander around. Furthermore, each of them had to pay a 20% introduction fee, so there was no chance anyone would go out of their way to give Chu Xi a break. Naturally, everyone was trying their best, each showing off their skills. After all, who doesn't dream of getting rich overnight? Chu Xi had once considered himself quite agile, but compared to these professionals, he was instantly crushed. After all, his equipment wasn't as good as theirs, nor was his vision. Even when he finally gained an advantage, his legs and feet weren't as nimble as theirs. Seeing the pre-ordered or just end up in someone else's backpack was incredibly frustrating. After a short stroll, Chu Xi returned dejectedly to continue digging. The exposed ore wasn't her thing anyway, so she could only shift her focus to the dirt beneath. To avoid attracting others, everyone moved with extreme caution. Even when digging for ore, they tried not to knock on the rocks embedded within. Chu Xi, picking at the dirt, took a moment to consider, then deliberately removed her gloves, lest she miss any hidden gems. Unfortunately, after digging a basketful of hematite ore, she didn't find what she was hoping for. The other's situation was similar, with little to show for it. Of course, that was just Chu Xi's opinion. Compared to mining, the fact that they could dig up so much hematite in less than half a day was truly remarkable. Hematite isn't expensive, but 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 point. This basketful should earn at least 40 points. With diligent mining, they could earn 100 points in a day, a very good chance. This reward is truly generous, comparable to the commission for a D-rank mission, but definitely much more lucrative. The biggest advantage isn't the safety of the mining environment, but the fact that it allows them to save a considerable amount on weapons and ammunition. This is no small sum. Remember, they usually have to use at least 1/3 of their earnings from each mission to cover losses. But now, all their income is net assets, which is quite impressive. Therefore, every member of the mercenary team cherished this opportunity, especially the 2 reserve members. As backups, they hadn't been on many official missions with the team, so their lives were extremely difficult, and they were already struggling financially. Naturally, they cherished this hard-earned opportunity even more. Their eyes had trained like searchlights, and they dug deep into the ground, determined not to miss a single piece of ore. Chu Xi couldn't compete with him. Feeling that this piece was almost finished, she picked up her shovel and headed up the hillside. Logically, the larger pieces of ore were more likely to appear further down the slope, but Chu Xi's target wasn't just hematite, but other ores, regardless of size, were also available. What if it was a precious associated mineral? Just like the piece she found in the mine the first time, it had already earned over 1,000 points. Just thinking about it made her feel so happy. Chu Xi dumped everything with an unusual appearance into her backpack. Not to mention, she actually found some beautiful rocks, like a crystal with red specks, and some green stones that didn't look like turquoise. Unfortunately, Chu Xi couldn't identify them, so she had to take them home to have Jixian test them. She bent over, pausing and digging, occasionally picking up rocks with her hands. Alas, the spot she'd chosen wasn't ideal. There were a lot of rocks underneath. To minimize the noise, everyone tacitly avoided the rocks embedded in the rocks. Grabbing her shovel, she moved on to the next spot. Before leaving, Chu Xi glanced down and spotted a small silver-gray rock in front of her. It looked unmistakably like the vanadium ore that had brought her first windfall. Chu Xi immediately bent down and picked it up. The moment her right hand touched the small rock, she felt a surge of energy, and her spirits perked up. The big catch she'd been craving, was finally in. Chapter 328. Chu Xi was overjoyed, but the sensation disappeared as soon as she picked it up. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the energy contained within was too small, not enough for her to absorb in one go? Not giving up, she repeated the previous process. As soon as she placed the small stone on the ground, the familiar feeling returned. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. It was the sensation coming from the ground. She carefully swept the dirt over there, and found a rock roughly a square meter in size underneath. Chu Xi reached out and tested it. It was indeed it, truly discharging. A treasure this size was beyond her expectations. She carefully dug around the surrounding dirt and gravel with a shovel. It looked like it contained just about a cubic meter of energy. This thing must have weighed at least 1,800 kilograms. Although Chu Xi was strong, it was still within a normal range. She felt she couldn't lift a 1,000-kilogram rock on her own. She called Jixian over, and they prepared to lift it together. As soon as they began working, they realized the reality was far different than they anticipated. The stone was surprisingly light, estimated to be less than 200 pounds. It looked as if it were hollow inside. Chusi immediately thought of her crystal cave. Could this be the same? Thinking of this possibility, she immediately drew her armor-piercing hammer from her waist and shone it into the top of the stone, creating a small hole. Sunlight filtered in, reflecting a faint purple hue. Chusi turned on the flashlight on her watch and peered inside. Sure enough, this one was also a purple crystal cave. Compared to the one at home, it possessed the same energy and was also amethyst, but this one was significantly larger, practically enough to be used as a water tank. Oh my god, Chusi was so beautiful. With this, her trip today was worthwhile. She donned gloves and carefully carried the amethyst cave to where everyone stored the ore. After a moment's thought, Chusi even took a red string from a sack and slipped it inside the cave to prevent anyone from taking advantage of her. After this haul, Chusi was reluctant to leave, wanting only to stay close to her treasure chest. After all, this was a powerful ore, and it was so large, its value was immeasurable. Finally, after much deliberation, she decided not to take the risk and simply wandered around. With this massive thing, she could completely relax and enjoy mining. She already had a luxurious BMW, so why would she need a bicycle? Chusi continued to wander around, even eating lunch without leaving her precious BMW. She endured another afternoon until Fu Bowen, under Lei Ming's orders, returned to rent a tricycle. They planned to leave later to minimize the risk of leaks. Fu Bowen was also ordered to return by 4:30, his primary responsibility being to avoid encountering the scavengers. In the afternoon, everyone generally began their return journey around 4 o'clock. Fu Bowen returned just in time, so he encountered 1 or 2 people along the way. This was unavoidable, as long as they didn't follow him back. The chances of discovering this place were very small. While Fu Bowen was away renting a car, they weren't idle either. Everyone had dug at least 2 baskets of ore, and they took advantage of this time to transport the ore back. No one rushed back and forth. The snow trail was relatively straight, so they simply sent some people back first, and then used ropes to drag the ore across. Because Chusi's crystal cave was larger, it was placed last to be transported to reduce the risk of the trail collapsing. Fortunately, despite its size, the crystal cave was relatively well proportioned. In some places, they barely brushed the edge, but in the end, they were pulled through without causing any permanent damage to the cave. After all the people and goods arrived safely, Fu Bowen's car also arrived. The others worked together to load the ore from the cave onto the car. By the time they were done, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Although this place was relatively close to the base, they didn't dare delay any longer and hurried back. For concealment, they even used treetops to sweep away the wheel tracks, just so they could come back tomorrow and dig all day. But unfortunately, when they arrived the next day, they found that a group of people had already passed by at the other end of the snow trail. A chilling feeling settled in their hearts, knowing that they had failed to hold on after yesterday's efforts. Actually, it's not their fault for not being attentive. As Fu Bowen was driving back, he happened upon a professional scammer who was tailing him. Seeing Fu Bowen drive by, his years of keen business acumen instantly recognized him as a major client. But he was alone at the time, and given Fu Bowen's size, the young man didn't dare to confront him directly. He simply released a small mechanical bee to follow him. Little did he know that he would uncover such a shocking secret. After everyone else had left, he piloted the mechanical bee across the snowy path and directly discovered the mudflats that had been swept away by the snow waves. Even after Chusi and his team had been digging all day, they still found a considerable amount of hematite ore. So what was there to wait for? The next morning, the group hurriedly set out. Chapter 329. As I said before, resources discovered in the wasteland don't belong to the discoverer. So, seeing her territory taken over, Chusi had no choice but to quickly join the mining team and dig up more ore. This group had originally wanted to come over and steal the ore, but Lei Ming wasn't a tough guy to mess with. Seeing a few of them trying to get close to Chusi, she was speechless. She was just a little skinny, so why would they always target her? The first young man approached, not daring to be too obvious. He simply wanted to take over Chusi's space and steal the ore she had spotted. Chusi was helpless. She had enough of this shit yesterday, but back then, everyone was just mobile crime, so she had nothing to say. Now that she already set up camp, someone was still coming to mess with her. Chusi stopped digging and said to the approaching young man, "Brother, taking advantage of anything will only hurt you." This completely threw the young man off. Chusi's reaction was so different from what he had expected. Was he forcing his composure? After all, it was not something he hadn't done before. Most of the time, he just timidly swallowed the loss. Even if he had someone to accompany him, he wouldn't dare offend so many people at once. And it seemed that even after he gotten this far, no one had come to his aid. Chu Ci probably wasn't particularly familiar with that group. Little did he know that the reputation of the masked girl had already spread like wildfire throughout the mercenary community. At first, everyone just followed her for fun, thinking she was just a ruthless villain. But after experiencing some things, they realized that Chu Ci was actually both brave and fierce. Although she could be a bit timid at times, it was undeniable that she was a formidable fighter in a critical moment. For example, fighting a mutated snake barehanded, not that most people could do it. Most importantly, they managed to pull it off. So, when they saw this warrior suddenly emerge from the enemy team, they were secretly delighted. After all, they only heard about previous victories from others, and nothing could compare to the sheer shock of witnessing them in person. So, let alone intervening, not even offering a little support was a gesture of respect for their brothers. Chu Ci was a bit worried. It wasn't her fault she couldn't grow tall. Did she have to grow into a gargantuan loli to be a deterrent? Will this thing ever end? She was genuinely angry, but the guy was just trying to annoy her. She wouldn't just beat him up, would she? If the fight escalated into a fight, would they still be able to mine today? Looking at a piece of hematite or not far away, Chu Ci thought to herself, this kid is really lucky. Trying to suppress her anger, she picked up her pickaxe and grabbed the still dazed young man. Come on, I show you how to crush a rock with my chest. Forget it, let's just do it. If you don't like it, I'll let you participate for free later. You act the chest, I crush the rock. As she spoke, she pulled the man right in front of a half-man-high slab of granite. Without giving him a chance to react, she swung the pickaxe and bang! The result was unexpected, something no one wanted to see. Chu Ci wasn't stupid. With her current skills, it was impossible for her to split such a large rock with just one pickaxe. Wouldn't that mean she discovered a crack? At the very least, she could smash the pickaxe completely in. That would be shocking, right? But the granite was only its foreskin. The pickaxe's impact immediately unleashed a resounding clang of metal, echoing for 3 days. Everyone was startled. They hadn't expected to lose themselves just to watch the fun. Now everyone was quiet, friends and foes alike, obediently focused on finding ore, completely devoid of any desire for trouble. The young man was filled with regret, but hindsight is always better than grass. Chu Ci's previous show of force had been effective. At least no one dared to challenge her. It was only the other party who suffered. Even their companions couldn't help but kick him as they passed by. Sometimes, a blind eye is an ailment. Everyone was bustling with activity, but Chu Ci was far calmer. It wasn't for any other reason, but mainly because she already made enough money yesterday, and she was someone who was content with what she had. Rather than being discovered, she feared someone might think the incessant banging had triggered another avalanche. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen, it was only moderately bad. Their two families weren't the only ones, with the little mechanical spiders. Before long, this feng shui gem was discovered again, and this time, with such a commotion, they couldn't even sneak past it. In the end, this place became a paradise for all the scavengers. Chu Ci continued to peel her stone with her pickaxe. Since things had already come to this, she decided to go for broke. For a while, the sound of banging echoed. Alas, this great harmony didn't last long, as the real big guys entered the scene. Chapter 330. It was rumored online that the man who had just entered the site was the unfortunate mine owner. Seeing his ore being dug up, he couldn't sit still. Unfortunately, even though he knew the ore belonged to him, it had been swept down by the avalanche and long since left his contracted land. He felt helpless and miserable. But he was incredibly powerful, with money, people, and equipment. He immediately deployed a bulldozer, excavator, and a large truck. The bulldozer led the way, while the two behind were the main force. Upon arriving at the site, they immediately got to work, regardless of location. They started shoveling dirt into the trucks one by one, starting from the front. Once one truck was full, the second would follow. Even before the second was full, the first was already back on standby. This fighting power was completely on a different level from the pickaxes. Their progress was swift. It wasn't long before they had finished moving the entire underground area. But that wasn't enough, so the trucks immediately began to advance to higher altitudes. Chu Ci hurriedly called out to everyone to roll the large rocks he had in mind to the side, so they wouldn't be shoveled away. The people ahead were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but there was nothing they could do. Even if they had the energy, they couldn't do anything. Those who were usually arrogant didn't dare to vent their anger on these giants. If they really angered them, even if they accidentally hit them, the consequences would be death or injury. They really couldn't afford to take the risk. Then this scene unfolded. A large group of people were chased around like grasshoppers by the three giants. They had already picked up almost all the ore on the surface yesterday, and even if they wanted to find some, they wouldn't be able to find much. They were just hammering here and there, looking around, not really gaining much, but the sense of participation was what mattered. The capitalists' efficiency couldn't be underestimated. Within half the morning, they had completely excavated the mudflats at the bottom of the hillside. Chu Xi looked over at where they passed, and saw they even dug up a thick layer of the original land. They absolutely didn't leave anyone any chance. It turns out that some things really shouldn't be done too drastically. Perhaps the bulldozer was using too much force, but it had actually opened up an underground river. Chu Xi knew there was one nearby, but he hadn't expected it to be so close. The rock layer surrounding the underground river cracked, and the water inside burst out with a roar. Then, the impact intensified, tearing the gap open in an instant. The rushing water toppled the excavator. The driver of the truck following closely behind reacted very prudently, immediately turning and heading towards the higher ground on the right. Thankfully, the scavengers were mostly above the excavator, so not many people were affected. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly began looking for shelter. It was only at the very end that someone remembered to rescue the man trapped in the excavator. But forget it, it had been so long, and there was no sign of the vehicle, let alone the people. Most fortunately, the water didn't flow directly toward the safe zone, but instead turned and rushed directly toward the mountain on the right. With a loud splash, a large mutant fish leaped out of the water and landed headfirst on the muddy ground nearby. Everyone was quicker to act, and someone immediately rushed forward to help, happily catching a moderately radioactive mutant fish. Everyone's eyes lit up. A rare opportunity, a rare treasure. Chu Xi also spotted a mutated prawn swimming towards them. Before she could even make a move, Ji Xian scooped it up from the water with his pickaxe. Chu Xi then immediately stepped in to finish it off. The two of them worked so seamlessly that even if anyone tried to take advantage, they couldn't. A check with her watch revealed a high level of radiation mutation, making it undible. But it was a shrimp with roe, so she could still try to hatch it. Thinking of the disastrous outcome last time, Chu Xi's face soured. But it didn't matter. This time, she had secured an oversized crystal cave, ensuring these little creatures a VIP birth experience. Chu Xi used her armor-breaking hammer to slowly break open the mutated prawn. She removed her gloves and felt around the carcass, but there was nothing there. She ultimately threw everything away, saving only the prawn head to hold the roe. The commotion was so intense that it soon alerted the base management. After all, the environment was still too dangerous. A large number of guards arrived and began to disperse the civilians. Many, with their knives sharpened, finally left the scene unwillingly. Chu Xi walked ahead, holding the shrimp head, while Ji Xian followed behind, pushing a large rock. A different scene, but equally eye-catching. The rock took up too much space, so since it was just an ordinary piece of hematite, Ji Xian simply wheeled it to Oldley to exchange for points. Chu Xi, carrying her little ones, returned home to prepare for a new round of hatching. Chapter 331. The incident of the underground river being opened was extremely serious and utterly devastating. Not only did it cause casualties, but it also washed away a significant portion of the road west of the base, creating numerous potential dangers for the base. This matter certainly couldn't be brushed aside lightly. The mine owner, who had been a victim of the incident to a certain extent, was now in dire straits. It said that not only did he lose a significant amount of points, but he was also arrested by the law enforcement team. Although his family rescued him within 2 days, this didn't make the middle-aged man happy. How could he be happy? With this one move, everything he had done was completely ruined, and half a lifetime of hard work had been wasted. He was utterly regretful. If there was anyone in the world who most hated the underground river being opened, it was definitely him. During the blizzard, the newly opened fishing spots in the mine were extremely profitable, and he was ready to make a killing. Now, the underground river had been opened, and the mutant fish and shrimp within had escaped. Now that everyone has a free hunting spot, where can he proceed with his plan? As he suspected, things turned out just as he anticipated. Even though the fish were denser at the fishing spot inside the mine, no one was willing to go there as long as he charged a small commission. But he wasn't a philanthropist. He wouldn't just give away resources for nothing. The big man also considered a shady plan. He had someone covertly place wire mesh across the gap in the dug underground river, hoping to slowly plug it. Unfortunately, With so many people waiting outside to catch fish, how could he possibly succeed? Not only was the wire mesh removed just in time, but the hole itself had been secretly enlarged. Now, there was truly no way to plug it. To make matters worse, with this profit, even fewer people were willing to work in the mines. It was truly a loss of both money and property. The mine owner was filled with regret. Thinking back on his decision, he almost wanted to slap himself in the face to wake him up. But it was too late now. Chu Xiai and Ji Xian had been staying home for the past 2 days. The area near the base's west gate had been flooded. Rumors had it that the owner of the mine was paying for a bridge to be built there. In the dead of winter, with everyone idle at home and nothing to do, many locals flocked to watch the fun. In fact, many scavengers were actually happy to see the underground river opened up. Winter wasn't convenient for them to go out and scavenge, given the harsh conditions and the increased ferocity of the mutant beasts. But this kind of thing, delivered to their doorstep, was another matter. Really? Hunting mutant fish and shrimp right out the door, then returning home straight away. Who would have dared to dream of such a good thing before? Even Chu Xi's family had found time to prepare 2 sets of fishing gear, waiting for the bridge to be repaired so they could go out and show off their skills. Over the past 2 days, the waterproofing layer of their canal had almost dried, and the two began the arduous task of fetching water. To avoid causing trouble for others, they only fetched 4 buckets a day, and then went back to clean up the bottom in the evening before the water truck got off work. After 5 days of hard work, they finally filled one of the 2 reservoirs. They discussed it, and decided that since the other reservoir wouldn't be used for a while, they simply left it alone. After 5 days, most of the foxtail grass on the second floor could finally be transplanted. Planting boards were laid, and individual foxtail grass plants were planted separately along the canal. Unfortunately, the snails hadn't arrived yet. Chu Xiai wondered if snails would appear on the riverbank outside after a while. Fearing the soil's fertility would be depleted, Ji Xian even bought several bottles of special nutrient solution. After disinfecting the soil and mixing it with the nutrient solution, he could begin transplanting the mutant sweet potato vines. It must be said that Ji Xian's change of heart regarding planting was truly profound. Even Chu Xiai had to give him a thumbs up. Keep in mind, plant nutrient solution isn't cheap, it's a slow-release fertilizer, costing 13 points per bottle. Ji Xian bought 5 bottles at once, something that would have been impossible before. Their previous planting campaign focused on the principle of feeling satisfied with the water. Now, those mutant plants can finally enjoy a proper meal. After the sweet potato vines were transplanted, the 2 of them finally had some free time. Ji Xian found some time to polish the parts he brought back, and Chu Xiai finally had time to process her shrimp roe. She had placed the mutant shrimp eggs in the large crystal cave the day they were brought back. After 4 or 5 days, they had hatched into tiny shrimp the size of tadpoles. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to test them. Chapter 332. Chu Xiai had been brimming with confidence, thinking the last test was just a fluke. But this test completely threw her off. These were the eggs from a whole shrimp, not a single one missing, and the water was pollution-free, edible. What the hell had happened? The test results were the same as last time. Hundreds of shrimp eggs, all highly mutated by radiation. What a waste of that super VIP luxury crystal palace. Even if they were hatching in the wild, there would be a few lucky ones, right? How could she be so unlucky? Chu Xiai rubbed her head in pain. Her luck couldn't be that bad. The problem with this high-end crystal palace? After all, she had used that energy-rich crystal cave to hatch the shrimp eggs last time, and they were completely wiped out. Including this time, that meant she failed twice. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Chu Xi's unyielding spirit took over. If it didn't work, she'd try again. She'd never admit it was her fault. Absolutely not. When the river at the village entrance finally opened for fishing, Chu Xiai immediately dragged Ji Xian out to catch shrimp again. Their hard work paid off. After a day of hard work, they finally caught another mutant shrimp. They even waited for 3 mutant fish just to catch it. The 3 mutant fish were all highly radioactive, but it wasn't all in vain. Chu Xiai even found 2 E-grade energy stones from them. Ji Xian removed the skin and teeth. The skin could be used to make armor, and the teeth could be used directly as weapons. While the mutant shrimp wasn't edible, it was at least female. Its biggest use today was to provide Chu Xiai with experimental material. After returning home, Chu Xiai wasted no time and immediately began tinkering with the shrimp eggs. This time, she had specially prepared a few more bamboo tubes, each holding just 20 shrimp eggs. This way, even the smallest semicircle of the crystal cave could fit them. There were 3 sets of experimental equipment in the energy stone crystal cave, 2 gourds, and 1 actual crystal cave. She prepared 7 remaining bamboo tubes, and the remaining shrimp eggs were placed in a large bucket for incubation. After the shrimp eggs were sorted and filled with standard, edible water, all that remained was patient waiting. It took only 3 days, which was quite exhausting for Chusi. Finally, on the 3rd day, when they had all transformed into tiny shrimp, barely able to swim, Chusi eagerly took them out for testing. Of course, to ensure survival, she decided to test the shrimp eggs in the large bucket in 2 days. Today, she would only test the shrimp in the tin containers. Chusi had been somewhat discouraged by the previous 2 attempts, so she decided to start with the ordinary bamboo tubes. As she stood in front of tube number 1, her palms were sweating from nervousness. She wiped them on her skirt, took a deep breath, and then scooped a small shrimp directly from the bucket. Jixian, watching from the side, was amused. "Don't worry. We're already very content with the harvest of mutant plants now. It doesn't matter whether we raise mutant shrimp or not." Chusi shook her head, but she didn't explain, because no one would understand this question. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation, edible. Huh? Chusi breathed a sigh of relief. With this good start, her expression instantly brightened. Low-level radiation mutation. It was enough to wash away her previous shame. She carefully placed the tiny shrimp into a bamboo bucket she pre-filled with water. Great, on to the second one. The first bucket had performed quite well. Of the 20 shrimp eggs, 4 met the radiation standards. That was a very high yield rate. She breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't her fault. The second bucket performed mediocrely, yielding only 2 moderately radioactive shrimp. The third bucket also yielded 2. Well, if there wasn't the first bucket for comparison, the probability wasn't bad at all. After testing 3 buckets in a row, Chusi had a rough idea of the situation. He quickened his pace. In a matter of seconds, all 7 bamboo buckets were tested, yielding a total of 17 shrimp. On average, each bucket yielded about 2.43 shrimp. Not bad, at least above average. Chusi nodded, mentally steeling himself, and slowly made his way to the VIP accommodations. The first place to test was the large crystal palace. To facilitate testing, she poured all 20 of the cuties into a wooden basin. After testing the first one, she said, "Ding! Highly mutated and irritated. Not recommended for consumption." She frowned, then calmed herself. After the second, she said, "Ding! Highly mutated and irritated. Not recommended for consumption." After the third, she said, "Ding! Highly mutated and irritated. Not recommended for consumption." The fourth, the fifth, and so on, the 20th, she said, "Ding! Highly mutated and irritated. Not recommended for consumption." Chusi couldn't help but curse. The first high-level VIP was completely wiped out. Jixian, standing by, raised an eyebrow in surprise. After all, even if the least produced bamboo tubes had only produced 1, not even 1 out of the 20 seemed quite normal. After confirming that the first clutch was complete, she had given up hope for the rest. It wasn't because she hadn't produced a single 1 out of the 20, but considering the previous test data, she hadn't produced a single 1 out of the hundreds. That was definitely due to the crystal cave. Sure enough, the first scoop also wiped out the entire army. She was actually calm now. Could it be that the energy stone only increased the possibility of mutation for ordinary mutant animals? Chapter 333. Chusi and Jixian had already given up hope for the second scoop of shrimp, but having come this far, they couldn't just sit there and wait for something to happen. What if something unexpected happened? The results of this round of testing had completely floored them. 20 mutated shrimp, all meeting the standard for moderate radiation mutation. This was completely off the charts. The effect would definitely be far more outrageous than complete annihilation. How could this be possible? A 100% yield rate. I never heard of that anywhere. Chusi swallowed and stuttered to Jixian, "Do you think it's possible?" "It's just a coincidence." Jixian wanted to categorically say it was impossible. Forget a 100% yield rate. Even a 40% yield rate would be the highest on the plantation. All the equipment and resources there were state-of-the-art, far from comparable to their humble team. So, in Jixian's opinion, even with Chusi's luck, the maximum return should have been around 50%, and that would have been quite impressive. But now, the shipment volume had reached 100%. Sure, that was simply outrageous. Honestly, upon hearing the test results, Jixian's first reaction was to suspect Chusi's watch was broken. He moved the stunned Chusi aside, and retested the 20 little creatures himself. The results were still devastating. He took a deep breath, his CPU going into overdrive. It seemed the biggest problem was still the energy crystal. Of course, there was also a very small chance that Chusi, the black koi, had become incredibly popular. But whatever the reason, their next task was to conduct as many experiments as possible to see if they could replicate today's peak moment. After formulating a general battle plan, their emotions gradually calmed down. After all, this was a major project, and there was no need to rush. After finishing the work at hand, Chusi released all 37 shrimp that met the radiation standards into the canal. Watching the shrimp clumsily swimming in the water, she couldn't help but laugh. It felt a bit like ill-fated fate. She had originally wanted to raise mutant shrimp, but when none of the shrimp that met the standards hatched, she had no choice but to turn to mutant snails. And finally, what a fate. With these 37 mutant shrimp, it was basically impossible to raise any other mutant animals in the canal. Otherwise, the density would be too high, leaving insufficient space for movement, and the foxtail grass at home wouldn't even be enough to keep up. Besides, there were some shrimp roe hatching in a large bucket in the bedroom that hadn't been tested yet. By then, the canal on the other side would probably have to be filled with water to raise the shrimp. Watching the tiny shrimp swim further and further away, Chusi finally realized belatedly that these were mutant animals. If these little creatures could successfully grow up, their flesh would definitely be edible. From this perspective, the cost-effectiveness seemed much better than that of mutant plants. Besides the shrimp meat, things like the shells, brains, and veins could be used to make fertilizer for the mutant plants. Could they eventually achieve fertilizer self-sufficiency? This thought was incredible. Chusi suddenly felt as if her business empire had expanded. Was she even daring enough to even dream of food freedom? Chapter 334. When Chusi entered the room cheerfully, she saw Jixian staring at the large crystal cave, occasionally marking it with a pen. Preparing to cut it open? She understood the need for more experimental materials, but she pointed to an area above the crystal cave and asked Jixian, "The area planned here is so small, it can't hold water, right?" Jixian nodded. "I planned a few of different sizes, just in time to test the minimum input." Chusi thought about it and realized that what they needed most right now was energy crystals, wasn't it? They were definitely more scarce than shrimp eggs, and they wouldn't be able to buy them anytime soon. After Jixian marked the stone, the two of them lifted the crystal cave onto the workbench and began cutting it. Of course, most of the area was similar to the two bald heads, with only about 1/5 being cut into smaller pieces. Chusi counted them, and the bald gourd had actually cut out a full 40. A rough count of the smaller ones revealed 20 cuts, but Chusi wasn't too optimistic about these little guys. The slightly larger pieces were fine, but the smallest ones at the end were only the size of a fingernail, looking like they were just cut to make up the numbers. She still understood the law of conservation of energy. Although Chusi didn't know the exact process of shrimp roe transformation, it was understandable that to reverse the radiation mutation during shrimp roe development, the energy crystal would have to expend a certain amount of energy to counteract it. According to the ratio of 1 gourd to 20 mutant shrimp eggs, this comparison surprised Chusi to discover that the smallest experimental specimens actually corresponded to 1 shrimp roe. She could only sigh impressive. Brother Xian really had a plan. Chusi's train of thought suddenly faltered, and she thought of a question. In that case, wouldn't this energy crystal be a consumable item? Jixian knew this was inevitable from the start, so as soon as he finished cutting the crystal holes, he immediately measured and recorded the energy in each crystal. He took out a notebook and recorded the initial energy values for all the crystals, including the 2 bald ones. Chusi knew at this moment that things had reached a point of no return. This guy was definitely expendable. There was a tinge of sadness. Was her newly begun dream of spring and autumn facing the dilemma of running out of fuel before it even started? After recording everything, Jixian arranged all the crystals in order. Due to the large number of crystals, he even brought out a bamboo rack. Fearing that only a single crystal hole would be effective, he specially marked the one that had produced 20 shrimp. Next, it was time to catch the shrimp. As if fate was against them, after 4 days, they had caught 3 mutant shrimp, but without exception, none of them contained any eggs. I finally managed to catch another one today, hooking my 4th shrimp. But when I pulled it up, there were still no eggs. Jixian sighed. If they were simply unlucky these past 2 days, it would be fine. But if these mutant shrimp were already past their breeding season, that would be a real problem. Chapter 335. After several days, they returned home disappointed. The two of them had been busy for a long time, but they still couldn't get any shrimp eggs. Chusi and Jixian had other things to do, and couldn't keep wasting their time on this. They had no choice but to take a long-term approach. Chu Si scratched his head. If that doesn't work, how about we get some snail eggs? They seem to have a longer ovulation period. Jixian thought about it, and decided that this was a possible solution. But even if they had snail eggs, they wouldn't be able to get them quickly. As of now, no mutant snails had been found on the riverbank outside. As for going down into the mine to catch them, that was even more unrealistic. The snow hadn't been cleared yet, and there might be criminals in the mine, so it would definitely be closed for a while. They couldn't get it even if they wanted to. They had tried desperately with the mutant fish eggs a few days ago, but the fish must have been fertilized in vitro. The eggs showed no signs of development. Alas, Chu Si sighed helplessly. There was nothing else to do. They could only wait until they could get the right eggs. After breakfast, Chu Si went upstairs, as usual, to check on the transplanted mutant sweet potatoes. He happened to see the fully grown ears of foxtail grass nearby. The first wave of that special foxtail grass had already yielded its caryopsis once, so it looked like the second wave would be ready soon. Unfortunately, the yield rate for the first batch of caryopsis seeds was only around 8%, far less than Chu Si had expected. It was so much less, it was unbearable. It felt like she had wasted her time. Even if she scavenged outside, the yield rate would be about the same, perhaps even higher. It felt like a huge loss. Jixian actually felt the same way, but he still felt a little guilty, fearing that this particular foxtail grass had been ruined by his unfortunate behavior. Of course, there was no need to speak of this, but since then, he had never touched the key surveillance target on the top floor again. Chu Si suddenly had an idea. Energy crystals could be used to change the production rate of mutant animals. So what about mutant plants? Would that have the same effect? She simply sat down, tapping the ground subconsciously. This should be possible, but mutant plants and mutant animals were different after all. In many ways, the two differed greatly. First, mutant plant seeds could be tested as soon as they were mature and picked. This meant that before planting, the radiation level of the seed was determined, and they would only plant seeds with medium or low radiation levels. Second, even if a mutant plant had high radiation levels when it first sprouted, it might still produce leaves that met edible standards. The situation with mutant animals is essentially the opposite. Before hatching, it's difficult to directly test mutant eggs, as this could easily damage the eggs and reduce the hatching rate. Therefore, only after successful hatching can they be graded. Furthermore, if a seedling starts out with high radiation levels, there's no way to reverse this. This is completely different from mutant plants. However, if a mutant seedling starts out with low to medium radiation levels and minimizes exposure to high radiation materials during its growth, its radiation level can be largely controlled. Chu Si sighed. It seemed like this mutant plant wouldn't need an energy crystal, since its seeds had been radiation monitored from the start. What if they could use it as a flower pot and plant a high radiation seed? Chu Si suddenly became interested. It seemed. It wasn't impossible, but using it as a flower pot would make the experiment much longer than they originally anticipated. Furthermore, the energy in the crystal was limited, and if it were all absorbed by a single plant, it wouldn't achieve much of the purpose of the experiment. The most important thing for them now was to quickly determine the optimal hatching plan. Everything else would have to be put on hold. And based on previous experience, the success rate of this experiment wasn't high. Just think about how many shrimp eggs had to be sacrificed to successfully hatch those 20 precious eggs. Most importantly, they didn't have many energy crystals, and the experimental materials were limited. Each one was extremely precious. She had to make sure she didn't waste them. Thinking of this, Chu Si became even more hesitant to act on her own. However, the mutant plant idea should be feasible. She could talk to Jixian about a strategy. Chu Si immediately stood up, determined to get started. She'd been feeling frustrated these past few days over the mutant shrimp eggs. Before leaving, Chu Si spotted a few plump ears of mugwort and snipped them off with scissors, taking them downstairs to find Jixian. Pushing open the living room door, Jixian was inside polishing parts. Looking up, Chu Si walked in, carrying 4 ears of mugwort. He paused. Are there more ripe ones? Chu Si nodded. The rest are almost ready. It'll only be a few days. Jixian nodded. Harvesting crops en masse wasn't the norm these days. Leaving them on the plants for even a day longer risked elevated radiation levels, so they usually cut each ear as it matured. Chu Si raised the stalk of wormwood in his hand, and said to Jixian, I come up with an idea. Can we use mutant plant seeds instead of mutant animal eggs for testing? It's just, I'm not sure what to do right now. After all, we can test radiation levels directly with seeds, so it doesn't seem like we need energy crystals. Ji Xian lowered his brow in thought for a moment, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. It seemed their previous thinking was rigid. Energy crystals could be used to hatch mutant animals, so why not mutant plants? Furthermore, germination tests on seeds with known mutation levels would yield much more reliable data than on mutant shrimp eggs with unknown mutation levels, and the results would be more reproducible. With this new idea, Ji Xian's mind instantly cleared up. He stood up, walked over to the machine control table, picked up a notebook casually placed on the table, and began to draft. Chapter 336. Ji Xian was busy planning his test plan, while Chu Ci stood quietly by and watched. Overall, Ji Xian's test plan wasn't complicated. It primarily involved testing combinations of various medium and highly radiated foxtail grass seeds. Perhaps to reduce the amount of seeds needed, he only planned 3 seeds per batch for testing. Group 1, 3 highly radiated mutant seeds. Group 2, 1 medium radiated mutant and 2 highly radiated mutant seeds. Group 3, 2 medium radiated mutants and 1 highly radiated mutant. Group 4, all 3 seeds were medium radiated mutants. Chu Ci now roughly understood Ji Xian's plan. She asked, "Are you testing the energy crystal's impact on the mutant seeds?" Ji Xian pondered for a moment, then circled 2 more areas on the paper before looking up to answer Chu Ci's question. Yes, but not entirely. There are only 2 possibilities for the energy crystal affecting the mutant shrimp's hatching rate. One is that it will do its best to eliminate the radiation levels of the shrimp roe, regardless of how high they are. However, based on the results of previous hatches, this possibility doesn't exist. Otherwise, all the shrimp wouldn't have been high radiation initially. Of course, another possibility is that the energy crystal releases its energy slowly, and the hatching time isn't enough to eliminate the radiation. But this assumption is definitely not valid because it has a crucial point that doesn't match. If we follow the above assumptions, the overall radiation levels of the mutant shrimp roe should be reduced, but there should still be significant individual differences, rather than the current one-size-fits-all approach of either high or low radiation. Chu Ci nodded. This certainly wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all solution. Furthermore, if it were as Ji Xian described, the energy crystal's function would have been discovered long ago. After all, its effect was practically identical to that of the special energy stone. The testing department would undoubtedly have conducted tests on the energy crystal in this regard. She glanced at Ji Xian's test combination and asked thoughtfully, "So you think it can adjust radiation levels within a certain range?" Ji Xian nodded. Based on the results, it certainly seems to be. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, his conviction growing stronger. Even if the energy crystal had some radiation-removing effect, it certainly wasn't its primary function. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many highly mutated shrimp hatched in the previous attempts. That was why he had devised this testing plan. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough low-radiation mutant seeds on hand. Otherwise, the test results would have been even more pronounced. Chu Ci nodded, understanding. She agreed with Ji Xian's testing plan. So let's not wait any longer and start testing. She wanted to get it done right away, so she discussed with Ji Xian, "How about we do a big test right away? That way, the test results will be more reliable. We have about 40 energy crystal blocks. Let's just test 10 groups and get it done in one go." Ji Xian looked up at Chu Ci, then after a moment reached out to touch the test data he had entered, and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure? One test requires 6 highly mutated seeds, and 6 moderately mutated seeds. If we test 10 groups at once, that would mean 60 moderately mutated seeds." Chu Ci looked down at the Inglis spike at her feet, thinking of the previous plant's disappointing 8% yield rate. She took a deep breath. She'd forgotten, we're not researchers with everything we need, we're still struggling to make ends meet. Now she suddenly saw a major flaw in Ji Xian's design. Based on previous experience, compared to its impressive yield, the energy crystal's greatest ability seemed to be to transform moderately radioactive shrimp eggs into highly radioactive ones. Doesn't that mean a large portion of the moderately irradiated seeds she sent out for testing are destined to go to waste? Lan shou, shiitake mushrooms. Chu Ci sighed. No wonder so few serious farmers try hybridization or anything like that. They really can't bear to waste their own food, alas. She wanted to eat ready-made food. But unfortunately she couldn't. Chu Ci closed her eyes, mentally trying to recall those 20 shrimps. Finally, she gritted her teeth and decided, test 5 groups at most. Yeah, 3 groups is fine. 5 groups would mean 30 moderately irradiated foxtail grass seeds. 3 groups would mean 18. So, it seems 3 groups are indeed a good idea. Ji Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the clusters of walnuts from the ground, pulled Chu Si over, and said, "Let's go and see how many seeds we can test and meet the standards." He thought to himself, if the shipping yield of these walnuts was only 8%, then getting 30 would be a problem, so there was no need to choose at all. Chu Si had obviously thought of this, and her face turned a little green. She had thought her family was already quite wealthy, but now, a wave of experiments had brought them back to square one. Placing the clusters of walnuts on the table, they had just sat down when Ji Xian suddenly stood up. Chu Si looked up in confusion. At that moment, she thought she faintly heard a child crying. Her brows furrowed slightly. It was strange. Their house was in a special location, and they usually didn't hear much noise. Why was there a baby crying? And the sound was getting louder and louder. It seemed like there was more than one, and the voices were rising and falling. Now, not to mention Ji Xian, even Chu Si knew something was wrong. What child could cry so loudly and deafeningly? Wasn't this almost like the roar of an animal? But they were at the base. Chapter 337. Not long after the strange cries began, Chu Si heard the alarm sound in the safe zone. It was barely dusk, and many people were still walking around the base. As soon as the alarm sounded, the crowd began to panic, each running towards their homes. Those far away would find shelter in nearby buildings. In contrast, well-trained teams quickly gathered towards the west gate. Ji Xian stood in the attic, frowning at the west gate. Chu Si followed suit and climbed up the bamboo ladder. From a distance, she could see the layers of electric fences and some unfamiliar roadblocks. Watching the guards quickly gather and set up weapons along the defense line, she took a deep breath. It looked like the situation was serious. Chu Si couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Were mutant animals about to invade? Their home was so close to the battlefield, they would definitely be the first to suffer. She nervously asked Ji Xian, "Do you know what mutant animal it is?" Ji Xian nodded, his face grim. "It's probably a mutant giant salamander." Chu Si, mutated giant salamander, giant salamander? So, the voices just now seemed to match. She paused for a moment. Chu Si didn't know much about these creatures. She had only seen them in an aquarium before, and thought they were colorful and cute. She hadn't expected them to dominate the wasteland. Judging by the defenses at the base, she felt a sense of impending disaster. It seemed these creatures were quite lethal. No, she tapped her forehead. It had looked interesting before, and she even asked the shopkeeper about it. It didn't seem particularly aggressive, and it didn't have any teeth. This? A toothless giant? Add to that its soft, adorable appearance, its bouncy, macaron-colored skin, and its furry cheeks, and Chu Si suddenly felt less fearful. Of course, she wouldn't dare underestimate it, but thinking about it did help alleviate some of the pressure. At least if she had to escape, she wouldn't feel weak in the knees. But soon, her newly relieved fear was lifted again. Outside the west gate, a massive, dark figure appeared. Chu Si pointed at it and asked Ji Xian in disbelief, "Is this called a giant salamander?" This was completely different from what she imagined. Without Ji Xian even saying a word, the giant creature's cry confirmed its identity. Surprisingly, it truly was a giant salamander. From a distance, Chu Si couldn't quite gauge its size. He simply thought it was hideously ugly, its skin covered in wrinkles and spots, its body raked with rashes, and its exterior covered in a thick layer of mucus, making it incredibly unpleasant to look at. As the mutated giant salamander approached, Chu Si, using the heights of the guards as a guide, was finally able to roughly gauge the size of the giant creature in front of him. It must have been at least 17 or 20 meters long, and its massive head was probably around 4 meters wide. With its mouth open, it could eat anything, whether someone entered horizontally or vertically, without slowing down its speed. So why would it even have teeth? Suddenly, Chu Si let out a startled cry as several more mutant giant salamanders appeared behind this one. Could there be more than one? Ji Xian grabbed Chu Si and said, "Let's go. Let's quickly move to the east side of the safe zone. Hasn't the battle even started yet?" Why is he so pessimistic about the current situation? Although Chu Si was filled with questions, she also knew the urgency of the situation. She quickly climbed the ladder and descended, while Ji Xian jumped directly from the second floor into the courtyard and quickly ran to the bedroom. Their family's energy stones were all stored in a cloth bag. This item was Chu Si's amulet and the most important currency in circulation, so it was a must. Ji Xian tucked the energy stone into his arms, then grabbed the crossbow and armor-piercing hammer they had placed by the bed and rushed out. Just then, Chu Si had just jumped down from the last few bamboo ladders. As he landed, Ji Xian grabbed him and hurriedly pulled him out the door. The sound of "wow" grew louder and louder. Chu Si looked back in horror and saw that the giant salamanders had actually broken through the defenses. How could it be possible? Chu Si was shocked. The electric net seemed to have no effect on him at all. Layers of defense had been completely overwhelmed by a single mutant giant salamander. A dense clatter of wood could be heard from behind. Ji Xian pulled people forward and warned, "Focus. Run." Chu Si nodded hurriedly, equipped his crossbow as he ran, then took the armor-piercing hammer from Ji Xian and slung it around his waist. Most people were still sheltering in their homes. Aside from the groups of guards rushing to support them, there were almost no other passers-by on the road. It wasn't long before Chu Si realized how correct Ji Xian's decision had been. After these giant creatures entered, they actually attacked the residents inside the building. Chu Si took a sneaky glance back as she turned a corner, and saw a mutant giant salamander had actually scrambled through the wall and into the building. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected these giant creatures to be so powerful. The image of a mutant giant salamander opening its mouth and biting flashed through her mind, and all that remained was a mouthful of tiny, gleaming silver teeth. These creatures actually had teeth, and they looked incredibly sharp, like tiny razors. Apparently, these giant salamanders weren't the same species she imagined. Chu Si was terribly anxious. No wonder the base was taking them so seriously. With the giant salamander's strength, it had completely overwhelmed all defenses. And the attacks from the wooden cannons barely scratched the flesh, forcing the bullets to rest in the fat layer. To the mutant giant salamanders, these seemed like special medals of honor. Anesthetics and the like were even more ridiculous. They couldn't even penetrate the slime layer. Finally, the first building collapsed, and people in the surrounding houses began to burst the pressure and fled, one after another, heading towards East City. The streets suddenly became crowded. Ji Xian frowned and looked back. Several mutant giant salamanders were already sprinting towards him. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Chu Si, and took a side road, heading straight in. Chapter 338. This was also a residential area. Suddenly Ji Xian saw the shadow of a clump of prickly lettuce reflected in the window of a house on the first floor. He hurriedly pulled Chu Si in that direction. Standing outside the glass window, he shattered it with an elbow, reached through the safety railing, and pulled out a few prickly lettuce leaves. Not caring about the thorns that pricked his hands, Ji Xian immediately grabbed the armor-piercing hammer from Chu Si's waist as soon as the leaves were free. After a few blows, thick green juice flowed out. He quickly covered the two of them with the prickly lettuce juice, then immediately pulled Chu Si away. They tried to stay separate from the main group along the way, and Ji Xian led Chu Si along a small path towards the East City district. Gradually, they finally distanced themselves from the mutant giant salamanders, allowing them to catch their breath. Watching the mutant giant salamanders battle among the crowd, Chu Si couldn't help but frown. Why doesn't the base use those high-damage weapons? Take, for example, the rockets they used to target the mutant birds. Even the powerful giant salamanders couldn't withstand a volley of that kind of fire. But unfortunately, the guards had only been firing with ordinary wooden cannons, and those wounds barely harmed the mutant giant salamanders. What's the point? It's already devouring every bite of its prey. Ji Xian sighed. The base naturally wanted to use those high-damage weapons, but unfortunately, they couldn't because it would destroy the base's most valuable protective shield, causing incalculable damage. Compared to the two, it's better to lose something else. Bang! Finally, a giant salamander collapsed with a thud. The others, startled, some feeling they'd eaten enough, slowly began to retreat from the base. Some made it safely out, while others collapsed along the way. Chu Si's expression brightened. What's going on? Didn't they say the anesthetic wasn't working? Ji Xian nodded, then shook his head. It's not that it's not working, it's that it's having a hard time being effective. With bows and crossbows like ours, the thick mucus on the giant salamander's body makes it difficult for the arrows to penetrate. And the range of the moot song is only enough to hit the fat layer, so the drug's effect will definitely take much longer than usual. And now, we're in the second situation. It was precisely the right time, so these mutant giant salamanders began to collapse one after another. This was the dual effect of the drug dosage and the timing, both of which were essential. Sure enough, the alarm sounded soon after. It seemed that the invading giant salamanders had been completely eliminated. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against Ji Xian's shoulder. Are we going back now? Honestly, she'd been so preoccupied with escaping before, but now that she recovered, she began to worry about the safety of her house. After all, it was their little home, their hope, built with so much effort. But the problem wasn't that serious. The house was theirs, after all. Even if it collapsed, they could just rebuild it. Chu Si suddenly slapped her forehead and anxiously said to Ji Xian, "Oh no! Your royal jelly's still in there." This was Ji Xian's life. If it got damaged or eaten by a mutated giant salamander, they'd be terribly regretful. Chu Xi silently blamed herself for being so careless, forgetting such an important matter. Ji Xian, however, was much calmer. Royal jelly was so important, he already made a metal box and stored it in a secret compartment underground. Even if a giant salamander flattened their house, his royal jelly would be safe. It was difficult to discuss this matter outside, so Ji Xian could only offer some reassurance. "It's okay, trust me. Besides, there's no one home, so the chances of attracting mutant giant salamanders are slim. Their vision isn't very good, but their sense of smell and hearing are very keen. Even if they did enter our residential area, they usually target the apartment buildings on either side." The two of them slowly walked back, and upon closer inspection, they saw that, as Ji Xian had described, their proximity to the West City Gate had proven particularly severe. Buildings in the rows ahead and behind had collapsed, but their home wasn't among them. Chapter 339. Many buildings around their home were destroyed, and the few that survived also suffered varying degrees of damage. It seemed that only their humble little house had escaped unscathed. But Chu Xi felt uneasy. She felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. It turned out that even in the safe zone, their safety was still uncertain. Even a few random mutant beasts could easily destroy everything they cherished, like their house, their vegetable garden. Those roots they had so carefully planted turned out to be so fragile, as if they could vanish into thin air at any moment, whether by natural or man-made disasters. The sounds of wailing for help filled her ears. Some struggled to dig bricks, while others stood there dumbly, watching their former home reduced to ruin. Most of the guard security forces were still deployed to defend against the mutated giant salamanders lurking outside the safe zone. Furthermore, the vast area affected meant that rescue efforts were slow to arrive. Chu Xi wanted to run over to help, just like she had during the snowstorm rescue, but this time she was truly exhausted. Even if she managed to rescue them, how many more days would they survive? The fire in her heart seemed to suddenly die. This was the Wasteland, a place that had resurfaced over and over again. The harsh environment, the scarcity of food, the natural disasters, the man-made calamities, the multitude of them. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall. Chu Xi reached out, catching these devil spirits that the Wastelanders shunned. Tears suddenly flowed. She truly missed home. She had tried so hard. But it wouldn't work, it really couldn't. She was about to collapse. It only takes a moment for an adult to collapse. When Ji Xian unlocked the electronic lock on the door and looked back, he saw her already crouched on the ground, sobbing. My goodness, she was crying so hard tears, and snot all over her face. Ji Xian paused and looked back at their house. It hadn't collapsed, so why was Chu Xi crying so miserably? Could it be that she accidentally lost the energy stone she'd been stuffing into her while running? Hey, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. He took out the bag of energy stones from his arms, and bent down to hand it to Chu Xi. Ji Xian reached out, and rubbed the top of her head. Sweetie, stop crying. Look, there are still so many. It's not surprising that Ji Xian couldn't think of the reason. They've seen this kind of thing many times. In Ji Xian's opinion, it was at most a special case that wasn't that special, probably not even as severe as the hailstorm they encountered. Chu Xi had experienced many dangers outside, and was always very tough. He didn't consider Chu Xi to be frightened and collapsed. After all, his Chu Xi was known for being a tiger. Who would have thought he could be so fragile? Chu Xi cried loudly, looking up at Ji Xian. This was it. She had gone through so much trouble to get here, and she was so unlucky. This was the only thing that had any chance of winning, and they wouldn't let her touch it anymore. The thought made her cry even harder. She casually took the bag in her hand. Chu Xi lowered her head, opened it, and immediately covered it with her hands. What are you doing? Even if we get to the door, we're still outside. She rubbed her face haphazardly, then immediately pulled him inside. Why are you so careless? What if someone's targeting us? Ji Xian raised a brow, showing his vigilance. It didn't seem to be about the energy stone, so what was going on? Chu Xi recounted his story in fragments, and Ji Xian nodded in understanding. He brushed aside the irrational comments about himself, finally grasping the key points and comforting Chu Xi. Okay, don't cry. Because of the suddenness of the situation today, the guards weren't able to contain the battlefield outside the base. But those mutant giant salamanders won't be around for many more days. The base should be sending out to clear them out tomorrow morning. Moreover, after such a major incident, the defense and surveillance at the west gate will definitely be strengthened. This might even be a good thing for us. Besides, Even if we take a step back, we only have this small bungalow. Even if it gets demolished, we have the title deed and can still rebuild. There's no need to worry. Ji Xian wet a towel with warm water and handed it to Chu Ci to wipe his face. Are you still sad? How about I show you the base's people hunting giant salamanders tomorrow? Chu Ci's ears perked up instantly. Great. She wanted to see a counterattack. She needed a one-sided battle to recharge, but the lethality of these mutated giant salamanders was truly terrifying. She was a little unsure. Can we really win? After all, it seemed that these giant salamanders were formidable, both in defense and attack. Ji Xian curled his lips into a smile. Of course. Tomorrow, I show you the base's high-end combat capabilities. Just as Ji Xian finished speaking, a beeping sound came from their watches. Chu Ci looked down and saw an announcement about relocating residents to temporary resettlement sites. The information was clearly distributed by region. Ji Xian frowned, as it clearly stated that everyone receiving the notice needed to be temporarily relocated to the temporary resettlement sites, not just those whose homes were damaged. It seemed the situation was worse than he had imagined. Chapter 340. The reality was far worse than Ji Xian had imagined. The base had discovered a large number of adult mutant giant salamanders gathering in the river outside. These mutant animals usually live solitary, but unfortunately, they seemed to have used the newly opened river as a breeding ground. This was quite devastating. Although adult giant salamanders returned to their respective habitats after hatching, this place had undoubtedly become a paradise for the young ones. Though they were young, their size was definitely not small, and with their sharp teeth, they were definitely not for the average person to handle. Even worse, wouldn't this mean that they would have to fight these giants every year? While the mutant giant salamanders would certainly be no match for the base in a real fight, the high-tech weapons they produced were very expensive, which would undoubtedly significantly increase the base's financial burden. Ji Xian also anticipated that the area outside might have been used as a breeding ground by these mutant giant salamanders, but he was significantly conservative in his estimate of the number. Chu Ci listened to Ji Xian's analysis and wondered, can we divert the flow and then poison the water therein? That way, both the eggs and the adults would be eliminated in one fell swoop. Ji Xian shook his head and sighed. The idea was somewhat feasible, but it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to implement, and would be difficult to control. Judging from the amount of water flowing out, the underground river section they dug through is probably a main artery or a major tributary. Intercepting it would be extremely difficult. Even if they were to block the river with blasting or some other means, these mutant giant salamanders are still mobile and could open up the river on their own. If contaminated water were to flow into the underground river circulation system, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Ci pursed her lips. Looks like we have to fight it out. Let's go out tomorrow and see what happens. Alas, she felt a little downcast. She only lived in her new home for a few days, and already she had to move out again. Ji Xian noticed Chu Ci's reluctance and pulled her closer, comforting her. It's okay. Just wait until their breeding season is over. Besides, the information also said that mutant giant salamanders rest during the day and are active at night. We can still go home during the day, but we have to stay at the temporary shelter in the East District to rest at night. Chu Ci nodded. This way, at least they could find time to care for the mutant plants and animals at home. Besides, the temporary shelter was definitely not as safe as their own home. They could come back every day for meals, and just bring the necessary supplies. Alright. Ji Xian rubbed Chu Ci's head. Let's start packing. We go to Old Lee's, and buy a windproof tent later. We're too late to make one right now. Chu Ci nodded, packing his bedding, then asked, puzzled, do we have to prepare the tent ourselves? Ji Xian nodded. They had to prepare everything they could. After packing, the two of them set out separately, not wanting to leave their weapons behind. It wasn't a safe place out there. This time, having more time, Ji Xian deliberately placed most of the energy stones into the metal box containing his royal jelly, then carefully placed it in a hidden compartment underground. They only kept 2 stones for emergencies. The two, having just returned, stayed home for a short while before rushing out again, carrying their belongings. Many people were already on the road, carrying their luggage, heading towards the East District. Considering the cold weather outside, Chu Ci and Ji Xian had packed 2 thick quilts. Although they were being frugal, they still stood out in the crowd. Fortunately, the main force soon caught up, and Chu Ci and his group were quickly outnumbered. Especially those who had lost their homes, and were desperately trying to carry even the smallest pots and pans with them. The two of them wandered around, and finally found Old Lee's place. They were surprised by the number of people buying tents there, and Chu Si and his group had to rely on connections to secure a windproof tent. Only when they arrived did Chu Si realize how sound Ji Xian's decision had been. The so-called temporary shelter assigned to them by the base turned out to be just a large, bare square. When they arrived, it was already packed with people. This was inside the base, after all, and there were many wealthy families, so most had their own tents. Of course, some were just out in the open air, but alas, the cold wind was unavoidable, and to make matters worse, it was snowing outside. Some people were suffering. Ji Xian found a spot at the very edge, and set up the tent himself. Chu Si crawled in and folded their bedding together. Warmth was naturally the priority, and since the tent was small to begin with, she didn't have much room to move around. It was obvious that many people were awake tonight, and many stayed out chatting until late. Chu Si and Ji Xian lay in bed, quietly listening to the howling wind and the noisy conversations around them. Chu Si wasn't sleepy either. She asked Ji Xian, "Are there any safe zones that aren't attacked by mutant beasts?" Ji Xian nodded. "Of course there are. Almost all large safe zones are relatively safe. They have a military buffer zone. Even if a mutant beast suddenly attacks, they're unlikely to reach residential areas." Chu Si turned immediately. "How much is it per square meter?" Ji Xian, This scene seemed familiar. Chapter 341. Chu Si once again showed interest in buying a house, which caught Ji Xian somewhat off guard and left him feeling lost. After all, in his opinion, their ability to purchase their current property was a stroke of luck that was unlikely to happen again. Furthermore, the housing prices in large security zones were far superior to those here. Aside from the local residents, it would be incredibly difficult for ordinary people like them to afford one. Chu Si saw Ji Xian's indescribable expression and understood. It was nothing. She was used to setbacks. It seemed the road ahead was long and arduous. With our talents, we probably wouldn't be able to catch up even with a single drop of water. She rolled over lazily, thinking, let's just let this go. In reality, Chu Si had a pretty good idea. She probably thought her words would make Ji Xian feel like someone in a small county, with a huge sum of 300,000 yuan preparing to buy an apartment in Shenzhen. It was a good idea, but it was destined to remain just that. After a good cry today, the negative emotions she'd been holding back had almost dissipated. Listening to the patter of snowflakes hitting the tent, she slowly began to feel sleepy. She yawned, snuggling into Ji Xian's arms. Just as she was about to find a good position for sleep, a question suddenly occurred to her. Given the current situation, can we still leave the base tomorrow to watch the hunt for the mutant giant salamander? Ji Xian paused. The situation outside was unclear, and they were still living in a temporary shelter. If they left, they would have to take everything with them. When they returned, where would they be? You have to know that most of the people who arrived later had brought a pile of pots and pans, but the space they took up was less than half the size of their tent. The stuff was piled so high that there was almost no room for anyone. Besides, given the current level of attention the base was paying to them, there must be a lot of mutant giant salamanders out there. It was likely that the base would restrict personnel from leaving the west gate to avoid unnecessary conflict with the mutant giant salamanders. Besides, the danger outside was far greater than they had initially anticipated. There was really no need to wade into this mess. The words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, but Ji Xian looked down and saw Chu Si's radiant eyes. After a moment's thought, he raised his watch and made a voice call to Fu Bowen. Chu Si was startled. He guessed quickly that Ji Xian wanted to inquire about the situation outside. But it was almost midnight, and people might have gone to bed early. Their situation was not a big deal, so there was no need to disturb them at this hour. She hurriedly grabbed Ji Xian's wrist and immediately tried to hang up the outgoing voice call, saying anxiously, "What are you doing? It's not particularly urgent. It's the same if we ask tomorrow." Before she could finish, Fu Bowen had already picked up the phone. His voice didn't sound distressed at all. Instead, the background noise was quite lively, with the occasional sound of people running around. "Boss, I was just looking for you. There was an attack in the West District tonight. Your house." Ji Xian, "It's okay. Chu Si and I are fine. The house is fine too. Nothing's wrong." Fu Bowen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good, that's good. Nothing's wrong, that's good." His tone instantly lightened. "Boss, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ji Xian thought for a moment, and then spoke directly. "Do you have a mission to hunt mutant giant salamanders tomorrow?" "Yes, everyone's packing up their equipment right now. This isn't a particularly secret mission, so there's nothing to worry about. In fact, Most of the mercenary groups at the base should have received the mission by now, so there's no need for them to keep it secret. Jixian asked, which group? Fu Bowen, the third group. This time, the base guards are leading the charge. The serious mercenaries are the second wave, and our tomorrow mercenaries will be the third. Jixian nodded and stated his intention directly. If regulations permit, please update us on the front lines. Fu Bowen immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, it's not a big deal, but I heard the situation outside isn't looking good. We have to wait and see tomorrow. The two chatted for a while, and when the call ended, Jixian realized Chu Ci had fallen asleep on his shoulder. He reached out to turn off the tent ceiling light, then cuddled her and fell asleep. Chapter 342. Just moments after falling asleep, Chu Ci and Jixian were awakened by Bowen's video call. What time is it? Chu Ci, still a little dazed, checked her watch. It was only 3:30. She couldn't help but wonder, why so early? Did they start a fight? Seeing it was a video call, Chu Ci's expression immediately grew serious. A video call at this hour must be something extremely urgent or serious. Jixian had naturally thought of this, so as soon as Chu Ci put on her coat, he quickly answered the call. As soon as the screen cut to Fu Bowen's face, he immediately signaled to mute them both. Jixian nodded, and the screen shifted to focus on a projection playing on a stone wall. Chu Ci was momentarily dazed. The image was filled with nothing but darkness, a pitch-black tunnel, and she couldn't make out anything. Suddenly, the black rocks below moved, and Chu Ci realized that these dark lumps were actually the heads or backs of mutant giant salamanders. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. The image was filled with these black rocks, and the detection equipment had already flown a considerable distance, but there was still no end in sight. Jixian's expression was also very gloomy. After watching for a while, he reached out and tapped his watch twice. Fu Bowen immediately and quietly left the projection area and found a secluded spot to report the situation to Jixian. Boss, what I just showed you is what the detector found after entering the underground river. A rough estimate is that there are no fewer than 700 mutant giant salamanders gathered here. Fortunately, most of them only live in the underground river, with only a very small number swimming out through the gap and entering the new river channel outside the west gate. Chu Ci gasped. 700? Oh my god, there are so many. What's the point of playing? Yesterday, no more than 10 mutant giant salamanders broke into the base, and they already turned it upside down. Haha, 700? Everyone should just pack up and get out of here, so as not to disturb the giant salamanders' romances. Jixian didn't waste any words and asked directly, what's the battle plan at the base? Fu Bowen sighed. Initially, they hadn't realized there were so many mutant giant salamanders. They originally planned to lure them out and kill them later. Now, they were just hoping they hadn't noticed this gap. He shook his head helplessly. There's no clear battle plan yet, but there's one point of consensus. We must not alert the mutated giant salamanders in the underground river. Almost half agree that we should first block the gap in the river with sandbags, but how effective that will be is uncertain. And there's no telling if throwing sandbags will lure some of the mutated salamanders in. Jixian lowered his head and rubbed his brow. He figured the plan was 80% doomed. The gap in the underground river wasn't originally that big. It had only been damaged by the mine owner's netting and some man-made damage. Add to that the rock the mutated giant salamanders had dug up when they emerged, and the gap in the river was now at least 7 or 8 meters wide. How could the current be so turbulent? How could it be so easily blocked? Even though they knew it wasn't a good idea, the proposal was ultimately passed. There was no other solution. For fear of causing too much noise, they started to act in batches. 3 teams lured the mutated giant salamanders that had already swam out of the underground river to move farther away, and then used silenced weapons to kill them. Most of the remaining troops remained stationed near the breach, ready for battle. As the massive base began to operate, it wasn't long before bags of sealed sand and soil were being transported in. Even with the utmost caution, the sound of the sandbags dropping into the water had already attracted 8 mutant giant salamanders. Everyone coordinated seamlessly, and as soon as a mutant emerged from its burrow, a squad would immediately arrive to steer it away. Finally, the breach was successfully sealed. Daylight dawned, and the river gradually calmed. No wonder it had seemed the mutant fish and shrimp in the river had dwindled. Now it seemed they had all been devoured by these giants. Giant salamanders typically rest during the day and hunt at night. The daytime calm wasn't a final victory. Everyone awaited the evening inspection. One team remained to watch the breach in the underground river, while the others returned to the west gate and began setting up defenses. No matter what, we had to prepare for the worst. Everyone waited anxiously for nightfall, but just as dusk fell, bad news arrived from the cave entrance. The sandbags, which had been so painstakingly filled, had been torn apart by the mutant giant salamanders. Ji Xian let out a deep breath. This had been anticipated. It certainly wouldn't be so easy to resolve, especially since mutant giant salamanders naturally seek out caves. Especially during the breeding season, caves are limited. Those who haven't found a good nesting place will inevitably scratch around in these naturally occurring crevices to see what's going on. Now it remained to be seen how many giant salamanders would flee. Wow! Wow! The cries continued, drawing many of the giant salamanders still inside. Watching the giant salamanders file out, everyone's heart sank. What should they do? How could they stop them from approaching the base? Chapter 343. The base has reached a critical juncture, and ordinary citizens have a right to know. Chu Ci and his companions no longer need to video chat with Fu Bowen to obtain intelligence from the front line. Dedicated personnel have been assigned to the temporary settlement to handle this task. A huge projection of the front line appeared on the base's protective wall. The sandbag wall collapsed, and a wave of nearly 40 mutated giant salamanders rushed out. Many people were horrified by the scene, and after a while, desperate cries were heard. Most of them were ordinary factory workers at the base, their family fortunes tied up in their homes for generations. If only their homes collapsed after they were rebuilt, they would only need to pay a maintenance fee based on their ownership rights to continue living in the safe zone. But what if the base collapsed? Where would they go? Chu Ci's scalp was numb with shock. She clutched Ji Xian's arm tightly, her lips trembling unconsciously. Huh? Is everything going to be destroyed? This was their first true home. The vegetable garden was just getting back on track, and the shrimp fry in the canal were no bigger than a thumb. The energy crystal tests hadn't even come out yet. No, Chu Ci took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to give up. As long as people were still alive, there was still a chance. She suppressed her fear and immediately pulled Ji Xian back to the tent. After carefully closing the door, she whispered to Ji Xian, "Should we go home now and pack up the royal jelly, energy stones, and food?" Ji Xian pursed his lips. It wasn't the worst yet, but they did need to stockpile some supplies outside. After all, their home was too close to the battlefield and could easily be affected. Ji Xian nodded and patted Chu Ci's head. The base can still handle the current situation, but for safety's sake, we do need to stock up on supplies. So, I go back and get some, and you stay here to guard the tent, okay? Chu Ci nodded. Now that the situation was imminent, she wasn't quite so scared anymore. Ji Xian pulled her into his arms and kissed the top of her head. Don't be afraid. Even if the base falls, I can get you to another base. Chu Ci nodded heavily. We buy a bigger house later. Ji Xian had no idea what Chu Ci was thinking. Time was running out, so he grabbed his backpack and hurried out of the tent, heading home. Many people were heading home to pack their belongings. Soon, nearly half the people at the temporary shelter had disappeared. Chu Ci walked outside the tent and gazed at the huge projection screen in the distance. The battle outside had already reached a fever pitch. The combined efforts of several teams to siege a single mutant giant salamander were highly effective. Of course, there were also instances where a single giant salamander had decimated several teams. Although the humans had suffered numerous casualties, the situation was relatively under control. As Ji Xian had said, they hadn't been pushed to their limit yet. Of course, they were now at the brink of collapse. Thankfully, these mutant giant salamanders were burrowing creatures, so there were probably only about 60 of them out to watch the action. As long as they stopped coming out in large numbers, the base would be able to recover. But to the mutant giant salamanders, humans are just bait, like the relationship between anteaters and termites. What anteater could resist the temptation of an anthill nearby, especially with such a large concentration of mutant giant salamanders in the river? Once their food supply is nearly depleted, the humans will be unable to escape. The team set out to kill the mutant giant salamanders has been fighting for a full day. Not only are they exhausted, but they also need to restock their weapons and ammunition. But most of the base's combat forces have already been deployed. Where can they find replacements? Ordinary people? Honestly, they're not enough to cause trouble. They just think the bait isn't strong enough. So, they just have to hold on. Just because the official can't send in reinforcements doesn't mean the team can't proactively request external assistance. After all, each team knows its own strength, and seeking external assistance on their own is the safest approach. And Ji Xian, the mastermind, naturally couldn't escape. Thunder Squad proactively requested him to serve as a backup, replacing the combatants while they rested. From any perspective, Ji Xian had no reason to refuse. So he agreed, but Chu Ci had to do the packing. Chapter 344. There's nothing much to say about this. After receiving Ji Xian's message, she took the initiative to pack up her belongings and then headed back, laden with bags. Everything else was fine, except for the 2 quilts, which took up too much space. Chu Xi had been generous with the cotton, and both were large and thick, so one could easily fit 2 people. She had no choice but to carry one on her back and one on her chest, while the tent and other miscellaneous items were slung around her arms and neck. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a very awkward sight, but this time, with so many families' buildings collapsing and their belongings hanging from their bodies, the appearance was definitely even more exaggerated than Chu Xi's. Plus, everyone was busy trying to save their lives, so there was less chaos. Even though Chu Xi was quite strong, she couldn't endure carrying so much stuff all the way from East City District to West City District, holding her arms and resting twice before she successfully returned home. She struggled to open the door, then threw the quilt onto the bed. No, she better just bring 1 quilt next time. It wouldn't be so cold if they were together. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chu Xi immediately opened the underground compartment and took out all the energy stones. He then used a syringe to suck out all the royal jelly and put it into a plastic bottle. Who knew if he was going to run? Carrying around a few glass bottles that rattled along the way would just be asking for trouble. After removing all the royal jelly, for large plastic bottles in total, Chu Xi tied string around the mouths of each bottle and carefully placed all the royal jelly in the bottom layer of her backpack, tying the remaining string directly to her body. There were only 10 nutritional supplements left at home. She had to take them all. For the rest of the food, Chu Xi had brought only mutant wild boar meat, which was both nutritious and filling. Bringing water wasn't practical. Ever since they'd been trapped in the mines, their family had always kept a supply of water purifiers. Chu Xi grabbed a large bag and took it with her. Reflecting on her previous survival experience, she packed her entire first aid kit, a backup power bank, a headlamp, a lighter, and radiation-proof clothing. Chu Xi packed 2 backpacks, then added a quilt and a packed tent. Great, she had even more stuff than when she returned. After completing her disguise, Chu Xi once again loaded up her bags and prepared to set off. Before leaving, she looked up at the 2nd floor. Alas, she wanted to bring some more seeds, but she simply didn't have enough space. After walking a dozen steps, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She ran back and grabbed a dozen or so seeds of the special foxtail grass. Let's go! There's no turning back, or else she might as well live and die with the house. Secretly, Chu Xi knew she'd taken too many things, but after careful consideration, she felt every one of them was absolutely necessary. Besides the backpack, she was prepared to discard everything else at any moment. Slowly returning to the temporary shelter, Chu Xi unexpectedly saw Ji Xian inside. He was holding weapons she had never seen before, leading a large group of men as they slaughtered a pack of beasts. Suddenly, her mood calmed considerably, her anxiety slowly fading, and a surge of heroic spirit rose in her heart. Chu Xi touched the armor-piercing hammer at her waist, wanting to say, "Give me a close-up, too. Let them see that even ordinary people can't be defeated, their spirits are still there." The scene quickly switched to another scene. She found a seat, leaning against her quilt as she watched the live broadcast. The camera switched to the gap in the underground river. 4 or 5 more mutated giant salamanders scrambled out, and everyone's heart sank. Was a new wave of giant salamanders about to emerge? Chu Xi's brow furrowed. The gap in the underground river was the crux of the problem. If the base couldn't resolve it, they would be in constant danger. Were they just going to watch helplessly as these mutated giant salamanders crawled out one by one? The front was already tense, and with the enemy's numbers steadily increasing, it seemed as if victory was truly out of their reach. A dejected mood spread through the crowd. Suddenly, a truck came into view, unflinchingly heading straight for the gap in the underground river. Chu Xi took a deep breath. She knew what the truck was doing. Similarly, many present knew that to ensure the truck entered the gap correctly, the occupants couldn't get off mid-flight. Chu Xi clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, her eyes flickered. She seemed to see several of the mutant giant salamanders she had planned to release retreat. Could it be because of the bright light? Chu Xi was a little unsure, but fortunately, she could observe what was happening. With so many powerful people in the base, they naturally wouldn't miss anything. The truck braked suddenly at the edge of the river, its headlights shining directly on the gap in the underground river. The scene seemed to freeze, and everyone stared nervously at the gap in the underground river. The bright light was so bright that it was as bright as day. A mutant giant salamander poked half its head out, then withdrew and swam back. It really worked. The crowd couldn't help but let out a low cheer. Seeing the light was effective, several nearby cars immediately gathered around, all their headlights focused on the cave entrance. But that wasn't enough. Soon, the base brought in several more flashbulbs. The light in the waters was now blindingly bright. Fortunately, it was effective. No more mutant giant salamanders emerged. It seemed they were saved, at least for tonight. Chapter 345. Thanks to the humans finding a trick to deal with the mutated giant salamanders, the base finally had a chance to breathe. Seeing no more mutated giant salamanders crawling out of the breach, Chusi breathed a sigh of relief. As the sky gradually brightened, the remaining giant salamanders outside began to crawl back into their holes. The night's fierce battle had finally come to a temporary end. Jixien returned at dawn. Honestly, it had been a long time since he fought so vigorously since returning from the battlefield. He was covered in blood, both from the mutated giant salamanders and from humans. Chusi then realized that Jixian's previous coldness had been a fading aura of murderous intent. His absolute indifference gave her a glimpse into the true nature of a war machine. Jixian's aura was completely out of place among these little white rabbits. He was like an eagle that had strayed into a flock of chickens, fluttering around wherever he went, making a nest for him. Chusi couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The description was so apartment. Jixian was the perfect hero on screen, a real-life villain. When she had finished laughing, she saw Jixian had spotted her and was heading her way. Chusi thought for a moment. Jixian's love for her was undeniable. She watched as the coldness in his body rapidly melted away as the distance between them closed. As he drew closer, it was her husband again. Jixian glanced at the thing she had in hand and raised an eyebrow. You prepared everything, haven't you? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to escape if you run into danger? Hearing Jixian's criticism of her for sacrificing her life over her treasure, and looking at the pools of blood on his body, Chusi gave up and said, "Well, I'm preparing this for us. You have to bear half of it, right? Besides, if the situation really arises, I know the principle of sacrificing the enemy to save the king." Jixian nodded without saying anything. He simply picked up the large bags on the ground, pulled Chusi up, and said, "Come on. I have to be out for a few days. You should stay at the Tomorrow mercenary group for a while." Chusi paused. She had many questions, but Jixian didn't give her a chance to ask. "Let's go home first." With that, he took Chusi's hand and walked towards home. As soon as they returned home, Chusi eagerly asked, "What's going on? Why are we going out again? It's winter now, and the danger outside is far greater than before. And judging by what Jixian had said earlier, this time we have to stay out for several days. Most importantly, he didn't seem to be taking me with him." Time was running out. They would be leaving soon. Jixian unpacked Chusi's belongings and, as he packed his luggage, explained, "The base has a plan to deal with the mutant giant salamanders. Based on the flow of the underground river, they're planning to blast a new breach on the other side of the mountain. There's already a lake nearby, which is more suitable for their reproduction. This way, the base's crisis could be completely resolved." Chusi frowned. "Isn't the situation under control now? The mutant giant salamanders are afraid of bright light, so they're afraid to go out. Are you coming? Then wouldn't it be safer if they just kept shining a bright light at the cave entrance at night? Isn't that more reliable than trekking through mountains and rivers to blow up the cave?" Jixian sighed and corrected him. "The mutant giant salamanders aren't afraid of bright light, but they dislike it. As burrowing mutants, they have an instinctive aversion to it. But this isn't a long-term solution. There's only so much food in the underground river, and we won't be able to survive against so many giants for more than a few days. We must blast open another gap before they launch a counterattack." Unexpectedly, the situation was still so urgent. Chusi opened his mouth, and after a moment's pause, he realized something. "No, even if we go out to blow up the cave, it shouldn't be the job for ordinary people like us, right? To put it bluntly, their greatest asset here is this small house. Even if they were in a hurry, it wouldn't be their turn. Jixian, every team member who goes will be given a free dose of gene repair potion at the base." Chusi was surprised. Such a generous offer? The temptation was too great, especially for a genetically modified person like Jixian. It was like a second life. Chapter 346. Although they still had royal jelly and special energy stones, these were consumables. The wasteland was full of dangers, so it was always a good idea to have more on hand. Even if Chusi was lucky, these items weren't easily found. If they couldn't connect, Jixian could very well die. Even without a life-threatening need, the price of this item was still very high. Chusi's thoughts quickened. "What do you think of me? I shamelessly recommend myself. Will I be accepted? After all, we need people with combat power, abilities, and experience. Investing in them wouldn't be a bad idea. Ji Xian paused, then politely declined. The list was drawn up directly from above. They're the elite from each team. Quality is key, not quantity. Tomorrow, only 2 of our mercenaries will be going, Lei Ming and Su Dong. Besides, had Chu Xi forgotten the side effects of her quid luck? After a moment's thought, Ji Xian took out the only remaining F-grade special energy stone in his family and pocketed it. Although he was confident in his skills, this mission was too long and the distance too far, and there was no telling what dangers might be encountered along the way. He better take some insurance. Chu Xi paused. She finally understood. This was a high-level game, one not someone like her could intervene in. In truth, if Ji Xian hadn't killed so valiantly last night, he wouldn't have caught the attention of those higher-ups either. Just as Ji Xian finished packing his things, the car from the base arrived. Fu Boing got out. He had stopped by to pick up Chu Xi. Ji Xian turned around to greet him, and just as the door closed, the car roared away. Chu Xi and Fu Boing stood at the doorway, their mouths full of dust. Apparently, they were in a real hurry. Chu Xi, caught off guard, choked and coughed for a while. Fu Boing, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated this, and immediately held his breath. Chu Xi had to give him a thumbs up. Mercenaries are known for their high vigilance. Fu Boing was indeed quite calm. Of course, it had nothing to do with vigilance. It was simply because the driver was Captain Su Dong of their group. He had had the privilege of meeting him several times before, and he had a deep impression of him. Watching the car speed away, they went back to their own business. Upon entering the house, Fu Boing's mouth dropped open in surprise. Brother Xian's family actually has so many mutant foxtails growing in their garden that one side of the yard is completely covered. How much soil do they need to prepare? Chu Xi was walking ahead, opening the inner door, when she turned around and saw Fu Boing's glare at the wealthy. She coughed softly. Fu Boing's expression was a bit lewd. After a moment's thought, she knew what Fu Boing was thinking. Chu Xi explained, these are all hydroponically grown with pure water. The mention of pure water specifically meant no added nutrients. Sure enough, after hearing about growing plants with tap water, Fu Boing sobered up. No, he suddenly realized. Was this about growing plants? Compared to growing foxtails, he was more envious of the large yard. Thinking of the special ore he handled and sold, he could still clearly recall the exact transaction amount. A whopping 1,032 points. Alas, same people, different fates. Envy is incomparable. Thinking of this, Fu Boing suddenly opened up. Chu Xi, do you know? Jiang Yu also joined this mission. Originally, the chosen personnel were all top fighters, and his abilities weren't up to par, but he was known in the upper echelons for his luck. For this mission, he was added as a mascot. Ah! Another one with the same fate, but a different one. I want to go too. A gene repair potion too. Chu Xi asked in confusion. Jiang Yu, that lucky guy? Fu Boing nodded. He wasn't a lucky guy, after all. If he tried to save enough points to buy a gene repair potion on his own, he probably wouldn't have gotten one in his lifetime. But Jiang Yu, simply by being a mascot, could get one for free. How could he be so envious? Thinking of Chu Xi's incredible luck, Fu Boing couldn't help but want to nag him a little more. You said, if you could come along then? Then, they'd probably have to kill monsters all the way. He quickly stopped this horrible thought. It's good that you're not going, it's good. Chu Xi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Fu Boing quickly added, it's a small matter. We don't need to get involved. What the hell? His thoughts were so jumpy, she couldn't follow them. Chu Xi simply stopped following his train of thought. Ji Xian had already unpacked her bags. The mercenaries only offered her an empty room, and she had to carry everything inside. Seeing Fu Boing staring at the foxtail grass in the yard with a gleam in his eyes, Chu Xi decided not to waste his labor. She pulled out a knife and handed it to Fu Boing, saying, I go inside to pack my belongings. Can you help me check the foxtail grass in the yard? Bowen's face flickered with joy, and he immediately nodded enthusiastically. It didn't matter if it wasn't his own, the main thing was that we enjoyed the feeling of being involved. He pushed the knife back to Chu Xi. No need. I have my own equipment. Chu Xi, what's with all that pride? Forget it. Leaving Fu Boing alone, she went inside and began packing. Chapter 347. Since the mercenary group only provided Chu Xi with a dormitory, she had to prepare everything herself. Besides the bed, the group could only provide her with a quilt, but Chu Xi didn't want to use other people's bedding, so she had to bring her own. As for food, The group certainly wouldn't provide it for free. She could buy it at the cafeteria, but points were expensive. Her family already had food stored, so why spend that money? As for important possessions, Chu Si felt safer keeping them at home. Thinking the possibility of a mutated giant salamander invading these days was low, Chu Si decided not to take the royal jelly, energy stones, and her bag of energy crystals with her. It was safer to keep them locked in a secret compartment underground. Carrying them herself would increase the risk of them being lost, so she simply took a few energy stones with her this time. Having almost finished packing, Chu Si peeked over and saw Fu Bowen still working furiously in the yard. She realized she'd been so busy escaping these past 2 days that she neglected the rooftop vegetable garden. In theory, these plants should be tested daily. Otherwise, even if the leaves initially meet edible standards, they inevitably transform into highly radioactive mutants if left on the plant long enough. This is food. Thinking of this, Chu Si abandoned the politeness with Fu Bowen and asked directly, "Are you in a hurry?" After asking, she immediately realized that this group had been fighting all night. Forget it, she better wait until she got back to test the plants on the 2nd floor. Ding! Moderate radioactive mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Another edible piece was detected, and Fu Bowen was a little crazy. Could this be the joy of farming? Honestly, this wasn't something he could enjoy casually. He didn't want to leave yet. Upon hearing Chu Si's words, he nodded hastily, "We have time, we have time." Chu Si hesitated. "Don't you need to go back and catch up on some sleep? Don't you have to go out hunting mutant giant salamanders tonight?" Fu Bowen was remarkably calm. "It's okay. The base has figured out how to deal with mutant giant salamanders, so we're not short on manpower. Although everyone will still gather at the west gate tonight, you can take turns resting. Just be on standby. Send a few people over to watch the headlights." Seeing that Fu Bowen had no intention of stopping, Chu Si thought for a moment and headed upstairs. She didn't intend to continue testing, but simply went upstairs to pick a few ripe Caryopsis clusters and take them away. After all, hunting was an extremely dangerous endeavor, and she didn't want Fu Bowen to get into trouble. Coming down from the 2nd floor, Chu Si took 3 leaves from Bowen's hand and stuffed one directly into his arms. Reward: help me carry 2 bags later. Looking at the half-meter-long leaf in his hand, Fu Bowen was overwhelmed. What a generous wife. He rolled the leaves up and placed them close to his body, then immediately straightened his attitude. "Sister Chu, what do you want to move? You keep them, I handle everything." Chu Si, a leaf of foxtail grass, and she became Sister Chu? She didn't have much to carry this time, so she could easily do it herself. Well, since Fu Bowen wanted to show his appreciation, she obliged him. The 2 of them strolled towards the mercenary group, carrying their belongings. Because Ji Xian left so quickly, Chu Si still had many questions to ask, such as the mission's danger level, and when he'd be back. She had just tried to send a message, but Ji Xian hadn't replied. This mission was so urgent, he probably didn't have time to dwell on these matters. But the more he felt, the more worried Chu Si grew. After much deliberation, she could only ask Fu Bowen, and in the know about it. Unsure if it was a classified mission, she asked carefully, "Can you tell me the details of Ji Xian's mission?" Bowen nodded. "It's a very high-level mission. I can only tell you what I know." Chu Si nodded. It was always good to know more. Fu Bowen thought for a moment and said, "If this mission goes smoothly, we should be back in about 7 days for a round trip. I heard the base is investing heavily this time. Whichever mercenary group comes out on top will receive the development rights to the abandoned mining area. It's a gift, not a lease. Although it's been mined, there's still quite a bit of ore left. Even if we don't mine it ourselves, it could be a good marketing strategy." Wait, Chu Si immediately raised his hand to stop him. Doesn't that mine already have an owner? How can the base just take it back so easily? Fu Bowen's smile was a bit cold. That caused such a disaster. How could the base let him off so easily? He still wants to be the mine owner? He's trying to make a living. Chapter 348. Chu Si thought it through. The base couldn't possibly bear this loss. Repairing the buildings would cost money, and most importantly, how many high-tech weapons had been used to hunt the mutated giant salamander? Someone would have to cover all of this. Undoubtedly, the mine owner who had opened the underground river was the biggest scapegoat. Alas! It was all fate. If the mine owner had known this would be the outcome, he probably wouldn't have touched the abandoned mine. Even if he had, he wouldn't have coveted the ore swept down by the avalanche. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do. Not only did the old man lose the mine, but he also lost his parts processing factory. A powerful figure from the upper class, he fell to the ground. Seeing that Chu Si had almost digested the information, Bowen continued, with that bait out front, the mercenary groups can be said to have sent out their best troops this time. Our tomorrow mercenary group, including Brother Xian, has sent out 3 aces. The serious mercenary group has even more members than us, including Jiang Yu's mascot, for a total of 5 people, Ling Xing and 2, and the base seems to have 4. Chu Si frowned, a little worried. Since this is a competitive mode, won't the members of the different factions trip each other up? Fu Bowen's mouth dropped open. It was a bit difficult to respond for a moment. Of course, different factions would trip each other up, but isn't that normal? Isn't that the norm on every major mission? This is also a testament to one's ability. Fu Bowen wasn't worried at all. They were very confident. Don't worry. Before we set off, our analysts conducted a special calculation. In terms of strength, we're not inferior. This is backed by concrete data, and is very reliable. Although our tomorrow mercenary group may not have the largest number of personnel, in terms of overall strength, we are undoubtedly the strongest. Chu Si nodded. Hearing that specialized analysts had performed the calculations instantly reassured her. As expected of a large mercenary group, they handled things with remarkable thoroughness. Of course, as it turned out, these analysts often primarily focus on postmortems, the kind of hindsight. Just 3 days after Ji Xian and his team left, the base received news that the team had been attacked by a pack of mutant monkeys, completely dispersed, and 3 members of the tomorrow mercenary group were suspected of being driven into a high radiation area. Undoubtedly, their tomorrow mercenary group's mission had failed. Since Ji Xian was no longer useful, Chu Si was immediately dismissed. Fu Bowen was deeply embarrassed when he came to see her off, but that was beyond his control. He was also deeply depressed. A day later, with no news from Brother Xian and his team, it was almost certain that the 3 of them were in grave danger. In his opinion, Chu Si was undoubtedly the most devastated. Not only had she lost her lover, but the pillar of her family had also collapsed. Fu Bowen knocked on Chu Si's door, but the expected collapse and helplessness didn't occur. Her spirits remained good, only her eyes slightly red. Fu Bowen mentally concluded, it seems Chu Si does love Brother Xian, but it's definitely not excessive. He was about to silently complain, but then he thought, his boss probably wouldn't be coming back, so Chu Si was fine as it was. She had packed her things, and was heading out. Chu Si could carry them herself, so she politely declined, saying, no need to send me, I can do it myself. She was in a hurry, and Fu Bowen following her would only slow her progress. Chu Si had no time for politeness. She picked up her things and walked out. She had waited all night for news, and she was truly furious, her eyes bloodshot. In her opinion, Ji Xian was definitely in trouble, but it was hardly a dead end. After all, she knew that Ji Xian had taken a special energy stone before leaving. Although it was only F grade, it should be enough to last for 2 days. Chu Si thought about it, and decided that sitting back and waiting for death was not an option. She was worried that Ji Xian would be unable to leave the high radiation area due to injury or other reasons. If he ran out of ammunition and food, he would be left with nothing but death. So, she decided to go there herself, at least to bring him 2 bottles of royal jelly as an emergency measure. But she definitely couldn't let Fu Bowen know that she had entered the high radiation area alone. Fortunately, the notice had the exact location of the accident, saving her the trouble of finding the way. Chu Si shouldered her large bag, stepped aside, and stalked towards the dormitory door with a swift swish-swish sound. Fu Bowen was bumped by Chu Si's luggage, and by the time he realized what was happening, Chu Si was already 20 meters away. He was about to follow when Chu Si stopped him. After a moment's thought, she offered a rather pretentious explanation. Don't follow me. I want to be alone. Fu Bowen paused, still a little concerned, but then he thought of Chu Si's fighting prowess. It seemed anyone who messed with her at this point would be in trouble. So, Fu Bowen stopped and watched Chu Si walk away. Chapter 349. Chu Si hurried back home, unloaded everything, and then, pocketing a few energy stones, hurried out. She still had a lot to prepare before the rescue operation. First, Chu Si had to rent a car. Ji Xian and the others were driving, a 3-day drive, so Chu Si couldn't possibly walk there alone. Otherwise, with that much time, Ji Xian probably wouldn't need to rescue them, and could simply collect the bodies. At this point, news of the mission's failure hadn't spread, and the base still looked prosperous. Chu Si arrived at the car rental shop. It was quite deserted. After all, it was winter, and not many people needed to rent cars to go out. The owner, a middle-aged man, was lazily sitting at the door. Chu Si didn't get up to greet him, but simply let her in to take a look. He saw Chu Si as another young girl coming in to gain some experience. He had seen people like that many times before and didn't bother to deal with her. But Chu Si looked very carefully, examining every car in the shop. Now was not the time to skimp on money. Her intention was clear. She just wanted a fast car with a spacious cabin, and the rental fee wouldn't be a problem. She hadn't expected this to be a big-name customer. The middle-aged man's attitude towards her immediately changed 180 degrees, and he enthusiastically recommended her the treasure of the shop. Just before driving, Chu Si realized a serious problem. She couldn't drive this car. Don't doubt it, Chu Si knew how to drive before, and she had passed the test with full marks, but this was a Hyundai. When it came time to test drive, she opened the door and got in. The steering wheel and other parts remained roughly the same, but she looked for a long time and couldn't find the start position. The brake and accelerator were also out of her reach. The middle-aged man stood by the door with a bright smile. "What do you think, girl? This car has good features, right? You can try it out. We have a dedicated test drive area here. You're guaranteed to be satisfied." Chu Si sat there awkwardly for a moment before finally saying, "Let's take a look at the tricycles first." The middle-aged owner's expression froze slightly, but, true to his professional manners, he immediately smiled and introduced Chu Si to several of the store's more capable electric tricycles. While they certainly couldn't match the performance of off-road vehicles, they had one advantage. A large cargo bed? This at least met one of Chu Si's criteria. Since we couldn't handle a four-wheeled one, a three-wheeled one would definitely be no problem. She had seen Ji Xian and Fu Bowen drive electric tricycles a few times and felt they weren't difficult to operate. After all, in the modern world, these were almost standard old cars. Where could you not find elderly people riding tricycles for a stroll or to buy groceries? Chu Si privately thought she could handle it herself. She chose a tricycle that was almost new. Although it had a few dings on the outside, the front of the vehicle hadn't sustained any major damage. She tried it right away. Starting the bike without any problems, it drifted, literally drifting. The bike was fine in a straight line, but when it turned, the bike didn't fall over, but she fell over due to inertia. The bike dealer was completely furious. He just stood there and watched. Luckily, Chu Si was a tough kid, and she had a lot of nerve. In the end, she had to settle for a small electric scooter. It was the only one she could handle. The dealer had given up hope, but he hadn't expected Chu Si to actually rent a suitable bike from him. After a series of setbacks, he no longer harbored unrealistic hopes of making a killing. What bike? Just a receipt was good enough. After completing the paperwork, Chu Si pushed her battered little electric scooter out. Chapter 350. Chu Si sighed helplessly. While the e-mule wasn't quite as good, it was still better than walking. It was a bit slow, but that wasn't a big deal. She researched it before, and she knew there was a high radiation area on Jixian and the other's route that required a detour. Chu Si, with her special physique, could easily navigate through it, saving time. Although there was no communication signal in the high radiation area, the straight route, coupled with a relatively short detour, meant there was little worry about getting lost. As for the limited space, that was a much easier problem. She simply installed 2 baskets on each side of the back seat. They couldn't fit too much stuff, but a week's worth of blankets, food, and drinking water shouldn't be a problem. Chu Si also wanted to buy a wooden cannon. Although she already had a crossbow, its lethality was still limited. It could only kill small, less potent mutants with limited health. If she were to go out and reclaim the Wasteland, its combat effectiveness wouldn't be significant. There were 2 places to buy wooden cannons, Old Lee's and the black market. Logically, Old Lee was more reliable, as he knew her better. However, that knowledge made it even more difficult for Chu Si to buy from him. Most of Old Lee's weapons were secondhand, and after buying them home, she would need to repair them herself. Ji Xian could do that, but Chu Si didn't. She had no choice but to try her luck on the black market. Chu Si had only been to one black market store, and it was Ji Xian who took her there, so she had to go there to buy the wooden cannons. This time, she didn't see the owner. Chu Si explained her requirements to the clerk. A high-damage weapon, with a controllable range of around 70 meters would be fine. Recoil shouldn't be a concern, she could handle it with her body. Adding some special bullets, Chu Si bargained down the price to 753 points based on the searched price. She walked out with her things, sighing in frustration. Someone must have taken a lot of points this time, but there was nothing she could do. Her bargaining skills would only go so far. She didn't have time to waste time, so she found the standard price, which somewhat put the price in perspective. Unlike the initial offer of 3,000 points, which was completely out of the question, Juicy Eye felt like she was flying in the sky. After completing these two key tasks, Juicy Eye headed straight to Old Lee's place to purchase some basic items, such as healing potions and a first aid kit. After buying everything, Juicy Eye rode her electric scooter home. She fondled her new mount. This time, she hoped she could bring both Ji Xian and him back safely, otherwise the deposit she left would be gone. The first thing Juicy Eye did upon returning home was modify the back seat of her electric scooter, securing 2 baskets on either side with wire. She then went home and began packing. Juicy Eye had originally only wanted to take 2 bottles of royal jelly, but fearing the situation wouldn't be as optimistic as she imagined, she decided to take everything. Of course, such an important item remained in her backpack. And then, there were the energy stones. There was no need to worry about that. Once in a high radiation area, she would be the main force, so she had to take everything. Then came food and drinking water. Juicy Eye thought about the people who had been separated with Ji Xian, as well as Lei Ming and another member of their group. Royal jelly and other items would definitely be used by Ji Xian, but she could also prepare some food for them, so she packed extra supplies. She also brought a power bank. She didn't know how long the car's battery would last. She also needed to charge her watch and headlamp in case they ran out of power, so a power bank was essential. Medicine and a first aid kit were crucial. They should be placed at the bottom of the basket to prevent them from getting lost. As for the blanket, to save space, Juicy Eye took the thin blanket she had originally brought from her family and then covered it with plastic wrap. This way, if it snowed, she wouldn't have to worry about it getting wet, and the smell of the food wouldn't spread. Oh, and speaking of smells, Juicy Eye suddenly remembered that the wild lands outside were definitely more dangerous than any place she'd been before. She had to conceal her scent well, too. She couldn't find any special plants to mask the smell right away, and they weren't readily available outside, so she needed to search for them specifically. And what Juicy Eye lacked most right now was time. Thinking about it, she thought of the mutant fire ants she kept at home. So, she grabbed a cloth bag and scooped out some of their feces. While it was a bit disgusting, it still worked. No problem, she'd done worse things before. As a final step, Juicy Eye donned her radiation-proof suit, glanced around, and locked the door. She then resolutely set off. Despite its flaws, Juicy Eye was very pleased with one thing. It made very little noise, practically inaudible in the howling cold wind. At least Juicy Eye didn't have to worry about attracting any powerful mutant beasts. After leaving the base, the car soon entered the vast snowy plains. Juicy Eye rode the electric scooter alone on the road. It was impossible not to feel nervous. The last time she had such a high-risk operation was when she was captured by a Gnewman wasp. But that time, the incident happened suddenly, and her main focus was on escaping, which inadvertently reduced her fear and anxiety. This time was different. Ji Xian had repeatedly warned her that the wilderness was extremely dangerous, that mutant beasts were everywhere, and that they were full of dangers. She could lose her life at any time. This caused Juicy Eye to become overly nervous, and the slightest sound of movement filled her with fear. But she didn't know if the bag of mutant fire ant feces was working, but she hadn't encountered any mutant animals since she set out. In this regard, she was undoubtedly lucky, but luck certainly wouldn't always favor her. The mutant monkey herd that Ji Xian and his companions had encountered on the 3rd day, she encountered on the evening of the 2nd day. Juicy Eye was helpless. Ji Xian and his companions might have run directly to the human lair, but Juicy Eye was different. She must have encountered them patrolling the edge of their territory. This must be a fateful fate. Chapter 351. Encountering a pack of mutant monkeys was undoubtedly unfortunate for Juicy Eye. But fortunately, she had noticed the monkeys' movements beforehand and concealed herself well in advance, so the mutants didn't notice the presence of this inconspicuous little Kurami. Juicy Eye quietly hid beneath the brush, carefully observing the monkey's every move. She reacted a little too late and had to temporarily find a relatively secluded hiding spot, but unfortunately, it wasn't far from the monkeys. The fact that these monkeys had pushed Ji Xian and his companions to such a point showed their fighting prowess. Juicy Eye naturally didn't dare to provoke them. Furthermore, their massive size made them crouch like a cow in the tree, squeaking under the weight of the thick branches. She was absolutely no match for them in a head-on fight. With their crude tactics, Juicy Eye feared they would give her a crushing blow. Truly, she couldn't afford to provoke them. She could only submissively suppress her presence and try not to show any sign of abnormality. But the larger monkeys in the group were still quite alert. Even though Juicy Eye was wearing fire ant feces to conceal his scent, there was still a slight difference. The larger monkeys snorted and began to dart their gazes around. Seeing this, Chu Si was so frightened that he barely dared to breathe. Thankfully, they escaped unscathed. Their attention was drawn to a few smaller monkeys playing on the ground. Several large baby monkeys swung between the tree trunks, occasionally jumping off branches to roll and frolic in the snow, having a blast. The larger monkeys were much calmer. Most of them sat quietly in one spot, watching the young monkeys while picking fruit from the trees. After much anticipation, Chu Si finally saw the monkeys leave, satisfied and well fed. She breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle was finally over. After making sure the monkeys were gone, she carefully pushed the cart out from under the grass. She checked her watch. It was already 7 p.m. Although she regretted the time she had just wasted, she had no choice. It was already night, and the dangers were even greater than during the day. It was clearly not the right time for her to continue on her journey. Chu Si had a quick dinner and tried to find a suitable place to stay nearby. Unfortunately, the area was filled with vast expanses of grass, trees, and caves, not even a tree hole. She had no choice but to hide in the grass, wrapped in her blanket. At night, Chu Si, alone in this vast wilderness, dared not rest. Even squinting was a source of anxiety, fearing she would be spotted by some large beast. And then, she encountered a black bear. True, setting a flag can be counterproductive. She lay there obediently, continuing her morning feigned death, hoping that the blind bear would, like the mutant monkeys from the day before, finish its stroll and retreat quickly. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and dove for cover in the bushes. But alas, this time, the dark green eyes were getting closer and closer, seemingly heading straight for her. Chu Si didn't dare hide anymore. Without even covering herself with the blanket, she immediately started her electric scooter and galloped forward. She pushed the throttle to maximum, but after all, she was just a donkey, and compared to the mutant black bear's speed, she was still far behind. What should I do? What should I do? Hadn't she covered herself in fire ant feces to mask her scent? Why would she still attract the black bear's attention? Chu Si's CPU was practically smoking. Finally, she remembered a rather frustrating question. It seemed like black bears really enjoyed eating termites. Did they also have a particular fondness for the taste of mutant fire ants, like chewing on spicy snacks? Whatever, let's try it. Chu Si glanced at her electric scooter. Since she couldn't outrun the mutant black bear, she had no choice but to abandon it. As they turned a corner and passed a large tree, Chu Si heartlessly abandoned her 2 baskets of belongings and fled. Since the electric scooter couldn't outrun the blind bear, she certainly couldn't either. So, Chu Si never considered defeating it on the ground, so she simply climbed the tree. Chu Si, with a large backpack slung across her back, continued to climb with flying colors. This was all thanks to Ji Xian's tireless efforts in training her. A female Tarzan had been born. Thanks to her carefulness, she kept her weapons and essentials with her. While the loss of 2 large baskets was significant, she could still afford it. Just as she thought of this, she heard the thud of a scooter being smashed behind her. Her deposit. Thinking of the D-grade energy stone she pledged there, her heart ached. Then she heard the sound of a black bear scratching for meat. For a moment, Chu Si wanted to rush back with her sword and fight it to the death. In the end, due to the vast disparity in power between the two, she had no choice but to give up. Chapter 352. Unfortunately, Chu Si had given up, but the mutant black bear wasn't about to let her go. She had a good supply of dried meat, but that was for the humans. To the mutant black bear, it was nothing. In a matter of seconds, the little rations Chu Si and Ji Xian had saved up were devoured by the blind bear, which then quickly chased after Chu Si. Yes, fire ant feces. While Chu Si wasn't sure if this was the cause, she had no other options. Better to try than not. Taking advantage of the moment to leap, she threw the bag of fire ant feces far away. To eliminate her own scent, she quickly rolled twice in the snow before scrambling back up the tree, preparing to jump and escape. The scent of fire ants drifted in another direction, and the black bear hesitated for a moment before finally abandoning Chu Si and chasing in that direction. It seemed like a good outcome, but Chu Si didn't dare relax. After all, the bag of fire ant feces was right there, and with the black bear's speed, it would surely find it quickly. Then, suddenly, with a roar, the mutant black bear, realizing it had been tricked, turned and chased Chu Si more than twice as fast as before. Chu Si was startled. So, it must have been just a joke. With that kind of speed, there was no way she could escape. Now she could only gamble. The black bear was too big to climb the tree, but honestly, she felt like she had bad luck today. At this critical moment, Chu Si was suddenly swept into a furry embrace by a large, furry arm. She looked up in panic. It was a mutant monkey. It was here to steal the food. Chu Si. This didn't seem like a good thing. After all, she was still the food, having simply moved from the black bear's mouth to the monkey's. She wasn't entirely satisfied with this way of dying. Chu Si was held in the mutant monkey's arms. She reached into his arms and pulled out her precious wooden weapon. Fortunately, she had this trick up her sleeve. She was sober now, otherwise, today would have been a disaster. Chu Si took the time to glance back. It would be safer to wait until she was completely out of the black bear's hunting range before striking again. The monkey was indeed the king of the treetops. Chu Si was carried along at lightning speed. After about 20 minutes of running, the mutant black bear finally gave up and stopped chasing. Now it all depended on Chu Si's skill. Survival depended on this one move. Chu Si carefully released the safety on her wooden gun, rolled over, and clung to the mutant monkey's chest, her gun pressed against its chest. Chu Si was terribly nervous, knowing that this shot of the gun would almost certainly not kill the mutant monkey, but she also had absolutely no chance of firing a second shot. Escape truly depended on fate. But before Chu Si could even make a move, the mutant monkey abruptly stopped. It lowered its head and stared at Chu Si, their gazes meeting in silence for a long moment. Chu Si didn't dare look away, adhering to the strategy of not moving if the enemy didn't move, striving to hold the enemy steady with all her might. Truth be told, they were too close. Even if she could fire a single shot at it, her chances of escaping would be extremely slim. Her strategy proved remarkably effective. Perhaps moved by Chu Si's sincere gaze, the mutant monkey thrust a bao directly into her mouth. Chu Si, Her mind went blank at that moment, and upon regaining consciousness, her first thought was whether she should sell her dignity to save her life. She nearly opened her mouth, but at the last moment, her mind snapped back. Chu Si suddenly hugged the mutant monkey's waist, burying her head in its chest hair. The mutant monkey froze for a moment, before reaching out and wrapping an arm around Chu Si tightly. Then, it stood up and continued on its way. Chu Si let out a deep breath. Was she being treated like a cub? Did she really look that much like a monkey? Honestly, she felt a mixture of emotions, a mixture of devastation and relief. Fortunately, this monkey's eyesight was poor. Otherwise, she would have been in a life-or-death battle with that blind bear today, and she would most likely have died. Now, she's recognized the thief as her father. No, this should be a female. At this moment, Chu Si's mind was a tangle of thoughts. Before she could sort out any clues, she suddenly felt nauseous and dizzy. Was this air sickness or motion sickness? No, she glanced at her watch. The communication signal box was completely clear. She had entered a high-radiation area. Chapter 353. Knowing she had entered a high-radiation area, Chu Si didn't dare to be careless. She immediately pulled an energy stone from her hidden pocket and tucked it into her glove, keeping it close to her skin. Once the energy stone began to work, her symptoms gradually began to improve. By the time she had recovered, the mutant monkey had already carried her 2 miles. Is this going to take her back to the monkey troop? Thinking of this possibility, Chu Si immediately became alert. Although she didn't know why this large mutant monkey had mistaken her for a baby, she couldn't expect all the monkeys in the troop to have a lame eye. If she were taken back like this, the troop would probably tear her apart that night. Chu Si took a deep breath. No, she had to find a chance to escape. After all, the monkey den wasn't a good place for her either. Chu Si made several attempts, but each one ended in failure. She had seriously underestimated the maternal love of a monkey. She was about to fall mid-air when the mutant mother monkey, risking her own fall to the ground, rushed forward to catch her. Although she wasn't seriously injured, the mutant monkey's action still shocked Chu Si. If all else failed, she would resort to force. After some thought, Chu Si put away the wooden silo. She had only a limited supply of the most lethal, specially formulated bullets, and she would definitely save them for the real enemy. Ordinary bullets would undoubtedly only enrage the mutant monkey and backfire. Shooting with a bow and crossbow? That seemed highly unreliable too. Anything that could cause pain would likely prompt this big boss to defect. After much deliberation, it seemed that a policy of appeasement was the only option. Fortunately, she prepared some food in her backpack, just in case something went wrong, just in case. Now, it came in handy. Chu Si struggled to move her backpack to her chest, and pulled out a piece of dried pork. Then, she placed the meat against the hidden weapon box on her wrist, and shot more than 10 anesthetic needles into it. The anesthetic needles had limited impact. Even if a few accidentally pierced the flesh, They didn't cause any harm to the mutant monkey at all, not even a scratch on its fur. Chusi's previous conviction was reaffirmed. Escape was truly a matter of wits. After shooting, she carefully pried open the flesh and extracted the needles. Of course, before discarding them, she made the most of the anesthetic, spreading as much of the anesthetic as possible onto the flesh. When everything was ready, Chusi raised the piece of meat high above her head and brought it directly to the mutant monkey's chin. The mutant monkey paused, perched on a branch, and sniffed the piece of meat in Chusi's hand for a long moment, but she didn't take a bite. Chusi panicked. Could it be the anesthetic's odor? She'd done this several times before without issue, so she hadn't considered it. Chusi narrowed her eyes, trying to suppress her nervousness. Her right hand rested on the wooden table in front of her chest, ready to flip the table at any moment. The mutant monkey looked down at her. Chusi, trying to calm her nerves, brought the piece of meat to her lips, then tore off a small piece and swallowed it. With the energy stone in hand, she wasn't afraid of the anesthetic in the meat. Perhaps this action had won the mutant monkey's trust. After Chusi had eaten, she took the piece of meat in her hand and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. It worked. She suppressed her joy. Afterward, Chusi rested comfortably in the mutant mother monkey's arms, following her at lightning speed. This time, she had added just enough medicine, and her chance to escape was right in front of her. Then, Chusi found herself being led back to the troop by the mutant monkey. Honestly, she still hadn't reacted. How could she have found her way to the troop before she even had a chance to escape? God, how could she be so embarrassed? Chusi was now completely at peace. She huddled tightly in the mutant mother monkey's fur, fearing being discovered by the other monkeys. Luckily, they returned quite late, and most of the other monkeys were asleep. The mother monkey seemed to recognize Chusi's uniqueness, and she took her away from the troop, instead finding a large tree at the edge of the troop. The worst part was, at that very moment, the medicine took effect. Chusi grumbled inwardly. What kind of unfortunate fortune awaited her? How could she be so unlucky? She nervously grasped the mutant monkey's fur. Please don't fall from the tree now, old man. If you do, it's all over for her. Thankfully, the giant mutant monkey was incredibly resilient. Before fainting, it found a branch and laid down on it, falling asleep. Alas, Chusi stared at the heavens speechlessly. This matter had finally been resolved. But she was about to collapse. With this constant stream of accidents, when would she ever be able to find Jixien? Chusi clasped her hands together and slowly raised them above her head. She decided to talk it over with the heavens. I'm really not here to restock this time. Just finding Jixien is enough. Don't waste time. Perhaps because she had been hiding in the mutant monkey's fur, her scent wasn't noticeable, and she hadn't attracted the attention of the other mutant monkeys. Listening to the snoring around her, an idea struck her. Could she run now? Chusi glanced up furtively. No, there were night watchmen. Although there had been no substantial progress, the moment she stood up, Chusi discovered something. The mutant mother monkey that had captured her actually had milk. Thinking about it, it made sense why she'd been mistaken for a baby monkey. It must have had a cub, but it had been killed or lost recently for some unknown reason. Sigh. Purely a shift in maternal love. Chusi sighed softly, a mixture of emotions washing over her. This mutant monkey wasn't stupid. It must have known Chusi was abnormal. It had obviously known that Chusi was abnormal, as evidenced by the fact that it had deliberately avoided the other mutant monkeys upon returning to the group. Yet, it had brought her back anyway. Chusi was a little worried. She had come here to find Jixien, and there was no real mother-daughter connection between them. Sigh. This monkey was destined to suffer another heartbreak. Chapter 354. Feeling warm within the monkey fur, Chusi forced herself to stay awake, expecting sleep to be impossible, but she eventually fell asleep amidst the intermittent snoring. The next day, she was startled awake by the mutant mother monkey's movement. She huddled alone at the back, following the group out foraging for food. She avoided the few who tried to play with her. Clearly, she was also trying to hide Chusi's presence. But that meant the other monkeys had to eat the fruit while she ate the leaves. Chusi pulled a nutritional supplement from her backpack and quickly downed most of it in 3 or 2 gulps. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a piece of dried meat and handed it to the mother monkey. She didn't have much of it to begin with, so her courtesy must mean she had something to discuss. To help Chusi, the mutant mother monkey had deliberately moved a short distance from the group. She plucked fruit from the tree and offered it directly to her. Chusi took it, but wasn't in a rush to eat it. There was no need to test it. In areas with high radiation, it was almost impossible for plants to grow that met edible standards. She dropped the fist-sized berry into her backpack and whispered to the mutant mother monkey, "How about we work together to steal a baby for you, and you let me go?" After all, she had important matters to attend to, and couldn't stay here to help it heal its wounds. Of course, the mutant monkey didn't understand. But Chusi was undeterred. She gestured and talked, even pointing out other baby monkeys. Finally, the two of them connected. The mother monkey, who had been somewhat depressed, immediately cheered up and quickly left the group with Chusi. It seemed she had a purpose. Chusi's sense of direction wasn't very good, especially in a dense forest covered in blizzards. Everything looked the same. But suddenly, Chusi's composure faltered. She saw the wreckage of her electric bike. They returned to the spot where they fled the previous day. Her hair stood on end. Could this monkey have a grudge against the bear? Could it be trying to steal the mutant bear's cubs? Chusi hurriedly pulled at the mutant mother monkey's fur, soothing her. "We can just steal another of our own kind. Even if we manage to steal the mutant bear, your tribe won't let you keep it." However, their different species meant a natural language barrier, so there was no conversation to be had, and Chusi chatted away in vain. The mother monkey didn't even pause, leading her off into the dense forest nearby. Then, quite unexpectedly, she saw another monkey group. The mother monkey climbed down the tree and picked up a ton of fist-sized stones. She had gathered 4 or 5 and was about to return, but Chusi quickly stopped her. "Pick up more. I have a backpack with plenty of storage." With that, she also got down to the ground and began picking up. The female monkey wasn't stupid. She understood Chusi's intentions as soon as she saw him. After picking up a full harness, the two climbed back up the tree. The long-range attack officially began. There was no exhilarating fight. The female monkey had mastered the art of guerrilla warfare, striking twice and retreating, her primary focus being to annoy people. The opposing monkeys were clearly no pushovers either. Several young and strong ones immediately rushed to capture her. Fortunately, the female monkey was cautious, staying far away and running fast, so they couldn't do anything to her for a while. This didn't seem like her first time doing this. Most of the monkeys had calmed down after being harassed by her. Those who chased her were mostly patrols protecting the group's safety, and a few more aggressive individuals. Chusi's sharp eyes spotted a monkey cradling a baby. This must be the target of this mission. The mother monkey no longer had to worry. With nothing else to do, she took care of that one, switching to a crossbow and using tranquilizer arrows. She couldn't break the big monkey's defenses, but she could still take down the mutant monkey in its arms. Seeing Chusi harm the little monkey, the mutant mother monkey clearly took offense. She howled at her twice, clearly very dissatisfied. Fortunately, she still had some sense of the contract and didn't abandon her and flee. After about 10 minutes, the drug took effect on the mutant monkey, and its grip lost, causing it to fall from the mother's body. The monkeys erupted in a commotion. Upon realizing the little monkey was truly dead, the other group erupted in fury, their pursuit of Chusi and her companions reaching unprecedented levels of intensity. After a narrow escape, the two of them managed to escape. After reaching a safe place, the mother monkey angrily threw Chusi to the ground, roaring at her non-stop. Chusi understood that the mother monkey was blaming her for killing her intended cub. Unable to communicate in language, she couldn't monitor it, so she could only make it clear with her actions. She walked towards the direction of the recent battle. The mother monkey was furious, but because Chusi was now monkey number 1, she had no choice but to pick her up again and climb up the tree. The two of them quietly returned to the battlefield. The other monkeys had left, only the mutant mother remained. The two must have had a strong hatred. Upon seeing the situation, the mother monkey immediately ripped Chusi from her arms and rushed forward. The other monkey, also furious, immediately rushed forward, placing the little monkey aside. This was Chusi's target. She stuffed the mutant monkey into her backpack, climbed up the tree, and began to shift positions. The two at the back fought fiercely, and even when the mutant female monkey tried to charge, she was pinned back by Chusi's teammates. But the good times didn't last long. This was their habitat. If they couldn't defeat them, they could always call for backup. So not long after, Chusi was pulled up again, and the two of them began their desperate run again. This time, their destination was clear. They sprinted towards the mutant female monkey's habitat. Chapter 355. On Chusi's side, the two monkeys, chased by the pack, desperately ran back to their homeland. After confirming they had shaken off their pursuers, their first act was to tend to the wounds of the mutated baby monkey they had snatched. Watching the baby monkey being lifted from Chusi's backpack like a corpse, the mother monkey was furious. I'm not exaggerating. She was truly furious, her hair standing on end. Perhaps this scene reminded her of something deeply unpleasant. Her usual friendly attitude towards Chu Xi suddenly took a 180-degree turn, baring her fangs in anger, as if a rift had broken out. Clearly, she thought Chu Xi had killed the baby monkey. Chu Xi was helpless in this situation. There was nothing he could do but wait for the anesthetic to wear off. She removed the crossbow bolt that had shot into the little monkey and bandaged it to stop the bleeding. Feeling its warm body temperature, Chu Xi immediately came up with a plan. She led the frantic mother monkey over and placed her large hand on the little monkey. Sure enough, the moment she felt the warmth, the frenzied mother monkey instantly calmed down. She remained quietly by, watching Chu Xi treat the mutant monkey's wound, waiting for the medicine to wear off. The little monkey slowly regained consciousness, letting out a soft squeak, and the big monkey's composure instantly lost its composure. This was a true baby monkey. Its first reaction upon being held in its mother's arms was to reach for milk. The mother's heart melted. Her treatment of the little monkey didn't betray the slightest sign of someone snatched from the enemy. And so, she, the bald monkey number 1, fell from favor. This was exactly what Chu Xi had in mind. She thought she could sneak away, while the big monkey was caring for the little monkey. But after only a few steps, she was scooped up by the mutant mother monkey again, shoving her and her baby monkey onto her belly and hanging. Chu Xi was speechless. Was she going to burn her bridges after crossing them? Did she still have any sense of contract? The mother monkey led them all, leaping over and down to the base of a large tree. Chu Xi noticed the soil at the tree's roots was loose, as if it had been recently turned over. The mutant mother monkey, carrying Chu Xi and the baby monkey, leaped directly over. As soon as she landed, she used her front paws to dig up the dirt, and pulled out a baby monkey, the size of a kitten. The mother monkey lovingly caressed and combed its fur, then handed the baby monkey's body to Chu Xi. Chu Xi took a deep breath. Did the mutant mother, having seen her rescue the baby monkey, want her to revive this one too? But how could she possibly do that? The baby monkey had been dead for ages, its body cold and stiff. There was no way it could be saved. She felt a weight weighing heavily on her hands, unsure how to face this mutant mother monkey. The mother monkey, seeing Chu Xi's lack of movement, squeaked anxiously. Chu Xi calmed down. She certainly wouldn't dare simply return the baby monkey's body. Even if it was just for show, she had to do it thoroughly. After bandaging the baby monkey, the three of them quietly waited by its side, waiting for it to wake up. They waited there for an entire morning, without even a single drop of food. Of course, the baby monkey wouldn't wake up. The mutant mother monkey seemed to finally wake up. She had to face this fate. Silently, she reburied the mutant baby monkey's body, watched silently for a moment, and then left with Chu Xi and the new monkey, monkey number 2. Chu Xi felt sorry for the monkey mother, but she felt even more for Ji Xian. She hadn't dared to challenge the monkey mother before, because she'd been so depressed. Now she had to leave quickly. There was no time to delay. Now that she had the comfort of monkey treasure number 2, her future wouldn't be so hard. She finally made up her mind to leave. But the mutant mother monkey refused to let her go. She even took Chu Xi out to look for food. After so many escapes, she grew increasingly angry and slapped Chu Xi twice with her paw. Of course, she was measured in her attacks. Those 2 slaps were merely a warning to her, like disciplining a disobedient child. Even worse, perhaps because monkey treasure number 2 had given it courage, after returning to the group, it actually introduced both Chu Xi, monkey treasure number 1, and the newly stolen monkey treasure number 2, to the other monkeys. Fortunately, the monkeys weren't short of food right now. They showed plenty of curiosity about the 2 new arrivals, and Chu Xi was passed around several times, carried upside down. The situation was similar with monkey baby number 2, but it was clear that they weren't as interested in Chu Xi as they were in their own kind. After a wave of them, Chu Xi was left feeling dizzy. A few of the monkeys took advantage of the chaos and tried to hit her on the head, but fortunately, the mother monkey intervened with force. By the time everyone had finished passing the animals around, Chu Xi was finally accepted into the group. Chapter 356. Of course, Chu Xi was well aware of her place in the monkey troop. Monkey treasure number 2 was Monkey Mother's adopted son, while she was a pet captured by Monkey Mother. It was quite a bummer. Chu Xi still remembered Ji Xian saying that humans rarely kept mutant animals as pets because there were too many uncontrollable factors, and casualties were likely to occur. Unexpectedly, there was a surprising solution to this problem. Humans couldn't keep mutant animals as pets, but surprisingly, swapping them around would work. This was definitely nature's revenge. But regardless, Chusi had officially joined the monkey troop. Alas, she couldn't help but shake her head. This sounded so wrong. However, this farce wasn't entirely without benefits for her. At least now, she could move freely within a certain range. Unfortunately, Monkey Mother kept a close eye on her, not giving her a chance to escape. With her second child in her arms, her deathly gaze was always fixed on Chusi. If she noticed she was getting too far, she would immediately scramble to pull her back. This completely stifled Chusi. What's going on? Is she actually enjoying the joy of having twins? Just as Chusi was deciding to launch a desperate counterattack, it was time for the monkey group's patrol. She immediately and obediently climbed onto the mother monkey's body. Suddenly, an idea struck Chusi. Since she didn't know where Jixien was anyway, why not use the monkey group to survey their territory first? Following the monkey group would be far more efficient than acting on her own. At the Monkey King's command, all the monkeys scurried onto the group, beginning their patrol for the day. As expected of a tribe that had long lived in trees, they moved much faster through the forest than Chusi could. With a whoosh, they leaped over tree after tree. Chusi carefully searched the forest for any clues, yet he couldn't help but wonder, could this be what it's like when the king takes me on a mountain patrol? This monkey group's territory was enormous. The entire patrol took nearly 2 hours. Passing by the spot where the initial incident occurred, while the monkeys were fighting with the opposing group, she even went to retrieve her blanket and some belongings. The dried meat had been eaten, but the nutrient solution was still intact. The first aid kit, power bank, and other items were also intact, stored neatly in the backpack. It was a pity about the electric scooter. The entire pedal was broken, and I didn't know if it could be repaired. Even if they couldn't get their deposit back, if it could be repaired, they could still use it themselves. After some thought, Chusi decided not to take it with her. Instead, she marked a spot, planning to come back and get it when she got home. Carrying it now would be too much of a hassle. She didn't know if Jixien and the others were simply not in the area, or if they hidden their tracks so well. Chusi had looked around like crazy the entire time, but she hadn't found a single clue. That didn't make sense. Chusi slapped her head. Since she couldn't find them, she could just let them come find her. She hadn't dared to move before because she was afraid of exposing her location and attracting the mutants. But now, the whole monkey group was in a frenzy. What was she afraid of? If things didn't work out, didn't she still have Monkey Mother? Even if they couldn't defeat him, they could still run away with her. She took a deep breath and suddenly shouted Jixien. The sound was deafening, echoing far away. The monkeys suddenly fell silent. Chusi thought something bad was going to happen. Had they violated a taboo? But before she could finish her worry, the monkeys erupted in a continuous a-woo cry, their excitement undeniable. Chusi's shout had already given them a warning. The other monkeys' cries were only louder than hers, not even a quieter one. Chusi, This result was unexpected. Suddenly, a burst of red sparks exploded in the eastern part of the forest. Chusi's breath paused. Found it. The monkeys were startled by the noise, and quickly ran in that direction, led by the Monkey King. Chusi was startled. This was no joke. Who knew if they had good intentions towards other humans? This was a whole troop of mutant monkeys. Although Chusi seemed to get along fairly well with them, the only mutant monkey she had any real friendship with was the mother monkey. If they really discovered Jixien and the others, her prey, she couldn't guarantee that the other members of the troop wouldn't attack them. Thankfully, things didn't develop into the worst possible outcome. The troop stopped just before leaving their territory. Chusi breathed a sigh of relief. If she could avoid a meeting, she better do it. She had to leave. Chapter 357. Reaching the edge of the monkey's territory, Chusi felt a new dilemma. Her mother's love for her weighed heavily on her. Even as she excitedly watched the fun, she still kept her captive in the tree. Chusi couldn't retreat this time. Jixien and the others risked using flares, which would undoubtedly expose their position. Just like the mutant monkeys, the nearby mutant beasts would surely come to investigate. So no matter what, she had to leave today. She tightened her basket around her, feeling fortunate that she had gathered some of her belongings during her recent patrol. Otherwise, living with her family in the wild would have been a real struggle. Chusi brought back another backpack, weighing down her undamaged supplies, and tying her small blanket above. She found a few sturdy vines to serve as shoulder straps for the backpack, folding them neatly, and slung them across her back. She now held the backpack she'd been carrying close to her chest. Chusi dismounted from the mother monkey and slid down the tree. At first, the mutant mother monkey was busy watching the fun, But by the time she noticed, Chu Si had already slid to the ground. But this short distance was no problem for the mutant mother monkey. She tried to grab the naughty monkey number 1 and haul him up the tree, just as she had done before, but Chu Si firmly refused, even drawing her knife to block. Of course, such a weapon couldn't possibly harm the mutant mother monkey, but Chu Si wanted to make her point. She had been forced to resort to knife wielding. With a snap, the mother monkey swatted Chu Si's knife away. Chu Si, Could they possibly have a proper conversation? The monkey mother was very generous. To her, Chu Si's actions were nothing more than childish play. To calm her restless spirit, the monkey mother took the initiative, pulling Chu Si close and scratching her hair for lice. This was a powerful social tool among their species, always effective, and even the most rebellious monkeys would succumb to this sweet talk. Chu Si's face was filled with despair. Tilting her head, she met the wide, bewildered eyes of monkey baby number 2. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. She seemed to have found the secret to communication. Stopping the large hand that was still fiddling with her head, Chu Si held monkey baby number 2 in her arms, caressing him, then, with tears in her eyes, pointed in the direction of the flare. The monkey mother was instantly struck by this. So, the little bald monkey's mother was right there. No wonder she had been wanting to escape. Though she was reluctant to let go, she deeply understood the pain of losing her little monkey, so this time, she made a different choice. The mother monkey gently released Chu Si, letting her out of her arms. Chu Si took a deep breath and was about to give her a farewell hug, but when she looked up at the mutant mother monkey's eyes, she decided to give up. Otherwise, she might not be able to leave today. Grabbing her belongings, she resolutely walked forward. After watching her take about 10 steps, the mother monkey struggled a bit, trying to come over to help her, but was frightened by the Monkey King's threats. There lived a pack of mad dogs here, and anyone who dared to enter their territory would be fought to the death. The fact that even these crazy monkeys had to give way showed just how unwelcome they were. There was no other way. Outside this area, a vast expanse of open ground covered only with weeds was not conducive to fighting among the monkeys. Therefore, the territories of the mutant monkeys and the mutant jackals were clearly defined, and anyone who crossed the line would suffer. Watching Chu Si prepare to die like this, the monkeys felt a bit depressed. Honestly, even though they had only known each other for a day, many of the monkeys seemed to have a good rapport with her. The monkeys were silent for a moment. As Chu Si's figure receded, a monkey suddenly let out a loud cry from a tree. It wasn't just a roar, it was a challenge. The other monkeys' minds were instantly enlightened. If they couldn't support Chu Si, they could offer her support. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was genuine assistance. The mutant jackals quickly noticed their neighbor's provocation. Those that had been searching for Ji Xian's group withdrew, gathered a large group, and headed straight for the monkeys, ready for battle. From this point, it's clear that the jackal's intelligence truly isn't up to par with the monkeys. The mutant jackal's reproductive capacity is far superior to that of the monkeys. While their individual combat power is comparable, their population is more than twice that of the mutant monkeys. Despite their tempers and their strong teamwork, they are the undisputed leaders of this area. We had originally planned to organize a team to deal with the mutant monkeys, but the monkeys refused to come down. Furthermore, the mutant mother monkey, inspired by Chu Si, had previously collected some rocks and placed them on a tree, making this a perfect target practice opportunity. A single rock wasn't a big deal, and wouldn't cause any fatal damage, but it still hurt. After all, these rocks were hurled by the immensely powerful mutant monkeys. The jackals had suffered a great deal of hardship here, and with such rage that they hadn't noticed the uninvited guest in their territory. A few of the more alert monkeys, sensing a different scent in the air, turned to search, only to be immediately dragged back into the fray by the stones. This fight was a welcome relief for the monkeys. If these bastards dared to cause trouble again, they would just bring stones and fight them. Chapter 358. Chu Si quietly advanced another 2 miles. Luckily, the area was covered in grass, with few trees obscuring her view. If she knew the general direction, she wouldn't easily get lost. Even so, she was still quite unsure. In fact, she was still somewhat lacking in navigation. Chu Si fearfully dodged the pack of dogs, while cautiously charging forward. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. Chu Si's breath hitched. Ji Xian, luckily, I found him. Not daring to shout, she quickly grabbed her belongings and ran forward. Ji Xian opened his arms, embracing Chu Si, caressing her hair. Ji Xian wanted to scold her for entering the high-radiation area alone, but he also truly wanted to see her. The scene was originally quite touching, But Chu Si suddenly recalled a monkey mother scratching lice off her head. Forget it, she grabbed Jixian's hand. The moment their bodies touched, Chu Si's expression immediately changed. You have a fever. Jixian put his hand in front of her mouth, took the backpack from behind, and pulled her in one direction. Jixian whispered to Chu Si, it's not a big deal. I tell you later. It's dangerous here. I came here specifically to pick you up. Let's meet up with Lei Ming and Su Dong first. Chu Si nodded. They really had to leave here quickly. However, Jixian didn't let him help with the backpack. He had obviously been damaged by the high radiation. He thought the special energy stone he had brought had been used up. It just so happened that she had brought royal jelly with her. They could find a safe place and apply it to alleviate the radiation damage. When they first met, Jixian had been standing, and Chu Si hadn't noticed much amiss. But once he started moving, Chu Si could clearly see that Jixian's strength had declined. He had to stop and cough after every few steps, and his face quickly turned an unhealthy red. She wanted to carry him on her back, but that wasn't possible. The supplies Chu Si had on him were crucial. Jixian and his companions had been separated by the monkeys and fled into the high radiation area, so they certainly didn't have much food with them. This was their only hope for survival during these days in the high radiation zone. Otherwise, with unstable genes and the high radiation food they were eating, they would have been completely wiped out. In fact, before Chu Si arrived, Jixian and his companions hadn't eaten for 2 whole days. Chu Si had assumed Jixian would take her back to their base, where they could safely stay for several days. That place must have been extremely secluded. Jixian shook his head. We can't go back. It's certainly well hidden, but being in the mutant jackal's territory, there's no chance of escape on a normal day. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been trapped in the high radiation zone for so long. Luckily, there was a territorial conflict between 2 groups of mutant animals today, otherwise, we wouldn't have found a way out. At this point, he couldn't help but complain, do you even know what's going on here? How dare you run in? If it weren't for our luck today, we'd all be dead here together. Chu Si shook her head, thinking about the bizarre experiences of the past few days. She could only sigh, you don't understand my world. She patted Jixian's shoulder. When we get back, I tell you the story of my wife and the monkeys. Jixian frowned. Never mind. Chu Si's wild thoughts often didn't connect with him, so he decided to stop thinking about them and focus on getting on with his journey. After all, Chu Si's safe arrival was God's greatest blessing. After walking for a while, breathless, Jixian pulled the special energy stone from his inner pocket and placed it in his palm to absorb the energy. Chu Si asked in surprise, hasn't it all been used yet? Jixian nodded. To maximize survival, special energy stones must be used sparingly. When you feel you can't hold on any longer, you can pull them out for a boost. If it were before Chu Si arrived, he could have held on for a while longer. But now that Chu Si was here, and she had royal jelly with her, he could afford to waste a little more. Chu Si obediently shut up. She had been using energy stones non-stop since entering the high radiation area. Is she too extravagant? It's okay. She patted her chest. There were still several in there. As the saying goes, drink today and worry tomorrow. Chapter 359. After a painful escape of over 40 minutes, Chu Si and Jixian finally reunited with Lei Ming and Su Dong. Chu Si was shocked to see their condition. He had thought Jixian was already in a bad enough state, taking only a few steps to catch his breath, a living, unmistakable Lindayu. Now, there was another Lindayu. Lei Ming was also in a state where the slightest gust of wind would knock him over, his body slightly swaying. As for Su Dong, it wasn't that he was in better condition than the other 2. In fact, he was the worst off, covered in wounds and peacefully unconscious. When the 2 of them met, Lei Ming had long since lost the energy to even greet them. He was now relying solely on willpower to hold on. Seeing Chu Si, he only raised his hand slightly. I hadn't expected the situation to become so dire. Seeing these 3 sickly beauties, Chu Si took the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility. While her equipment was a bit heavy, it was definitely much lighter than a living person. He handed the backpack to Jixian and the basket to Lei Ming, who then took Su Dong. Lei Ming paused. He had never imagined relying on women for physical labor. It wasn't about sexism. It was simply that women's inherent physical strength was somewhat inferior to that of the male team members. But now that the situation had truly reached this point, and Chu Si's mightiness had already spread throughout the mercenary group, he could only manage a difficult thank you. Jixian walked over to Chu Si and carefully checked Su Dong's condition. It wasn't looking good. He pulled out the special energy stone from his possession and shoved it directly under Su Dong's collar. It's not that Ji Xian was truly generous. If it were just a casual teammate, he wouldn't have given his special energy stone to help others. After all, he didn't even have enough for himself, so how could he care for others? But Su Dong was different. He was unconscious because he was covering their retreat. So, his life had to be saved. Thankfully, Lei Ming had brought their team's special energy stone with him during this operation. The two of them took turns using it to keep him alive, which is how the three of them managed to survive until now. Lei Ming glanced at the energy stone at Su Dong's neck, then walked over to Ji Xian and patted him on the shoulder. Put yours away. Save some energy for emergencies. With that, he removed the energy stone from Su Dong's neck and handed it to Ji Xian, then replaced it with his own. He believed that Chu Xi, having just passed through the high radiation zone and still standing here so energetic, must have been because Ji Xian had given her his special energy stone. If he continued to give it to Su Dong, Ji Xian would likely not survive the mission. Of course, Lei Ming's situation wasn't much better. The high radiation had already damaged their bodies, and the remaining energy in the two special energy stones wouldn't last much longer. If they couldn't successfully complete the mission without the gene repair potion, even if they managed to return to the safe zone, they would ultimately face certain death. So their first priority was to immediately leave this high radiation zone and successfully complete the mission. Chu Xi was slightly taken aback by this. We still need to carry out the mission? Could it have already been completed by someone else? After all, they had been trapped in the Jackal's territory for several days. The difference in time was enough for someone else to reach their destination. Ji Xian shook his head. No, the location of the conflict isn't too far from our destination. We're trapped in a high radiation area, but we're not that far away either. If someone had truly completed the mission, we'd definitely have heard some of the sound of the large mountain exploding. Chu Xi nodded. She hadn't expected that she almost reached her destination on her own. Honestly, if she'd known she had this fortuitous encounter, with Monkey Mom's help, she probably wouldn't have needed Ji Xian and the others to help. She could have done it all on her own. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. Our luck is unmatched. Chu Xi paused, suddenly remembering someone, Oh Huang or Jiang Yu. He was the true man of luck. As long as he was around, what would blowing up the mountain even mean to them? Looking at the three people half buried in the earth, she couldn't bear to see them running around in vain, so she asked, Where's Jiang Yu? He's so lucky. Could it be that the mountain has already exploded, but the noise was quiet, so you didn't hear it? Lei Ming sneered. Jiang Yu? He'd be dead long ago. If it weren't for him, we might not have been dispersed by the mutant monkeys. He had good foresight though. Taking advantage of a break, he gathered a few people and dared to attack the mutant monkey king, only to incur the retaliation of the entire monkey pack. Chu Xi, I didn't expect there was such a connection. But judging by the situation, they probably didn't provoke Monkey Mother and her team, otherwise Chu Xi would have been torn apart by the mutant monkey king the moment she showed up. This was also a reminder for her that anything is too much, especially for someone like her, who was somewhat favored by heaven. She needed to keep her feet on the ground. If she got too carried away, she would probably be doomed. It was like the European emperor. He had always been able to suppress Chu Xi. Wherever Jiang Yu was, Chu Xi rarely got any good. Unexpectedly, he disappeared without a trace during a mission. Chapter 360. Alas, heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things like straw dogs. We are but one of them. At this moment, Chu Xi calmed down considerably, shutting up and quietly becoming a carrier of the wounded. Leaving the high radiation area was a technical task, and there was no place for her to interfere. Chu Xi was also very self-aware, leaving professional matters to professionals. Ji Xian and his men were truly the elite mercenary group. Things went much more smoothly than Chu Xi had expected. Their navigation skills were indeed far superior to hers. Even without a map-based navigation system, Ji Xian and Lei Ming were able to follow the traces of their previous battles and escapes and lead Chu Xi out of the high radiation area. Seeing the full signal on his watch, Chu Xi could only give a thumbs up and silently praise him. Awesome! After leaving the high radiation area, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After finding a secluded location and settling Su Dong, they finally had the energy to contact base. Lei Ming was the most appropriate person to handle this matter. After reporting safety, he immediately inquired about the mission's progress. Sure enough, just as they had anticipated, the mission hadn't been completed. The fact that Ji Xian, Lei Ming, and Su Dong had survived was also very encouraging news for the base. In reality, Ji Xian's group had been essentially wiped out. Aside from these three lucky ones, The majority of the remaining group was confirmed dead, and a small number were missing, having been swept directly into the high radiation zone, just like Ji Xian and his group had been. However, few in the team carried special energy stones, and their chances of survival were slim. The base had already begun deploying the second wave of personnel for the mission, but there were only a handful of truly elite personnel, and most had already been dispatched in the first wave. Given the heavy casualties suffered by Ji Xian's team, it was clear that this second wave was essentially a suicide squad. Chu Xiai shook his head, thinking that didn't seem right. After all, Ji Xian and his team looked quite like a suicide squad. After the news got back, the reaction from the base was no longer a concern for the group. Their primary goal now was to reach their destination as quickly as possible and begin the demolition plan. Chu Xi's morale was high, but after a moment's pause, he realized a crucial question. We need bombs to blast the mountain, right? Do they have them? These guys have fired their guns and are out of bullets. What can they use to blast the mountain? The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, because Ji Xian and his team really didn't have enough bombs. After a while, Lei Ming pulled out 3 white walnut kernels with stickers. That's all we have. We're indeed running low on gunpowder, so we have another plan. Looking at his indescribable expression, Chu Xiai had a bad feeling. What are you doing? Trying to trick me? Can you just say it? At this point, he's still wasting her time guessing. Is it because she's good-tempered? Lei Ming coughed awkwardly. This isn't a specific attack on you. After realizing we only had 3 bombs left, we devised an alternative plan. Since we don't have enough bombs, let's dig down the mountain a little bit. That way, we can complete the mission smoothly. Chu Xiai paused. She understood what her brother meant. Hey, you think it's no big deal? He's just using her as free labor, isn't he? She smiled brightly and said, I'm happy to. What else could she do? Count on the 3 of them? But do you have the tools to dig the rock? It was obvious they didn't have any, but without them, it would be impossible. Even if she was incredibly strong, it would be useless. Lei Ming was much calmer about this question. He said to Chu Xiai, don't worry about it. The place where they abandoned the car isn't too far from here. There must be a lot of tools left in it. I'll be back soon. With that, he stood up, said hello to Ji Xian, and prepared to leave. Ji Xian turned around and tossed him a nutritional supplement. Replenish it. Lei Ming nodded, took a big sip. Chu Xiai then remembered that this group had been starving for 2 full days. Surprisingly, they managed to hold out until now. It must be said, they were all capable of great things. After Lei Ming left, Ji Xian also picked up a nutritional supplement and began replenishing his energy. After finishing it in a few gulps, he slowly poured another one into Su Dong's mouth. Chu Xiai wasn't particularly hungry. She hadn't skipped a single meal since her escape, so she was well nourished. She was simply munching on a piece of dried pork.